A century ago, the world underwent a cataclysmic transformation, plunging into an era of occupational transitions, where alien races lurked and mutated beasts roamed freely. The trajectory of global development was irrevocably altered, as all youths reaching the age of 18 were destined to undergo their vocational awakening. In this tumultuous epoch, potent professionals became symbols of status and identity, with society venerating the strong. Whether humble as grass or ceaselessly ascending in strength, on the day of transition, Chen Lin was bestowed with the title of summoner. However, his summon was but a cub, lacking combat prowess and subject to ridicule. Unfazed, Chen Lin envisioned bestowing upon it boundless potential, embarking together towards the exalted throne. 3 months later, a formidable adversary from the alien races remarked, after devouring humanity for over a century, poised to annex them. Chen Lin casually unleashed a summon with power surpassing that of the strongest. How can one contend with that? A year hence, the summon had evolved into a sovereign across various realms, while Chen Lin, now standing atop the pinnacle of invincibility as the Lord of Terminus and Destruction, received a missive. The annual competition among the 5 esteemed academies has commenced. Freshman Chen Lin, are you prepared to participate? With a silent affirmation, Chen Lin's figure transcended the dark cosmos in an instant, whispering, "May Blue Star withstand even a fraction of my might without crumbling." Chapter 1. The Ambiguous. In the bustling city of Fangyun, at the second high school, the class instructor, appearing to be in his 30s, addressed the students. Regardless of the category of vocation, diligent effort opens the door to greatness. Your current beginnings do not dictate your future accomplishments. On the podium, Instructor Liu one elaborated, a century ago, games seeped into reality, and thus Blue Star connected with myriad realms. The upheaval transformed countless beings, while hostile civilizations invaded. In such an era, society revered strength above all. Ascending the social ladder could only be achieved through fortitude. The annual unified occupational transition organized by the state was the solitary opportunity to do so. All adolescents aged 18 and above in high school were eligible to partake. Each harbored excitement and aspirations of becoming rare, celebrated professionals. Yet, the harsh truth revealed that nearly 80% would find their dreams dashed. Many students would even find themselves assigned to mundane occupations devoid of combat capabilities. Our great CIA expends vast resources each year to conduct this unified transition across all schools, aiming to assist you in acquiring vocational roles. Our intent is simple. We seek to ensure that more individuals can unleash their potential. We shall not allow gold to be buried. I have received news that the threshold for the upcoming examination will be elevated, with the passing mark set 100 points higher than before. However, this also signifies that those ranking higher will reap even greater rewards. Thus, you must return and prepare yourselves. Invest in equipment and skills without hesitation, lest you miss the chance at the examination and regret it for a lifetime. Below the podium, a throng of students reveled in exhilaration, their expressions animated as they showcased their respective vocations. Conversely, many others appeared dejected, their gazes dimmed, creating a polarized atmosphere. In a seat by the window, Chen Lin supported his head with one hand, his countenance somewhat vacant. Little did they know, he was a time traveler. Just moments after his transition, the memories buried deep within his mind surged forth as if unsealed. Had it not been for this, he too might have experienced the emotional volatility of his peers. Chen Lin. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful girl in the front row turned to him, her gaze tinged with regret as she spoke softly. "I apologize, but the examination is of utmost importance. It is the sole opportunity for ordinary families like ours to ascend the social ladder. Liu Yang has agreed to form a team with me. So, I am truly sorry. Please seek another partner." Chen Lin's expression momentarily faltered as realization dawned. Since their entry into high school, their seats had been adjacent, and they often engaged in conversation, leading to an agreement to team up for the examination just before the transition. Both shared mutual affection, and Chen Lin had naturally not declined. Now, however, upon witnessing his transition to summoner, she seemed to waver, perhaps feeling he was not strong enough. Had this occurred earlier, Chen Lin might have felt discontent, for forming a team would now be more challenging, particularly given that his summon was still relatively weak, a fact that seemed common knowledge throughout the school. Nevertheless, he remained remarkably composed. The awakening of his memories felt akin to living an additional life, outwardly unchanged, yet his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. "No problem." Upon hearing such a simple response, the girl displayed a look of surprise. She had anticipated Chen Lin's anger and was prepared to elaborate further to assuage his feelings. Yet, why did he seem utterly unconcerned? Contemplating this, the girl found herself unexpectedly unable to feel joy. Observing Chen Lin's emotionless visage, she offered another apology before turning away. A nearby classmate remarked, "Xiaoyan, you did nothing wrong. Why be so humble? He has just become a summoner. What makes him worthy of you? The belle of the class. Moreover, his summon is exceedingly weak. Huh, a pup the size of a palm. What combat strength can that possess? Not only I, but others also find amusement in this. It's a disgrace to our class. I queried numerous individuals, and they unanimously concluded that Chen Lin has been rendered useless. Teaming with him would jeopardize the examination. And look at Lu Liang, who has attained the rare profession of Heavy Lance Knight, excelling in both offense and defense. Furthermore, his family is affluent, and even the neighboring teachers believe his prospects are bright. What does Chen Lin have to compare with him? Zhang Yan's brow unfurled, her earlier gloom dissipating. After hearing her friend's analyses, she grew more resolute in her choices. The examination was a threshold to ascend the social hierarchy, and she was determined to succeed. Even if it necessitates engaging in actions that may be deemed distasteful, it matters not. Xiaoyan, rest assured, my father has procured a third-tier skill book. As long as I comprehend it, I am certain to excel in tomorrow's college entrance examination. We can certainly vie for a position among the top 100 in the city. Is that true? How impressive! Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yan's eyes sparkled with surprise, her watery gaze brightening. Of course, Lu Yang replied, lifting his chin with a smug expression. His eyes subtly flickered towards Chen Lin, as if to convey, do you see? This is the disparity. In the past, Chen Lin enjoyed considerable admiration due to his fair complexion, strikingly handsome features, and consistently ranking among the top 3 in academics, garnering much attention from the opposite sex. Now, having transitioned to a rare profession, he was finally experiencing the thrill of such admiration himself. It was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Wow, a third-tier skill book must cost at least over 100,000, right? This particular book is also of superior quality among third-tier skill books, and its price is expected to double. My family expended considerable resources before finally acquiring it. As the college entrance examination approached, many affluent families began to inflate prices in a frenzy to secure equipment and skill books. In contemporary society, the status of professionals continues to rise, and no one wishes for their offspring to miss the opportunity to enter an esteemed academy. Could you possibly take me along, Lu Liang? I am willing to do anything. Casting a glance at his friend sitting beside Zhang Yan, Lu Liang promptly declined. Why would he take someone who pales in comparison to Zhang Yan? Ignoring the surrounding chatter, Chen Lin patiently awaited the bells ringing before quietly exiting the classroom. On his way home, he first visited the meat section of the market, hesitating momentarily before purchasing a pork chop. Carrying the bag, he sought a secluded spot, his thoughts stirring. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared before him, and a diminutive black wolf materialized on the asphalt road. The black wolf emitted a lengthy howl towards the blue sky, but its strength was insufficient, rendering it somewhat comical. Realizing there were no adversaries, it blinked and promptly scampered over to its master. Woof! The black wolf wagged its tail excitedly, crouching beside Chen Lin's feet, yearning to nuzzle, but hesitating in its timidity. Chen Lin found himself bemused, sensing that his summoned creature appeared rather dim-witted. He shook his head in resignation, holding out the pork chop. You've been hungry for a while. Have a bite. Woof! Understanding his intent, the black wolf eagerly devoured the morsel, biting off a chunk in one swift motion. Its teeth are quite impressive, Chen Lin chuckled. Since summoning the black wolf, it had been regarded with disdain. Even the homeroom teacher, who once held high hopes for Chen Lin, felt a tinge of disappointment. As a summoner, Chen Lin was acutely aware that the little black wolf was not unjustly criticized. In comparison to all summoned creatures, it was as weak as an ant. If ranked, it would likely be at the very bottom. Although the summoner profession is heavily specialized, combat relies primarily on summoned entities. In this light, Chen Lin found himself at a disadvantage from the outset, with a status almost equivalent to starting with a handicap similar to before his job change. Yet, he had no intention of surrendering so easily. He wished to seize control of his future choices rather than being dictated by them. As long as I can gain admission to an academy, there will be ample time for gradual development. When I reach level 10, I can perform a second summoning, still holding the chance for a reversal. Chen Lin contemplated quietly within himself. He did not wish to lead a life of mediocrity, especially after embracing the memories of his past life, a thought that had intensified. However, having lost the advantages of a summoner, lacking any combat prowess, and with the threshold for passing the college entrance examination raised, the prospect of success seemed almost impossible, standing at a daunting 99% chance of failure. Chapter 2. From now on, your name is He Ming. Observing the young black wolf devouring its meal with fervor, Chen Lin let out a silent sigh as he gently stroked its fur. At the moment of contact, a voice unexpectedly echoed in his mind. Detection initiated. What was that sound? Chen Lin scanned his surroundings, but no figure was in sight, causing his thoughts to spiral into chaos. Could it be a golden finger? Is it possible that the perks of a transmigrator are indeed real? Chen Lin quickly accepted the situation. It was evident he had crossed over, albeit with his memories clouded. Loyalty at 100%, never to betray. Proceed with the soul connection? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Lin resolved to proceed. As his intent solidified, an excruciating pain tore through his soul. Hiss! Caught off guard, Chen Lin gasped, feeling a numbing sensation enveloping his body as he collapsed to the ground. Enduring an indescribable agony, his body could no longer withstand it, and he slumped down. His complexion turning pale as beads of sweat streamed down. Gritting his teeth, Chen Lin clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. The silence he maintained was the utmost limit of his endurance. What is happening? Is he all right? Perhaps he should consider what day it is today. It seems he is unable to bear the shock of transitioning into a livelihood profession. Haha, speaking of which, my exemplary son from high school has secured a combat profession. Destined for greatness. Old Gua, is that true? Would I deceive you? I believe it's called a fighter. Two passers-by engaged in conversation nearby, their unfamiliar voices fading away. Struggling to rise, Chen Lin felt the pain gradually dissipate. Soon, an invisible force merged with the black wolf, and the voice resurfaced in his mind. Soul integration complete. Soul connection established. Congratulations, your summoned creature has awakened a unique talent, gluttonous devouring SSS. Instantly, Chen Lin's spirits soared. A long, translucent panel materialized before him with a mere flick of his thoughts. Summoned creature, unnamed. Type, mutated wolf. Level, 1. Attributes, strength 2, constitution 3, agility 3, magic 1. Health, 100. Skills, none. Talent, gluttonous devouring. SSS transforms all consumed food into energy, transcending restrictions to grow and evolve beyond limits. Upon reviewing the panel, Chen Lin's face lit up with joy. The suffering he endured was not in vain. In the entirety of the Disya, those awakening an SSS-level talent could be counted on one hand. Each new emergence would garner immense attention from the state, ensuring protection. The reason, of course, is their extraordinary power. Over a decade ago, when the defense line was breached, the Xianlong kingdom was invaded by an alien army, resulting in millions of deaths and vast territories obliterated. Ultimately, it was a singular genius with an SSS-level talent who staunchly defended against the onslaught. However, something felt amiss. Why was it that he bore all the burdens, yet the benefits accrued to the summoned creature? Whose golden finger was this? Chen Lin leaned back in disbelief. Grasping the black wolf by its scruff, he brought it closer to his face. With heartfelt sincerity, he declared, "From now on, your name shall be He Ming. You are to work diligently for me, do you understand?" Oh woo. Seeing it lick its lips with delight, Chen Lin nodded in satisfaction. Continue eating. Before long, the meat patty was devoured entirely, and the speed of consumption had noticeably increased. Consuming ordinary meat, evolution value 0, 5. As the words resonated, He Ming's size imperceptibly increased. This was reflected on the panel, where all basic attributes rose by 1 point. This was merely from consuming an ordinary meat patty. If it could devour even more food in the future, to what extent might it evolve? With this thought, Chen Lin's heart raced uncontrollably. He could envision a path to success in the upcoming college entrance examination. Even more astonishingly, a warm current surged within him, sweeping through his body, seemingly enhancing his strength slightly. Though minuscule, perhaps only a fraction of a percent, Chen Lin was nonetheless elated. It appeared the golden finger could also channel a portion of the energy gained by the summoned creature back to him. This was truly splendid. With a newfound sense of security and a glimmer of confidence, Chen Lin returned home with He Ming, who felt a tad heavier in his arms. As the evening glow bathed the sky, darkness enveloped the world, punctuated by twinkling stars and the moon's gentle illumination. Upon entering, Chen Lin spotted his mother, Li Huiru, placing bowls in the living room, her apron tied neatly around her waist. "Dinner is almost ready. Go wash your hands first." Li Huiru did not have a profession, as the universal transition had only been implemented in the last decade, leaving the majority of the world still comprised of ordinary citizens. All right, Chen Lin released He Ming, allowing it to remain by itself. "So, what profession did you obtain today at school?" Li Huiru inquired while slicing green peppers. "Summoner," Chen Lin replied. The moment he finished speaking, an exclamation echoed from the hallway. "Wow, a combat profession. Brother, you're amazing." A vibrant figure bounded toward him, clad in a white t-shirt, her short shorts revealing a pair of delicate, fair legs. "Brother, I heard that summoners receive materials from the school for summoning on-site. What is your summoned creature?" "Let me see." Noticing his sister's eager eyes sparkling with anticipation, Chen Lin pointed to the obediently trailing He Ming. Instantly, Chen Li's excitement came to an abrupt halt, her expression frozen in disbelief. "Is it really that small?" "Yes," Chen Lin nodded. Chen Li's face fell. How can it be so tiny? She leaned closer to inspect, her curiosity compelling her to reach out and play with it. He Ming lowered its head in a display of dejection, emitting soft whines. After a moment, Chun Li rose silently and approached Li Huiru. "Mom, your son is useless. Hurry and have another one." Li Huiru's lips twitched slightly, the knife in her hand rising unconsciously. Witnessing this scene, Chen Li hastily fled, fear propelling her to escape. Chen Lin shook his head helplessly and assisted in carrying the prepared dishes to the living room. Soon, the three of them gathered at the table, Chen Li's delicate feet swinging joyfully beneath it as she used her chopsticks to fill her mouth with food. Suddenly, her gaze fixated on the large pork knuckle in Chen Lin's bowl. "Brother, I want to eat that." Li Huiru coldly interrupted, "There's none for you." Seeing his sister's pitiful expression, Chen Lin felt a pang of compassion. He called He Ming over and generously offered the fragrant pork knuckle for it to consume. As He Ming partook of the meal, Chen Lin felt a familiar warmth wash over him, reinforcing his body once more. Though the enhancement was slight, the sensation of being able to elevate oneself at any moment was truly exhilarating. Chen Li's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as though she had been genuinely struck. "Chen Lin, are you saying that your favorite sister is worth less than a mere dog?" Chen Lin was taken aback. "Why do you think you compare to it? What has led you to such a misconception?" The defense is shattered, completely dismantled. "Mom, look, brother says I'm even less than a dog. It's a wolf." Chen Lin corrected. Chen Li fell silent, realizing that her place in this family had seemingly vanished. Chapter 3, Evolution. After dinner, Chen Lin washed the dishes and tidied up, tasks he typically undertook. Once finished, he was taken aback when Li Huiru approached him, her expression curious. "What's the matter?" Li Huiru produced a card from her pocket. Speaking gently, "This afternoon, I heard from a neighbor that the passing score for this year's college entrance examination has been raised significantly. I just saw Aunt Zhang taking her son to buy gear and skill books. Considering your classmates are likely doing the same, I can't let you fall behind just because we are not affluent. This card contains over 35,000. It should suffice for equipment, don't you think? If it's not enough, I'll borrow some from my colleagues." Chen Lin felt a profound sense of gratitude. This represented nearly all of his family's savings. They entrusted it to him without reservation, merely to assist him in ensuring he would not fall behind in the college entrance examination. Although he was reluctant to accept it, reason ultimately prevailed over his emotions. He indeed required financial support to aid in the development of He Ming, propelling its growth significantly. "This is sufficient, mother, thank you." Li Huiru, perceiving Chen Lin's thoughts, gently offered words of comfort. "This money was meant for you and your sister. Do not feel burdened in utilizing it." Time was of the essence. She had to return to work. "The news of your transition to a combat profession will surely elicit envy from many of my colleagues. Proud to have such a remarkable son." With a soft smile, she imparted the bank card's password before turning to leave. As the cool breeze wafted in through the open door, Chen Lin inhaled deeply. Since he could remember, his father had long passed away. To support her two children, Li Huiru worked 2 jobs daily, seldom finding time to rest. Clenching his fists silently, Chen Lin's resolve began to solidify. He recalled the previous college entrance examination, where the top 10 in the city received substantial monetary rewards. If he could secure a place among them, his mother would no longer have to endure the hardships of juggling 2 jobs. Yet, revealing his aspirations might invite ridicule, as the competition this year was fiercer than ever. Although there were alternative means to acquire wealth, those required time, which was a luxury that Chen Lin could not afford at this stage. Competing with his peers to showcase his potential and win a considerable sum from the municipal government was undoubtedly the quickest route to success. As the streets illuminated with vibrant lights, Chen Lin emerged from a diner frequented by laborers, his hands cradling a box containing a full 100 pounds of mutated beast meat. The owner, pleased with the surplus ingredients, readily agreed to sell it to him for just over 6,000. Given the description of his gluttonous abundance talent, the potential of He Ming was unfathomable, and more importantly, it could grow rapidly in a short span. To successfully navigate the college entrance examination, nurturing it was the best course of action. Moreover, an additional benefit was that the energy He Ming transformed could be partially shared with him, thereby enhancing his own strength concurrently. Compared to the arduous task of selling possessions to purchase a skill book, this was an incredibly lucrative alternative. Skill books range from low to high levels, from 1 to 10. Even a first-level skill book could cost thousands or even tens of thousands, with uncertain effectiveness. It was clear that such a purchase would not alter his circumstances. Yet, many ordinary families still opted to buy them, hoping that even the slightest boost in combat ability would increase their child's chances of passing the examination. It was common knowledge that nearly all dungeon resources were concentrated within the academic institutions. Without access to them, the only way to level up was to venture outside the city to battle mutated beasts, earning life crystals to convert into experience points. However, this was a perilous endeavor for a level 1, still weak practitioner. Aside from a few reckless hunters, many, even if possessing combat strength, lacked the courage to face mutated beasts outside the city limits. Finding a secluded alley, Chen Lin summoned He Ming. Compared to a short while ago, it had grown significantly. No longer resembling its former self, its shape now vaguely hinted at a wolf. Upon seeing the vibrant red mutated beast meat before it, He Ming felt an intense hunger surge from deep within. Yet, without its master's consent, it restrained itself, remaining motionless. Only when Chen Lin granted permission did He Ming open its mouth wide and ravenously begin to devour the meat. In no time, the amount consumed exceeded its own body size, yet He Ming showed no signs of stopping. Its stomach seemed like a bottomless pit, voraciously converting every morsel of meat it ingested. As it continued to consume, an abundance of energy flooded He Ming's body, rapidly catalyzing its growth, enhancing its flesh and cells. Simultaneously, its size increased at a visible rate, its bones cracking ominously, transforming it into a veritable beast. At that moment, Chen Lin too felt a surge of energy coursing through him, invigorating every part of his being, a wave of comfort washing over him. Both man and beast grew stronger together. Evolution value, 75,100. This was a new addition brought about by the gluttonous abundance talent. Once it reached 100 points, He Ming would evolve, undergoing an unexpected transformation. A full 100 pounds of mutated beast meat should suffice, Chen Lin pondered silently. About half an hour later, He Ming was unrecognizable from its former self, now towering over 2 meters, nearly reaching Chen Lin's waist, having multiplied in size. The box that once brimmed with mutated beast meat was now entirely empty. Chen Lin focused his thoughts and summoned his panel for inspection. Summon, He Ming. Type, mutated wolf. Level, 1. Attributes, strength 34, constitution 36, agility 36, magic 33. Health, 100. Skills, none. Talent, gluttonous abundance, SSS. Evolution value, 1009100, ready to evolve. The attributes had nearly increased tenfold. Such panel data surpassed even those who had transitioned to rare professions. However, compared to the last time when consuming a single meat steak resulted in a 1-point increase across the board, this was significantly less. It appeared that as one progressed, more energy was required for growth. The benefit, however, was that higher attributes would yield even greater results in subsequent enhancements. In simpler terms, the difference between a slight increase during infancy and the same during adulthood was vast. Chen Lin waved his hand in the air, shifting to his personal panel, briefly glancing at his attributes. After his class change, his initial strength was 11, constitution 10, agility 12, and spirit 20. Now, all had increased by 10 points. The ordinary meat He Ming previously consumed contained minimal energy to share, thus yielding little enhancement for him. Yet this time, He Ming directly consumed highly energetic mutated beast meat, and with a full 100 pounds, the strengthening effect was naturally significant. With these attributes, he would undoubtedly stand out in any class. However, this alone did not mean Chen Lin was inherently stronger than everyone else. True strength required a comprehensive amalgamation of various aspects. Attributes merely served as a foundational reference. Nevertheless, Chen Lin now possessed an advantage. He Ming's seemingly effortless and rapid growth could undoubtedly narrow the gap between him and others swiftly. Chapter 4. The college entrance examination begins. Chen Lin silently clicked on the evolution option on the panel. As the confirmation resonated, a terrifying spherical source of talent vibrated deep within He Ming. Instantly, waves of unique black evolutionary power erupted, swiftly coursing through its body, frantically dividing more cells, reorganizing genes, and gradually elevating its life to a higher echelon. After a considerable duration, a series of notifications appeared before Chen Lin's eyes. Congratulations, your summon He Ming has acquired the skill, Tear. Congratulations, your summon He Ming has awakened a new talent, Giantization E. Giantization E increases body size threefold, boosts strength and defense by 300, reduces speed by 50. Strength, 3454. Constitution, 3656. Agility, 3656. Magic, 3353. With this evolution, He Ming's appearance underwent a slight transformation. Its skin hardened, muscles became robust, and it exuded a more imposing presence. Furthermore, its attributes surged, all surpassing 50 points. This was indeed somewhat monstrous for a level 1. Akin to a pure supermodel beast in gaming terms. Even the most formidable summoned beings pale in comparison. Through extensive experience, humanity has classified summoned creatures into 4 distinct tiers: low, medium, high, and top. The criterion for evaluation is innate talent. From the moment of summoning, those with exceptional talent exhibit superior qualities, and their attributes increase significantly upon leveling up. The classifications are as follows: low level, Fed, medium level, CBA, high level, S, and top level, SS. As for summoned beings of SSS talent, none have ever been recorded. Such entities likely refuse to descend through summoning. The greed and gluttony of the creature known as He Ming are, in fact, bestowed upon it by Chen Lin post-summoning. Thus, it does not qualify as a top-tier summoned being. Originally, it may not have even met the criteria for low-level summons. Sighing, Chen Lin gently patted the head of the crouched He Ming, gazing up at the starry sky. His thoughts a tempest of emotions. The moment of his revelation was at hand. Whether he would soar like a dragon or fall like a mere insect, success or failure would soon be unveiled. The following day, Chun Li and Li Huizhu stood outside the entrance. Initially, He had planned to take a leave of absence. But now, unable to enter and observe, their mother decided against attending. Xiaoling, your safety is paramount. If any danger arises, you must withdraw immediately. Never take unnecessary risks. Even if you do not excel in the examination, it is all right. We can still lead a stable life. Despite the fact that within the instance, one could exit at will with a mere thought, the potential for peril remained. Historical instances of fatalities during the examination lingered in memory. Li Huizhu had reiterated these warnings for an hour, and seeing the concern etched on her face, Chen Lin nodded in acknowledgement. Brother, I want to watch. Can you take me in with you? Chen Lin, with an expressionless demeanor, flicked his sister's forehead, replying, no. Ouch, she exclaimed, a hint of sorrow in her eyes as she shielded the spot he had struck. All right, mother, sister, I must take my leave. Once Chen Lin had departed, Chen Li's face clouded with worry, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her school uniform. In the square, throngs of people gathered, creating a lively atmosphere. After verifying the information, Chen Lin followed the staff's guidance to his designated class area. Lu Wen was meticulously detailing the precautions necessary for entering the instance. On the platform stood the principal of number 2 high school alongside all the faculty. Across from them were students from number 1, number 3, and number 4 high schools. This year's examination brought together students from several top-tier high schools, resulting in fierce competition. The nervous expression on Lu Liang's face was telling. Yesterday, he had been brimming with confidence, but now he was drenched in sweat. No less than 30 students from number 1 awakened their talents, including one of A rank. Was this a stroke of luck from their ancestors? Number 3 also demonstrated remarkable prowess with a hidden class emerging. Given these circumstances, securing a spot within the top 100 of the city seemed nearly impossible. Lu Liang now regretted the boastful declarations he had made previously. After consulting his father's connections, he discovered that the caliber of this year's seniors was exceptionally high, a revelation that came too late. With his mere third-tier skills, he possessed only one means to compete against such formidable talents. Moreover, they likely had their own advantages. Yet, having made his bold claims, he could not retract them. Even he felt the weight of pressure, and it was certain that Chen Lin would finish at the bottom. With him as a benchmark, Zhang Yin might not regret her decision. Even if they didn't reach the anticipated top 100, she might still be satisfied. With this thought, Lu Liang felt somewhat relieved. The white moonlight he had cherished for years was now within reach, and he must strive to seize it. Chen Lin, you might as well give up like the other vocational students, lest you humiliate yourself further in front of everyone. A saying goes, if you haven't competed, you can deceive yourself into thinking you've never lost. This remark elicited laughter from many students around. Chen Lin turned to glance at the speaker. A young man named Yi Chao, standing beside Lu Liang, accompanied by Zhang Yan, who was clad in a robe and possessed an alluring figure. Clearly, they were teammates. Chen Lin paid them no heed. Their petty glee could not penetrate his resolve. As the sound of a bell echoed, the 4 bronze gates swung open simultaneously, releasing waves of chilling air through the narrow crevices. Without hesitation, all students began to scrutinize the information regarding their respective instances. Oh no. We've drawn the buried bones forest, one of the instances with the highest failure rates. What horrendous luck. Is it too late for me to transfer schools? Enough. All instances have similar difficulties. What is there to complain about? You from number 3 received an easier draw, so of course, you have no grievances. Huh. You know, 2 students really are amusing. Can the college entrance examination not be unfair? Suddenly, the atmosphere became raucous. Lu Wen felt a pang of anxiety and quickly cautioned his students. The terrain of the Buried Bones Forest is complex, with dense trees and shrubs. Be vigilant against ambushes from monsters and remain aware of your surroundings at all times. Remember what I've taught you about the monsters, their habits, preferred environments, and attack methods. Recall them now. After detailing several key points, Lu Wen produced a device resembling a wristwatch. This is a recorder crafted by a mechanic. It will transmit the scores you earn within the instance. Lu Wen swiftly distributed the devices to all the students in the class. Another chime of the bells signaled the official commencement of the examination. A young woman in white armor, with flowing ice blue hair cascading down her back and an exquisitely beautiful visage, was the first to be enveloped by the beam of light descending from the instance. It was Su Linxue from number 3, boldly entering the instance alone. The more individuals in a team, the lower the score increment. Thus, those with strength naturally opted for solo runs. However, as a long-range mage, would she face issues without melee protection? Your classes were for naught. Su Senior is a frost mage, possessing 5 initial class skills, including formidable AoE and single-target burst damage. Along with protective spells, how could she fear monsters drawing near? Quiet. Look, 2 students from number 1 are also choosing to enter alone. And there's one from number 4. Wow, incredible. Could it be that today we are in for a visual feast? Countless younger students surrounding the square exchanged excited glances. Ignoring the cacophony, Chen Lin secured the recorder on his wrist, and it automatically extended, locking into place. With a mere thought, he connected to the instance. Instantly, a bright light enveloped him, indicating that he too had chosen to enter the instance alone. Chapter 5. Why can he enter alone? In a mere moment, all students had vanished into the instance. A middle-aged man, bearded and of level 20, observed this and waved his hand, conjuring 4 water screens above the entrance of the instance, projecting the images within. This year, the number of outstanding students surpasses previous years, yet none hail from number 2. Our talent pool is likely to rank at the bottom yet again. Hearing Lu Wen's words, a female teacher from the elite class nodded. Without a single genius capable of bearing the standard, we can only hope that the average scores do not fall too low. However, scarcely had those words left her lips when a student from No. 2 chose to withdraw from the instance. Watching the empty entrance to the buried bones forest, a boy appeared in an instant, prompting all the teachers from No. 2 to exchange glances, lowering their heads in silent resignation. The buried bones forest is unique among instances, demanding heightened caution. Students with fragile mental fortitude, confronted with sudden ambushes, would merely flounder in panic, potentially succumbing to fear and abandoning the challenge altogether, without even attempting to resist. From the expression of dread etched on the student's face, it was evident he belonged to that unfortunate category, while his teammates might still be valiantly striving within the instance. However, a frail psychological constitution can be ameliorated through prior preparation, as Lu Wen previously expounded upon various preventative measures. Other instructors have similarly cautioned their students. Yet it is evident that not all pupils are receptive to such counsel, nor do they effectively implement it. Nonetheless, the responsibilities that must be borne cannot be evaded. Lu Wen murmured, "Old Pang, this is your student." Teacher Pang Yuan sighed, hastily moving to assist his student, who was visibly on the verge of tears, and immediately offered words of comfort. Inwardly, he resolved to meticulously transcribe any knowledge that might aid in the college entrance examination over 100 times. A little fatigue is far preferable to the current peril of jeopardizing one's future. Feeling the weight of numerous mocking gazes upon him, Li Mingji's countenance darkened, and he remained silent, fixating on the shifting water screen. As he observed the fluid images, he suddenly discerned a solitary youth navigating through a dense forest, surveying his surroundings. Li Mingji's expression morphed into one of astonishment, his tone laced with curiosity. Did our second high school really have such an exceptionally talented student transferring in yesterday? Upon hearing this, many teachers followed his gaze, their expressions turning slightly perplexed. Which class did this boy belong to? They had no recollection of him. That should not be the case. They would have remembered any student transitioning into a formidable profession or awakening notable talents. Furthermore, a student capable of excelling independently would certainly be a point of pride for their homeroom teacher. Yet, they had no recollection of him at all. Wait, isn't that one of old Lu's students? A female teacher from the elite class seemed to recognize him. As soon as this was uttered, Lu Wen felt the collective gaze of all the teachers, including Li Mingji, fixed upon him, awaiting an explanation. Uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts, Lu Wen was acutely aware that Chen Lin was merely an ordinary summoner. More critically, his summoned entity appeared devoid of any combat capability. Lu Wen had personally verified this and even sought auxiliary tools for examination. Both methods yielded the same disheartening conclusion. It was exceedingly weak. Chen Lin's situation was akin to a catastrophic onset, and without a team, achieving a passing score in the entrance examination seemed utterly impossible. He had discussed this with Chen Lin the previous day, emphasizing the importance of teamwork. He even discreetly inquired among classmates, and upon learning that Chen Lin had a team, he had breathed a sigh of relief. But now what had transpired? Where were his teammates? Lu Wen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, a perplexity that clouded his thoughts. Why had his student succumbed to this malady at such a critical moment? Li Mingji, gradually transitioning from disbelief to realization, hastily retrieved his phone to check the evaluation information for the second high school. After scrolling to the very end, he finally laid eyes on Chen Lin's profile. An ordinary profession, a feeble summoned entity, devoid of any talent or outstanding advantages. How could he possibly function independently? This was a path to self-sabotage, a complete destruction of his future. Contemplating this, Li Mingji inhaled deeply and sternly queried, "Old Lu, how have you been instructing your student?" Lu Wen managed a wry smile. He had truly exerted every effort. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. He had always regarded Chen Lin highly. Whether in knowledge or practical training, his performance had been commendable. Regrettably, the weakness of his summoned entity posed a significant threat to his future. In the past, many students who had failed their transitions had used him as a scapegoat for their frustrations. Perhaps that was why Chen Lin's teammates had refused to accompany him for the entrance examination. To venture forth alone was to stake everything on a desperate gamble. With a heavy sigh, Lu Wen felt a pang of sympathy for him. Within a single day, the once promising student had plummeted into a realm of uncertainty regarding his future. Such a drastic shift was unbearable for anyone. A familiar female teacher from the elite class remarked, "This truly reflects poorly on old Lu. All we can do now is hope that Chen Lin remains safe." Yet, as the saying goes, fear begets misfortune. Through the water screen, it became painfully clear that a long, deep green worm was slithering ominously above Chen Lin's head, poised to strike. Instantly, Lu Wen's face blanched. Cold sweat beading on his forehead. It was a venomous tooth worm. This was the most dangerous creature in the buried bone forest. A single bite would inject toxins, causing both the body and consciousness to succumb to temporary paralysis. In such a state, even retreating from the instance would be impossible, leaving one to face a gruesome fate. Many students had fallen victim to this creature, yet they had had the fortune of teammates to swiftly eliminate the threat. But Chen Lin was utterly alone, with no one to rescue him. As they witnessed the venomous worm baring its menacing fangs at Chen Lin, all the teachers and Li Mingji simultaneously entertained a singular thought. It was over. You have entered the buried bone forest, level restriction 20. Time remaining in the instance, 35,958 seconds. After a brief moment of dizziness, Chen Lin regained his composure and surveyed his surroundings. Blood dripped from the branches onto the overgrown, muddy ground, and scattered remnants of bones lay a mere 5 paces away, marred with bite marks. The stench was rancid, and the light barely penetrated the forest, casting a gloomy pall over the scene. Suddenly, a sound akin to an object plummeting reached his ears, and Chen Lin turned to see a horrifying head, riddled with countless tiny puncture wounds, dripping with blood. His gaze sharpened, and without a hint of hesitation, a staff over a meter long materialized in his left hand. Staff of the sword, ordinary quality, effect, can switch between 2 forms. As a sword, it enhances physical damage. As a staff, it slightly augments magical prowess. Just then, a massive, deep green worm, as thick as a barrel, lunged down from the treetops. Its head split wide open, gaping enough to engulf a human skull, revealing a terrifying array of teeth. Having already reacted, Chen Lin seized the other end of the staff and drew it back. Swish! A flash of white light sliced through the body of the deep green worm with astonishing speed and precision. Chen Lin's expression remained calm as he flicked his wrist, causing the suspended blade to spin before casting off the viscous green blood, then slowly returning it to its sheath. The deep green worm, now severed in 2, fell to the ground like a kite with its strings cut, writhing for a moment before ceasing to move. From its carcass, an invisible orb of light surged into Chen Lin's chest. You have successfully slain the venomous toothworm, earning 5 experience points. Simultaneously, an alert flashed on the item adorning Chen Lin's wrist. Score 15. Not bad. Even after a long period without wielding a sword, he had not forgotten the motions. In his previous life, memories of wielding blades accompanied him daily, honed from childhood until adulthood. Though it had been an ordinary world devoid of the extraordinary, the techniques of exerting force remained applicable. The countless repetitions of unspectacular sword draws, while modest, were more than sufficient for his current needs. For, in contrast to him, most individuals learned in a haphazard manner, lacking refinement and relying solely on skills. Meanwhile, on the outside, Lu Wen stood there, utterly astonished. Not only him, but the other teachers and Li Mingji wore expressions of disbelief. How could this be? Wasn't he a summoner? Yet, the reflexes and speed displayed were indicative of exceptionally high agility. A summoner, reliant on their summoned entities, should possess average attributes aside from mental acuity, shouldn't they? All eyes turned toward Lu Wen, seeking an explanation. He, too, was bewildered. While Chen Lin had previously excelled in practical exercises, nothing had prepared him for such an extraordinary display. After transitioning, a character's basic attributes are augmented according to their profession. A summoner, being an ordinary profession, would increase only their mental attribute. He had never heard of agility being enhanced. As for special items that could directly boost base attributes, they were virtually priceless. Based on Lu Wen's knowledge of Chen Lin's family background, such items were certainly beyond his reach. Contemplating this, Lu Wen remained perplexed as to how Chen Lin could undergo such a transformation in just one day. However, even if agility were elevated, achieving a score of 500 alone to meet the entrance examination threshold would still be a formidable challenge. Chapter 6, The Debut. Back to the instance. After vanquishing the deep green longworm, Chen Lin ventured into the depths of the forest. The further he delved, the more harrowing the scene became. Skeletal remains hung limply from the gnarled branches of colossal trees, while an indistinguishable crimson hue smeared the underbrush and brambles, resembling a chaotic painting. A rustling sound echoed ahead, as if countless entities were forcefully parting the obstructive thickets, trampling over the wild grass, and advancing towards him. A cacophony of ghastly howls accompanied the onslaught, revealing a horde of diminutive, grotesque creatures with glistening green skin. Armed with sharp remnants of bones, stones, and wooden clubs, they exuded an aura of primal savagery. Goblins. Chen Lin recognized at a glance. Textbook descriptions portrayed them as fierce creatures, prone to rapid reproduction, and in times of scarcity, they would turn upon their kin. Estimating their numbers, he discerned there to be around 50 or 60. Such overwhelming odds rendered him nearly defenseless. He silently called upon He Ming. In an instant, a radiant white light materialized, followed by a resounding wolf howl that reverberated through the forest canopy. This howl, in stark contrast to the feeble one from before, resonated with the authority of a monarch. He Ming's cold, vertical pupils fixated upon the horde of goblins rushing forth. without the need for Chen Lin's command. Sensing their malevolence towards his master, He Ming revealed its fangs in an instant. With a thunderous crash, it propelled itself forward, leaving claw marks upon the ground, akin to a cannonball in flight. The leading goblin's skull shattered upon impact, sending it tumbling backward, while a line of goblins fell victim to the ensuing chaos. Collapsing in disarray, a chorus of shrieks erupted from the goblins on either flank, their peculiar eyes brimming with fury as they raised their weapons to strike down. Yet, the weapons that had previously served them well were rendered utterly ineffective. The sharp bone fragments clattered harmlessly against He Ming's back, splintering upon contact. With a swift swipe, a paw descended upon the head of one goblin, exploding it in a gory display of blood and brains. Such brutality, a visceral aesthetic of violence. He Ming forsook all defense, as if traversing an uninhabited realm, wreaking havoc upon the goblins. One after another, they charged forth, only to succumb. As the ground became increasingly saturated with their blood, the onslaught was unrelenting and one-sided. Even the dim-witted goblins could not escape their primal fear. They halted their assault, scattering in a desperate flight. Witnessing this turn of events, Chen Lin would not permit their escape, commanding He Ming to pursue, while he himself made his way towards the nearest goblin. None shall escape. The scene was met with astonishment from the outside world. Wow! Is there really such a formidable senior from our school? His summon is extraordinarily powerful. Wait, how does he possess such high combat strength himself? Incredible! The students from the first and second year watched with excitement, some of the younger girls blushing at the sight. Moments earlier, when word spread of Chen Lin being besieged by goblins, many had assumed he was doomed. After all, an army of ants could take down an elephant, and he was no elephant. However, the subsequent events left them in shock. A single person and his beast annihilated the goblin horde completely. It was nothing short of divine. Can someone explain this situation? Wasn't it said that Chen Lin's summon was weak? Facing Li Mingji's inquiry, Luwen was at a loss for words, his mind buzzing with disbelief. Was this truly the same tiny wolf from yesterday? The disparity seemed too vast. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, excitement flooding his expression. There was no doubt that Chen Lin's summon possessed remarkable talent. Furthermore, it was likely of a growth type. After he voiced his speculation, Li Mingji's face lit up with joy. If it reached such heights so swiftly, it must possess at least a B-level talent. If what you say is true, and it is indeed a growth type, its potential could rival that of advanced summons. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Mingji felt his heart race. Could it be that their school was about to produce a true prodigy? Suddenly recalling something, he turned to inquire, what is Chen Lin's current score? A mature, bespectacled teacher glanced at her tablet and reported, according to the records, his score stands at 560 points, placing him at the top of our school. Remarkable. He has immediately crossed the passing line. Most of the others were still hovering around the scores in the tens. Luwen felt a sense of unreality wash over him. The top score in his class was now the highest in the entire school? And what about the top score from the first school? 610. Hearing this, Li Mingji felt a pang of regret, but it made sense. While talent might not differ greatly, Chen Lin's rare profession as a summoner created a significant gap in their career prospects. In fact, Su Linxue from the third school was even more terrifying, boasting a score of 830, far surpassing the competition. Other second and third tier high school students simply could not compete. Currently, no one in the city could surpass her. Upon hearing this, Li Mingji and the other teachers collectively gasped. In less than 20 minutes within the instance, she had accumulated 830 points. At this rate, could she surpass 10,000? She might even contend for the title of top student in the province. With this thought, Li Mingji's eyes widened in astonishment. The third school had truly produced a genius. Chapter 7. Goblins, No Code of Conduct. Within the instance, Chen Lin plucked a leaf, gently gliding it along the blade of his sword to wipe away the tainted blood. Shimmering orbs of light emanated from the goblin corpses, merging into his being. His level swiftly ascended to 2, with a slight increase of 5 points in spirit. Minuscule, indeed. This was the downside of ordinary professions. Although he kept pace with leveling up, the disparity would only grow larger in the later stages, eventually becoming an insurmountable chasm. However, he could mitigate this through the nourishment provided by He Ming. Feeling a continuous flow of warmth coursing through him, elevating his very essence, Chen Lin smiled faintly. At that moment, He Ming was voraciously devouring the goblin corpses. The wilderness buffet was indeed advantageous, no expense incurred. Yet, the examination had a time limit. He could not afford to linger too long. Although he had already surpassed the passing threshold, gaining admission to the academy was merely the beginning of his ambitions. He aspired not only to be among the top 5 elite institutions of the Great Xia, but also to secure a position in the city's top 10, perhaps even first. He Ming, let us proceed. The true hunt has only just begun. With an understanding growl, He Ming responded, swiftly positioning itself closely behind Chen Lin. Goblins were social creatures. Since their troops had emerged here, it was likely that a nest lay nearby. Following the direction they came from, the probability of finding it was quite high. As 10 minutes passed without encountering a single creature, Chen Lin's conviction in his hypothesis only strengthened. Although termed an instance, it resembled a unique world of secrets, where all things did not automatically respawn, but instead operated according to the laws of nature. This was also why the state chose to regulate instances, if left unchecked. Allowing everyone to farm freely would quickly lead to the instance's depletion and render it unusable. Suddenly, several bone-crafted spears were hurled through the air. He Ming's pupils narrowed, instantly positioning itself in front of Chen Lin and swatting the bone spears aside. Observing this, Chen Lin, whose right hand had already gripped the end of his staff, reluctantly lowered it. The once tranquil forest erupted with commotion as goblins emerged from all directions, shrieking and brandishing their weapons in a frenzied charge. Chen Lin's visage betrayed no hint of trepidation. His staff transformed seamlessly into a blade, and in an instant, he severed the head of a goblin. Thud! The bone club crashed to the ground with a muffled thump, easily evaded by Chen Lin's deft sidestep. With a swift kick, he sent it sprawling, toppling several goblins in the process. Chen Lin moved with the grace of a master, his focus unwavering as he swiftly dispatched the feeble goblin horde. Each evasion was met with a precise stroke of his blade, claiming their lives with unerring accuracy. In that moment, Chen Lin resembled a butterfly dancing in the wind, his wings embodying the scythe of death. This elegant display, akin to a work of art, elicited gasps of admiration from the onlookers. Some junior students gazed with wide eyes, their hearts racing. My heavens, this senior is extraordinarily talented and quite handsome. What should I do? I think I might be in love with him. Oh dear. Step aside. He is mine. His combat prowess is astounding. It's clear he has devoted considerable effort to honing his skills. His swordplay is remarkable, each strike flawlessly severing throats with not a single miscalculation. I refuse to believe he hasn't practiced for years. Teachers and students alike, including Li Mingji, wore expressions of astonishment. Who would have thought Chen Lin could exhibit such extraordinary skill? At this moment, their focus remained solely on him, their gazes fixed. For he was the only student from their school with a chance to compete against the finest from others. Who else could they watch? Old Lu, you are failing as a homeroom teacher. How could you overlook Chen Lin's swordsmanship in the evaluation? Lu Wen's lips twitched. He wanted to protest that he knew nothing of it. Over the 3 years of high school, he had never once witnessed Chen Lin wield a sword in practical classes. This lad is a master of concealment. He could almost envision the countless days and nights the youth had toiled in obscurity, all for this moment of brilliance. Alas, Chen Lin's class was that of a summoner, rendering his sword skills less applicable in the grand scheme. Nevertheless, even that bore immense value. Oh no! A cadre of 6-level goblins, 13 in total, now presents a grave threat to Chen Lin. Indeed, these creatures possess significantly greater health and strength than their ordinary kin. And wait, there are fire goblins and ice goblins as well. Could it be that Chen Lin might meet his end here? Sigh. Venturing alone into the goblin lair was a perilous gamble. All the teachers exchanged anxious words, their hearts sinking with concern. Yet soon, they would realize their apprehension was unwarranted. Through the water screen projection, upon spotting a dozen goblins with slightly different appearances, Chen Lin instantly recognized them. As they emerged, all the goblins seemed to find their backbone, their chaotic assaults coalescing into a more coordinated attack. As the fire goblin began to chant, fist-sized fireballs coalesced, hurtling toward Chen Lin. Boom. The fireballs were deftly dodged by Chen Lin, who nimbly evaded them, causing them to explode upon impact with the ground, igniting the surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, the other goblins launched their assault. Chen Lin turned his head slightly, narrowly avoiding a thrust from a bone spear. In a flash, he seized the goblin by the neck, as if lifting a chick, and hurled it toward the incoming fireball. Boom. A brilliant blaze erupted, engulfing the goblin's body, illuminating the dark forest. Chen Lin transformed into a human cannon, utilizing the goblins as projectiles against the fire goblin. Incredible. The spectators outside were left speechless by this display. Lu Wen was equally taken aback. It seemed this was not something he had taught. Chapter 8, the second. As the time since the college entrance examination approached the hour mark, more students gradually exited the dungeon. Their faces were pale, as if they had just escaped a brush with death. Once their initial shock subsided, a wave of intense frustration surged within them, opting to withdraw from the dungeon. And with scores below the passing threshold, it meant they had failed this once-in-a-lifetime examination. Many struck their chests in despair, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet, they soon realized that the sorrows of one do not resonate with another. All eyes were riveted on the water screen projection, utterly oblivious to the plight of the eliminated. Upon noticing that the students from their school were uniquely fixated on the same scene, they too turned their gaze. Suddenly, they were struck dumb, as if struck by lightning. Is that Chen Lin? Why is he still in the dungeon? Shouldn't he have been the first to be eliminated? Our team was nearly overwhelmed by goblins, barely escaping with our lives, yet he appears to make it seem so trivial. Good heavens, how can a summoner be this formidable? Some of those from Chen Lin's class wore incredulous expressions. The burden they had deemed him to be, a worthless entity, was now eclipsed by his undeniable strength. A wave of shame washed over them, followed swiftly by regret. Had they chosen to team up with Chen Lin earlier, passing the entrance exam would have been effortless. Meanwhile, within the dungeon, Chen Lin relentlessly targeted the ranged fire goblins, disrupting their spells with decisive strikes, all while continuing to eradicate the ordinary goblins. This provocation incited the furious goblins, who charged heedlessly at him. However, a shadow suddenly lunged at them. It tore through the air, as an amalgamation of dark energy coalesced around its claws, descending with lethal intent. The approaching dark creature, with its crimson-slit eyes, bore numerous wounds. Its once ebony fur now stained red, resembling a hellish beast. Surrounded by goblins, it forsook defense, recklessly embracing death, ultimately annihilating them all. Howling in agony, the furious goblin writhed as deep gashes erupted, spilling forth blood. Chen Lin acted swiftly, his blade descending without hesitation, delivering the final blow. Thud! Another one falls. Gazing upon the battlefield strewn with corpses, blood pooled around, nearly forming a river, Chen Lin smiled. Of the over 100 goblins, only a scant few remained. Fear began to manifest on their grotesque faces as they hastily fled. Outside, a renewed uproar erupted. 666, amazing. This senior is extraordinary, even as a summoner. He exhibits such prowess. The summoned creatures are incredible as well. Ha ha ha, let anyone dare to claim our school is filled with mediocrity. For this performance surpasses even those from the first. The students of the second school erupted in jubilant cheers. Li Mingji gulped nervously, tremblingly inquiring, "What is Chen Lin's current score?" From behind, a mature female teacher, her face flushed with excitement, announced 2080. Upon hearing this figure, every teacher's eyes widened in disbelief. This score is on the verge of breaking the historical high since the establishment of their school. The crucial detail is that the examination has only been underway for an hour. The highest score from the first school stands at 1790, now trailing behind Chen Lin. Sensing Li Mingji's impending question, the mature teacher added, "Boom." Li Mingji's mind reeled. For years, the second school had been devoid of remarkable achievements, and as the principal, he had faced considerable scrutiny. Now, the pent-up emotions erupted like a volcano, leading him to laugh heartily. Luan also wore a jubilant expression, his heart unable to contain a triumphant shout. A score exceeding 2,000 is more than sufficient to meet the admission requirements of the 5 top-tier institutions. To have produced such a student brings him not only pride, but also guarantees promotion and a raise. Simultaneously, across the way at the first school, they also observed Chen Lin's score, which surged from 5th place, rapidly ascending. Soon, it surpassed their prized student, Wang Hu, and claimed 2nd place. He was now a mere % away from the first, Su Linxue. This revelation left the teachers and principal of the first school in a state of shock. The moment Chen Lin unexpectedly soared to 5th place, they had begun to take notice, but they hadn't given it much thought. After all, it pales in comparison to Wang Hu. I am merely curious as to how an exceptionally talented student suddenly emerged from number 2 high school. Before the commencement of the college entrance examination, various parties conducted investigations into other high schools. Undoubtedly, number 2 was regarded as the weakest contender in this examination hall, lacking even a single outstanding student. It was widely believed that next year, number 2 would be relegated to the ranks of second-tier high schools. Unexpectedly, a certain Chen Lin appeared, valiantly turning the tide. Not only did he rescue number 2 from the brink, but he also surpassed the expectations of everyone, even surpassing no. 1 high school. Oh, is that how it is? All the teachers and principals at number 1 shifted their focus to Chen Lin, eager to discern the underlying reasons. Chapter 9, The Goblin. Pursuing the fleeing goblins, Chen Lin arrived at the entrance of a cavern. This was their lair. Gazing into the pitch-black abyss, he contemplated for a moment before stepping inside. It was somewhat precarious. Visibility within the goblin cave was severely compromised, and the constricted space would greatly hinder agility. Li Mingji furrowed his brow. Indeed, but I believe we should trust Chen Lin. Had this been in the past, Lu Wen's words would have met with skepticism. However, now, they nodded in agreement, fully convinced. Having reversed crises 3 times and shattered their preconceived notions, there was no reason to cling to doubt. In the pitch-dark cavern, Chen Lin advanced cautiously, occasionally stepping upon some jagged remnants of bones strewn across the ground, likely the leftovers of previous meals. Suddenly, several gaunt green figures sprang from above the rocky walls, lunging toward Chen Lin's head. Without needing to eavesdrop, the piercing shrieks revealed the goblin's positions. His hand tightened around the sword embedded in his staff, resolutely swinging it in one direction without hesitation. Swish! Heads and bodies tumbled separately to the ground. The remaining 2 were swiftly detected by the night vision-enhanced Haiming, who leaped forward to sink its teeth into them. A crunch echoed, blood splattered, and it savored its meal with delight. Unexpectedly, at the bend of the passage, numerous flickering flames appeared. Chen Lin's vision transitioned from darkness to an increasingly bright scene. His expression shifted as he instinctively retreated. Boom! Fireballs erupted in the very spot he had just vacated. Utilizing the illumination, Chen Lin assessed his surroundings, and his pupils constricted in alarm. An array of grotesque forms swarmed the rocky ceiling, baring their teeth and glaring menacingly at him. Chen Lin's expression grew grave as he observed the goblins descending like a torrential downpour. He bellowed, "Hyming!" A fierce wolf howl reverberated through the cavern, and Hyming's form expanded at an alarming rate until it reached over 4 meters in height. With its talent for gigantism activated, it charged forward, crashing into the airborne goblins, standing defiantly before Chen Lin. The surrounding goblins were disoriented by the impact, shaking their heads to regain composure before resuming their assault to tear their prey to shreds. However, a massive claw descended, obliterating their bodies and scattering blood and flesh. Boom! The ground cracked under the immense force, dust swirling into the air. In its gigantic form, Hyming's power attribute soared to 174, an awe-inspiring sight. Without pause, Chen Lin joined the fray alongside Hyming, unleashing a massacre within the cavern. Roar! As they neared the heart of the lair, a deafening, savage roar erupted. A grotesque beast, its neck covered in thick fur, muscles bulging, and towering like a small building, emerged slowly. Witnessing the near annihilation of the goblins it had sought for sustenance, its eyes flared crimson as it glared furiously at Hyming. As for Chen Lin, such a diminutive figure was naturally disregarded. Boss, Troll, Level 9, Health 3000, Attack Power 200, Skills, Berserk, Charge, Bloodlust. Roar! Just as Chen Lin began to examine its information, the troll lunged forward, charging at them. The cavern trembled with each step it took, sending vibrations through the ground that Chen Lin felt keenly. Even in the face of a larger, more terrifying foe, Hyming showed no fear, meeting the charge head-on. Bang! The two collided, causing the entire cavern to shudder slightly, the force of their clash sending nearby corpses tumbling. Hiss! Hyming's claws glimmered with dark energy, striking first at the troll and leaving 4 shallow gashes. Roar! The troll, sensing the pain, became even more feral. Its massive hands seized Hyming's head and slammed it against the rocky wall. Boom! Dust erupted, and debris rained down incessantly. Roar! The troll denied Hyming any chance to recover, delivering a crushing blow with its enormous body. Hyming's limbs sank into the ground, blood seeping from its mouth as it gave a mournful cry. It had been suppressed. Chen Lin's expression darkened. After all, this was a boss-level entity. Coupled with the fact that Hyming had only recently begun to grow, having just 1 day of experience, Chen Lin sheathed the sword and shifted to the staff form, immediately enhancing his mental acuity by 5 points. Strengthening technique. He then silently invoked his first ever use of a professional skill. The summoner possessed 3 skills: summoning technique, strengthening technique, and restoration technique. He had refrained from using them previously, as Hyming had encountered few adversaries. The effect of the strengthening technique was a comprehensive enhancement of 20 to base attributes. Buzz! A soft white light enveloped Hyming, and in that moment, it felt a surge of power course through it. Though it was merely a 20 increase, one must acknowledge that Hyming's strength post-gigantism was a staggering 174. Roar! With newfound strength, Hyming effortlessly overturned the troll, and within the creature's astonished gaze, it lunged forward, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Roar! The troll howled in pain. As it attempted to retaliate, Hyming interrupted with a flurry of claw strikes upon the same wound. Blood erupted like a severed artery, splattering onto the ground. The deep gash revealed even glimpses of its innards. Roar! The troll's eyes turned crimson as its bloodlust skill activated. Its wounds healed at an accelerated rate, and the lower its health, the fiercer its attacks became. Bang! A massive fist, a meter thick, came crashing down upon Hyming. Unyielding, Hyming retaliated with its claws. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, locked in a violent embrace that sent tremors through the entire cavern, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Seeing Hyming's health dwindling, Chen Lin had no choice but to maintain the strengthening technique while simultaneously employing the restoration technique. The simultaneous casting of these 2 skills weighed heavily upon his spirit, leaving him increasingly fatigued. The sustained application of the strengthening technique was taxing due to Hyming's elevated base attributes. Roar! The troll charged once more, grappling Hyming and slamming it against the rocky wall, leaving a long, deep scar that extended for over 100 meters, until they burst forth into the open air. Boom! Hyming was flung away, crashing into several trees over 10 meters high, finally coming to a halt a distance away. All the trees along its path collapsed, revealing a wide clearing. At this moment, light pierced through the forest, illuminating Hyming's battered form. Roar! The troll emitted a savage roar, charging straight ahead once more. By this point, its health had dwindled to a mere few hundred, having succumbed to utter madness. Struggling to rise, Hyming stood tall, its vertical pupils icy and unafraid, resolutely choosing to confront the beast. Boom! The fierce battle was reignited. The commotion resonated for several hundred meters around, catching the attention of nearby students. My goodness! What a commotion! Who is fighting what boss? It can't be, right? The bosses in the Buried Bones Forest are all at least level 12. Far beyond our current capabilities. Indeed, We cannot possibly have anyone that formidable at number 2 high school. Chapter 10. The Kill. Not far away. A trio of students panted heavily, visibly shaken. Before them lay a multitude of goblins, now devoid of life. At last, they had been vanquished entirely. How much have our scores increased now? Yi Chao glanced at the wrist-mounted recorder, his voice brimming with excitement. Lu Ge, it's already 310. Upon hearing this figure, a smile graced Lu Liang's face. Given their current pace, while the prospect of gaining admission to the top 5 prestigious academies seemed elusive, he felt no compulsion to compete with those prodigies. Each year, these esteemed institutions accepted only the top 50 students from the city, alongside a rigid requirement of 2,000 points. Achieving such standards, relying solely on his rare profession, was simply unattainable. Perhaps if he awakened a formidable talent, there might be a glimmer of hope. After all, numerous individuals had transitioned to rare professions, with dozens among their cohort alone. Nonetheless, they still had a chance at the higher educational institutions with an 800-point cutoff. In contrast, Zhang Yin found herself unable to share in the jubilation. Her aspirations were set on the top-tier academies, yet Lu Liang was not as formidable as she had envisioned. Suddenly, a commotion caught their taut attention, prompting both Lu Liang and Yi Chao to turn swiftly. Is someone battling a boss at a distance? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan's eyes lit up. The presence of a team engaging a boss signified their undeniable strength. Let us go take a look. If they need assistance, we might share in the spoils. Lu Liang and Yi Chao exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. Not only they, but all students who heard the ruckus hurried towards the source. Even if not for the boss's points, they were eager to witness which team possessed such prowess. Upon their arrival, they were left speechless. The one grappling with the boss was not a team, but a singular individual. At that moment, Chen Lin emerged from the cavern, poised atop a shattered tree, with a staff emanating a faint glow. This signature enhancement spell instantly revealed him to be a summoner. Unbelievable. A seemingly ordinary summoner, single-handedly challenging and overpowering a level 6 boss. The most shocking aspect was that the boss was on the verge of being defeated. At the center of the swirling dust, He Ming swatted aside the troll. After numerous rending attacks, its magical energy was nearly depleted, and both combatants were approaching exhaustion. With a feeble roar, the troll's eyes, filled with despair and fear, gazed at He Ming's fangs as they lunged for its neck. With a final gasp, its limbs fell, life extinguished, and its health bar plummeted from 1 to 0. Throughout this ordeal, no student dared to intervene. Without prior consent to engage, one risked disqualification from the examination. Clearly, Chen Lin was capable of dispatching the creature himself, leaving them hesitant to interfere. A howl erupted from He Ming, its form drenched in crimson, blood from goblins itself, and even more from the troll, creating a fearsome visage that sent shivers through onlookers. How could this be? Upon seeing Chen Lin, Zhang Yan's expression turned incredulous, her mind momentarily blank. How could this be possible? Lu Liang and Yi Chao shared a similar reaction, swallowing hard, disbelief evident in their exchanged glances. Wasn't Chen Lin's summon merely a useless mutt? This was an entirely different beast compared to yesterday. How could someone from their school be so formidable? Chen Lin. I heard someone mention him last night. They claimed he was done for. How wrong they were. A solo kill of a boss would net a full 1,000 points. This news would surely attract the attention of the top academies. Amidst the chatter, a quartet approached. Elite class, Zhao Huiyang. Greetings, fellow student. The 2 boys and 2 girls were all of rare professions, making their ensemble quite formidable within their school. Indeed, Chen Lin had heard of Zhao Huiyang, the leader of the elite class. Their team had been highly anticipated prior to the examination. Yet now, all their brilliance was overshadowed by Chen Lin's prowess. Chen Lin, he replied nonchalantly. I didn't expect someone of your caliber to emerge from our school. My burden has finally lightened, Zhao Huiyang remarked in awe. By the way, your summon appears gravely injured. Do you require our assistance in healing? The girl named Gu Fei, a supportive class priestess, was known for her ample healing abilities. Before she finished speaking, Zhao Huiyang was playfully kicked from behind by a round-faced, charming girl. What are you saying? Gu Fei's cheeks flushed. Chen Lin smiled slightly. No need for thanks. All right, Zhao Huiyang said with a hint of regret, preparing to leave. He had initially intended to invite Chen Lin to join their team, as they had an available spot. However, upon catching a glimpse of the score displayed on Chen Lin's wrist recorder, he immediately abandoned the notion. A staggering 5,320 points, more than 5 times their own score, left Zhao Huiyang nearly speechless. How on earth had he achieved this? Yet, after taking a few steps, Zhao Huiyang couldn't help but turn back. Really, do you not need assistance? We won't take up much of your time. Currently, they had only amassed 800 points. While they could still aim for the top academies, they were no match for the prodigies from the 1st, 3rd, and 4th schools. Prior to the examination, their homeroom teacher had warned that if no talent emerged from their school this year, they would surely fall to the 2nd tier. In Zhao Huiyang's eyes, Chen Lin was undoubtedly their sole hope. Thus, even if it meant sacrificing precious exam time, he wished to lend a hand. Truly unnecessary, Chen Lin shook his head. Seeing this, Zhao Huiyang felt compelled to relent. assuming Chen Lin had other plans. Zhang Yan, meanwhile, bit her lip, feeling conflicted. She understood that her proposal for team separation now made approaching him seem undignified. It felt somewhat shameful. Yet, Chen Lin's strength was undeniable, highlighting her own inadequacies. To alter one's course for personal gain would ultimately lead to further delusion. However, just as she was mere steps away, Haiming slowly positioned itself before Chen Lin. Its blood-red eyes coldly fixed on Zhang Yan. Instantly, Zhang Yan halted, feeling a twinge of fear under the gaze of the battle-scarred, bloodied wolf. Chen Lin, the separation of teams was your decision. Having chosen this path, you must see it through. Chen Lin softly brushed the blade's blood with a leaf, stating, your pursuit of excellence and formidable peers is not misguided. However, the heights that do not belong to you, even if temporarily reached, will never truly be yours. With a swift motion, Chen Lin sheathed his sword, advocating for self-improvement over reliance on others to achieve one's goals. Zhang Yan, 3 years of camaraderie. Come to an end here. Chapter 11, A New Evolution. Half an hour earlier, outside, the explosion's fire illuminated the walls teeming with goblins, leaving many pale with fright. These goblins were cunning, taking advantage of the poor visibility to ambush from the rocky ceiling of the cave. The female teacher from the elite class furrowed her brow, sensing danger for Chen Lin. Yet, in the next moment, Haiming's form rapidly expanded, instantly clearing a path through the goblins and shielding Chen Lin. The tide of battle abruptly shifted as the duo engaged in a harmonious slaughter. The elite class teacher, who had intended to speak further, swallowed her words. Li Mingji's eyes brightened. The ability to grow in size had been documented before. He recognized it instantly. Was it a dual talent? This summon had surprises in store. After a prolonged battle, having slain over 200 goblins, Chen Lin approached the cave's end, at which point the troll stirred. Observing the fierce clash between the two, the onlookers held their breath. Under normal circumstances, facing a level 6 boss was daunting. The teachers and Li Mingji feared for Haiming's survival. However, as time progressed, their astonishment only grew, culminating in the troll's eventual collapse. They had triumphed. Ha ha ha. To single-handedly vanquish a boss 6 levels above oneself is an achievement that even the most prestigious academies would regard with utmost seriousness. Indeed, the world is replete with exceptional talents. Li Mingji beamed with delight, but soon, a piece of exhilarating news left him momentarily dazed. Chen Lin's score had soared to 5,320, surpassing Su Linxue from the 3rd high school. Thunderstruck, the crowd stood in stunned silence, grappling with disbelief, yet upon reflection, it seemed only natural. Chen Lin had amassed an astonishing number of kills at an extraordinary pace. The incredibility lay in the fact that Su Linxue, once dazzlingly brilliant, had now been eclipsed, imparting an almost surreal sensation. Time and again, Chen Lin shattered their preconceived limits, inundating them with awe. Do you think Chen Lin could possibly secure the top rank in the province? The moment this question was posed, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, punctuated only by the increasingly rapid breaths of the onlookers. However, it wasn't long before a chorus of gasps shattered the stillness. Following the sound, they beheld a projection from the 3rd high school, revealing a scene of a young girl surrounded by frost, her icy aura cutting and fierce, her hair of glacial hue billowing as she raised her hand. In an instant, a frigid tempest erupted, extending 100 meters and freezing over 100 gray wolves, including the level 9 boss, the Gray Wolf King. Yet, despite its resilience, it had not perished immediately. Was this the terror of a hidden profession? The faces of all present reflected sheer astonishment, as they witnessed the scores being overtaken in an instant. The teachers from the 2nd high school exchanged silent glances with Li Mingji. It was daunting, exceedingly so. To claim the top rank in the province now seemed akin to scaling the heavens. Chen Lin rested atop a tree, indifferent to Zhang Yan's silent departure. Beside him, Haiming had reverted from its giant form to its ordinary state, replenishing its strength while consuming the troll's carcass. The energy derived from its flesh was plentiful. Each morsel contributed to Haiming's gradual growth. Chen Lin felt a surge of warmth coursing through him, an invigorating flow that reinforced his body. He glanced at his score tracker, noting 5,320 points, and felt no urgency, patiently awaiting Haiming's evolution. Their journey thus far had been a relentless pursuit of speed and combat, leaving them with little stamina. Haiming, in particular, bore the brunt of sustaining its giant form for an extended duration. Half an hour later, the troll had been entirely consumed, leaving behind only bones and internal organs. Haiming's evolution value had risen from 10 to 126, now just 124 points away from its next evolution. Its stature had grown to 2 meters, surpassing Chen Lin's waist, and now towering over him. After another 20 minutes, Haiming devoured every goblin corpse within the cave, bringing its evolution value to 250, achieving a perfect score. As Chen Lin confirmed the evolution, a surge of black energy erupted from Haiming, enveloping it in a cocoon. This evolution far surpassed the previous one, no longer a mere trickle of dark energy, and the process was utterly transformed. Crack! It wasn't long before fissures appeared in the cocoon, and a pair of sharp claws burst forth, tearing it apart. Howl! Emerging from within, Haiming had grown yet again. Now more than 2 meters larger, its form resembling its previous giant state, its ebony fur revitalized, and its wounds vanished. Its vertical pupils transformed to deep blue, imbued with a hint of intelligence, exuding a noble and frigid demeanor akin to a king among wolves. Congratulations, your summoned creature Haiming has acquired the skill, Intimidation. Congratulations. Your summoned creature Haiming's giant transformation talent has been upgraded to EC level. Congratulations, your summoned creature Haiming has gained a new talent, Flame C. Once again, Haiming had acquired a new skill, and its previous talents had been elevated to a higher tier alongside this evolution. The effects were truly formidable, representing a comprehensive metamorphosis. Chen Lin marveled internally, his thoughts stirring. Summon creature, Haiming. Type, Giant Flame Wolf. Level, 4. Attributes, Strength 110, Constitution 112, Agility 108, Magic Power 104. Health, 100. Skills, Tear. Concentrates magical energy in its forelimbs, enhancing its claws to deal 300 damage while penetrating 15 of physical defenses. Intimidation. Unleashes a mental shockwave within its line of sight, immobilizing those with weak will. The stronger the will, the weaker the effect. Talents. Greedy Gluttony. SSS converts all consumed food into energy, disregarding growth limitations, breaking through constraints to evolve. Giant Transformation. C increases body size 4-fold, augmenting strength and defense by 400, but reducing speed by 50. Flame. C creates its own flames. Temperature correlates with magic power. Evolution value, 0,800. After consuming the troll and over 200 goblins, Haiming's basic attributes had increased by a total of 181 points, while its level had only risen by 15. This was akin to the principles governing Chen Lin's ordinary profession. Haiming's current life tier was relatively weak, and the enhancement of basic attributes upon leveling up would not be significantly pronounced. However, as it continued to evolve, its life tier would inevitably surpass that of top-tier summoned creatures, potentially ascending to an unknown echelon. With an hour remaining before the end of the college entrance examination, it was time to make a final push. Chen Lin glanced at Haiming, who affectionately nudged him with its head, devoid of any remnants of its former ferocity. Chen Lin patted it gently, then instructed it to crouch slightly before suddenly leaping onto its back. Now that Haiming's agility exceeded 100, its speed in full sprint surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Let's not waste any time. Off we go, in search of areas teeming with monsters, Chen Lin declared. Howl. Chapter 12, Tree Spirit. Perched atop Haiming's back, aside from the minor jolting, the experience was rather pleasant, certainly more enjoyable than riding a horse. The scenery on either side rapidly receded as they encountered scattered monsters that required no intervention from Chen Lin. A mere glance from Haiming sent them trembling, followed by a swift slap that dispatched them. Intimidation appeared to have a limited effect. However, against foes weaker than Haiming, its efficacy was particularly pronounced, even against resolute opponents. It could induce a brief moment of hesitation, a crucial interval that could prove decisive in a contest of strength. The flame talent provided Haiming with an additional means of offense, while the upgrade to its giant transformation increased its explosive potential. It could be said that each of Haiming's evolutions followed a certain pattern, transforming its deficiencies into strengths. As 10 minutes elapsed, the duo traversed thousands of meters and arrived at the territory of another boss, the pinnacle of the Buried Bones Forest, the level 15 Twisted Tree King. This revelation caused the second high school's collective to break into a cold sweat. Was this not a perilous gamble? The Twisted Tree King was a second-tier boss, its health and attack power far surpassing that of the troll by more than a factor of 1. The gaze of the advanced class's female instructor was filled with concern. Li Mingji frowned as well, but upon witnessing Haiming's sudden and dramatic size increase, he felt a measure of relief. This indicated that, at the very least, Chen Lin had made some progress. Yet, hope remained scant. After all, Chen Lin was only level 4 and had just undergone his first-class transition. Defeating a second-tier boss like the Twisted Tree King seemed nearly impossible. Such a considerable gap in combat prowess was a rarity across the nation, with only a handful of individuals capable of achieving it in a year. Glancing at the water curtain projection belonging to the first high school, he noted that Su Linxue had also taken a moment to recuperate before resuming her score accumulation. That previous display of power had surely drained her resources, and she likely could not afford to unleash such an attack more than twice. However, even so, Chen Lin faced an uphill battle, with little hope of surpassing her. Li Mingji sighed softly. The gap of over 7,000 points was simply insurmountable. Moreover, having witnessed Su Linxue's combat performance, where a single skill could annihilate a throng of monsters, how could Chen Lin hope to match such efficiency? The disparity between the professions was starkly evident at this moment. Summoners simply could not hold a candle to the widely respected mage class. Nevertheless, Chen Lin had already exceeded their expectations. If it were last year, A score of 5,320 would undoubtedly secure the top position in the entire city. However, this year, the emergence of the brilliant prodigy Su Linxue has changed everything. She is even capable of contending for the title of provincial champion. After all, last year's champion from Dantian province only achieved a score of 10,055. Although students across various cities have become more formidable this year, exhibiting signs of a talent explosion, given Su Linxue's pace, should she encounter 2 more waves of monstrous adversaries, she could easily surpass 15,000 points. What am I even thinking? Originally, our second high school couldn't even break into the city's top 5. And now Chen Lin has secured second place. He should be grateful for that. Li Mingji shook his head in amusement and redirected his attention to the water curtain projection. As Chen Lin stepped into the soft, black, marshy ground, it was as if he had triggered something. One by one, the trees awakened, their crimson eyes snapping open. Their massive trunks split, revealing cracks that extended to their backs, resembling the sinister grin of a vengeful spirit. Countless red eyes emerged from the darkness, all fixated on Chen Lin. The ground trembled slightly as the branches surged forth like tendrils, thrusting towards him. For an ordinary individual, such a sight would incite paralyzing fear. Yet, Chen Lin remained undaunted. He leaped down from the back of the black abyss. Planting his feet firmly in the soft, dark mire, he surged forward, leaving a single footprint behind. As the branches neared, he swiftly drew the blade from his staff. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he unleashed 5 strikes. So rapid that afterimages lingered in their wake. The branches were instantly severed, rendered lifeless, and fell to the ground. Caw! The treant let out a painful shriek. A sound as grating as nails scraping against a chalkboard, sending shivers down one's spine. How irritating. Chen Lin's gaze turned icy as he evaded the oncoming branches and charged towards the treant. His blade drove straight into its gaping maw, his left hand pressing firmly on the hilt, forcing the blade deeper. The sword nearly vanished within, piercing through the back of its head. The treant's voice abruptly ceased. Its eyes widened in shock, leaving the entire tree in a state of disbelief. Is this how one conducts themselves? Chen Lin was somewhat taken aback. It had not yet perished, truly a testament to the vitality of an 8th-level creature. Without a moment's hesitation, he twisted his wrist, the blade still lodged within the treant's body. Splat! Viscous green sap erupted from its mouth. Then, amidst its horrified gaze, the blade tore downward. Splat! A massive gash opened, spewing forth an abundant flow of sap, draining the treant's vitality in mere moments, causing it to collapse. Caw! Witnessing the demise of their kin, the surrounding treants erupted into a cacophony of enraged cries. Closing in with claws bared, the branches formed a tight perimeter, leaving Chen Lin with no escape route. Their roars acted as a trigger from the shadows in the distance. More robust and towering trees opened their eyes. In that instant, the entire forest truly came to life. Roar! With a single claw, the black abyss shredded the treant, blocking its path, letting out a furious roar as tendrils of pitch-black flames erupted from its form, rapidly expanding to engulf its entirety. It transformed into a blur, lunging towards the encircling treant horde. Boom! The dark flames ignited the leaves and branches of the treants, spreading relentlessly to others nearby. Caw! The treants howled in a frenzy, their humanoid faces contorted in terror. Yet, no matter how they struggled, they could not extinguish the dark flames. Instead, it only intensified. It was as if these flames were consuming their very essence, aiding in the black abyss's growth. Like a parasitic maggot, Chen Lin was astonished. He had not anticipated that the flames belonging to the black abyss possessed such a terrifying attribute. Fire was indeed a relatively common form of talent. However, some unique talents differ based on the wielder, and from what Chen Lin understood, most fire-wielding practitioners exhibited rather mundane characteristics. Only in rare instances did mutations occur. The black abyss clearly belonged to the latter category. What a delightful surprise. Observing the plague-like flames spreading, heralding death, and the lamenting treants, Chen Lin smirked. Soon, the treants within a radius of several hundred meters were reduced to ashes beneath the inferno. White orbs of light flowed into Chen Lin's body, and in a brief moment, he leveled up by 1 rank. The 8th-level treants provided significantly more experience than goblins. The level of summoned creatures rose in tandem with that of their summoner. And the black abyss also ascended by 1 level simultaneously. After incinerating all targets, the dark flames did not dissipate. Instead, they slithered back into the black abyss as if imbued with life, like countless tiny serpents. Chapter 13. Fusion of Attributes. Chen Lin instantly felt a surge of warmth within him, continuously reinforcing his entire being, his mind becoming exceedingly clear, and his spiritual realm gradually expanding. This was reflected in his personal panel, where his fundamental attributes soared. His expression shifted in surprise as he quickly examined the cause. Fire. See, create flames that belong to oneself, linked to temperature and magical energy. Attribute. Confuse with any internal power to generate flames with varying effects. Oh. No wonder. Chen Lin's face registered astonishment. It turned out that the Black Abyss had fused its insatiable gluttony power with fire, resulting in a new effect. During the combustion of the dark flames, they would continuously refine their targets into energy, nourishing and augmenting the Black Abyss, rendering it even more formidable. Ultimately, all energy would return to the Black Abyss for absorption. This meant that in the future, the Black Abyss could forego the cumbersome step of consuming corpses. Moreover, the flames gained a terrifying new form, significantly increasing the potency of this talent. This attribute was perfectly suited for the Black Abyss, akin to a custom-tailored enhancement, rivaling the impact of acquiring an SSS-level talent. Chen Lin glanced at the recorder. His score had soared to 7,120. Each treant slain granted him 20 points, double that of goblins, but no one would seek them out due to their overwhelming numbers. It was all too easy to slay a single treant, inadvertently attracting a horde, leading to encirclement, thus compelling one to sheath their weapon and exit the dungeon. Consequently, most individuals would not take the risk, opting instead to find weaker monsters on the periphery to gradually accumulate points. Before the examination, a saying circulated: unless one could face 100 foes alone, it was best not to provoke treants. Even if they could, they should refrain from slaying too many, for the larger ones would come. Boom. The ground trembled slightly, and countless fragments danced as if a colossal beast were approaching. Here it comes. Chen Lin licked his lips, suddenly sensing something amiss, and leaped back with a surge of urgency. Boom. The ground erupted as countless branches, as thick as arms, shot forth, threatening to impale him if he had hesitated for even a second. Simultaneously, the Black Abyss was also assaulted by the golden branches, but it chose to endure the blows head-on, not flinching in the slightest. Gur! A furious, savage roar echoed from the depths of the shadows. Dozens, if not hundreds, of treants emerged, their roots exposed, their eyes brimming with hatred as they zeroed in on the two intruders who had slaughtered their kin and invaded their territory. Among their ranks stood a colossal tree king, towering over 100 meters in height. Given this overwhelming presence, Chen Lin retreated a step, fully aware that even with all his attributes exceeding 50, confronting such an assembly would likely lead to his demise. The multitude of branches could easily weave a net that would terrify anyone with a fear of confinement. Black Abyss, go forth and engage them. Chen Lin was acutely aware that formidable adversaries were best left to his summoned creature. Roar! Upon receiving the command, the Black Abyss's predatory gaze glinted with ferocity, igniting with dark flames, its form rapidly swelling to over 17 meters. Unleashing its full power, it surged forward, its robust body cleaving through the air, parting the winds like a descending boulder. The dark flames trailed behind it, resembling a writhing dragon. Bang! With a sudden and fierce tearing, the throng of tree spirits surged forth like a wave, charging towards the central, twisted tree king. Viewed from above, it resembled a dark, fiery dragon confronting a myriad of grotesque monsters, akin to a straight blade piercing through. The momentum was overwhelming, as if one could face 1,000,000 adversaries without hesitation. Caw! The pitch-black flames devoured everything greedily, akin to a famished child returning home, while anguished howls emanated from the tree spirits, their faces contorted in torment. Whoosh! Seizing the chaotic moment, Chen Lin swiftly entered the fray to reap his rewards. The dark flames seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, utterly disregarding him. Caw! Witnessing his kin perish agonizingly in the flames, transforming into sustenance for the fire to spread to its next target, the twisted tree king emitted a long, piercing roar, as countless golden branches lunged towards the true culprit. Bang! 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 Countless golden branches erupted from the ground, seeking to ensnare the dark beast and pierce it to death. However, after its transformation, the beast's power surged to over 400, rendering it uncontrollable. It chose to ignore them, charging towards the tree king's core like an unstoppable beast. The tree spirits attempted to obstruct its path, but they were consumed by flames, as if afflicted by the most lethal of plagues, struggling in vain until their inevitable demise. Caw! Provoked, the tree king glared in fury, more golden branches entwining and tightening, transforming into a massive club 20 meters wide and dozens of meters long, hurtling towards the dark beast. The force was tremendous, causing the very air to resonate. Boom! The ground collapsed instantaneously, fissures cracking outward in all directions, clouds of dust erupting. Chen Lin's lips twitched at the sight. This beast was undeniably stubborn, opting to endure every attack head-on without even attempting to evade. It could easily have sidestepped, yet it chose to withstand the onslaught with its flesh. However, with a 400 increase in defense due to its transformation, coupled with its terrifying strength, it was indeed capable of such defiance. Howl! A roar reverberated throughout the vicinity. Aside from a slight bend of its limbs, the dark beast emerged unscathed. The tree king's visage betrayed a human-like astonishment. Was this truly the might befitting such a massive form? Before it could comprehend further, a sudden, excruciating pain surged from the tips of its branches. Caw! The tree king howled in agony, its fearful gaze fixed upon the dark flames surging along the golden branches. It hastily retracted its arm, the branches flailing to extinguish the flames. In that fleeting moment, the dark beast had already reached the roots of the twisted tree king. Before it, the dark beast appeared diminutive, yet the tree king quaked in fear, hastily attempting to retreat from this monstrosity. Howl! With razor-sharp claws, the dark beast summoned the black flames coalescing around its forelimbs, wildly striking down upon the tree king. Each swipe tore the bark asunder, contorting the tree king's face in agony as all branches lunged at the dark beast from various angles. Yet, the dark beast paid them no heed. Relying on its formidable defense to trade blows, the black flames began to cling to the tree king, igniting and spreading upwards. Caw! The tree king's eyes widened in terror. It felt as though its life was being gradually consumed, akin to being infested with wood-boring pests. Caw! The tree king roared, intricate patterns emerging on its golden branches, rendering them incredibly hard and sharp. Sizzle! The dark beast's flesh was torn, blood flowing forth. However, this only served to unleash its ferocity. It suddenly twisted around, severing a dozen branches with a single swipe. Chapter 14, Slaying the Tree King. Both sides engaged in fierce combat, and soon, the dark beast was marked with increasingly more bloodstains, its flesh punctured repeatedly. Yet, it exhibited an unwavering resolve to fight to the bitter end, showing no inclination to retreat. The tree king was now terrified. The black flames incessantly consumed its form, and the golden branches dwindled, severed, and scattered on the ground. Caw! The sound of its roar echoed into the heavens, reverberating through the surroundings. In an instant, all the trees within a radius of thousands of meters suddenly rose, their roots tearing free from the soil. Chen Lin furrowed his brows, after painstakingly eliminating a large number. More tree spirits emerged, it seemed never-ending. However, for the dark beast, this was fortuitous. Observing the circle of tree spirits surrounding it turning to flee towards the dark beast, Chen Lin did not intervene, glancing down at his recorder. 13,100 points. Even Chen Lin could not help but feel astonished, yet it was to be expected, as over 100 tree spirits had already perished. Howl! The dark beast roared once more, and in an instant, the black flames surged from all directions, coiling around it like chains. Its attributes surged dramatically, and the dark beast's assault became increasingly brutal. Transforming its sword into a staff, Chen Lin concentrated, casting enhancement and restoration spells from a distance. In an instant, the dark beast surged in power once more, striking the tree king with ferocity, its health plummeting. At the command of the tree king, all tree spirits were compelled to charge at the dark beast, knowing full well their fate. Yet they sought to delay the inevitable for a moment longer. The black flames flared anew, incinerating them into ashes. Meanwhile, near the territory of the tree spirits, a team of 2 men and 2 women noticed the unusual occurrence. They beheld an area that should have been teeming with tree spirits, now transformed into a starkly bright, barren expanse, conspicuously illuminated within the dark forest. They were immediately taken aback. What is happening? Where have all the tree spirits gone? They should have all retreated inward, towards the direction of the twisted tree king. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huiyang's expression shifted in shock. Could it be that Chen Lin is battling the twisted tree king? The 3 inhaled sharply. Though incredulous, it seemed the only possibility. After all, aside from him, no one else in this instance had the power to challenge a boss. They themselves were incapable, as that single troll could likely wipe them out. Zhao Huiyang glanced at the recorder, which displayed a total of 700 points for their team. Gritting his teeth, he said, "There are too many tree spirits. Chen Lin only has a single summon. If he gets cornered, he will certainly be in trouble." "Huiyang, you can't be suggesting we go help Chen Lin, can you?" Gu Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. The other 2 quickly shook their heads in refusal. "No way. If we go over and he can't hold on, we'll all be eliminated." "Exactly, Brother Huiyang. Your grandfather has been retired for a long time. There's no need to jeopardize your future for someone you hardly know." They were reluctant to risk their prospects for the sake of a stranger. Zhao Huiyang analyzed calmly. "Think about it. Chen Lin's summon can take on the troll alone, so it should be able to hold off the twisted tree king for a while. If we swiftly eliminate some tree spirits, we should reach 2,000 points. If all else fails, we can abandon the instance and still gain entry to a top-tier academy." The 3 fell silent, contemplating for a few seconds before Gu Fei bit her lip and nodded in agreement. Her brother, seeing this, reluctantly acquiesced. "All right." The final girl also nodded, albeit begrudgingly. All were in accord. Zhao Huiyang's expression brightened with gratitude as he dashed towards the location of the twisted tree king, the others following closely behind. Minutes later, upon their arrival, they beheld the massive tree king nearly engulfed by the black flames, desperately attempting to flee. "Caw! Don't come near me." Beneath its trunk stood a ferocious wolf enveloped in dark flames, its claws raking violently at it. Regardless of how the surrounding tree spirits attacked, it paid them no mind, enduring their branches' strikes. Gulp! The 4 swallowed hard, their faces filled with astonishment. "Am I seeing things?" Gu Fei even rubbed her eyes in disbelief. The level 15, second-tier twisted tree king was being overwhelmed so effortlessly? Chen Lin's summon was simply extraordinary. In that moment, the four felt a twinge of envy for his fortune. Just then, Chen Lin glanced over, somewhat surprised. What are you doing here? Zhao Huiyang offered a bitter smile, expressing, we believed you might be in peril and came to lend a hand, yet it appears our concerns were unfounded. Chen Lin, somewhat perplexed, thought they should be unfamiliar with one another. However, upon catching a glimpse of Zhao Huiyang's score on the recorder, Chen Lin was taken aback. They had risked missing the opportunity to attend a prestigious institution for this. It left Chen Lin even more bewildered. I am curious as to why, after only meeting once, you would choose to squander precious examination time to assist me? Gu Fei immediately clarified. Huiyang's grandfather was the former principal of our school. Over the years, our institution has been declining, on the verge of falling from the second tier. You are the sole individual capable of stabilizing our school's standing. Is that all? Chen Lin mused, a touch of confusion washing over him, yet he felt a flicker of gratitude. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, you should endeavor to eliminate as many tree spirits as possible. I will ensure He Ming coordinates with you. Hesitation clouded Zhao Huiyang's expression. Perhaps we should seek monsters elsewhere. We cannot jeopardize your efforts. Before he could finish, he noticed Chen Lin raise his wrist to check the recorder, abruptly halting his speech. 15,300 points. His gaze was filled with disbelief, rendering him momentarily speechless. A score of 5,000 had already been astonishing, yet within the span of an hour, it had doubled. How could they have thought acquiring points was so arduous? They had tirelessly battled monsters, and only managed to accumulate 1,700. The disparity between individuals was staggering. Zhao Huiyang sighed, but soon his demeanor transformed into one of exhilaration. If this is the case, our institution will undoubtedly retain its first-tier status this year. Thank you, Zhao Huiyang remarked, taking a deep breath. Chen Lin simply smiled faintly, urging, let us proceed swiftly. He Ming is dispatching foes at an alarming rate. As his words faded, the roar of the twisted tree king diminished, and mere seconds later, its colossal form crashed to the ground. A radiant light enveloped Chen Lin, elevating his level to 8. While his score surged by 3,000, yet the ordeal was far from over, as there remained hundreds of tree spirits alive. And Chen Lin had no intention of sparing them. He aimed to eliminate them all, anticipating another 2 levels of advancement, which would bring his score above 20,000. Witnessing the demise of their king, the tree spirits succumbed to their primal terror, hastily fleeing. However, their speed was lacking, and He Ming required no effort. Merely allowing them to come into contact with the inky flames sealed their fate. Zhao Huiyang and his companions pursued the direction with fewer tree spirits. The creatures, paralyzed by fear, dared not retaliate, allowing the group to dispatch them with ease. Chapter 15, Dungeon Completion. Such ease in acquiring points is almost absurd. Miao Shanshan gasped. Her mouth agape. In a mere 10 minutes, their score had surpassed 2,000, meeting the minimum admission standard for elite institutions. Have we ever faced monsters without giving it our all, nearly encountering disaster? Zhao Huiyang shook his head. It is Chen Lin's summoned creature, He Ming. Its intimidation factor is monumental. No matter how we attacked, none of the tree spirits dared to turn back, let alone assault us. Gu Fei beamed with delight, her smile broadening. Indeed, Chen Lin's summon is immensely powerful. Even the monsters tremble in fear. This time, we have benefited from his prowess. We owe him a debt of gratitude, Zhao Huiyang reflected. Initially, they had intended to assist, yet they found themselves the recipients of his generosity. The three nodded in agreement, while Miao Shanshan felt a twinge of guilt, having been reluctant to offer aid from the outset. While the four could have potentially reached 2,000 points on their own, unforeseen complications could have easily arisen, making their current success feel effortless. As they approached Chen Lin, Zhao Huiyang inquired, with time until the examination's conclusion, do you wish to slay more monsters? Chen Lin shook his head. His score of 20,500 was sufficient. If that did not secure him the top position in the city, there would be little left to say. With only a few minutes remaining, there was little more to be gained. Observing the devastation around them, ash scattered by the wind, remnants of the tree spirits, Chen Lin noted the twisted tree king. Once towering over 100 meters, now reduced to mere ashes, all the dark flames having returned to He Ming's form. He Ming's standard size had grown to 7 meters, and Chen Lin's foundational attributes had all surpassed 70 points, allowing him to reach level 10 and initiate his first-class advancement. This examination had yielded bountiful rewards, and it was time to conclude. As he gazed at the setting sun, casting a rosy hue upon him and elongating his shadow, Zhao Huiyang and his companions stood silently behind him, awaiting the countdown to the dungeon's end. 109-8721, time limit reached, dungeon forced teleportation commencing. Countless students, enveloped in a radiant light, returned to the expansive square, greeted by jubilant cheers. A profound sense of collective honor surged within the hearts of the many examinees. Chen Lin could not help but smile subtly, retracting his staff into his personal inventory. Beside him, He Ming, now towering at 7 meters, sat stoically by his side. First, he actually achieved first place. Li Mingji exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement, nearly leaping from his spot. The other teachers, including Lu Wan, shared in the joy, all wearing expressions of delight. How astonishing! 3 distinct talents. They marveled. We truly underestimated Chen Lin's summon. It is simply extraordinary. His own strength is commendable as well. To achieve such feats as a summoner, single-handedly vanquishing so many monsters, is unprecedented. Ha 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 indeed. Old Lu, you have a remarkable student. The female teacher from the advanced class beamed. Although they, as high school educators, could impart little in terms of practical knowledge, Lu Wan felt a sense of pride in her acknowledgement. Let us hurry and welcome Chen Lin, Li Mingji urged, eager to approach him. Soon, they spotted Chen Lin, and upon noticing the faint traces of blood on him, Li Mingji quickly called out, healing. Someone, quick, provide him with treatment. Can't you see he is injured? Hearing this, Gu Fei felt a tinge of embarrassment and promptly raised her staff. A gentle green light glimmered over Chen Lin's wounds. Chen Lin, are there any other areas of discomfort? How is your spirit? Li Mingji inquired with concern. Chen Lin shook his head. I am fine. Good, as long as you are well. And what of your summon? Li Mingji turned his gaze to He Ming. The sight was harrowing, covered in ghastly wounds, its once ebony fur now stained crimson. Despite Chen Lin's continuous application of restorative magic, little healing had occurred, a testament to the ferocity of the battle with the Twisted Tree King. Gu Fei took on the role of healer, tending to He Ming, her mental energy depleting rapidly, nearly leading to her exhaustion. As Chen Lin observed Lu Wan approaching, he politely greeted, Teacher Lu. Well done, Lu Wan exclaimed, beaming with pride. At the edge of the square, as she watched Chen Lin bask in the adoration of his peers, Zhang Yan clenched her fists, tears welling in her eyes, emotions beyond her control. For Zhang Yan, the pangs of regret surged within her. She wished to be among those celebrated, receiving admiration and care. Chen Lin's words of choosing a path and persevering resonated. Yet she found herself unable to follow through. The truth lay before her, but she felt incapable of confronting it. Was this the essence of disparity? Zhang Yan gritted her teeth. Meanwhile, her friend, consumed by anger, remarked, he was once a mere insignificant figure, and now he possesses such prowess. It's all due to talent. Chen Lin is truly infuriating. He must know all of this, yet chooses to remain silent. Taking in her envious expression, Zhang Yan distanced herself slightly, choosing not to engage in conversation. Is a score sufficient only for a mediocre institution? Zhang Yan murmured to herself, grappling with profound dissatisfaction. Far from the anticipated elite schools, the reality was that she could not even reach the goal she had set for herself. Just an hour prior, faced with the specter of death, she had hesitated, failing to persist even when only a few points separated her from success. She had relinquished the dungeon, leading to her elimination. If only I had chosen to support him back then, perhaps things would be different. Zhang Yan's heart was nearly overwhelmed with regret, yet she resolutely thought to herself, I must ascend, even if it means attending a mediocre institution. As she whispered to herself, Lu Liang and Yi Chao had already departed. Unable to withstand the mockery and resentment that Chen Lin's sweeping success had inflicted upon the provincial schools, their spirits had crumbled, leaving them unable to remain in the examination hall. Meanwhile, Su Linxue found herself encircled by teachers and the principal of No. 3 High School, all of them sighing in unison. The ancestral grave of the Li family must surely be emitting green smoke, producing such a prodigy. Indeed, while Linxue may not claim the top spot in the city, a place within the top 10 of the province is undoubtedly hers. Surely, your impressive score of 19,500 is commendable, categorizing you among the elite. In previous years, such a score would have secured the top position, yet this year, an even more formidable contender has emerged. Listening to the assurances of those around her, Su Linxue smiled, indicating that she was unfazed, and then curiously glanced towards No. 2 High School. Instantly, she beheld the formidable figure of He Ming, towering like a small building. Is he the one who overshadowed me? Glancing at the handsome and gentle Chen Lin beside him, Su Linxue pondered thoughtfully. Chapter 16. One person, one beast, dominating the province. Suddenly, Li Mingji's phone vibrated, causing his expression to sharpen as he took a deep breath. The provincial ranking of scores had evidently been compiled and sent out to all cities and schools by the Tianqi system. Ladies and gentlemen, the provincial leaderboard has been released. Upon hearing this, all the teachers, including Chen Lin, turned their attention toward him. Just moments ago, Chen Lin had learned that he had achieved the highest score in the city, surpassing the second place by a staggering 1,000 points. He was curious to know where his score would rank among the numerous cities in the province. As Li Mingji opened the screen, his fingers trembled slightly after several misclicks. He finally accessed the leaderboard for Dantian province. This year, there were a total of 1.6 million candidates for the college entrance examination in Dantian province. First, Chen Lin, Fanya No. 2 High School, score 20,500. Second, Su Linxue, Fanya No. 3 High School, score 19,500. Third, Luo Howie, Quanhua City No. 1 High School, score 18,740. Li Mingji felt as though his mind had been struck with a heavy blow, buzzing with disbelief. Seeing that he remained silent for an extended period, the other teachers gathered around to see, their expressions turning to one of incredulity. The provincial top scorer was actually from their number 2 high school. Good heavens, a euphoric sensation akin to soaring through the clouds enveloped them. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent, leaving them at a loss for words. Chen Lin found it peculiar, a score of 20,000 should not be deemed inadequate even within the entirety of Dantian province, should it? Just as he contemplated this, he suddenly heard Li Mingji erupting into joyous laughter, while the teachers beside him were ecstatic. Their number 2 high school had produced a provincial top scorer. The ramifications of this achievement would not merely benefit one individual. The prestige it brought would attract countless applicants to their school next year, and the administration would undoubtedly take greater notice. Lu Wan, brimming with pride, could hardly contain himself. The provincial top scorer was his student, and he could boast about it till the end of time. Witnessing the chaos unfold, the other high school teachers and principals looked on with complex expressions. If they were in the same position, they would undoubtedly react similarly. One individual dominating the entire province, such extraordinary talent. How had such a genius emerged from a school that had previously languished at the bottom? Alas, the number of applicants wishing to enroll in number 2 high school would surely increase next year. Gradually, as the cheering subsided, Chen Lin began to piece together the situation. Could it be that he had indeed secured the top position in the province? Soon, Zhao Huiming, his expression brimming with excitement, rushed back, exclaiming, "Chen Lin, you've claimed the title of the top scorer in Dantian province this year." Chen Lin was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated achieving such a milestone. It was undeniable that Huiming was indeed extraordinary. His growth seemed limitless, and his battle prowess grew increasingly formidable with each evolution. Of course, it was his own innate talent that truly made the difference. Chen Lin found himself eagerly anticipating his next summoned creature. As the news spread rapidly, soon the first and second-year students in the observation area were aware that the provincial top scorer had been claimed by a senior named Chen Lin. Instantly, cheers erupted from the observation area of number 2 high school. 6,666. Forgive me for being at a loss for words. I can only express my excitement with a simple wow. I told you, with such a powerful summoned creature, he is undoubtedly qualified to claim the title of the provincial top scorer. You're just caught up in the excitement, throwing around empty words. You probably didn't even believe it yourself at the time. I've made up my mind. May heaven bless me to become a summoner next year. Summoned creatures are just too cool. Calm down, brother. It's not about the profession. It's about his strength, you understand? Senior Chen Lin, give me a monkey. Numerous junior girls gazed at him with admiration, their faces flushed, transformed into starry-eyed fans. Chen Lin's lips involuntarily curved into a smile, though he claimed not to relish the attention in the slightest. Those who had previously harbored jealousy towards Chen Lin quietly lowered their heads. If the disparity had been minor, they might have concocted various excuses to diminish his achievements, attributing his success solely to luck. However, once the gap became insurmountable, one could only feel admiration. Xiaoshan, wait a moment, your expression. Could it be that you've developed a crush on Chen Lin? Seeing Miao Shanshan gazing dreamily at Chen Lin, Gu Fei was somewhat taken aback. Upon hearing this, Miao Shanshan snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing to the roots of her ears as she softly replied, I don't know, but I'm not worthy of him. Indeed, Gu Fei sighed. It was clear that Chen Lin and her would likely inhabit entirely different worlds. It would be best to dispel any such thoughts early on, lest she find herself even more heartbroken in the end. On the other side, as Chun Li walked home from school, her mind was elsewhere, repeatedly drifting in one direction. Li, what's wrong with you today? You've been like this all day, she asked, worried about my brother. Oh, today is the day of Chun Lin's college entrance examination. No wonder, Ji Xiaoxiao teased. Had it been before, she would have been furious and retorted, but it seemed she was genuinely concerned. Ji Xiaoxiao subdued her playful tone, saying, my sister is in the same examination hall as Chen Lin, so she'll come to pick me up later, and then we'll know how it went. Then let us hurry. Chen Li's eyes brightened as she pulled Ji Xiaoxiao into a quickened pace. Wait, don't be in such a rush. I can't keep up. Before long, both girls were panting heavily, leaning against a nearby streetlight, their faces flushed and glistening with sweat, strands of hair dampened by the perspiration on their foreheads. Xiaoxiao, when will your sister arrive? Soon, but I told you not to rush. The instances of exam failures are quite visible. Yet the probability is exceedingly low when spread across all candidates. Chen Lin can't possibly be that unlucky. After a brief rest, Ji Xiaoxiao suddenly heard a voice from behind. What is going on with you two? Seeing her sister panting as if she had just engaged in some intense exercise, Ji Qin was puzzled. Sister, Ji Xiaoxiao is clinging to me. What happened? Did anything go wrong in the examination? No one died, right? Ji Qin shook her head. No? Why do you ask such things all of a sudden? Ji Xiaoxiao pointed at Chun Li beside her. She is worried about her brother and insisted on dragging me along. My legs are exhausted. With a sharp clap, Ji Xiaoxiao felt a sudden heat in her slim waist, bursting into tears as she sought her sister's protection. Ji Qin found it amusing. Seemingly recalling something, she said, "Let me tell you, just a moment ago, a significant event occurred." "What is it?" Ji Xiaoxiao inquired. Curiosity etched on her face. "In our examination hall, the top scorer of Dantian province emerged. It was absolutely spectacular." "Sister, is that true? Which high school did the student come from?" "Number 2 high school." "Li, your brother is in the same school," Ji Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Chen Lin nodded. And upon learning that Chen Lin was safe, her worries dissipated, replaced by curiosity. The provincial top scorer signified a future filled with promise and weighty implications. Everyone would undoubtedly take notice upon hearing this. "You won't believe it. He is merely an ordinary summoned class transfer student, and it seems he possesses no extraordinary talent?" Ji Qin recounted slowly. "Your sister encountered danger and wisely chose to abandon the instance early, which fortuitously allowed her to witness him, along with his beast, boldly venture into the territory of the Treants within the burial forest. The Treants there are predominantly level 8 monsters, and at that moment, most believed he was destined for elimination. Yet, his summoned creatures pierced through all the Treants, withstanding the onslaught of thousands and ultimately vanquishing the second-tier boss, the Twisted Tree King." At this point, her gaze flickered, her voice tinged with excitement. "It is rather curious that his name bears resemblance to your friend's brother. Both share the surname Chun, and even the subsequent syllables are homophonic. Could it be a case of coincidence?" Ji Qin pondered thoughtfully. "Is there a possibility that they are the same person?" Ji Xiaoxiao chimed in, grinning mischievously. Ji Qin's expression stiffened, and she turned her head rigidly towards Chen Li, inquiring, "What is your brother's profession?" "He is a summoner," Chen Li replied without hesitation, "but it likely isn't him, for his summons are rather weak." Ji Qin exhaled, relief washing over her as she nearly jumped in surprise. "It is a small, young wolf, and its fur is black." Ji Qin was instantly rendered speechless, halting in her tracks, rooted to the spot. "Huh." Witnessing her reaction, Ji Xiaoxiao and Chen Li were struck by a sudden and astonishing realization. Could it truly be? The three stood there, dumbfounded, as a gust of wind swirled around them, their thoughts in disarray. Chapter 17. The turning point begins. Bang. Chen Li pushed open the door, rushing into the house, where she found her mother, Li Huizhu, busily chopping ingredients. Chen Lin was due to return from the college entrance examination soon, and she had taken off work early to prepare a hearty meal. "Mom," Chen Li exclaimed breathlessly, tugging at Li Huizhu's apron. "Brother he." Upon witnessing this scene, Li Huizhu's expression shifted alarmingly, her heart gripped by sudden fear. "What has happened to Xiaolin? He has taken the top spot in the entire province of Dantian." Chen Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as she recounted the events. After hearing this, Li Huizhu let out a long sigh of relief, grateful that nothing was amiss. "But this matter is still uncertain. Let us wait for your brother to return and clarify it." She remained pragmatic, wary that it might all just be a coincidence leading to empty joy. Approximately half an hour later, Chen Lin returned, personally driven by Li Mingji. However, he did not accompany them inside, as it was clear that Chen Lin would want to share his joyous news with his family without interruption. He smiled warmly as he watched Chen Lin enter the home. Upon seeing her brother return, Chun Li dashed over like a rabbit, her eyes gleaming. "Brother, are you truly the top of Dantian province?" Chen Lin was taken aback. How had she found out before he had even mentioned it? "Yes, you are not joking. Then, the one who single-handedly dominated the entire province is truly you?" Facing his sister's relentless questioning, Chen Lin nodded affirmatively. "Indeed," with 2 confirmations. Chun Li felt her breath quicken, bubbling over with excitement as she bounced joyfully. "Brother, you are incredible. Where are your summons? Show them to me quickly. Everyone says your summons are powerful and handsome." At this moment, Li Huizhu approached with a radiant smile, overwhelmed with pride at her son's accomplishments. For a fleeting moment, she felt as though she were dreaming. "Mom, you won't need to work 2 jobs anymore," Chen Lin said with a smile. Li Huizhu suddenly felt a pang of emotion at the tip of her nose, forcing herself to remain cheerful. "Let us eat first." No, I want to see my brother's summons." Chen Li pouted. Chen Lin sighed, noting that their home was too small, and promised, "I'll take them out for you to see later." "It's settled then," Chen Li exclaimed happily as she took her seat at the dining table, quickly devouring her meal. Tonight's dinner was exceptionally lavish, featuring many dishes previously deemed too expensive to indulge in. However, from this moment onward, that would change. Chen Lin glanced at his phone, noting a notification that his account had received 1 million Shiyuan, a faint smile gracing his lips. On the way home, he had mentioned the reward to Li Mingji. To his surprise, without hesitation, Li Mingji picked up his phone, asserting that there was no need to wait until tomorrow and that the municipal government should be notified to issue the cash reward immediately. As the principal of Verge, he certainly could not order the municipal government around, but Chen Lin held the weight to make it happen. It was no exaggeration to say that he was regarded as a revered figure in Fanyun City, with no one daring to oppose him. Previously, the provincial champion, not counting any unforeseen incidents, was now considered among the elite forces of Daxia. Therefore, it was clear how significant Chen Lin had become. After receiving a call from Li Mingji, The municipal government promptly agreed, acting with remarkable speed. Upon learning that the top scorer from Dongtian province hailed from their Fanyan city, they were overjoyed and prepared to set off firecrackers in celebration. An opportunity to cultivate a relationship with Chen Lin had suddenly arisen, and they certainly would not hesitate. A small request in exchange for the favor of a future elite in Daxiao was an absolute gain, while there were even greater rewards to follow. These could not be mobilized immediately, and Chen Lin was not in a hurry. He chose to keep the entire 1 million shiyuan at home to alleviate the family's burdens, as there was little use in carrying it around. Firstly, he did not need to worry about equipment or skill books, as Li Mingji had revealed. The rewards from the municipal government for his provincial champion status would undoubtedly include those. Moreover, Haiming no longer needed to be fed, as he could hunt for himself. Thus, it was best to keep this money at home to ease the financial strain. From now on, his mother and sister would no longer need to live frugally. This was the true meaning of Chen Lin's newfound strength. After dinner, Chen Lin, as usual, took care of the household chores before retreating to his room. Outside the window, his sister Chen Li was perched atop Haiming's towering 7-meter frame, squealing with delight as if she had discovered the most beloved of toys. Haiming, take me out to play. Chen Lin rubbed his forehead, feeling a slight throb. With a flicker of thought, a lengthy personal panel materialized before him. Chen Lin. Type. Human. Profession. Summoner. Untransformed. Can undergo transformation. Level. 10. Cannot be raised. Requires transformation. Attributes. Strength 65. Constitution 64. Agility 66. Spirit 121. Health 100. Skills. Summoning. Enhancement. Healing. Talent. None. Chen Lin had long harbored a curiosity regarding whether his ability to endow his summons with talents and to nourish himself was a product of the system. After all, he had attempted to summon multiple times without any response. Thus, the remaining explanation was that this ability might actually be his innate talent, albeit one that could not be displayed on the panel. Chen Lin speculated that either his talent was extraordinarily formidable, surpassing the SSS grade, or there was another reason preventing it from being detected. However, such inquiries were not to be explored at this moment. He shook his head, redirecting his gaze to the profession column. The enrollment period commenced in 3 days, during which he merely needed to submit his intention to the school and await notification. However, as the provincial champion, he would be directly recruited by top-tier institutions, so there was no immediate need to ponder which school to attend. In light of this, he decided to undergo transformation tonight. After Chen Li had finally exhausted her playtime, Chen Lin returned Haiming to the summoning space, then extended his finger to initiate the transformation process. The transformation required completion through a randomly matched advancement instance. Generally speaking, the stronger one was, the more challenging the advancement instances they would face. Conversely, excelling in these instances would enhance one's professional potential, leading to greater attribute increases with each level up. If the instance was cleared with the highest score, it could even elevate the profession to a higher tier. This was one of the few opportunities for ordinary professionals to bridge the gap between strengths and weaknesses, though only a select few could achieve it. Entering an appropriate advancement instance based on your comprehensive index. A moment later, Chen Lin vanished from his room. Chapter 18, Rainy Exposure. Coordinate number 08694. This is a world riddled with scars, teetering on the brink of collapse, where the ember of humanity is on the verge of extinguishment. Can you bring salvation? Or will you be the harbinger of destruction? Optional Task 1. Eliminate 1,000 disaster beasts while safeguarding the survivors to the best of your ability. Optional Task 2. Assist the matriarch beast in devouring all for its evolution. Number of participants, 10. Time limit, 23:59:59. Reminder, reverting to Blue Star is not an option. Without any prior indication, Chen Lin suddenly found himself amidst a realm of ruin. Surrounded by crumbling skyscrapers overtaken by moss and vines. Rusted automobiles lay abandoned on the streets, a testament to the prosperity this place once shared with Blue Star. The sky was shrouded in dense gloom, devoid of sunlight, reminiscent of a post-nuclear winter cloaked in radioactive dust. The air was laden with an indescribable stench, causing Chen Lin to frown slightly. As he surveyed the translucent frame before him, he quickly grasped that selecting a task would likely establish his faction. Without hesitation, Chen Lin chose the first task. It wasn't for any particular reason. Rather, he pondered the implications of the matriarch beast consuming everything. What then would his own black abyss feast upon? As he took a step forward, a sudden commotion caught his keen ear, followed by a figure hurtling through a glass door nearby. Crash! Countless shards accompanied a petite girl who landed on the ground. Roar! A blood-red, skinless crawling disaster beast erupted from the dim interior, lunging toward the girl. The girl struggled to rise, her vision blurred, as she reached for a long blade nearby. Yet, she was a moment too late. The beast was mere inches from her throat, and the dread of death surged within her. Her hands instinctively shielded her face, just as a flash of sword light sliced through the air. Thud! The creature's head separated from its body, crashing to the ground, blood spilling forth. The girl still alive, turned to see a striking young man with tousled black hair and bright, deep-set eyes. With a swift motion, he sheathed his sword. Chen Lin's gaze fell upon the girl, particularly the two crimson horns protruding from her hair, and he couldn't help but express his astonishment. How peculiar you are. The girl fell silent, unsure of how to respond. As the atmosphere grew quiet, Chen Lin realized he might have been somewhat impolite. Hello, I am Chen Lin. Lu Yu. Seeing his hand extended towards her, Lu Yu grasped it, replying, thank you. You're welcome. Chen Lin was about to inquire about the state of this world when a sharp voice rang out. Something is amiss, retreat immediately. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's expression shifted dramatically. She hurriedly picked up the long blade from the ground and grasped Chen Lin's hand to flee. We must go. Or else. Before she could finish, a car barreled toward them from a distance. Chen Lin instinctively yanked Lu Yu back, propelling her away as he braced himself with his staff. Bang! The vehicle collided with Chen Lin, sending him skidding backward for several meters before he came to a halt. Lu Yu's face paled with concern as she rushed over. Are you all right? Just catching my breath, Chen Lin replied, shaking his head. His gaze shifted to a two-legged disaster beast adorned with menacing spikes. It's a blade demon. We cannot escape. Lu Yu's expression grew grim, her fingers tightening around the hilt of her blade. Bang! The blade demon accelerated, and in an instant, the ground beneath it caved as it charged forward. So swift. Before Lu Yu could react, a figure dashed past her, confronting the beast head-on. Clang! Chen Lin drew his blade from the staff, clashing with the sharp limb of the blade demon, producing a resounding symphony of steel. Roar! The blade demon howled, swinging its other blade arm toward Chen Lin's head. Remaining calm, Chen Lin forcefully repelled it and stepped back. Lu Yu, toss me your blade. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu swiftly hurled her long knife to him. Swish! With precision, Chen Lin seized the hilt, his eyes ablaze with determination. Now let us continue. Roar! The blade demon seemed to sense the challenge and charged forward, its arms flailing wildly. Chen Lin, undeterred, wielded both sword and knife with an unparalleled grace, executing each movement flawlessly. Within mere seconds, they exchanged dozens of strikes, their speed creating afterimages that dazzled the eye. Lu Yu gaped in awe. Such strength. He can confront the blade demon head-on. Even my sister cannot achieve that. Crack. After what felt like an eternity of combat, Chen Lin suddenly spotted an opening, deftly tilting his head to evade a lethal blow and swiftly slashing upward with the long knife. The razor-sharp edge sliced through the air with terrifying force, severing the blade demon's arm. Roar! The creature emitted a pained wail as Chen Lin, with lightning speed, thrust his sword toward its heart. Thud! The blade pierced through its tough skin, emerging from its back. Yet, the blade demon still clung to life, its gaze fixed on Chen Lin, determined to kill him even with just one arm remaining. A futile struggle ensued. Chen Lin parried the incoming blade arm and delivered a final, decisive strike, severing its head, which rolled across the ground. You do not belong here, Lu Yu remarked, approaching gingerly, rubbing her still aching rear. With such power, you cannot be an unknown. Chen Lin offered a non-committal smile. This blade is exceptionally sharp. It has undergone a disaster transformation, making it a unique kind of disaster beast, he added. Noticing her reluctance to engage further, Lu Yu pursued the topic no longer. This disaster transformation is likely what sets this world apart. Chen Lin encouraged her to elaborate. Lu Yu's expression grew peculiar. Isn't this common knowledge? However, her patience was evident, given that he had saved her twice. Long ago, a crimson mist suddenly enveloped the globe, mutating all living beings, humans and animals alike. The mist persisted for an entire month, and many succumbed to its torment, descending into madness, ultimately transforming into mindless beings driven solely by the urge to slaughter anything that wasn't their kin. We refer to this crimson mist as the corruption. Even to this day, it lingers, albeit diluted and dispersed in the air. Now, the corruption seems to have evolved further. Even mountains, rivers, and blades are subject to disaster transformation. I no longer know how humanity is meant to survive. Observing the dimness in Lu Yu's eyes, Chen Lin sighed inwardly, contemplating the impending invasion of alien civilizations that would surely lead to the same extinction for the people of Blue Star. What then would they do? Shaking his head, he swiftly cast aside the morose thoughts. When the sky falls, there will be tall figures to bear it. For now, his only course of action was to continually strengthen himself, ensuring he could protect his family in the future. Pointing to the crimson horns atop Lu Yu's head, Chen Lin inquired, so, did this transformation result from your mutation? Indeed, Lu Yu nodded, noticing Chen Lin bore no signs of disaster transformation. She lowered her gaze. In the presence of corruption, if one does not lose their sanity, they will not fully become a disaster beast. We have concluded that the key lies in willpower. It seems our will can allow us to resist transformation and gradually grow stronger. Chapter 19, Gathering. Having gleaned a general understanding of this world, Chen Lin suddenly noticed a group of over a dozen individuals emerging from around the corner of the road, their faces etched with panic. Lu Yu, why are you still here? You must flee at once. A tall woman leading the group shouted. As she spoke, The ground trembled ominously, as if a surging torrent was about to burst forth. The sky turned crimson, and a massive gathering of corruption loomed in the distance. Reminiscent of the return of the red mist, as countless disaster beasts flooded into view before Chen Lin and Lu Yu. Suddenly, roars echoed from all directions, revealing numerous disaster beasts perched atop the skyscrapers, their bloodthirsty eyes fixated on everyone. The crimson mist formed an impenetrable wall, encircling them and drawing ever closer. Despair washed over them, and the weight of hopelessness slowed their legs, rendering them unable to move. Lu team, what should we do? Asked a trembling voice nearby. Lu Yu gritted her teeth. Prepare yourselves, we charge out. Upon hearing those words, all present felt a constriction in their throats as they beheld the terrifying calamity beasts, blade demons, and scythe demons, that could extinguish their lives in an instant. The prospect of survival appeared almost impossible. However, they swiftly suppressed such thoughts, compelling themselves to cast aside doubt. Xiaoyu, stay close to me, Lulu instructed. Casting a glance at Chen Lin, it seemed that individuals from other survivor organizations happened to be present. I apologize for dragging you into this, Lulu said, her expression tinged with guilt. Chen Lin, unfazed, continued to stride forward. Wait, what are you doing? We're surrounded. This is not the time for you to show off. No. I have them all in my net. Chen Lin grinned, excitement gleaming in his eyes. If I manage to slay all these calamity beasts, my evaluation will surely soar. Black Ming. A radiant beam of white light heralded the sudden appearance of the towering Black Ming, a behemoth standing 7 meters tall. A woo. Its roar reverberated through the skies, scattering the crimson miasma that enveloped the area. With its deep blue slit-like eyes, Black Ming gazed coldly at the tide of calamity beasts before it. With a thunderous crash, it transitioned into its massive form, escalating to a staggering height of 28 meters, surpassing even some buildings. As it loomed over the countless calamity beasts, Black Ming summoned its strength, causing the ground to fracture with an array of fissures. It surged forth, its agility somewhat diminished by its enlarged size, yet it remained remarkably swift. As it barreled into the throng of calamity beasts, a surge of inky flames erupted from its body, engulfing a radius of several dozen meters. Boom! Under the searing heat, the calamity beasts succumbed within mere seconds, their anguished cries fading as they transformed into sustenance for the dark flames, which expanded and intensified. All witnesses to this spectacle stood in stunned silence. Roar! Suddenly, a dozen calamity beasts leapt down from the buildings on either side, launching an assault on Chen Lin. Be careful, Lulu shouted, her feet moving swiftly as she aimed to lend support. However, in the next moment, her body froze in place. Chen Lin, rather than retreating, advanced, wielding his sword and knife with the ease of slicing through vegetables, dispatching the attacking beasts in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? Lulu gasped. Her mouth agape, he shows no signs of transformation. He should be weak. Suddenly, a thought struck Lulu. 6 months prior, while scavenging for supplies, she had encountered individuals who, despite lacking any signs of transformation, possessed tremendous strength. These individuals had demolished the concealed bases of survivors, leaving them exposed to calamity beasts and slaughtered. They even broke the legs of those attempting to flee. A group of inhuman entities dares to claim we are of the same kin? That phrase had lingered in Lulu's mind ever since. Clearly, Chen Lin belonged to the same ilk. Sister, Chen Lin is different from those others. He has saved me twice. Luoyu interjected, having sensed Lulu's thoughts. Moreover, he is currently assisting us. What if he has ulterior motives? Lulu inhaled deeply, her eyes harboring a flicker of animosity. Regardless, we must keep our distance. He has drawn the attention of most of the calamity beasts. We should seize the opportunity to break free. Lulu, there are no calamity beasts over there, a man adorned with scales exclaimed. Following his gesture, they spotted a commercial building with a back exit. Lulu nodded decisively. All right, let us move quickly. Yet, just as they approached, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down. Passage is prohibited. A youth with golden hair, holding a book, emerged from the commercial building, observing them with indifference. Lulu's expression darkened as she raised her spear. I will block him. You all go ahead. You? That one T suffice. As his words fell, the book began to levitate, and with the golden-haired youth's incantation, spheres of lightning materialized. Meanwhile, Chen Lin felt a sudden surge of urgency as his eyelids twitched. Instinctively, he raised his long knife to the side. Clang! A dagger collided with his blade, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman who gradually materialized before him. Swiftly, Chen Lin did not hesitate, swinging his blade toward her slender waist. Yet, the graceful woman vanished like a mirage, reappearing several dozen meters away, her surprise evident. Your spiritual affinity is unexpectedly high. Without uttering another word, Chen Lin propelled himself forward with explosive force. The beautiful woman, seizing the moment, shouted, Aren't you going to assist me? Do you intend for me to face him alone? As her words echoed, a torrent of scorching flames erupted from the building, hurtling toward Chen Lin. Boom! The two collided, scattering sparks as the flames danced like a candle in the wind. "You are truly a summoner," exclaimed a burly man amidst the flames. "Your base attributes surpass even those of our specialized melee classes in speed and strength." As the intense heat radiated toward him, Chen Lin remained impassive, cleaving through the flames with his blade. Casting a glance around, he spoke slowly. "How many more of you are there? Come forth." From various directions, 4 figures emerged, undeniably members of the opposing faction for Mission 2. In the realm of transitional dungeons, mutual slaughter was forbidden. Any violators would be immediately hunted down, as stipulated by the global agreements established during the Federal Conference. However, exceptions applied to transitional dungeons delineated by factions. TSK, I cannot believe someone actually chose Mission 1. Hasn't T the Great Xia taught you how to improve your survival odds when faced with transitional dungeons? One of them scoffed. The initial information was crystal clear. The advantages lie with the calamity beasts. Anyone with a modicum of sense should know how to choose. Stop spouting nonsense. All of this is documented in our textbooks. He must be an educational failure, likely dozing off during class. Another chimed in. Such a blatant slaughter of calamity beasts. Protecting those survivors while clearly establishing his own faction. I truly find it incomprehensible. Chapter 20. If roles were reversed, I would show you what true cruelty entails. Brother, if you are able to undergo your second transition today, you must be an exceptional talent from your city, the burly man remarked. In this type of faction transitional dungeon, there are no mandatory tasks. Scoring lower merely means you will perform worse in your second transition, but that is far better than losing your life. Run. Humph. That one do. The beautiful woman chuckled softly. The more we feed the mother of calamity, the higher our scores will be. He will serve as our stepping stone. As the 6 individuals regarded him as prey ensnared in a trap, Chen Lin calmly stated, "Have you heard the saying? High-end hunters often appear in the guise of their prey." The group narrowed their eyes. Even with one less person, 6 against 1, what chance do you believe you have? First, how can you be certain that no one else has chosen Mission 1 like me? Chen Lin replied, sheathing his sword. Secondly, if I have so ostentatiously drawn you here, how could I possibly lack the CONF upon witnessing this scene? The remaining 5 individuals, including the golden-haired youth who was effortlessly contending with Lulu and her companions not far away, were suddenly drenched in cold sweat. They discerned the formidable strength of this summoned creature. However, they believed it would be feasible to divert a few individuals momentarily while the others swiftly dealt with Chen Lin. Initially, they had anticipated an uncomplicated process, but to their astonishment, Chen Lin, as a summoner, possessed combat capabilities on par with theirs. This summoned entity, in addition to its overwhelming physical prowess and devastating output, wielded crowd control abilities. Not only was it impossible to hold it off, but surviving for even 3 minutes without being utterly annihilated seemed a daunting task. As the black giant wolf charged towards the nearest target, the golden-haired youth gritted his teeth. Realizing that the situation could not continue in this manner, he quickly recited an arcane incantation, and in an instant, a tempestuous storm of lightning intertwined, coalescing into thick chains of 1/2 meter in diameter that wrapped around the creature. At his command, the lightning chains shot forth, ensnaring the black giant wolf's limbs and neck. Act swiftly to kill him. I can only maintain control for 10. Before the golden-haired youth could finish his sentence, it was abruptly cut off. The black giant wolf forcefully tugged with its right paw, shattering the lightning chains and freeing itself from the constraints. How could this happen? This is my A-grade talent. The golden-haired youth was left in utter disbelief. After Chen Lin enhanced it with a strengthening spell, the black wolf's power surged once more. With a swift pull of its left paw, nearly all the chains disintegrated. Witnessing this, the others dared not hesitate and immediately unleashed their ultimate techniques. The graceful woman transformed into multiple shadows, darting towards Chen Lin from various angles, only to find countless ice spikes raining down from above, forcing her to retreat rapidly. Damn it, who is that? The elegant woman exclaimed, her gaze drawn to a girl with ice blue hair and skin as pale as snow, gliding towards her. Surrounded by a frigid aura, frost gradually encased the ground from her feet, and nearby calamity beasts were instantly frozen into statues. I'll intercept her, a burly man roared. Engulfed in flames as he charged forward, the other 3 joined in unison, leaving no opportunity for survival, intent on eliminating Chen Lin. Yet at that moment, a thunderous bellow erupted. Wretched spawn, behold your father. The taunt instantly redirected the 3, their fierce gazes fixated on the towering, portly figure brandishing a shield and charging recklessly towards them. Consumed by a sense of vengeance, they disregarded everything and shifted their assault towards the large man. Bang, bang. Various skills were unleashed upon the shield, causing the burly man to grimace, his arms trembling under the onslaught. Just as he was about to falter, the now unbound black giant wolf appeared behind the frenzied trio. The taunt's effect had just expired, and the 3 were instantly drenched in sweat, realizing their doom. In the next moment, the lethal claws tore through, splitting one of them into 4. The other 2 hastily attempted to flee, yet their minds were once again clouded with terror, rendering them immobile. The effectiveness of the intimidation had waned. but a few seconds were ample for the black wolf to dispatch them. Boom, boom. One claw crushed one victim, and even the burly man found the brutality somewhat shocking. Swallowing hard as he quickly proclaimed, "We're on the same side. We're on the same side." He genuinely feared that the summoned creature would treat him as it had the others. Fortunately for him, the black giant wolf paid him no mind. Pivoting instead towards the elegant woman who was still engaged with its master, its vertical pupils blazing with fury. The graceful woman, noticing the shift in focus, turned pale, instantly vanishing and reappearing several dozen meters away. This skill can only be used once more, she realized, understanding that defeat was inevitable, and she fled without a backward glance. However, the black wolf relentlessly pursued her, its claws striking a nearby building, causing it to explode, sending countless shards rocketing towards her. As she beheld the barrage of debris comparable to bullets, she raised her hands to shield her head. Swoosh! Shards tore through her clothing and pierced her skin, blood flowing freely. In that fleeting moment of delay, the black wolf closed the distance, raising its claws. "Wait, don't kill me," she pleaded. Boom. Ignoring her desperate plea for mercy, the black wolf swiftly brought its paw down. Dark flames erupted, engulfing her entire form. Meanwhile, a sudden burst of icy energy erupted, manifesting as a shockwave that radiated outward. Everything in its path, both structures and life, was transformed into ice sculptures. However, upon impacting the black wolf, the frost merely coated it, igniting a hint of black flames, as if nothing had occurred. The burly man was far less fortunate, instantly becoming a frozen figure. Thus, of the 7 original targets, only 1 remained. Chapter 21. The Significance of Salvation. The golden-haired youth's face turned ashen. He had prided himself on being among the elite in his nation. The others were similarly skilled, all of them of average caliber. Yet, even with a numerical advantage of 7-3, they were utterly crushed. Why is his summoned creature so powerful? The golden-haired youth felt a pang of despair. Even a high-tier summoned creature should not exhibit such monstrous capabilities. He harbored no doubt that even without the other two's presence, Chen Lin would still have swept them aside. This was the manifestation of a foundational attribute that far surpassed their level, showcasing a dominance that rendered any effort futile. As Chen Lin approached, having lost the lightning chains, the golden-haired youth found himself bereft of any defensive measures. He could only unleash a rain of lightning before turning to flee. It was far too late to escape now. Chen Lin remained calm, moving with the grace of a swallow, evading every attack. Swish! With a slash of his blade, the golden-haired youth's body was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth. Although it was his first act of killing, Chen Lin's movements were fluid and unhesitating. The moment they had harbored murderous intent towards him, he had mentally prepared himself to eliminate them all. Glancing back, he saw Lu Yu and a dozen others gravely injured on the ground, but thankfully, they were not dead. Chen Lin approached and handed his blade to Lu Yu, who had become sharper through countless battles, faintly emanating a red glow. "It can be yours," Lu Yu whispered. "No need," Chen Lin replied with a faint smile. "You need it more than I do." Observing the genuine sincerity on his face, Lulu felt a wave of guilt wash over her. She realized that Chen Lin truly sought nothing for himself, risking danger to save them all. "By the way, do you know about the Mother of Calamity?" Chen Lin inquired. "Of course," Lu Yu nodded. "It is an entity that has emerged from countless calamity beasts, reborn with consciousness." "Where is it located?" "In the city center," Lu Yu instinctively responded, quickly realizing what he might intend to do. "Are you going to kill the Mother of Calamity?" Chen Lin nodded. "Only by eliminating it can we achieve the highest score and bring a semblance of salvation to this world." "That is impossible." Lu Yu immediately shook her head. "No one has ever killed the Mother of Calamity, not even those who have wounded it." "Rest assured," Chen Lin reassured her, gently caressing her dark red horns. "It will protect me." He gestured towards the black wolf approaching from behind. Lu Yu clasped her hands together anxiously, fully aware that her relationship with Chen Lin was merely ordinary, and she lowered her head. "Please don't get hurt." At that moment, Su Linxue and the burly man approached, interrupting their conversation. The burly man immediately lit up upon seeing Chen Lin, exclaiming, "Bro, your summoned creature is astonishing. It leaves me in awe." Hearing this, Chen Lin's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he recalled something he had seen online. It was said that those who transitioned to the shield wielder class would typically refer to their desired ally as Bro. Su Linxue remarked, "We meet again, Chen Lin." "What?" Before Chen Lin could respond, the burly man exclaimed in shock, "Bro, you're that top scholar from East Sky Province. No wonder you're so impressive." "Chen Lin, you two know each other and are both formidable. She wouldn't he happen to be Su Linxue, the second best from East Sky Province, would she?" The burly man laughed heartily. "I'm truly fortunate to be in the same promotion instance as two great figures." Su Linxue, intrigued, asked, "How do you know me?" "Oh, didn't you know? Since you earned the title of second in Dantian Province, your school has been extolling your beauty, kindness, and extraordinary charisma. Despite your humble origins, you nearly seized the top scholar position for the entire province. The praises have even reached my neighboring province." Su Linxue, truly remarkable. Chen Lin couldn't help but chuckle. Big brother, you are even more impressive. Your school claims that apart from the top scholar, all other 24 provinces are mere trifles in your eyes. And your reputation is quickly spreading throughout Dantian province. Su Linxue smiled faintly. Mutual admiration, I suppose. Chen Lin fell silent, consumed by a singular thought. Who initiated such extravagant praise of me? After a brief conversation, the three became more familiar with each other. And Chen Lin learned that the tall, stout boy was named Luo Xian. He hailed from Chongjiang province and, due to a lack of offensive capabilities in his shield martial arts, had average grades. His rise to level 10 was attributed to his parents taking him into the wilderness to hunt mutated beasts. Chen Lin discussed their plan to confront the disaster mother beast, gauging their willingness to join. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Xian declared he would follow Chen Lin wherever he went, and Su Linxue agreed as well. With a shared resolve, the trio promptly set off toward the city center. Just then, Lu spoke up, taking a deep breath. I can guide you. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Lin shook his head. The situation there is uncertain. If you go, we cannot ensure your safety. Lu's gaze was resolute. This is the only way I can assist you. You saved us, and twice you rescued Xiaoyu. Before she could finish, Chen Lin interrupted. My act of salvation was not to put your life at risk as a guide. If that were the case, it would merely lead you from one hell to another. If you truly wish to help, just point us in the right direction. Upon seeing the smile on the young man's face, Lu was momentarily stunned, staring at him in disbelief. Finally, her arms slowly lifted, pointing toward the distance. Chapter 22, The Disaster Mother Beast. On the roads of the city center, the surrounding buildings lay in ruins, cloaked in desolation. The roads were pockmarked and uneven, littered with damage and cracks, overgrown with weeds. Luo Xian was panting heavily, his face flushed, while beside him floated Su Linxue, gliding gracefully on her ice sword. According to her explanation, this was a manifestation of her mastery over the ice flame, consuming mana to create an ice sword capable of flight. Upon hearing her idea, both Luo Xian and Chen Lin were taken aback. So it could be done this way? However, the drawbacks were evident. It lacked speed, only useful for travel, and carelessly expending mana before battle was a grave mistake for a mage. Only her high mental attributes allowed her to endure such consumption, and she had learned a skill to accelerate mana recovery upon entering this instance. Luo Xian felt a pang of exhaustion, glancing at the imposing black wolf carrying Chen Lin effortlessly. Bro Lin, let it carry me too. I'm utterly drained. Upon hearing this, the black wolf turned its fierce gaze toward him, causing Luo Xian to hastily retract his request. No, I suddenly feel invigorated. Observing this, Su Linxue smiled faintly. Soon, the trio arrived before a grand bridge, where crimson miasma coalesced into tangible forms, swirling among the towering buildings, obscuring their outlines. Finally reaching the bridge, Luo Xian collapsed against a nearly 2-meter-wide shield, gasping for breath. Suddenly, as if drawn by their presence, a swarm of disaster beasts emerged from the surroundings, their eyes glowing red, surging toward them. Kill all humans and bring them back. This was the will transmitted to all disaster beasts by the Mother Queen through the miasma. Black Ming immediately unleashed a show of intimidation and charged into the throng of disaster beasts that had rapidly filled the pedestrian path, erupting in a conflagration of black flames. Chen Lin leaped down early, noticing that hordes of disaster beasts were pouring in from the bridge in 2 other directions, realizing something was amiss. The disaster mother beast has detected us. Does it possess a 1,000-mile gaze? Luo Xian gasped, staring at the crimson tide descending from the sky, reminiscent of a ferocious beast with a gaping maw, suffocating in its presence. They must have their own unique method of communication, Chen Lin pondered, drawing the blade from his staff and launching himself towards the disaster beasts surging from the right. Luo Xian immediately followed. Bro Lin, I'll take the hits for you. Su Linxue conjured a magic sphere, slowly closing her eyes. The next moment, when she opened them, her gaze shimmered with an icy blue intensity, resembling an indifferent deity. Boom. In an instant, a solid ice wall, towering dozens of meters high, formed on the bridge, staving off the disaster beasts momentarily. Then, above her, hundreds of sharp, icy spikes emanating frigid energy materialized. With a slight mental command from Su Linxue, all the ice spikes launched toward the advancing horde of disaster beasts from behind. Swoosh. Countless disaster beasts were pierced through, sending blood and flesh flying. Soon after, a multitude of ice spikes were formed, seemingly limitless, continuing to rain down upon them. Roar. The cacophony of chaotic roars erupted from the disaster beasts, collapsing one after another as if they were mere crops being harvested. Incredible, Sister Su, Luo Xian exclaimed. Caught up in the moment, it was evident that the speed of Su Linxue's ice spike formation had noticeably slowed, her expression darkening. Meanwhile, Black Ming tore through the swarm of disaster beasts like an unstoppable black flame dragon, explosions of dark fire expanding and growing in size. Boom. The entire pedestrian path was engulfed in a sea of black flames. The crimson miasma devoured, and the nearby buildings met a similar fate, crumbling under the searing heat. Almost all the disaster beasts perished within seconds under the relentless burning, clearing a vast area in a short time. Yet, soon, more disaster beasts surged forth, as if the slaughter would never end. From above, one could see that all the disaster beasts in the city were converging from all directions, even encountering a few survivors. They paid no heed. A man, trembling, watched as disaster beasts rushed past him, drenched in cold sweat, oblivious to his plight. He had been stealthily searching for food, only to suddenly collide with a multitude of disaster beasts charging toward him, rendering him speechless and paralyzed in despair. Just when he thought he would be torn to shreds, the disaster beasts ignored him completely. What on earth happened? It wasn't until the last disaster beast vanished from sight that the man dared to move, his face a mask of terror as he gazed in the direction they fled. Simultaneously, back at the base, Lu Yu and others noticed the anomaly. Witnessing the disaster beasts frantically racing toward the city center, they instantly understood that Chen Lin had indeed posed a threat to the disaster mother beast. With this realization, concern etched itself on their faces. On the other hand, Chen Lin began to feel the mounting pressure, his body sustaining injuries. Beneath his feet lay hundreds of corpses. Yet compared to the incessantly emerging disaster beasts, this number was barely a fraction, with tens, even hundreds of thousands of disaster beasts in the city. Even if they exhausted their strength, it was impossible to eliminate them all, as a dozen blade demons charged forward. Chen Lin immediately signaled Luo Xian to step up while he struck from the side. He quickly added, "Capture the leader first, Black Ming. Go straight for the disaster mother beast. Roar." At Chen Lin's command, Black Ming instantly pivoted and charged toward the bridge. Through 2 evolutions, its life form had advanced to a level where it could sense the presence of threats. On the opposite side, a dangerous aura lingered, presumably the disaster mother beast that its master had spoken of. Bang! Erupting with dark flames, Black Ming smashed through the ice wall, sending countless disaster beasts flying as it surged toward the city center, enveloped in thick miasma. Roar! A deafening roar erupted, shaking the very earth. As Black Ming reached the other side of the bridge, a massive, dark red tentacle, measuring over 10 meters in length, suddenly emerged from the miasma, striking it fiercely. Boom! Numerous buildings crumbled under Black Ming's relentless charge, only coming to a halt over 20 meters away. Roar! The thunderous roar scattered the dust as Black Ming rose from the rubble of concrete and debris, its cold, vertical pupils scanning the surroundings. In the obscured miasma, long, dark red tentacles, each stretching over 100 meters, writhed and surrounded it. A colossal eyeball, measuring over 60 meters in size, gradually emerged, its countless pupils fixated on Haiming, as if scrutinizing it. With a thunderous roar, dark flames surged forth, and Haiming slightly parted its jaws, emitting a series of low growls. The immense eyeball, displaying a sense of trepidation, appeared to sense the peril of the inky flames and hesitated, retreating slightly. Boom! Realizing that prolonging the confrontation would be detrimental, Haiming launched a direct assault, its body propelling forward with such force that the ground beneath cracked under the strain. The very earth trembled as Haiming surged ahead, the remnants of nearby buildings swaying precariously. The myriad pupils of the gigantic eyeball instantly contracted, while 15 dark red tentacles lashed out towards it. Bang! Bang! Buildings crumbled into a cascade of debris, unable to withstand the burden, as the ground fractured, fissures spreading in all directions, resembling a seismic upheaval under the combined might of the 15 dark red tentacles. Chapter 23, The Third Evolution. Observing the dark red tentacles flailing towards him, Haiming evaded where possible, yet when the razor-sharp claws emerged, enveloped in black light, he retaliated fiercely. However, the surface of the dark red tentacles was encrusted with a hard substance, rendering them impervious to his assault, and producing a sound akin to metal scraping against metal. Boom! Suddenly, one of the dark red tentacles struck Haiming, sending him hurtling backward, his 44-meter frame crashing through buildings, leaving a deep gouge in the ground. While countless vehicles were reduced to rubble, the distance that had been painstakingly closed now widened, as Haiming had relied on his formidable strength and defense in his enlarged form to engage in close combat. Yet now, faced with the onslaught of the immense eyeball's tentacles, he found himself utterly powerless to counteract. Boom! 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 More dark red tentacles surged forward, relentlessly pummeling Haiming, who was driven to the ground like a nail being hammered in, his limbs gradually bending and sinking as the surrounding area shook with thunderous vibrations. A howl erupted as the inky flames exploded with unrestrained fury, akin to a volcanic eruption, the searing heat instantly radiating outward, forcing the massive eyeball to retreat. Haiming burst forth, his magical energy depleting at an alarming rate, opting for a desperate gamble. Meanwhile, Chen Lin struggled to maintain his composure. One side of his face smeared with blood, his clothing tattered and riddled with wounds. His sword bore numerous nicks, teetering on the edge of disrepair. Beside him, Luo Xian fared little better, his shield dented and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Su Linxue stood atop an ice pillar, relying on the protection of the two, rapidly regaining her magical energy. Surrounding them lay the corpses of thousands of calamity beasts, blood pooling as if it were a stream. I can hardly hold on. Su, how much longer will it take? Luo Xian positioned himself firmly in front of Chen Lin, bracing against the oncoming calamity beasts, shouting. At that moment, Chen Lin's expression turned grave. Through his spiritual link with Haiming, he sensed that Haiming's life force was gradually waning. It too was ensnared in peril. Suddenly, Su Linxue opened her eyes, her gaze shimmering with an icy blue radiance. Frostbane. The air around them plummeted to absolute zero. Waves of frigid air coiling into a 100-meter frost dragon that roared. Instantly, the bodies of all calamity beasts within a radius of several hundred meters began to freeze. Immobilized by the cold, you'd best stand close to me. At her command, Luo Xian and Chen Lin hurriedly complied. Just then, the frost dragon reared back, unleashing a fearsome roar before plummeting to the ground. Boom. The earth erupted in a 100-meter radius, the shockwave rippling outward for kilometers, countless calamity beasts disintegrating into crystalline shards. Holy cow! Luo Xian stood in stunned silence, forgetting even his usual flattery. Chen Lin was equally taken aback. He had always heard that Su Linxue's strength lay in her concealed abilities, but it seemed she had hidden her prowess quite deeply. Judging solely by the might of this technique, it surely rivaled S-class talents. The reason Chen Lin had managed to suppress her during their examinations was entirely due to Haiming's formidable baseline combat strength, which allowed it to maintain peak performance for extended periods. In terms of explosive output, however, Su Linxue clearly had the advantage. Nevertheless, even though this wave of cleansing obliterated hundreds of calamity beasts in an instant, it was but a drop in the ocean compared to the tens of thousands or even millions of calamity beasts swarming the city. Even with Haiming's presence, they would be overwhelmed, and it would be impossible to eliminate them all before exhaustion set in. It was precisely this consideration that prompted Chen Lin to send Haiming alone into the city center for a one-on-one confrontation with the calamity mother beast. Yet the outcome had been beneficial, at the very least granting them a fleeting opportunity to escape. Noticing that Haiming's evolution value was a mere 30 points shy of completion, Chen Lin made a swift decision. Let us head to the calamity mother beast. They had no choice but to allow Haiming to evolve on the spot for a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, even if the three of them managed to break free, abandoning Haiming would surely lead to its demise. With Su Linxue leading the charge, unleashing spells to eliminate the calamity beasts obstructing the bridge, Chen Lin and Luo Xian flanked to clear the sides. Soon, the trio reached the city center, pursued by an unending horde of calamity beasts. The area lay in ruins, ravaged by the conflict between Haiming and the colossal eyeball, not a single intact structure remaining. Luo Xian looked on, heart racing. This was truly terrifying. A howl resonated from the malevolent energy ahead, and without hesitation, the three surged forward. Before long, they beheld Haiming, grievously wounded, blood seeping from its mouth, barely clinging to life. Yet its claws remained fiercely anchored to the ground, enduring the onslaught of dark red tentacles, resolute in its advance. To draw closer was its only hope of victory, and retreat was not an option. I'll lure the calamity beasts over, Luo Xian. You taunted to share some of the damage. Hearing Chen Lin's directive, Luo Xian shuddered, thinking, am I going to die? Shouldn't he be too bad? Su Linxue will be there to assist you, don't worry. With that, Chen Lin dashed toward Haiming. Luo Xian could only grit his teeth and muster the courage to taunt the colossal eyeball. Fortunately, due to his low level, his efforts had little effect. The massive eyeball merely flicked a few of its pupils in his direction before a dark red tentacle swung down with little care. As he gazed up at the shadow enveloping him, the descending behemoth rendered Luo Xian pale with fear as he hastily raised his shield. B-class talent. Earth S-wall. A heavy wall of yellow rock coalesced instantly, yet he felt it was insufficient, rapidly casting several additional skills. Simultaneously, Su Linxue's magic sphere brightened as 5 ice walls rapidly erected themselves before Luo Xian. Bang! The ice walls shattered in less than a second under the impact of the dark red tentacle, ultimately absorbing only a third of the force. Boom! The rock wall held for a few seconds before crumbling, the dark red tentacle crashing against the shield, sending a cloud of dust spiraling into the air. The force of the impact left Luo Xian reeling, causing intense pain in his chest as he coughed up blood. When the dark red tentacle withdrew, his diminutive form collapsed to the ground, motionless. Su Linxue's expression turned grave. The calamity mother beast's power had likely reached the threshold of a third-tier boss. She wondered if Chen Lin's summoned entities could withstand such might. Haiming, devour these calamity beasts. As they drew nearer, Chen Lin shouted, swiftly transforming his sword into a staff and immediately casting restoration and enhancement spells. A faint white light enveloped him, and Haiming's vertical pupils trembled as it unleashed a mighty roar, tearing through the advancing dark red tentacles. With a 560-point boost to its power attribute and an additional 20 increase, the effect was vastly different from before. Roar! The colossal eyeball shrieked in agony, its tentacles retracting as Haiming seized the moment to plunge into the throng of calamity beasts, the inky flames blossoming like a lotus, swiftly engulfing the area. In a matter of moments, vast swathes of calamity beasts were incinerated. The colossal eyeball sensed the impending catastrophe and promptly issued commands through the malevolent energy for all calamity beasts to retreat. Yet it was too late. Countless inky flames, imbued with devouring energy, surged into Haiming, completing its evolution value. Without hesitation, Chen Lin initiated the evolution process. Boom. A terrifying black power erupted suddenly from the depths of the void within Haiming, sweeping across its entire being in an instant, and bursting forth into the sky, forming a pitch-black column of light that shot upwards. Chapter 24. The Body of Vajra. Within the obsidian beam, Haiming's form instantaneously grew to a height of 10 meters. Rapidly escalating to an imposing 84 meters, its body length surpassing 100 meters, resembling a catastrophic behemoth of unparalleled might. Congratulations. Your summoned creature Haiming has acquired the skill, Swift. Congratulations, your summoned creature Haiming's gigantification talent has been upgraded to CB level. Congratulations. Your summoned creature Haiming's flame talent has been upgraded to CB level. Congratulations, your summoned creature Haiming has gained a new talent, Body of Vajra, B. Strength, 141201. Constitution, 145205. Agility, 144204. Magic power, 140200. All attributes have increased by 60. Chen Lin felt a surge of joy, his thoughts igniting. Giantization, B increases body size fourfold, enhancing strength, defense, and speed by 400. Flame, B creates flames unique to itself. Temperature is linked to magic power. Characteristic, confuse any two powers within itself, transforming into flames with distinct effects. Body of Vajra, B infuses the entire body with the indomitable power of Vajra, strength linked to constitution, rendering it immovable. Once again, a comprehensive enhancement had occurred, allowing Chen Lin to breathe a sigh of relief. According to the knowledge acquired at school, the first-tier dungeons would rarely feature entities of the third tier, unless one were a prodigy, utterly invincible against opponents of equal level. He had not anticipated that he had unknowingly ascended to such a tier. It was somewhat unexpected. Chen Lin presumed that Haiming would require at least 2 more evolutions to achieve absolute invincibility among its peers. Furthermore, the enormous eye creature was particularly effective against Haiming. Otherwise, even if it could not win, it could have fled, thus avoiding a fatal predicament. The two factors could only be described as a stroke of misfortune. However, with Haiming's evolution, it was now time for the eye creature to face its misfortunes. The dark beam, which had once pierced the heavens and dispelled the gloom, gradually weakened until it vanished entirely. The sky appeared to have ruptured, revealing a patch of cloudless expanse, and the long-absent sunlight descended, albeit still hindered by the aura of malevolence. Haiming, with its vertical pupil, fixated on the enormous eye, its entire being revitalized. With its black fur and hardened skin radiating a faint golden glow, exuding an aura of supernatural majesty. The massive eye trembled, immobilized by the overwhelming desire to consume everything. The terrifying aura of transcendence rendering it paralyzed in fear. Yet, rage surged within it, for it too could evolve and become the strongest existence. Roar. Thick. Dark red tentacles lashed out, producing a resonating whoosh. Observing this, Chen Lin hurriedly vacated the area. The clash of these two titanic beasts could easily result in collateral damage. Crash. Haiming stood resolute as 15 dark red tentacles struck its form, merely causing a slight tremor in the golden glow. Howl. The black flames, born of the fusion of gluttony and gigantification, erupted in an instant, ensnaring the dark red tentacles that writhed across Haiming's body. The terrifyingly high temperature forcing them to loosen and writhe in the air. Boom. The black flames gradually coalesced into a monstrous shadow, towering over 400 meters high. Even more fearsome and savage than Haiming itself. Instantly, the temperature within a 1,000-meter radius surged dramatically, with weeds wilting, the ground cracking, and the center transforming into a sea of black flames. With each additional talent fused into the flames, the power was far from a mere 1+1. It multiplied exponentially. In the distance, Su Linxue was slightly taken aback. This summoned creature was truly terrifying. Its inexplicable power surge unheard of. Seeing Chen Lin sprint back, drenched in sweat, she instinctively conjured a chilling breeze that enveloped them, bringing an extraordinary sense of comfort. "Thank you, Su," he said. "You're welcome." Su Linxue replied with a light smile. Suddenly, Chen Lin felt something grip his foot. Looking down, he saw Luo Xian, bloodied, crawling towards him. He raised his bloodied face. Giving a thumbs up, "Brother Lin, you are incredible." Luo Xian was consumed by a singular thought. He was determined to cling to this powerful ally. No one could stop him. "What happened to you?" Chen Lin quickly helped him up. Luo Xian felt a surge of emotion, believing that Chen Lin had acknowledged him. At last, he had a formidable older brother to shield him, a mere tank destined to endure blows. "It's all right, Brother Lin, my life is resilient. I won't die." Upon hearing this, Chen Lin silently released his grip and stood back up, joining Su Linxue to watch the titanic duel between the two beasts from afar. Luo Xian roar. Haiming charged towards the colossal eye, its claws raised, and the enormous shadow of the beast mirrored the motion, striking down with its obsidian claws. Roar. The gigantic eye lost several of its vision points in an instant, emitting a pained scream as torrents of blood flowed from its remaining eyes. Its tentacles flailed wildly, striking Haiming, yet inflicting no damage whatsoever. Roar. This scene incited the giant eye to roar, summoning waves of malevolent energy from the city center, which swiftly merged into its form. In an instant, its size inflated dramatically, and dark red tentacles sprouted countless sharp barbs. This was the crucial power it had amassed over countless years to evolve to the next life tier, now forced to be unleashed prematurely. Realizing this, rage filled the countless eyes of the giant eye. Roar. I will certainly kill you. Dark red tentacles converged from all directions to envelop Haiming, forcibly enduring the searing heat of the black flames that consumed life, attempting to constrict and strangle it. The golden light fiercely repelled the barbed tentacles, preventing them from piercing through. The two forces clashed violently, shaking the ground with every blow, their roars echoing through the skies. As hours passed, countless structures lay in ruins, reduced to rubble, yet amidst the wreckage, Haiming remained steadfast. Roar. The resounding roar reverberated through the air, and the crimson malevolence that had long shrouded the city center finally dissipated completely. The numerous eyes of the giant eye dimmed, lifeless, as the black flames gradually consumed its form. At last, they had vanquished the mother of calamities, and Chen Lin's and Luo Xian's hearts relaxed. Chen Lin and Su Linxue exchanged smiles. Having slain the mother beast, along with thousands of calamity creatures, their scores would undoubtedly be exceptionally high. Soon, Luo Xian also grasped the situation, his expression brimming with excitement. Although he and Su Linxue had merely assisted in absorbing damage, they would still receive some share of the rewards, especially considering the numerous calamity creatures they had previously eliminated. In dungeons with faction divisions, scores were allocated entirely based on contributions, ensuring fairness. One could not simply claim all the points for defeating the boss. Moreover, for auxiliary roles like shields, the scoring system differed. Thus, he estimated that his score would not be low, reflecting on the warnings of his parents before entering the dungeon, urging him not to take reckless risks. He realized he was vastly different from those prodigies who had directly ascended today. If they knew he had achieved a high score in the faction dungeon, they would surely be overjoyed, and Luo Xian felt a surge of excitement. Chapter 25, The Pinnacle Academy. After the battle concluded, the three gathered together as dusk gradually enveloped the surroundings, plunging them into darkness due to the absence of any light source. Luo Xian hurriedly scavenged for wood amidst the ruins, igniting the kindling with Haiming's flames. Without the fused powers of gluttony and excess, the flames burned in their natural hue. Otherwise, it would have been rather humorous. As night fell, the trio prepared to rest until the morrow before departing the dungeon. Originally, Chen Lin intended for Haiming to continue hunting the remaining calamity beasts, but seeing it exhausted after hours of battle, he decided against it. Such actions verge on the inhumane. From the moment they entered the Ascension dungeon until now, over a dozen hours have passed with Haiming either engaged in battle or hastening along. The toil has been relentless. Now, after a hard-fought respite, Chen Lin feels reluctant to impose further demands on it, and thus must painfully allow the calamity beasts to roam free throughout the city. The following day, with the sound of a notification, the three vanished from their location. Time has elapsed. Commencing assessment based on your performance. Total of 8,564 calamity beasts slain. Successfully defeated the calamity matriarch and safeguarded hundreds of survivors in Ning'an City. Perhaps this act will bring a glimmer of hope to this world. Congratulations. Your score is perfect. Class advancement to Summoner Swordsman, rare, unique, growth attributes, 510. Description: this peculiar class has emerged because of you. If your adversaries believe your summoned entities are formidable, they will soon discover their grave misjudgment upon engaging you directly. Congratulations. You have comprehended a new class skill, Magic Sword. In the room, Chen Lin's figure materialized unexpectedly. After 24 hours, he was transported back from the Ascension dungeon. Observing the frame that appeared before him, he felt a flicker of surprise and contemplation. Magic Sword. Coalesce a blade that exists between reality and illusion, disregarding any tangible defenses of the target, inflicting a singular mental trauma. Power based on mental attributes. Upon reading this, Chen Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. The tangible defenses encompass all visible means of protection, such as Haiming's adamantine form and the Guardian Wall. To bypass these defenses and directly inflict mental damage means that unless the opponent possesses mental defenses or a considerable mental attribute, even the most resilient foe could be felled in an instant. Consider Luo Xian. Even if he deployed all his skills and talents, should Chen Lin's magic sword strike, he could emerge as a fool at best, or suffer complete mental collapse and death at worst. This skill was utterly hair-raising. Chen Lin promptly endeavored to utilize it. In an instant, a half-meter-long, wholly transparent sword adorned with intricate carvings materialized in his grasp. His mental energy was entirely expended in the process of manifesting the magic sword. Shaking his head, he retracted the sword. It seemed this skill could only be wielded as a trump card. Taking a silent glance at the window, he noted the sun shining brightly outside, indicating a disparity in the flow of time between the two worlds. Stepping out, he found the living room deserted. Yet a platter of dishes covered in cling film awaited him on the table, accompanied by a note reminding him to heat them before consumption. Chen Lin smiled slightly, reheating and finishing the meal before unlocking his phone. Two friend request notifications caught his eye, from Luo Xian and Su Linxue. They had exchanged contact information before their return from the Ascension Dungeon, solidifying their bond of shared survival. Chen Lin accepted the requests, recognizing the increased difficulty of this dungeon due to faction choices. Without the support of his two teammates, the outcome could have been precarious for Haiming. As he scrolled down, he found a message from Lu Wen. The recruitment instructors from the top-tier academies would arrive at 2 p.m. today. He should prepare to visit the school. After a moment's contemplation, with no other pressing matters, he replied affirmatively and promptly departed. At Fanyan No. 2 High School, Lu Wen awaited at the school gate, and upon seeing Chen Lin, rushed forward. "You finally arrived. This time, all 5 top-tier academies have sent recruitment instructors to our school." His voice brimmed with excitement. Principal Li had not ceased smiling since receiving such an honor. This was unprecedented in Fanyan City, and their intention was unequivocal, to recruit Chen Lin, the top scholar of Dantian. Entering the school, they passed numerous first and second-year students, who all paused to gaze at Chen Lin with palpable excitement. Even a prepared younger female student approached him, presenting a pink letter, her face flushed, before hastily retreating. Witnessing this, Lu Wen's lips twitched as he quickly cautioned. "You mustn't cause trouble. Harming your junior will have significant repercussions." Chen Lin nodded, quietly stowing the letter away. It was a heartfelt gesture, and he could hardly discard it. As they continued down the corridor, the number of gazes increased, with many more younger students shyly approaching, their cheeks tinged with crimson. In no time, Chen Lin's attire was stuffed with notes of affection from infatuated girls. Lu Wen, bemused, seemed to question his own existence. Eventually, they arrived at the office, where Lu Wen swiftly closed the door, shielding them from the curious throng of students following them. Chen Lin shook his head. Such occurrences would be nearly impossible in his previous life. Yet here, they were entirely commonplace, as everyone revered powerful practitioners. The trend was even more pronounced in society. Lu Wen retrieved a dragon-shaped ring from his drawer, declaring, "This contains a reward from the city government. They viewed your examination performance video and specifically sought a sword staff that can transform into 2 forms, along with a universal 5th-tier skill book." Upon hearing this, Chen Lin's eyes sparkled. These were undoubtedly items he desperately needed. The sword staff, an ordinary quality weapon, had endured excessive wear from intense battles and required replacement. The universal 5th-tier skill book could be comprehended by all classes and was worth at least several million. As Chen Lin accepted the ring, he probed its contents with his mind, revealing 2 pieces of information. Tianquan sword staff, superior, effect, sword form, gains the enhancement of golden sharpness, rendering all objects susceptible to destruction. Staff form, gains the wisdom aura, continuously restoring mental energy and amplifying any skill effect by 50. Close at hand, 5th tier, effect. Ignore distances of up to 100 meters, instantly arriving at your destination. One word, powerful. Chen Lin was thoroughly satisfied. The close-at-hand skill was meticulously chosen by the city government to allow for rapid distance closure, perfectly suited for a summoner. Lu Wen explained, "Ahem, by the way." Suddenly, his expression turned somewhat awkward as he added, "You need to sign your name on this clothing. Make it look nice." With that, he produced a gray pleated skirt from his drawer. Noticing Lu Wen's peculiar gaze, Chen Lin was taken aback. "Oh no, have I inadvertently stolen your daughter's heart?" Chapter 26. The youth sets forth on his journey. Around 2 p.m., a black official vehicle pulled up at No. 2 High School, and 5 men and women disembarked. Li Mingji approached with a solemn demeanor, showing no signs of complacency. Those who could serve as instructors from top-tier academies were undoubtedly 5th-tier practitioners, deserving of utmost respect, even from the mayor. Upon entering the reception room, the languidly seated Ji Fei inquired, "Where is Chen Lin?" "He will be here shortly." Li Mingji responded, just as 2 knocks resounded from outside. The door swung open to reveal Lu Wen, accompanied by a youth of 17 or 18 with a fair and handsome face, and a tall, upright physique. Ji Fei scrutinized him from head to toe, commenting, "Not bad. This appearance is fitting for our young academy." Seated nearby, Feng Yi immediately expressed his discontent. "What's this? Just because of his looks? You're recruiting based on appearances? Indeed, our 5 prestigious academies represent the face of the Daxia. Isn't this a mockery?" The 2 united in their scathing rebuke. Before turning back to extend olive branches to Chen Lin, "Little Chen, choose my Qingtian Academy. You may select any 3 resources as an enrollment gift." "Only 3? Is this a meager handout?" I see you question the weight of the Dantian top scholar. Yes, yes. Little Chen, if he looks down on you, don't endure it. The scene left Li Mingji and Lu Wen momentarily dumbfounded. Chen Lin, too, was taken aback. Such intricate rhetoric could not be mastered without years of experience. It reminded him of the current state of affairs online in his past life, and he couldn't help but exclaim internally, brilliant. The atmosphere grew tense. Anyone daring to recruit Chen Lin would inevitably attract hostility from the others. Initially, the top-tier academies did not recruit top scholars in such a manner. They were once lofty and proud, standing atop the pinnacle of Daxia, with their dignity intact, until someone, having failed to recruit a single top scholar for an entire year, could no longer afford to play around, began to delve deeply into research and resorted to underhanded tactics. The landscape began to skew. Nowadays, the recruitment of top scholars unfolds amidst sharp exchanges and an atmosphere thick with tension. To this end, the elite academies spare no effort in enlisting experts to impart the essence of persuasive rhetoric to the mentors responsible for admissions. Student Chen, I have meticulously studied your college entrance examination videos 10 times. Your swordsmanship clearly indicates your affinity for bladed weapons. If you come to our Beilong Academy, I can arrange for an instructor specializing in swordsmanship to guide you one-on-one, ensuring your skills ascend to new heights. Huh. The fact that you could discern such a trivial detail after watching just 10 times only reveals that your Beilong Academy is filled with incompetence. Even the most promising genius would be buried there. Indeed, student Chen would be better off at Yuntian Academy. We can arrange for your mother and sister to join you, ensuring all aspects of your life are well taken care of. How brazen. You dare play the emotional card, Yuntian? Do you have no shame? You shamelessly attempted to win over the last East Tian top scholar using your own daughter. Is that even human? Nonsense. They were simply two souls in love. Am I in love with you? As the scene grew increasingly chaotic, Ji Fei took a deep breath to gather her thoughts and suddenly addressed Chen Lin. You've reached the first transition. You should not have begun summoning yet, right? Once you enter Yunk, I can directly apply on your behalf to gather the finest materials required for summoning, thereby enhancing the likelihood of top-tier summons appearing. Furthermore, your Black Wolf possesses growth potential, so feel free to request any resources you need. Additionally, we at Yunk can meet all the conditions mentioned by them, including the provision of a daughter. Upon hearing these words, the other four fell silent. Although Chen Lin's score was a full 20,000, even with their discerning eyes, they recognized that it was substantial. However, this year, there were particularly many prodigies, with at least 10 scoring higher than 20,000. If they expended too many resources recruiting here in East Tian, it would become exceedingly challenging to compete against others later. Realizing this, the four who deemed it not worthwhile silently relinquished their pursuit. Observing this scene, Ji Fei let out a sigh of relief, her gaze expectantly fixed on Chen Lin. What do you think? However, he merely shook his head. Everything else is acceptable. But as for providing a daughter, let us forego that. Ji Fei's brows relaxed, her heart elated. All right, if you prefer someone more mature, I can certainly accommodate that. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi could no longer contain himself. Are you really going for an old cow eating tender grass? Is that unacceptable? Ji Fei slightly puffed out her chest, her ample bosom accentuated beneath her fitted white blouse, her figure undeniably eye-catching. Chen Lin intended to clarify that was not his meaning, but the words caught in his throat. Ultimately, Chen Lin chose Yunk Academy, not merely because of Ji Fei's beauty, but primarily due to the generous offerings she provided. With their objective accomplished, the five did not linger and prepared to set off for the next major province. Ji Fei inquired whether they would accompany them on a tour of the 24 major provinces of the Great Xia before returning to Yunk Academy, or if Chen Lin would prefer to arrive on his own at the start of the academic year. He opted for the latter. After contemplating that there was nothing else to address, Chen Lin bid farewell to Lu Wen and Li Mingji. Upon returning home, he found Li Huiru cooking in the kitchen while Chun-Li sat on the sofa watching television. Noticing his arrival, his sister immediately hopped up. Brother, it seems like you've become famous. Many people at school are talking about you. At my workplace, it's the same. Everyone mentions little Lin. Smiled Li Huiru as she emerged from the kitchen with a plate. Many distant relatives have called home, inquiring if the East Tian top scholar mentioned in the news is you. However, I didn't confirm, or else we have a swarm of strangers visiting tonight. Chen Lin chuckled. As more people began to pay attention to the college entrance examination, social media and news outlets vigorously promoted it. All those who had taken the exam would become the steadfast shields of the future Great Xia. Thus, provincial top scholars naturally shone brightly, drawing the interest of acquaintances, even those they had never met. After dinner, Chen Lin tidied the dishes and cleaned the house as usual. Then, amidst his sister's playful antics, he reluctantly summoned He Ming, retreating to his room to rest and await the start of the academic year. 2 days later, downstairs, Li Huiru drove over to take Chen Lin to the airport. Chun-Li followed and suddenly seemed to have an idea, her eyes brightening as she said, "Can we not take the car? Then how do you intend to go?" Li Huiru looked at her. "Let brothers He Ming carry us. It's enormous and faster than a car." Li Huiru facepalmed. "It's one thing for it to help your brother in battle, but now you want it to indulge your whims? Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at the airport. Li Huiru gazed at the departing Chen Lin, her expression filled with worry. Be careful at the academy. Prioritize your safety. Don't worry, Mom. I understand, Chen Lin replied, having heard this countless times along the way, yet he nodded solemnly. Watching him turn to leave, Li Huiru raised her hand, her lips trembling slightly. She knew that the farther Chen Lin went, the more he would have to bear, facing dangers and battles against foreign civilizations and mutated beasts. Chen Li sensed her mother's concern and comforted her. It's all right, brother is so capable, and with He Ming protecting him, they will always be safe. Chapter 27. A National Calamity, the Vixen. In the capital of the 9th Heavy Province, Zhongtian City, Yonk Academy. Countless students with outstanding college entrance examination scores gathered here. And at a glance, even many who had already transitioned were present. This caused many proud individuals to temper their arrogance, no longer daring to take things lightly. At this moment, the senior students at the reception point gazed at the venue, each expressing astonishment. They had long heard that this year's college entrance examination candidates were exceptionally strong, and they initially did not pay much attention, but upon witnessing the reality, they felt it was somewhat exaggerated. Talents are everywhere. The excellent are as common as dogs. This description fits perfectly. I saw the national score announcement. The lowest scoring top scholar had 19,000 points, while the first place scholar even reached 30,000 points, directly breaking the previous record for the highest scores. Our Yonk is lacking compared to the other 4 top academies, having only recruited 3 top scholars, while 21 others turned down our olive branch. Alas, we are not just a bit behind. Having any is already good. I heard that the top scholar from East Tian named Chen Lin ascended through a common profession, which is quite intriguing. I've seen his introduction. He hails from a humble background, with no wealth or connections, yet he has achieved this level independently. Truly impressive. However, compared to the higher-ranked scholars, there remains a significant gap, lacking innate talent and possessing only an ordinary profession, relying solely on a powerful summoning creature. He cannot go far. As they conversed, a sudden commotion erupted nearby, prompting them to glance over instinctively. 2 fair-skinned, tall young women, strikingly similar in appearance, descended from a shuttle bus. Both had their long hair tied in single ponytails. One exuded a heroic spirit, while the other radiated gentle charm. Instantly, someone recognized them as the top scholars from Chongjiang province, who shared the first place due to their teamwork. Old Ma, what are you up to? The senior called Old Ma shrugged off the hand that had grabbed him, declaring earnestly, Of course, I'm here to guide the 2 junior sisters. It is a senior's duty. Wait, allow me to take on this important task. Another senior interjected, stepping in front of him. Just as the 2 were about to come to blows, the 2 girls at the reception point had already jogged over, smiling as they greeted the Chongjiang top scholars. Seeing this, the 2 silently exchanged glances, releasing their grips on each other's collars and walking away without another word. Soon, another shuttle bus arrived, and a handsome young man alighted. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him, curiosity evident in their expressions. Is that Chen Lin? Aside from being somewhat handsome, there's nothing particularly special about him. Indeed, just look at him. He has a disaster waiting to happen. Brother, your descriptions are quite vivid. Many female students lit up upon seeing Chen Lin. His flawless appearance was simply impeccable. A beautiful senior, aware of the principle of first come, first served, immediately stepped forward. Junior, let me take you to register your information, shall I? As she tucked her hair behind her ear, her pristine and smooth neck was revealed. I appreciate your assistance, senior. Chen Lin chuckled softly. Witnessing this scene, many senior students gritted their teeth in frustration. Although the female students at Yunxiu Academy outnumbered the males, their beauty was striking and hard to pursue. The moment Chen Lin arrived, beautiful girls flocked to him. How could they not feel envious? Bang! A boy, tears brimming in his eyes, slammed his palm on the table, startling those nearby. Brother, what's wrong? That girl. I've harbored a crush on her for a year. He lamented. Just yesterday, I was finally about to obtain her contact information. Victory was within reach. You're off by more than just a step, aren't you? Meanwhile, under the meticulous guidance of an enthusiastic senior, Chen Lin swiftly completed his registration and proceeded to his assigned accommodation. Chen Lin, with this specially designed academy phone, you can connect to the Enlightenment system, where you can access a wealth of information previously beyond your grasp. The Enlightenment system is a fusion of technology and profession, responsible for all logistical operations. You can purchase any desired skill books, equipment, and various resources. Of course, this requires sufficient credits or contribution points. Additionally, you can use it to enter exclusive forums for inter-academy exchanges. Chen Lin nodded, observing the cybernetic-style device in his hand as he inputted his student ID. Following a successful identity verification, his basic information appeared on the screen. Nearby, Su Qingqing, who was secretly noting down his student ID to add him as a friend, was rendered speechless upon seeing the string of zeros representing his credits. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Chen Lin, how do you possess so many credits? Su Qingqing exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. With 100,000 credits, Even a forbidden item could be purchased. The categorization of equipment quality ranges from ordinary to superior, exquisite, exceptional, forbidden, and destiny items. Beyond that, she lacked the authority to know more. Chen Lin smiled. This was likely a perk bestowed upon him by Yunsu Academy. The treatment accorded to a top scholar was indeed exceptional. Su Qingqing's expression was complex. Even after 4 years of hard work, she might not accumulate 100,000 credits. The disparity was staggering. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The title of top scholar represented a distinction above millions in the province. A true prodigy who naturally warranted such attention. Chapter 28, the second summoned item. The expanse of Yunsu Academy was vast. It took the two of them over 10 minutes to reach the dormitory. Gazing at the standalone suite before them, Su Qingqing remarked, Chen Lin, this will be your dormitory. I'll take my leave now. By the way, Yunsu's educational philosophy has always emphasized the strong supporting the strong, creating pressure for progress. Therefore, your roommates will undoubtedly be formidable individuals. Chen Lin nodded, watching her wave goodbye as he turned to enter his abode for the next 4 years. The living room was exceedingly spacious, furnished with all the essentials, and a large LCD television stood prominently in the center. The 2-story suite contained 4 rooms in total. With no one else present, Chen Lin casually selected a room and stepped inside, finding it impeccably clean, stocked with various facilities and daily necessities. Contemplating his options, he retrieved the celestial sword staff from his storage ring and began practicing basic swordsmanship. Since his class transition, it was akin to breaking physical limitations and embarking on a path of cultivation. In reality, consistent daily training could enhance his strength, physique, and agility attributes. However, the progress was negligible, far inferior to the rapid advancements gained through experience and leveling up. Thus, relying solely on this method to bridge the gap was virtually impossible. Yet, once a skill reached a certain height, it could transform into an ability, and Chen Lin was currently striving towards that goal. Moreover, practicing basic swordsmanship would significantly aid his combat skills. Over-reliance on abilities while neglecting one's own capabilities could easily lead to peril. Several hours later, the specialized device suddenly vibrated, prompting Chen Lin to cease his movements and glance at the illuminated screen, which indicated that his personal items had been delivered to the ground floor. Simultaneously, a message appeared. Your summoning materials have been approved. If you require additional resources, feel free to request them. I will do my utmost to assist you. Lastly, I urge you to enhance your strength. After sending the message, Ji Fei leaned back in her plush chair. Do you have such confidence in him? Jiang Wuyue questioned, somewhat puzzled. Our resources are sufficient to recruit 4 provincial top scholars. This is Yunsu Academy's opportunity to rise from the bottom, yet you are expending too much on him. The total value of those summoning materials amounted to thousands of credits, and the privilege of requesting resources was of the highest standard. Not to mention the 100,000 credits, far exceeding Chen Lin's worth. Even the top scorer of the National College Entrance Examination, a prodigy with an SSS level talent, might be swayed by such conditions. Ji Fei, I must speak candidly. He is entirely unworthy of what we are offering. Regardless of the setting, strength always spoke for itself. One's value determined their treatment. Clearly, Jiang Wuyue was unconvinced that Chen Lin deserved such high-level privileges at Yunsu Academy. Have you watched his college entrance examination footage? Of course. Don't you think the growth rate of his summoned creature is astonishingly quick? Ji Fei countered. Are you suggesting that the talent of his summoned creature exceeds our estimated S level? Jiang Wuyue frowned, her voice tinged with certainty. That is absolutely impossible. A first transition summoned creature has no probability of summoning a top-tier being. The rapid growth and surge in combat power we have analyzed stem from sacrificing its upper limit for early-stage growth potential. In other words, it will only grow weaker in the future, with a significant chance of being overtaken by others. Ji Fei smiled knowingly at her. The freshman competition will take place tomorrow. The truth will soon be revealed. Upon seeing the expression on her face, Jiang Wuyue suddenly understood. Having grown up together, she knew Ji Fei's character too well. She wasn't relying on any solid evidence to believe in Chen Lin. She was purely betting on her instincts. Jiang Wuyue furrowed her brow deeply, disapproving of such behavior. Once the results were out tomorrow, even if the academy head was your mother, there would be consequences. Placing the summoning materials on the floor, Chen Lin extended a hand, opening it in the void. Accompanied by the incantation of the summoning spell, intricate patterns materialized on his palm. Soon after, magical energy surged forth, inscribing mysterious runes upon the floor. As the process completed, the room was engulfed in white light, akin to a multitude of flashbangs exploding simultaneously. Fortunately, Chen Lin had prior experience and had closed his eyes in advance. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes to behold a silver butterfly, measuring 60 centimeters, flapping 2 pairs of wings. Please don't tell me it's another weakling, Chen Lin thought, his lips twitching as he quietly examined its panel. Summon creature, unnamed. Type, silver butterfly. Level, 10. Attributes, strength 1, constitution 1, agility 1, magic 1. Health, 100. Skills, none. Talent, none. With a mere 4 total attributes. It was weaker than the initial Black Shadow, and still at level 10. Chen Lin shook his head. This truly reset the known lower limit of summoned creatures. However, it mattered not. I shall endow you with the potential for greatness. Watching the silver butterfly diligently flapping its wings and slowly approaching him, Chen Lin extended his finger to catch it. Detection initiated. Loyalty, 100, will never betray. Proceed with the master connection? Upon Chen Lin's confirmation, a sudden tearing of the soul occurred, with intense pain radiating from deep within, persisting for a considerable time. Soul fusion complete. Master connection established. Congratulations. Your summoned creature has awakened its unique talent, Metamorphosis, SSS. Hearing the announcement, and sensing that his body was unharmed, Chen Lin let out a long sigh of relief. A thought crossed his mind. Metamorphosis, SSS, can transform into any form, gaining different abilities. Confused at first, he soon witnessed the silver butterfly transform into a silvery light, morphing into Chen Lin's likeness, and it uttered in a dazed voice, Master. Chapter 29, Growth-Type Battle Armor. After a preliminary understanding, Chen Lin finally recognized the formidable nature of metamorphosis. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He spent several hundred credits on a set of ordinary quality battle armor from a specialized machine. As the shop was conveniently located within the Yunk Academy, he arrived in no time. Chen Lin opened the box, revealing various pieces of armor. He pointed towards the silver butterfly, initiating a mental connection. Upon merging their souls, an intangible bond formed, enabling Chen Lin to transcend linguistic barriers and convey his thoughts directly. The silver butterfly nodded gently, transforming into a silvery light that enveloped Chen Lin's arm. In an instant, the silver armor began to materialize, gradually cloaking his entire body. Chen Lin meticulously examined his new attire, noticing no discomfort or weight. It felt as if the armor was an inherent part of his being. Approaching the mirror, he admired his reflection, his expression one of satisfaction. The overall silhouette was remarkably streamlined, the armor gleaming in silver with intricate black patterns, captivating to behold. Indeed, battle armor epitomizes the ultimate romance for a man. However, he frowned slightly, realizing its defensive capabilities were rather inadequate. Soon, the silver butterfly communicated, indicating that in its armor form, it possessed the ability to enhance hardness by merging with metals, ores, and other materials, with a slight chance of acquiring their properties. Furthermore, even after transforming into other forms, the enhanced hardness would persist, albeit with altered abilities. This meant that the reinforced durability achieved in armor form would not vanish upon transitioning to other shapes. Rather, it would endure. Undoubtedly, akin to the insatiable gluttony. It was a limitless talent that could perpetually grow stronger. Chen Lin eagerly seized the purchased armor, prompting the silver butterfly to merge. Instantly, it tore open a fissure and assimilated the armor into his body. Chen Lin immediately sensed that the silver butterfly had significantly hardened. Excellent. Defense had always been his Achilles heel. Against formidable attacks, he could perish in an instant. For instance, Su Linshue's 10,000 Frost Annihilation, with its vast range and terrifying might, could overwhelm even the likes of He Ming. Now, he had finally addressed this issue. By nurturing the silver butterfly, he could even charge into battle like a brute. With this thought, Chen Lin resolved to focus on training the silver butterfly. He sent a message to Ji Fei, requesting as many characteristic metallic materials as possible. A swift reply affirmed her compliance. Merely half an hour later, a notification announced the arrival of the items. Chen Lin marveled at Yunk Academy's efficiency. It was truly remarkable. As he pondered, he reached the entrance, where a man in black awaited him with a straight posture. Classmate, here is your list. Chen Lin took a glance and was somewhat taken aback. The list was filled with various rare metals, each possessing unique properties, familiar names like black goldstone, which could increase a weapon's weight by thousands of pounds, though at a steep price of several 100,000 credits. Furthermore, these resources were under military control, inaccessible to ordinary practitioners. There was also steel break stone, which could enhance sharpness and increase lethality. Each item belonged to the category of precious resources, with a total worth in the tens of millions, underscoring the financial prowess of a top-tier academy. The man in black cautioned, classmate, be sure not to remove these electromagnetic anti-gravity devices, or the building may collapse. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin nodded, shouldering a large box that weighed several meters. Instantly, he felt an immense burden. Even with the electromagnetic anti-gravity devices assisting him, and his strength rating of 90, his legs could not help but bend slightly. Upon returning to his room, Chen Lin began the fusion process with the silver butterfly, leaving no stone unturned. Soon, the armor enveloping him became incredibly resilient, likely impervious even to second-tier practitioners. Simultaneously, the armor's weight reached 5 tons, yet it had no adverse effect on Chen Lin. However, if it were to land upon an enemy, it would be akin to a mountain crashing down. It also gained a sharpness enhancement, significantly amplifying its lethality. Drawing the battle knife from his back, a part of the armor, Chen Lin communicated mentally, and in an instant, the weapon transformed into a long spear. Wonderful. This was precisely in line with Chen Lin's vision of a life armor. The next day, Chen Lin rose punctually, practiced some basic sword techniques, and then freshened up before descending. In the living room, 3 young men, alerted by the noise, looked on with surprise. Clearly, they recognized Chen Lin. After all, the name of the top scholar was circulating wildly across the internet, still holding substantial popularity. However, they did not seem overly concerned, as they themselves were no less impressive. "Hello, I'm Feng Yi, second in Qingyuan province." Chen Lin nodded politely. Chen Lin. Achieving provincial top scholar status with an ordinary profession was an unprecedented feat. Remarkable even in the past. Humph, isn't it merely due to luck, having obtained a powerful summoned entity? A cold-faced young man spoke with disdain. He was the second from Longzhou province, with a score of 23,000 in the college entrance examination, thus looking down on Chen Lin, the top scholar from Dongtian province. In his eyes, it was merely a case of a monkey claiming kingship in a mountain devoid of tigers, having secured first place in a province lacking top talents. To suggest that the prowess of others' summoned entities is luck, yet your awakening of an SS-level talent is skill? In his opinion, luck was merely a predetermined fact. Feng Yi smiled faintly. Furthermore, summoning techniques are not compulsory. The ability to summon formidable entities demonstrates that Chen Lin possesses something special. Just as tensions began to rise, a voice resonated throughout the academy. All new students, armed and equipped, report immediately to Young Square for assembly. Chapter 30, New Student Competition. "It seems the new student competition is starting half a month earlier," remarked a man adjusting his glasses while seated on the sofa. "Xiaoyang, how do you know?" Feng Yi inquired, puzzled. In recent years, the number of mutated beasts outside the city has surged. Many areas have been designated as restricted zones. Countries are dispatching forces to the front lines to fend off the encroaching alien races, leaving no manpower to eliminate the mutated beasts. However, if this persists, we won't have to wait for a large-scale invasion. Internal turmoil will arise first. Feng Yi furrowed his brow deeply. "Are you suggesting the Academy intends for us to undertake the task of exterminating the mutated beasts?" "Precisely. Humanity can no longer afford to cultivate talent in a conventional manner. Without a doubt, engaging in combat with mutated beasts ahead of schedule is unlike facing danger in dungeons. The risk of death is exceedingly high. Thus, if you wish to develop safely, it would be wise not to draw attention during this new student competition. Lowering your rankings will allow you to decline the task of exterminating mutated beasts, and the Academy won't insist." After hearing these words, Chen Lin fell silent. Had the situation escalated to such severity? He suddenly recalled the world within the promotion dungeon, where countless individuals perished under calamity, with only a few survivors clinging to life. He never anticipated that Blue Star would soon face a similar crisis. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard the arrogant voice of the indifferent young man. "How fortuitous, Chen Lin. I will thoroughly outperform you and prove I am more deserving of the title of top scholar." Observing the disdainful look in his eyes, Chen Lin smiled. "Very well. Let us see who prevails, but it shall undoubtedly be me who eclipses everyone." He was determined to grow stronger swiftly. He did not want his mother and sister to one day fall victim to the alien races and mutated beasts. Hey, don't forget about me. You two better not be outshone by me." Observing the 3 vying against one another, undeterred, Xiao Yang's lips curled into a slight smile. At Young Square, new students gathered, wielding an array of weapons and donning various gear. The atmosphere was somewhat boisterous. In an open area, 2 girls, strikingly similar in appearance, stood gracefully. One wore a black bodysuit, her figure accentuated by dark gold armor, exuding an air of confidence and grace. The other donned a white robe, delicate and enchanting. Even now, they were as stunning as ever. How delightful it would be to capture this pair of twins together. "You rascal, do you intend to ride?" 66. Your thoughts are so filthy. Unlike me, I have no idea what you're implying. A few students conversed casually from a distance. Soon, over a dozen mentors and the governor arrived in succession, standing on the platform. "Announce it," the governor sighed, feeling rather sentimental, believing that such concealment was too cruel for the students. Those ranked in the top 100 must forcibly venture outside the city to exterminate the mutated beasts, rapidly maturing under the pressure of death. As for the senior students, it was unnecessary to mention, they were all required to participate. Given that they were at least at the second transition, the true main force. The secretary behind her nodded, holding a tablet, and spoke. "The freshman competition in half a month has been changed. It will take place now. You will enter the large-scale dungeon of level 2030, the Rift Canyon. This freshman competition will determine the allocation of resources for your future. Those in the top 100 will directly receive a reward of 500, 000 to 5,000,000 credits." Upon her announcement, the dungeon gates slowly opened, releasing a palpable aura that swept across the venue. Some students felt their legs weaken, their lips trembling slightly. "Are you joking? I haven't even transitioned once. How am I supposed to fight? There's strength in numbers. Let us form a full team." Chen Lin stood calmly in an inconspicuous corner, waiting, as Luo Xian came rushing over with a short-haired girl with gray eyes. "Lin Gu, Glancing over, Chen Lin pointed at the girl and asked, "Who is this?" "My sister, Luo Ning." Chen Lin paused. "You don't intend to cling to your sister for protection, do you?" "Hello." Upon seeing Chen Lin's gesture, Luo Ning shyly hid behind her brother, her voice barely audible. Such shyness made Chen Lin chuckle. Considering how Luo Xian had shielded them from the Grim Reaper's fatal strikes in the previous disaster dungeon, helping them level up a few times was no trouble at all. I must mention in advance, teaming up with me will lead to a very high ranking, which may involve dangerous mandatory activities. Luo Xian scratched his head. "No worries, as shield warriors, we must always be in peril unless protected by our fathers." Fair point. Chapter 31, Rift Canyon. Noticing Chen Lin teaming up with two seemingly weak individuals, the indifferent man furrowed his brow slightly. Before entering the dungeon, he coldly remarked, "Just don't embarrass yourself too much, Chen Lin." Feng Yi smiled faintly. "Chen Lin, I'll take my leave first." Soon, many students stirred their thoughts. Initiating the dungeon teleportation, it was evident that most chose to go solo. This was the Pinnacle Academy gathering the nation as prodigies, so such a phenomenon was hardly surprising. Chen Lin wasted no time. A white light enveloped the trio, instantly vanishing from their spot. Once all students entered the dungeon, a mentor waved and conjured a water screen projection. In an instant, a massive water screen materialized, showcasing over 100 scenes that switched every few seconds, ensuring all students could observe. However, about a dozen scenes remained static throughout. They were the top talents recruited this year, each ranked first in their respective cities, with scores no less than 15,000 on their entrance exams. Jiang Wuyue's gaze was swift. Even quicker than Ji Fei, she spotted Chen Lin. Why is he bringing two people? What does that mean? She immediately scanned the registration information of the students, finding them utterly unimpressive. In a city-level context, a score of 2,000 might be considered excellent, but in a top academy, it was merely the basic standard. Teaming up would affect the weight of their scores. Someone at Chen Lin's level simply didn't need teammates. Why burden himself with two liabilities? Did he think that just because he was the top student in the province, he was invincible? Indeed, it was somewhat arrogant. This was a competition against the top talents from several provinces, not merely an entrance exam. I doubt Chen Lin will even make it to the top 5 in the freshman competition. Ultimately, his impatience will hinder any significant achievement. Witnessing this scene, many mentors frowned, pointing out the issues with criticism. Soon, their gazes shifted to the other two top students. They saw a monstrous creature, over a meter long, wielding a dark red spear that swept through the crowd like an enraged dragon, obliterating every monster in its vicinity. Boom! The spear pierced through, annihilating an entire row of creatures. The girl suddenly charged forward, seizing the spear and swinging it repeatedly, causing a thunderous roar. The mentors watched with satisfaction, nodding in approval. What a ferocious combat style. I believe she would be an excellent fit for your guidance. Don't waste your thoughts on Chen Lin, Jiang Wuyue remarked. Ji Fei shook her head. I'm using a halberd. But Chen Lin uses a sword. It doesn't quite match. It could still be that halberd. She replied with a smile. Jiang Wuyue was utterly perplexed, failing to grasp her meaning. The Rift Canyon spanned hundreds of kilometers, filled with countless pathways, resembling a vast labyrinth. The monsters inhabiting it had short lifespans and reproduced rapidly, resulting in their overwhelming numbers. As soon as the trio entered, roars echoed ahead. Luo Xian wasted no time. Immediately raising his large shield and activating a taunt skill, countless monsters emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing red as they charged toward him. Luo Ning tensed up, quickly casting all her buffs, while her gray eyes shimmered with light, momentarily halting the monster's advance as the surrounding colors rapidly faded into a gray domain. Let us test my current strength, Chen Lin thought, and with a flick of his mind, a silver butterfly appeared, accompanied by a burst of white light. It fluttered around Chen Lin a few times before gently landing on his fingertip. Instantly, a dazzling silver light enveloped him. In mere moments, he donned silver battle armor, while the celestial sword staff materialized in his right hand. Swish! Transforming into the celestial sword form, Chen Lin tossed the staff to Luo Ning, then drew out a silver battle blade from his back, stepping onto the ground and instantly appearing in front of the monsters dozens of meters away, almost within arm's reach. Originally meant for self-preservation, he used the skill to close the distance. Whoosh! The celestial sword was swung out, slicing through several monsters' bodies as smoothly as cutting through tofu. Continuing without pause, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing through the ranks of monsters before they could even react, blood splattering as they fell in astonishment. Witnessing this scene, Luo Xian shouted excitedly, "That's incredible, Lin Ge." All he needed to do was draw the monsters over, before he could even take damage. Chen Lin had eliminated them all. He finally experienced the joy of being a supportive teammate. No wonder the teachers had emphasized before that if one transitioned to a shield warrior and encountered a powerful damage dealer, one should not hesitate to cling to them. They could provide protection, and that would suffice. Luo Ning let out a sigh of relief. Her brother had suddenly taunted, attracting a horde of monsters, nearly scaring her half to death. Meanwhile, the mentors outside, witnessing this scene, were utterly astonished. Such speed and damage were nearly on par with hidden melee classes. Yet the question remained, wasn't he a summoner? This was troubling, even if Chen Lin performed flawlessly in his first transition. His class advancement shouldn't grant him such melee prowess. Indeed, many summoners existed nationwide, but none had ever exhibited such formidable personal strength. Instantly, the mentors furrowed their brows. Deep in thought, at that moment, one mentor recalled something and spoke. I believe it could be related to that silver butterfly. It is Chen Lin's second summon. Upon hearing this, disbelief washed over their faces. A summon that could transform into a weapon? Such a creature had never been seen before. A new species? The well-versed governor was also slightly taken aback. Turning to C.G. Fei, who wore a smug smile, she shook her head and said, currently, over a dozen students have scores exceeding Chen Lin's. The points earned in a team are slightly less. If it continues like this, his status as the top student may become a source of ridicule. Chen Lin is your future son-in-law. How does it benefit you to embarrass him? Ji Fei put her hands on her hips. Just as she finished speaking, she received a slap on the back of her head. The governor was exasperated. At your age, how do you still lack a sense of shame? Can you really bring yourself to bully someone so young? Mom. Haven't you heard the old saying, little people push the big cart? Upon hearing this, the governor's mouth twitched. Though she didn't fully understand the meaning, she was acutely aware of her daughter's character. Certainly, these are not pleasant words. Chapter 32. The onslaught begins. Chen Lin suddenly exerted force, crushing the flesh of the monster beneath his feet, which exploded under the immense weight of over 10,000 pounds, splattering everywhere. At this moment, the silver battle armor he wore was stained with blood, rendering him a terrifying sight. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Lin gained a general understanding of his own strength. He was capable of slaying these level 20 monsters with a single strike. Having reached the pinnacle of the second advancement, even against third advancement foes, he could emerge unscathed. As he carefully sensed the colorless domain around him, Chen Lin was taken aback, feeling an overwhelming urge to remain motionless. Even to the point of self-termination, countless negative emotions surged into his mind, attempting to obliterate his will. If successful, there was no doubt that Chen Lin would be compelled to end his own life. However, he easily suppressed them, causing no effect whatsoever. Glancing at the recorder, he noted that they had only accumulated a mere 120 points. Such a pace was evidently too slow. He aimed to seize the first position and secure preferential resources from the academy. Both the silver butterfly and the black demon required substantial resources to grow stronger. With this thought, Chen Lin's mind stirred. In an instant, amidst a flicker of white light, a colossal, 24-meter-tall, pitch-black ferocious demon wolf gradually materialized. Howl! Its roar reverberated throughout the surroundings, echoing across the canyon for kilometers and resonating even further. This immediately caused Luo Ning, witnessing the black demon for the first time, to shrink back in fear, retreating behind Chen Lin. She felt that even her brother would be devoured whole by this monstrous beast. The black demon, with unwavering resolve, was determined to annihilate all monsters. As you command, my lord, came the mental reply from the black demon. A chilling aura of brutality erupted from its form, its size instantly swelling to over 100 meters, dark flames slowly rising and enveloping its body, rendering it a terrifying embodiment of destruction. Choosing a path deeper into the canyon, the black demon charged forth, its form vanishing from sight in an instant. Shortly thereafter, the recorder on Chen Lin's wrist began to emit continuous prompts indicating points gained, the score rapidly climbing. Presently, the black demon exhibited combat power equivalent to that of a third advancement, and in its giant form, it could withstand even fourth advancement foes. This allowed it to sweep through effortlessly, vastly more efficient than accompanying 3 individuals. Let us proceed as well. Chen Lin moved toward another path, intending to maximize point acquisition from both ends. In just 2 minutes, the black demon had traversed over 10 kilometers, devouring all monsters along the way in its dark flames, incinerating them, transforming them into serpents of black fire that returned to its core. Its form gradually expanded at an imperceptible rate. Meanwhile, in the distance, 5 first advancement students were struggling against a dozen giant spiders that surged toward them. Fear not, warriors, the beautiful priestess commanded anxiously. Quickly, hold your ground. Do not retreat any further. I shall provide you with healing. At this moment, she regretted the decision made during team formation, where they had all proclaimed their prowess, claiming they could easily secure commendable rankings in the upcoming new student competition. Yet, upon entry, she discovered that each one was more absurd than the last. They could barely contend with even the weakest monsters in this dungeon. Suddenly, the beautiful priestess felt the ground tremble beneath her, accompanied by a wave of intense heat, causing her to gaze in horror toward the source. Boom! A terrifying giant wolf, over 100 meters in size and surrounded by dark flames, charged forth, obliterating several large boulders in its path, annihilating the monsters that approached with its engulfing flames. Chapter 33. Crushing. Boom! The searing heat reddened the beautiful priestess's face, and in an instant, the black giant wolf, having dashed past at incredible speed, stirred a powerful gust, lifting her robe. The terrifying dark flames engulfed the giant spiders, incinerating them instantly without a single cry. In a brief moment, their corpses turned to ash. The scorched earth was left behind as the ravenous dark flames swiftly returned to the now distant black giant wolf. Witnessing this scene, the five were left speechless, stunned in their places. So powerful, the beautiful priestess murmured, her gaze somewhat dazed. The young girl leaped high, conjuring a dark red thunder dragon that descended upon the multitude of monsters below. Boom. The ground shattered upon impact, 100-meter radius collapsing as the dark red lightning erupted, obliterating all monsters in its wake. Standing at the center of the shattered earth, the girl kicked the black spear into her grasp, a look of exhilaration on her face. These worthless creatures are utterly pathetic. Observing her sister's transformation, Luo Lan felt a sense of helplessness. She regretted agreeing to her sister's pursuit of the fiery battle intent. The side effects of this 7th-tier skill were far too significant. Although her strength had increased dramatically, her disposition had warped as well. Originally, Luo Hongying had merely been a bit combative. Now, she had morphed into something pathological. With this thought, Luo Lan couldn't help but worry. Would her sister become an abusive figure in the future? Just as her thoughts wandered, she suddenly felt a tremor in her legs. A heart-pounding aura accompanied by searing heat approaching. Before she could react, she noticed Luo Hongying's grave expression as she leaped forward. A fiery gaze ignited her battle intent, and the violent dark red lightning surged, enveloping the black spear. Gazing at the oncoming black flame giant wolf, the mere sight of its vertical pupils sent shockwaves through Luo Hongying's mind, fear creeping in. Yet soon, a smile twisted her lips, her stunning face revealing madness. Now this is interesting. Watching her fearless sister charge forth, Luo Lan adeptly donned several layers of power enhancements and protections. With these augmentations, her battle prowess doubled, elevating her capabilities to a new tier. Originally, Luo Hongying was a top-tier genius capable of fighting above her level. Now, she was even more formidable. She could contend even against 3rd advancement boss foes. A dark red thunder dragon, several meters in size, coalesced from the black spear, emitting a roar that vibrated through the air. Boom. When the two forces collided, an immense shockwave erupted, sending waves in all directions. Observing the golden aura surrounding the unharmed black giant wolf, Luo Hongying's expression froze, her battle spirit dissipating, replaced by sheer disbelief. This strike had already reached the power of the 3rd advancement. How could it possibly remain unscathed? The black demon coldly regarded the human who had inexplicably attacked it, its claws striking out in an instant. Crack! Under the terrifying force of 840 points, 3 protective barriers shattered one after another, startling Luo Hongying into hastily raising the black spear to defend. Bang! Her figure was sent flying, crashing several dozen meters away, the black spear embedding beside her. Luo Lan's expression changed dramatically. Her mind raced, and as she clasped her hands together, a holy apparition several dozen meters tall slowly materialized. Its expression was perfectly serene. 3 pairs of white wings extending from its back, golden patterns flickering between its brows. Here, the 6 holy guardian angels descended. SS tier talent, Angel's Favor. A golden barrier instantly rose, enveloping both of them. Luo Lan felt her mental energy draining rapidly, akin to a bucket with a gaping hole. She immediately urged, "Sister, retreat now." Before she could finish, the black demon, striding toward them, raised its claws, dark light manifesting. Instantly, it tore through the golden barrier. It cast a cold glance at the two before continuing on without a second thought. Witnessing this scene, Luo Lan's face was one of shock. Struggling to rise from the ground, Luo Hongying clutched her painfully aching chest, equally stunned. Outside, an eerie silence reigned. All the mentors, including the academy head and many senior students who had come to gauge the potential of this year's new recruits, were rendered speechless. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Could this truly be the strength of a summoner who had only transitioned a few days ago? Upon hearing this, the crowd finally reacted, gasping in astonishment. This power was utterly beyond the realm of the 2nd advancement, wasn't it? Remarkable, truly remarkable. At first, upon witnessing his summoned creature, I questioned if such a size could exist for anything below level 20. Claiming it to be level 40, I would wholeheartedly believe it. With this summoned entity, the world shall be within reach. Witnessing such extraordinary combat prowess, a few words inevitably surfaced in the minds of all present. Invincible at the same level. A prodigy of this era. This is a title only afforded to those who have awakened an SSS level talent. Su Qingqing's face radiated with excitement. She had come specifically to observe Chen Lin. "Sisters, I have his student ID, I am friends with him. Is that for real? Send it over for us to see." Chapter 34, The First in Points. Observing the smug expression on Ji Fei's face, her smile blooming like a flower, Jiang Weihua was struck with a profound shock. Could such an improbable outcome truly be wagered upon? Why? Why was this so? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Jiang Weiyue's mind. Could she genuinely be a genius? Luo Hongying and her twin possessed both SS level talents and hidden professions, making them the pinnacle of genius in the entire Great Xia. Yet here they were, effortlessly crushed by Chen Lin's summoned creature. Jiang Wuyue found it hard to believe. The only explanation seemed to lie in the notion of a top-tier summoned entity. Chen Lin's summon boasted talents exceeding S level, and it was of the growth type. Its potential was nearly on par with that of the prodigy who awakened the SSS talent. It appeared Ji Fei would face no repercussions. On the contrary, she would be rewarded. With such weight, Chen Lin was entitled to the resources of two top scorers. Reflecting on the earlier conversation, Jiang Wuyue's expression grew complex. For the next 10 hours, He Ming did not pause for a moment, traversing hundreds of kilometers, slaying over 10,000 monsters. Even the third-tier bosses fell before it, 3 in total. Its size had grown to 33 meters, with all attributes enhanced by 27 points. As the encounters progressed, the demand for energy to facilitate growth increased. However, once attributes reached 100, each additional point yielded exponentially greater effects. This marked a qualitative change in attributes. In layman's terms, it signified that power had ascended to a new echelon. The rate of evolution value acquisition also slowed. The 10,000 monsters had only granted 200 points, with another 1,300 required for the next evolution. Yet, Chen Lin remained unfazed. After all, this was merely the yield of half a day's effort, which still qualified as formidable. It was just that progress had decelerated compared to earlier. But the path ahead was inherently more challenging as one advanced. No one was exempt from this reality. Brother Lin, we leveled up directly by 6 levels, 6 levels. Luo Xian exclaimed with excitement. He was experiencing the ease of leveling up for the first time. Without exerting an ounce of effort, the entire credit lay with Chen Lin. Previously, his level-ups had been fraught with peril, cautiously hunting weak mutated beasts in the wilderness under the watchful eyes of his parents. Luo Ning also appeared somewhat pleased, her gray eyes revealing emotions beyond mere tension and fear. Chen Lin smiled, glancing at the recorder. His points had already reached 34,000. He silently communicated with his thoughts. And in an instant, the silver battle armor vanished, transforming into a silver disc that flew onto his shoulder. Not far away, He Ming lay exhausted on the ground. It had traversed the entire area, arriving at Chen Lin's location after a relentless 10 hours of intense combat, leaving it utterly fatigued, its limbs unsteady. Had it not been for its high physical attributes, enabling it to withstand such immense strain, it would have surely succumbed to the burden of growth for so long. Brother Lin, is it all right? Luo Xian glanced at He Ming, feeling a twinge of cruelty. Chen Lin shook his head and cast a recovery spell. It would be fine. Soon, the time limit for the instance had expired, and a white light enveloped the three, transporting them back to the Lark Square. Countless gazes, filled with awe and fervor, instantly turned toward Chen Lin, whose expression remained serene. Around them, many students appeared disheveled. Particularly, the indifferent young man, humiliated, struck the ground in frustration. He had exerted all his strength, only to be casually injured by a single swipe of a massive black wolf. That blow not only sent him flying, but also obliterated his arrogance. All right, I will now announce the leaderboard for all students, the secretary of the governor called out, making a few operations before projecting a holographic screen into the air. First place, Chen Lin, 34,500 points. Upon hearing this, all the new students turned green with envy. The indifferent young man, however, widened his eyes in disbelief, utterly unable to accept it. He immediately glanced at the holographic screen and saw Chen Lin's score at the top, far ahead by a considerable margin. Below, the points plummeted drastically. The second place, Feng Yi, had a mere 1,300 points. This is impossible. The indifferent young man was incredulous, suspecting a problem with the leaderboard. Not just him. Many others shared the same sentiment of disbelief. How could Chen Lin's score be so absurdly high, while others, including the two top scorers, had such low points? As if sensing the bewilderment in the crowd, the secretary explained, the black wolf you encountered was Chen Lin's summon. Many of you attempted to obstruct it and were summarily injured, which led to significant delays, resulting in this stark contrast. At this revelation, all gazes turned back to Chen Lin with profound astonishment. Since He Ming had essentially annihilated the entire canyon, most had encountered it. However, rather than attempting to block it, they had not dared to move. Only a few top-tier geniuses, confident in their abilities, had attempted to confront the boss, only to be unceremoniously floored by a single swipe. A dozen students glared at Chen Lin through gritted teeth. They were the victims. Chapter 35, The Path of Invincibility. Feng Ye's face reflected astonishment. Even he was filled with doubt regarding this ranking. There were at least 3 individuals present who were undeniably stronger than him. He never anticipated being second. He had estimated he could only make it into the top 10. For a moment, Feng Yi felt as though only he and Chen Lin were genuinely competing, while everyone else was merely putting on a show. Contemplating this possibility, a chill coursed through his limbs, leaving him somewhat numb. Fortunately, upon hearing the explanation, Feng Yi quickly grasped the reason. He too had encountered the black wolf, but in the face of the danger and the pride of a genius, he had wisely chosen to turn and flee. Thus, he had narrowly escaped disaster and could continue racking up points. Reflecting on this, Feng Ye's gaze towards Chen Lin grew filled with gratitude. Brother, you really delivered, incapacitating all my competitors. Meanwhile, noticing her sister's unreserved gaze fixed on Chen Lin, Luo Lan hastily advised, Sister, it was our misunderstanding that led to direct confrontation. We cannot blame him. I know, Luo Yunying nodded, retracting her gaze. Observing this scene, Luo Lan let out a sigh of relief. She had no desire to create enmity over a trivial misunderstanding, especially with someone so formidable. That summon had effortlessly shredded the angelic apparition that had been watching over her, leaving a deep psychological scar. On the platform, the governor's secretary spoke. The freshman competition concludes here. The rankings on the leaderboard will determine your class assignments for tomorrow. Credit rewards will be deposited into your student ID before 9 o'clock. You are now free to disperse. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately split into pairs or trios, heading toward the dining hall and dormitories. After 10 full hours, they all felt utterly famished. Many injured lone wolf students received healing assistance from senior priestesses. Su Qingqing jogged over, smiling. Junior Chen Lin, shall I take you to the dining hall, or would you prefer my dormitory? My culinary skills are quite commendable. No, I have friends. Chen Lin shook his head. Su Qingqing, undeterred by his response, had not expected him to agree. Then let us go to the dining hall. Our Lark Academy has excellent meals, all made from mutated beast meat, plentiful and satisfying. I want to join too. Feng Yi hurriedly approached. Since they were in the same dormitory, Chen Lin pondered briefly before not rejecting the offer. An hour later, having feasted to their heart's content, they returned to the independent suite. As Chen Lin pushed open the door, he noticed an awkward expression on the face of the stoic man, who struggled momentarily before taking a deep breath and stating, Your belongings have just arrived. They mentioned it is the second batch of material resources. Noticing your absence, I took the liberty of moving them to your room. Chen Lin was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, Thank you. The indifferent man turned his face slightly and murmured, You're welcome. Suddenly, Feng Yeji jumped out from behind Chen Lin, bursting into laughter. Ha! Li Zhongfeng, you're quite amusing. Li Zhongfeng's veins bulged with irritation. Silently, he reached into his ring and withdrew a 2-meter-long blade. Initially, he had intended to change his previous ways, yet the incessant laughter from Feng Yeji compelled him to strike. He felt an overwhelming urge to unleash his wrath. Chen Lin quietly stepped aside and ascended to the second-floor room. Wait, Chen Lin, don't leave me. Help me. Came a wail akin to a slaughtered pig, plunging the living room into silence. Inside the room, Chen Lin opened a large black box, revealing an even greater quantity of rare metals than the first batch. It seemed the Academy had nearly mobilized all available resources. Each piece of armor and weaponry, once infused with a fragment of rare metal, would see significant enhancement. If entrusted to a blacksmith, just a few pieces would suffice to forge a superior piece of equipment. Thus, it was evident that nurturing the silver disc truly demanded substantial financial investment. However, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. As long as ample rare metals were integrated into the silver disc, its hardness would surpass even that of the abyssal black. Moreover, there was a probability of acquiring various attributes, transforming Chen Lin into an invincible force not only defensively, but also offensively. He had no intention of remaining merely a defenseless summoner, as such a vulnerability was glaringly apparent. If targeted, he could easily be eliminated by numerous tactics. Chen Lin had perused several experience journals, noting that all summoners who had reached the 5th transition altered their fighting style on the front lines, retreating behind to command their summoned entities in battle, never daring to expose themselves. There had once been a 7th transition summoner who, amidst chaos, was instantaneously slain by a level 50 alien through a cunning maneuver. Thus, cultivating the silver disc as a protective armor was imperative. Otherwise, when confronted with various alien entities in the future, Chen Lin would be nothing more than a turtle retracting into its shell. Chapter 36, Domination at the same level. Minutes later, the rare metals were fully integrated into the silver disc. At this point, its hardness could withstand even damage from the 3rd transition. Furthermore, its weight had reached a staggering 13 tons. Coupled with his enhanced strength, a single punch could shatter the ground. Additionally, it acquired an extra layer of sharpness, resulting in a synergistic effect that vastly amplified its lethality. Overall, Chen Lin was exceedingly pleased with this enhancement. Just then, a notification chimed from his specially designed device, indicating that his reward of 50,000 academic credits had been deposited. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided against purchasing more rare metals. It would be futile to press the Academy too hard. After all students required these rare metals, and what he had been allocated was already at its limit. Although, given his currently displayed potential, the Academy would prioritize him if necessary. Monopolizing resources would be unreasonable and unjust to many students. In his previous life, Chen Lin had lived in seclusion, and the solitary environment had instilled in him a habit of considering others in all matters. After some thought, he opened the product list, revealing a plethora of extraordinary resources. For instance, the Hercules fruit, which could directly increase attributes by 5 points, albeit only effective upon the first 2 consumptions, and the yuan gang fruit, which could enhance the hardness of any body part. Since the game had merged with reality, the volume of Blue Star had expanded hundreds of times, and the terrain had drastically changed. Most regions were beyond the reach of humanity. Now, with mutated beasts further compressing their living space, vast zones remained unapproachable. Outside the defenses, alien entities were also poised like vultures. The strongest among them refined planets beyond Blue Star, transforming them into environments suitable for their species, continuously breeding and growing stronger. They relentlessly directed their forces towards Blue Star, gradually encircling humanity. The reason was simple. The resources of Blue Star were exceedingly abundant, igniting their covetous desires to monopolize them. Chen Lin felt a pressing urgency. The number of mutated beasts was immense, and if left unchecked, internal chaos would ensue. At that moment, the alien races would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to launch a full-scale attack. He had to elevate his strength before that occurred, to contribute to humanity. With renewed determination, Chen Lin meticulously selected and purchased dozens of fruit resources, depleting his credits. He designated the delivery location as the training room, a vast space specifically designed for students to hone their skills and test their powers. After a brief wait, the previous black-clad man arrived promptly in a vehicle, respectfully delivering the items to Chen Lin. Observing the specially designed black box in his hands, Chen Lin was curious about its capacity. He casually selected a training room, closed the door behind him, and isolated himself from external distractions. Upon opening the black box, he discovered an extraordinary 10 square meters of space within. It appeared to employ the same principle as his ring, utilizing spatial expansion crystal stones crafted by a blacksmith. Pouring out all the contents, Chen Lin summoned the Abyssal Black. As long as it pertained to organic matter, it could greedily devour and convert it into energy. After a moment of mental communication, the Abyssal Black nodded in understanding, conjuring dark flames that engulfed the resources like an abyssal maw. Chen Lin was taken aback. He had not anticipated the Abyssal Black's mastery over fire had reached such meticulous levels. Soon, he felt waves of heat surging through him, enhancing his entire being, providing unmatched comfort. The Abyssal Black's size gradually increased, reaching 40 meters within minutes, brushing against the ceiling of the training room. Strength, 254,275. Vitality, 267,288. Agility, 260,281. Mana, 238,259. Upon reaching the intermediate summoning tier, the Abyssal Black's attributes doubled upon leveling up. The Rift Canyon leveled up by 6, adding a total of 60 points to its attributes. Surpassing 250 points in all attributes at the second transition was typically unattainable even for the most elite summoners. In its gigantic form, it could effortlessly dominate all, rendering it an invincible entity among its peers. The Abyssal Black's overwhelming advantage lay in its absurdly high attributes. Any foe slightly weaker would be crushed, showcasing its terrifying dominion. This explained why even top-tier geniuses appeared as mere ants before it, easily vanquished. They relied on an array of skills and powerful moves to elevate their combat prowess by several tiers. Yet, the Abyssal Black's ordinary attack was akin to a grand move. Under normal circumstances, it was invincible among its level, and in its explosive form, it could directly crush opponents across a significant transition. The pressure was palpable. Chen Lin's thoughts shifted, and he glanced at his personal attribute panel. Attributes: Strength 138, Vitality 107, Agility 109, Intelligence 194. Upon advancing to the Summoning Swordmaster profession, he gained an additional 5 points in strength with each level up. He had effectively transformed the summoner role into something entirely different, from a fragile figure relying solely on intelligence, hiding in the rear, to an offensive-oriented profession. Chapter 37, Journey to the Military Base. The following day, a group message regarding class enrollment jolted Chen Lin awake. He quietly completed his morning routine and, as he descended, found 3 individuals waiting for him. Today is your official enrollment, and you can still wake up this late? Feng Yeji exclaimed, clutching his aching right arm. Just a habit, Chen Lin replied with a faint smile. Aren't you going to find a priest for that? Li Zhongfeng coldly interjected. If he dares, I wouldn't mind striking him again. Upon hearing this, Feng Yeji shuddered, looking to Chen Lin for assistance. Ignoring him, Chen Lin asked, which class were you assigned to? We're all in the same class. You should be too, right? Xiao Yang chimed in. Chen Lin nodded. Then let us go together. Not long after the 4 had departed, they encountered Luo Xian waiting by the roadside, accompanied by Luo Ning. Today, she was adorned in a pristine white blouse, with a bow-tied ribbon cascading elegantly down her front, and a short skirt that complemented her delicate, oval face, which bore a hint of shyness, rendering her exquisitely charming. Her gray eyes darted nervously, as if overwhelmed with anxiety. Suddenly, Feng Yi felt a peculiar alleviation in his hand, shaking his hair and standing upright with utmost seriousness, which elicited a look of disdain from Li Zhongfeng. Are you also in the same class? Chen Lin inquired. The two nodded vigorously, and a look of relief washed over Luo Xian's face, as if he had been troubled by last night's uncertainties. Heh, it's wonderful to be in the same class as Brother Lin. The dormitory area was not far from the classrooms. The six of them strolled for a few minutes before swiftly locating their designated class. Upon entering, they were met with numerous gazes, and the atmosphere was thick with astonishment. The mere act of vanquishing all the top 10 freshmen with a single summoning object was an unprecedented feat. Chen Lin, unfazed, casually claimed a seat by the window in the back row, with the 5 others settling beside him. As more students trickled in, 2 extraordinarily beautiful twins entered through the door, surveying the room momentarily. Upon spotting Chen Lin, Luo Yunying tugged her sister along toward him, taking a seat in front of him. Their entrance attracted many eyes, especially considering their formidable prowess, ranking 3rd among the freshmen. It was rumored that several senior students were devising ways to learn about their interests, hoping to gain favor. Thus, the twins' renown continued to burgeon. Witnessing this, Feng Yi's gaze was instantly filled with envy. Chen Lin possessed such charisma. If they hadn't occupied the adjacent seats, wouldn't he be able to embrace them both? Following this brief interlude, a tall, graceful figure named Ji Fei strode into the classroom. After scanning the room, she spoke. I am Ji Fei, your class supervisor from this day forward. Please refrain from seeking me out unless absolutely necessary, as I prefer to remain uninvolved. She then pointed at Chen Lin. You possess the greatest strength, so you shall be the class leader, responsible for addressing their concerns. Should you require assistance, come to me. Chen Lin was momentarily taken aback by her nonchalance. He quickly frowned. I refuse. After all, being a class leader entailed responsibilities he had no desire to shoulder. Luo Yunying glanced at Chen Lin, stood up, and declared, I will take on the role of class leader, Teacher Ji. Very well, it's settled. Ji Fei replied with an indifferent nod. The others showed no dissent. Aside from Chen Lin, she was indeed the strongest in the class. As for Feng Yi, everyone was well aware of the considerable advantages he held. Ji Fei's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she addressed the class. You are all prodigies from various provinces, having strived to gain admission to this esteemed institution, presumably in pursuit of enhanced resources and stable development within the dungeons. Regrettably, the situation has drastically altered. The otherworldly beings, having laid their plans for decades, now hold an ever-increasing advantage. Our front lines are perilously compromised. It is likely that they will soon launch a full-scale assault, breaching our defenses. Upon hearing this, the students exchanged incredulous glances. The current state of society appeared orderly, with numerous forms of entertainment flourishing. The media proclaimed that the situation had improved, urging the populace to live without fear. There had been no adverse reports online. Everything seemed tranquil. Yet now, they were apprehensively informed of impending calamity. Noticing their shock and confusion, Ji Fei continued, Are you not curious why, in our society, there is a conspicuous absence of individuals above the 5th tier? Even the military station throughout the provinces has its strongest members capped at tier 4. As her words sank in, the students began to recall past instances, and it indeed seemed true. Logically speaking, mid-tier combatants such as those at tier 5 should be visible among ordinary professionals, given a decade of experience in dungeons. While not commonplace, they should not be entirely absent from everyday life. Suddenly, a terrifying hypothesis began to form in their minds. Graduates from top-tier academies were typically at least tier 4 or higher. Most among them had resolutely gone to the front lines, which was likely why the rear remained peaceful. The classroom fell into a profound silence. Due to the information circulating online, many believed that the lack of sufficient dungeon resources and personal potential were the primary reasons hindering many professionals from advancing. Of course, some parents of students were tier 5 or 6 experts and were aware of the situation. However, news that could incite panic was naturally suppressed by various nations, resulting in many civilians remaining blissfully ignorant of such matters. Currently, what was even more pressing was the escalating scale of the mutated beasts. If not curtailed soon, they could launch a violent assault on cities akin to what transpired years ago, necessitating a substantial number of powerful individuals to return to the front lines. At that point, the otherworldly beings would undoubtedly initiate their total offensive. Ji Fei cast her gaze across the students, proclaiming, The time has come for us to rise. The government mandates that all academies dispatch their finest talents to military bases to engage in the reduction of mutated beasts. Moreover, those who reach Tier 1 may also apply to join. Chapter 38. The decision now, those willing to voluntarily head to the military base for the extermination of mutated beasts. Please stand. The moment her words fell, the classroom erupted with the sounds of chairs scraping against the floor. From the back row, Chen Lin and his 3 companions stood in unison. They had been informed in advance by Chao Yang, so hesitation was not an option. Luo Xian witnessed this scene and immediately rose alongside Luo Ning. He recalled Chen Lin's previous remarks and grasped their meaning, yet both of them unconditionally trusted Chen Lin. In the front row, Luo Yunying and Luo Lan were also the first to rise. Luo Lan felt somewhat resigned. She had known her sister would undoubtedly choose to go, a testament to their years of unspoken understanding. After a brief moment of internal conflict, several others also stood, their expressions resolute. Engaging in battle with mutated beasts was always an inevitability. The only difference now was that it had arrived sooner than expected. Gradually, only half of the class remained seated. Their expressions conflicted. Outside the city lay a realm of exceedingly high mortality risk, unlike dungeons from which one could simply retreat, while they could potentially grow stronger. Their confidence was waning. Observing the situation, Ji Fei smirked slightly. Having half the students volunteer exceeded her expectations. All right, everyone, let us depart for the military base. A portly student still seated widened his eyes in disbelief. Wait, do we have to go too? Indeed. All of you are among the top 100 freshmen in this class, considered excellent talents of the academy, so you must go. The reason for this announcement now is that the military seeks to identify and prioritize those who volunteer. It was not Ji Fei's intention to orchestrate such a scenario. The fat student's face was etched with fear. See, can I choose not to go? He had once experienced a near-fatal encounter in the Rift Valley and had no desire to relive such terror. Ji Fei remained expressionless. If we refuse to go, should we then send ordinary civilians, and even the untrained to face this? Hearing these words, the remaining students fell silent, rooted in place. If you truly cannot summon the courage, there is a second option: withdraw from the Young Academy. At this, half of the 20 or so hesitant students stood up. Ji Fei refrained from further coercion. Even graduating students, after 4 years of rigorous training, still faced the decision of whether to rush to the front lines. However, those who chose not to would find themselves unable to level up due to the absence of dungeon monsters. Let us proceed. Ji Fei led the group outside the Young Academy. At this moment, dozens of military transport trucks were stationed at the school gate, with soldiers standing at attention. Their expressions grave. Not only were they from this class, but numerous senior students had also begun boarding the trucks. A soldier jogged over and saluted. Lieutenant Ji Fengyi, following behind, was taken aback. Teacher Ji, you still hold a rank? Ji Fei nodded and explained, before becoming an instructor, I spent my time assisting at a military base, combating mutated beasts. Now, let's board the vehicle. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. As all the students boarded the transport truck, the once vibrant Young Academy became eerily desolate. The academy director watched the roaring engines grow distant, sighing with a worried expression. This time, not only the students, but also the teachers were heading out together. The situation was dire. If they could not significantly reduce the number of mutated beasts beforehand and prevent them from revolting, humanity would face internal collapse. Sighing deeply, he hoped they would all survive. The secretary gently reassured him, they will. Chapter 39, The Balian Mountain Range. The transport trucks traversed the roads, heading towards the outskirts of the city. Many ordinary citizens cast bewildered and curious glances, some even raising their phones to capture the moment for social media. What has happened? That direction seems to be coming from Young Academy. Inside the transport truck, a light illuminated the faces of young men and women who had just graduated high school. Ji Fei picked up a file and, after a moment's perusal, remarked, our destination is the Hengshan military base, located 900 kilometers from Zhongtian City. Ahead lies the Balian Mountain Range, with a diameter reaching several thousand kilometers. According to the results from Tianqi's reconnaissance, there are tens of thousands of mutated beasts at the perimeter alone, classified as level 1030. Venturing further in reveals a multitude of level 4050 mutated beasts. These are beyond your current capacity to handle. Your task is merely to clear the outskirts. The students collectively gasped, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the numbers they were expected to contend with. Feng Yi inquired, can we not deploy annihilation weapons? With the beasts clustered together, a single strike would surely decimate a large area. With the amalgamation of various exotic materials and professions, technology had advanced at an astonishing rate, even producing weapons of annihilation with greater power than nuclear arms. It was said that a single shot would leave no survivors below the 9th transformation, with an extensive range. Ji Fei shook her head, explaining that most of the advanced weaponry had been sent to the front lines. The existence of annihilation weapons served primarily to intimidate the alien races. Possessing them was far more beneficial than deploying them. If it weren't for the substantial support from various advanced weapons, which had significantly reduced casualties, the front lines would have long since collapsed. Humanity faced numerous alien races, outnumbering them by factors of 10. Historically, the front lines had relied on technology to endure each localized skirmish, barely managing to stave off the onslaught. However, for reasons unknown, recent attacks had grown increasingly ferocious, with relentless assaults on their defenses day and night. Thus, for this mission to cleanse the mutated beasts, the front lines were utterly incapable of assisting. It was solely up to them. After 8 or 9 hours, the transport trucks came to a halt. As the heavy steel doors swung open, everyone disembarked in succession, their vision suddenly clearing. In the distance lay an uninterrupted range of mountains, bathed in the crimson hues of the setting sun. Several soldiers clad in black combat uniforms stood in formation, awaiting their arrival. Alongside them were students from neighboring academies, arriving from other directions. However, compared to the throng from Young Academy, their numbers were scant. amounting to only a handful. With a swish, the soldiers collectively saluted, stirring something within the hearts of the onlookers, prompting them to abandon their languid demeanor. Soon after, a fourth-tier officer approached, engaging in conversation with Ji Fei and the other instructors. While waiting idly, Feng Yi observed the surroundings, murmuring, most of them seem to belong to civilian professions. Even if they level up, it won't enhance their attributes, and there are some ordinary individuals who haven't even transitioned yet, but their firearms look impressive, with calibers as thick as 2 fingers, indicating formidable power. I wonder if they could take me down? Chen Lin, intrigued, suggested, why not give it a try? All right. Feng Yi replied, I'll borrow one and take a shot at you. Li Zhongfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Watching their eagerness, Feng Yi fell silent, realizing he had merely made a jest, yet they all took it to heart. Chapter 40, number 21. After finishing their discussion, Ji Fei approached her students and instructed, everyone, follow me to the task acquisition point. The group promptly trailed behind her, their eyes scanning their surroundings. The military base was vast, surrounded by fortifications and artillery, with soldiers bustling about, seemingly preparing for the imminent cleansing of mutated beasts. In no time, over 30 individuals, along with numerous upperclassmen and students from other academies, gathered at the task acquisition point. The waiting female soldiers distributed sleek black, smart wristbands to everyone. Chen Lin recognized the design, reminiscent of the recorders used during college entrance exams, but enhanced with task and map functionalities, alongside an emergency rescue icon. A simple click would alert the military base, dispatching personnel for immediate assistance. At the same time, those nearby would receive notifications, allowing them to respond promptly. Overall, this feature would significantly reduce fatalities. Please enter your student ID. As soon as Chen Lin donned the wristband, a serene voice emanated from it. He tapped the enlarged digits several times, and soon, verification was successful. Welcome, number 21 is pleased to serve you. For this mission to clear the mutated beasts, each student must undertake at least one task today. Is it starting already? Chen Lin strode towards the screen displaying countless tasks and quickly scanned through them. He disregarded the challenging missions requiring 4th or 5th tier capabilities. Although Black Ming could unleash his full power to achieve 4th tier status, it was merely an estimation and not guaranteed. Should he encounter an exceptionally powerful level 40 mutated beast during their expedition into the mountains, it would undoubtedly spell danger. It was wiser to opt for a few ordinary tasks requiring 3rd tier capabilities, which presented a manageable challenge. Suddenly, Chen Lin fell to gaze upon him and turned to see Luo Xian and Luo Ning, who had been following him closely, their eyes filled with pleading. Both were support roles and needed to find teammates. Otherwise, venturing into the wilderness would prove exceedingly arduous. After pondering, Chen Lin shook his head. The tasks I plan to undertake would be too difficult for both of you. Hearing this, Luo Xian felt disheartened, but, upon seeing the 3rd tier tasks Chen Lin pointed out, his eyes widened in astonishment. Tasks of this level would surely be beyond their capability to assist. Luo Xian had not anticipated that Chen Lin, having only just arrived at the outskirts of the city, would be so bold as to accept such high-level missions, prompting him to caution, Brother Lin, you must be careful. Chen Lin nodded. Though I cannot accompany you, it seems others might be willing. He glanced at Feng Yi, whose eyes sparkled with eagerness, a silent plea evident in his expression, and smiled slightly. Good brother. Feng Yi was deeply moved, gripping Chen Lin's right hand tightly, gratitude almost spilling from his eyes. Luo Xian and Luo Ning did not hesitate to heed their elder brother's guidance, and the three quickly formed a team. Feng Yi then invited others. Zhongfeng. The wilderness is perilous, and unexpected encounters may arise. Shall we watch each other's backs? Get lost, Li Zhongfeng replied disdainfully, selecting a task before departing with a female support classmate from their class. Chao Yongwei. Before he could finish, Chao Yang interrupted. You are a hidden profession. Don't be so timid. 1 against 4 is definitely manageable. At worst, just send out a distress signal, and if we're nearby, we'll come to collect your remains. As Feng Yi suddenly sensed an overwhelming hostility surrounding him, the oppressive atmosphere rendered him breathless. Unable to rely on his exceptionally powerful roommate, he had no choice but to seek assistance from other, less reliable classmates. Before long, Chen Lin had selected 3 tasks to eliminate the rampaging black ape, the double-toothed giant tiger, and the blood-scale giant crocodile, all located approximately 200 kilometers away. The proximity of these 3 targets formed a line on the map, thus saving considerable travel time. Chapter 41, Task Acquisition. The locations of all mutated beasts had been meticulously mapped by array masters, who inscribed the observation eyes onto miniature drones that conducted a thorough search. Each mutated beast possessed a territorial instinct, typically remaining close to their lairs, making it improbable for hunters to return empty-handed. Moreover, thousands of drones continued to hover throughout the mountains, monitoring the surroundings. With the observation eyes inscribed, these drones had a visual range extending up to 5 kilometers, constantly updating the movements of the mutated beasts. This cleanup operation had been thoroughly prepared by various military bases, ensuring that the trainees could eliminate the mutated beasts with greater ease and stability. while also considering their safety. Every individual tasked with these missions was equipped with 3 high-explosive grenades and a powerful handgun loaded with 7 armor-piercing rounds, constructed from special materials. These weapons were capable of inflicting damage on beasts of around level 20. However, whether one could hit their target depended entirely on their skill. Chen Lin, lacking confidence in his marksmanship, opted instead to carry 3 high-explosive grenades to satisfy his curiosity. As the solitary figure of the young man turned to leave, a trace of astonishment flickered in the eyes of a female soldier on the platform. To accept 3 tasks requiring a 3rd transition level for relative safety indicated extraordinary strength. Yet, he appeared to be merely a freshman, did he not? In truth, even many 2nd and 3rd year students with levels exceeding 30 typically dared only to undertake 2nd transition tasks, exercising extreme caution. For once outside the city, the threat of death loomed, and retreat was not an option. Thus, everyone needed to gradually acclimate. At merely level 16, and being a summoner, his combat prowess was unremarkable. Would he truly be safe? Concern was evident on the female soldier's face. Upon reaching the armed vehicle, Chen Lin requested permission from the soldiers to use it, then climbed aboard and started the engine, roaring into action, unable to summon Heiming for the journey. As it needed to conserve its strength to confront the formidable blood-scale giant crocodile, Chen Lin recognized the necessity of maintaining full stamina. More importantly, the risk of sudden encounters with multiple mutated beasts outside the city was high. If Heiming were to exhaust itself, they would be in dire straits. 2 hours later, Chen Lin traveled over 100 kilometers along a rugged, uneven road. Along the way, a few mutated beasts, drawn by the noise, lunged at him, but he deftly maneuvered, avoiding them with exquisite precision while flooring the accelerator, ignoring them entirely. Gazing ahead at the dark expanse of the densely wooded mountains, he abruptly slammed on the brakes. Behind him, for level 10 mutated beasts continued their relentless pursuit. Sighing slightly, as if resigned to a rebirth, Chen Lin activated his silver armor, which enveloped him and propelled him forward, his fists landing with lethal force, shattering their bodies. He then excavated their flesh to extract the crimson crystals within. At present, the silver butterfly could not transform into anything of substantial size, which was why Chen Lin had refrained from using it as a vehicle. The armor's size was already at its limit. At that moment, his intelligent wrist device emitted a prompt. Would you like to activate the illumination mode of Unit 21 to guide your path ahead? Surprised by this feature, Chen Lin promptly agreed. A brilliant white light emanated from the edge of his wrist, illuminating the surrounding area for several meters. He did not feel fear at his solitude. Instead, he charged boldly into the dark forest. In the command center, tension filled the air as they observed through a nearby drone that Chen Lin's route was amiss. He was approaching an area teeming with mutated beasts of level 30 and above. Why did he not halt? Quick, check what tasks he has accepted. A middle-aged man in a major general's uniform commanded solemnly. The woman responsible for controlling the screens quickly operated the equipment, her voice tinged with shock. He is tasked with eliminating a level 33 rampaging black ape, a level 36 double-toothed giant tiger, and a level 39 blood-scale giant crocodile, all missions requiring 3rd transition strength. The last one is nearly at 4th transition difficulty. Have they lost their minds? Yang Xiao rubbed his temples, glancing at the lists provided by his colleagues, his lips twitching in disbelief. Is this the most formidable freshman at Lark Academy this year? How could he, at level 16, dare to undertake tasks for beasts over 20 levels stronger than himself? Moreover, mutated beasts possess innate abilities, generally more ferocious than monsters in instances. While others opted for tasks that were weaker than their capabilities, he boldly accepted missions targeting creatures significantly beyond his level. This was tantamount to courting death. Yet, observing him among the key targets, Yang Xiao ultimately set aside his objections. Talents like him, who knowingly embraced danger and still stood up to fight, were unlikely to betray humanity. Even if he was a bit reckless, he was still worth protecting. He promptly instructed 4 armed helicopters to approach Chen Lin's vicinity, ready to provide immediate assistance if he found himself in peril, without waiting for him to call for help. Watching the screen as Chen Lin, clad in silver armor, swiftly traversed the mountains, Yang Xiao sighed deeply. Compared to other bases, it seemed that their Huzwa base would be dragging the team down. Chapter 42, Rampaging Black Ape. From a distance, terrifying sounds echoed intermittently. If Chen Lin unleashed his full potential, he could cover the 20+ kilometers in 10 minutes. However, to mitigate the risk of a sudden ambush by mutated beasts, he had to temper his speed. Suddenly, his intelligent wrist device chimed in. Warning, you have entered the habitat range of the rampaging black ape. In the next instant, a massive, menacing green serpent lunged from the shadows, crashing through the underbrush that obscured his vision. With a girth of 4 meters and a length extending for dozens of meters, the serpent opened its razor-sharp fangs, ferociously lunging toward Chen Lin. Its terrifying maw seemed poised to swallow him whole. Reacting with remarkable speed, Chen Lin grasped the creature's fangs with both hands. The immense force caused him to stagger back slightly. Summoning his strength, he snapped the serpent's fangs apart with a resounding crack. The serpent let out a chilling roar of anguish, and at that moment, 2 high-explosive grenades appeared in his hands. Chen Lin activated them, one in each hand, and expertly hurled them into the creature's mouth while pushing down its upper jaw. Boom, boom. 2 terrifying explosions erupted within the serpent's throat, tearing flesh apart and sending charred black smoke billowing into the air. Yet, the mutated beast, still clinging to life with its formidable vitality and innate defenses, did not succumb immediately. Remaining calm, Chen Lin unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, denying the creature even a moment to recover. The injured serpent hissed in agony, its cold eyes revealing fear as it sought to flee. However, its immense size proved to be a hindrance. Chen Lin seized it, gradually pulling it back. The serpent shrieked in terror, thrashing about wildly, causing the ground to tremble beneath its weight, yet it was futile. As Chen Lin's fists continued to rain down upon its head, the serpent's eyes widened in fear, and it fought more desperately to escape. With a resounding crash, the serpent's flesh erupted, leaving a blurred mass, and its skull caved in and shattered. Yet Chen Lin did not relent. He continued to strike with relentless ferocity, feeling the serpent's resistance wane until it lay utterly still. Unsatisfied, he recalled that even decapitated snakes could survive for a time. This was a mutated beast, after all. Chen Lin grasped the serpent's lower jaw and, with sheer force, ripped it apart for several meters. This gruesome scene, clearly visible to the command center through the drone's feed, plunged them into silence. How monstrous. He is only level 16. Yet he can confront a level 29 behemoth, exclaimed a female officer, her mouth agape. Others shared similar expressions of disbelief. The disparity of a full 13 levels, yet still capable of overwhelming force. What manner of beast is this? Yang Xiao silently lowered his head, repeatedly scrutinizing the data on Chen Lin, utterly perplexed. The document clearly indicated his profession as a summoner, indeed. Yet, he could scarcely believe that such outrageous combat prowess surpassed even that of his once feared melee master. The Berserker Fist. In his own days at this level, he would never have been able to confront the Titan Python head-on and slay it in such a brief span. Suddenly, a roar reverberated through the room from the screen, causing the expressions of those present to shift to one of gravity. A colossal, muscular, 50-meter-tall rampaging ape, its body covered in thick black fur, leaped down from the mountainside. The ground trembled violently, and the gusts of wind swept away countless fallen leaves. It appeared awakened by the commotion of battle, angrily charging towards Chen Lin's location, intent on devouring the insect that dared disturb its peace. This is Dire, the rampaging black ape. And wait, how has it reached level 34? The female officer's face turned pale. Although Chen Lin had just displayed remarkable prowess, mutated beasts undergo a metamorphosis every 10 levels. When compared to the Titan Python, the rampaging black ape was vastly superior. It could easily crush the Titan Python with just a few blows. The 18-level disparity was a monumental disadvantage, and she harbored doubts about Chen Lin's ability to withstand it. Yang Xiao shook his head, sharing the same skepticism. There were few among the human race capable of achieving such a remarkable combat power span. His hand grasped the walkie-talkie. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, he would immediately call for support from 4 armed helicopters, although they might not inflict substantial damage. Attracting the rampaging black ape's attention could buy Chen Lin precious moments to escape. On the screen, having confirmed the Titan Python's demise, Chen Lin had no time to claim his spoils before suddenly raising his gaze. He heard the ominous cracking of trees under immense strain. In the next moment, a massive shadow descended from above, its visage bloodthirsty and ferocious. The ape's colossal fists formed into massive hammers, crashing down with a terrifying force directed at Chen Lin below. Undaunted, Chen Lin swiftly drew the battle knife from his back, unleashing a strike of tremendous weight and sharpness that cleaved through the raging winds, directly impacting the ape's remarkably tough fists. A thunderous boom echoed as a shockwave radiated outward. The ground beneath him cracked, and his feet sank into the earth. Yet, he remained unscathed, all damage absorbed by the silver disc, not even feeling the force of the impact. Roaring once more, the rampaging ape seemed infuriated that this seemingly insignificant ant had withstood its blow. Its body swelled dramatically, reaching a height of 70 meters, before swatting down towards Chen Lin as if to squash him into paste. Chapter 43, A Sword That Slays in an Instant. Boom. The resulting gale swept in all directions, and amidst the swirling dust, Chen Lin suddenly appeared above the ape's head, the battle knife poised to strike. The fearsome slash resembled a flash of silver in midair, descending upon the ape's nape. However, upon enlarging, not only did its strength increase, but its hide also became significantly tougher, akin to the effects of the giantization talent akin to that of He Ming. Thus, only a deep wound of half a meter was left, a mere scratch on such a colossal mutated beast. Roaring in pain, the rampaging ape immediately swung its immense body around, its fists raining down violently upon the repugnant insect below. Chen Lin nimbly evaded the shadows of its strikes, darting forward, and delivered several successive slashes to the same spot with his battle knife. Roar! The ape lifted its foot and came crashing down. Boom. The ground shook violently. Dust billowing in all directions as Chen Lin had already leaped away, now standing several meters distant, his gaze sharp. The combined weight of 13 tons and a force of 138 still struggled to inflict significant injury upon the rampaging ape. To slay it would require a considerable amount of time, even with the aid of the Sword of Heaven. Realizing the limits of his combat prowess, Chen Lin resolved to employ his trump card without delay. After all, he had 2 more tasks to complete. Buzz, a translucent sword, existing between reality and illusion, floated in his hand, measuring over a meter in length, its blade inscribed with countless incomprehensible white runes, mysterious and arcane. As his mental energy swiftly depleted, Chen Lin felt a wave of heaviness wash over him. "Let me witness your power on this, your first stage," he said, gradually raising his hand. Instantly, the ape's fur bristled, sensing a tremor of dread coursing through its brain, as if threatened by an invisible force. "It is this ant-like creature." The rampaging ape bellowed in a fit of fury, its eyes filled with malice, as its gigantic body lunged forward, seeking to crush and swallow him whole. At that moment, Chen Lin's hand descended. The magic sword sliced through the void, shattering the ape's mental core. Without any warning, its colossal form collapsed before Chen Lin. Boom. The ferocious winds swept away the dissipating dust, and the surrounding foliage rustled eerily. Beneath the magic sword, even if its body still lived, it was of no consequence. Its spirit had already shattered into oblivion. The vast majority of mutated beasts possessed inherently fragile mental strength, lacking any defensive means. And with Chen Lin's mental prowess at a formidable 194 points, it was an effortless annihilation. Retrieving the battle sword, Chen Lin stood victorious. In the distance, aboard the supporting armed helicopters, several soldiers exchanged bewildered glances. Did they even need to intervene? Silence suddenly enveloped the command center as everyone stared blankly at the screen, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Yang Xiao pondered for a moment before realizing that this must have been the result of a mental trauma attack. Such skills were exceedingly rare, with few effective defenses available, and they precisely countered the mentally fragile mutated beasts, thus enabling an instant kill. What truly astonished him, however, was Chen Lin's terrifying combat strength. He had indeed managed to withstand an 18-level disparity, confronting the rampaging black ape without sustaining a scratch. The key was that this was not some explosive technique, but rather appeared to be his standard combat capability. That was the most terrifying aspect. Those capable of transcending an entire level to defeat their foes invariably relied on bursts of power or ultimate moves, not a constant state. While both could achieve significant disparities in combat power, the differences were monumental. Chapter 44. The true essence of evolution is to consume life. If Chen Lin could maintain such a constant state, he could transcend the power of 2 entire levels. When facing the front lines, he would undoubtedly become a nightmare for the alien races. With these thoughts, Yang Zhao's expression brightened with joy. He must ensure this young man matures swiftly. There could be no interruptions along the way, although the level disparity would grow increasingly vast later on, making it challenging to continue achieving victories over higher levels. As long as Chen Lin could maintain his dominance over his peers, he would indeed be a prodigy. Yang Xiao strode out of the command center and into an inconspicuous small room, closing the door behind him. He activated numerous secret formations and cautiously retrieved a jade talisman. Zhang, a prodigy has been discovered at the Hengshan military base. He is exceedingly formidable, and I am currently grievously wounded. I fear I cannot protect him. After approximately half an hour, a response emanated from the jade talisman. Can you clarify just how strong he is? Yang Xiao contemplated. In our level bracket, if we joined forces, he could easily pin our heads to the ground. The talisman fell silent for a moment before replying. That is extraordinary. I estimate the entire human race may not be able to protect him. Prepare for an assassination by the alien races. Yang Xiao sighed in resignation. He can crush me with one hand, but against you, Zhang, it's hard to say. All right, I will discuss this with the other leaders. Came the prompt reply from the talisman. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao stored away the talisman and quietly returned to the command center, muttering to himself. I hope everything proceeds smoothly. Chen Lin approached the corpse of the Titan python, using his battle knife to slice open its skull, retrieving a holy red crystal. Before turning his attention to the rampaging ape, slaying mutated beasts does not yield experience points in the same immediate manner as in instances. Rather, one must absorb the life crystals contained within their bodies. Upon encountering this notification, Chen Lin silently disregarded it, summoning the towering figure of the Black Abyss, standing 40 meters tall, to consume the carcasses of the 2 mutated beasts. In a swift moment, his evolution points increased by 2. Yet he remained far from the threshold of 1200. Despite previously devouring copious amounts of fruit resources, which did not contribute to his evolution points, Chen Lin began to speculate. It appeared that only the consumption of living entities could be transformed into evolution points. Although the gluttonous talent was extraordinary, it did not defy the laws of nature. One could not expect to derive energy and evolution points merely from ingesting a stone. Contemplating this, Chen Lin produced several life crystals he had unearthed from the 4 previous mutated beasts and cast them into the inky flames. As the life crystals melted and were absorbed into the black abyss, his evolution points surged by 10. Indeed, a spark of realization illuminated Chen Lin's gaze. This method offered a swift means to accrue evolution points. Otherwise, he shuddered at the thought of needing to slaughter billions of creatures for a single evolution. How long would that take? He opened the map and murmured, "Next mission objective." Moments later, a massive tiger, over 30 meters in size with elongated fangs, charged forth with a roar. Yet, before it could launch its attack, the black abyss fixed its vertical gaze upon it, instilling a paralyzing fear. Without delay, the ground erupted as the black abyss materialized before the giant tiger, its claws extending with a terrifying darkness. Boom! With a devastating strike, the giant tiger was sent hurtling away, crashing into several towering trees under the tremendous recoil. Its visage bore 4 ghastly wounds, blood gushing forth, exposing the bone beneath. However, before it could recover from the excruciating pain, the black abyss reappeared before it, this time wreathed in dark flames, emanating an aura of terror that sent the tiger into a panic. Flee! The thought consumed its mind. Yet, in terms of speed, it was no match for the black abyss, which swiftly closed the distance, tearing and ravaging with abandon. Within mere seconds, the giant tiger was completely consumed by the inky flames, leaving not even a bone behind, only a scattering of ash carried away by the wind. This brutal scene, witnessed by the command center through a miniature drone, instilled a sense of dread. The ferocity emanating from those vertical pupils sent chills down their spines, making them feel as if death loomed just a heartbeat away. At that moment, Yang Xiao suddenly recalled that Chen Lin was indeed a summoner. The combat prowess of his summoned creature surpassed even his own. 2 prodigies. A wry smile crept across Yang Xiao's lips, a sense of awe for the next generation washing over him. Suddenly, the female officer murmured, "Could he truly complete all 3 tasks?" At her words, admiration flickered across the faces of all present. Chapter 45. Crushing the Giant Crocodile. The black abyss raced through the forest with its master, traversing a territory rife with mutated beasts of level 30 and above. However, under its imposing presence, no creature dared approach, merely lurking in the shadows. Watching the dark wolf retreat, beside a lake several hundred meters deep, a colossal crocodile, its body adorned with blood-red scales and measuring over 100 meters in length, lay with its eyes closed in repose. Suddenly, it sensed something amiss, its blood-red vertical pupils snapping open, unleashing a terrifying aura of ferocity. Roar! The roar echoed like a challenge, warning intruders of its dominion. The black abyss bared its fangs, radiating a dreadful aura of savagery, its presence more fearsome than that of the giant crocodile. In the next instant, its form surged in size, reaching a height of 161 meters and a length exceeding 300 meters. Overwhelmed by an invisible pressure, the giant crocodile charged forward, each step causing the ground to tremble with a resounding force. Observing this, Chen Lin quickly retreated to a safe distance of several dozen meters. Howl! The black abyss erupted into dark flames, its claws extending with a gleam of black light, while a golden aura began to envelop its skin and fur, exuding an unyielding essence. Roar! The giant crocodile opened its massive jaws, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth capable of easily severing steel. Yet, when it attempted to bite down upon the golden light, its jaws could not close, producing a grinding sound as they clashed. The black abyss regarded it coldly, raising its claw to deliver a devastating blow, tearing through countless blood-red scales and leaving flesh in a ghastly state. Roar! The giant crocodile retaliated with a fierce roar, swinging its massive tail, which whirled with bloodlight and ferocity, whipping towards the black abyss in a whirlwind of fury. Boom! The ground was gouged with deep furrows as the black abyss barely managed to halt its advance. Roar! The giant crocodile pressed its assault, its forelimbs propelling it forward, sinking its teeth into the black abyss's neck, dragging it into the depths of the lake. Crash! In an instant, a colossal splash erupted, sending waves crashing forth, inundating the ground with water. Below the surface, the 2 titanic beasts clashed violently, mud and debris exploding, clouding the water in a murky turmoil. The lake's surface roiled with tumultuous waves, each crest crashing loudly. The black abyss's dark flames remained unquenched, showing no signs of being extinguished by the water. Rather, the surrounding lake water heated up under the intense heat. Even with the environmental advantage, the giant crocodile was thoroughly suppressed, despite its bloodlight talent swirling with ferocity. It could inflict no harm. Were it not for the inherently tough skin and resilient life of mutated beasts, it would have been slain in mere moments. Within just a few minutes, the water level of the vast lake had decreased by nearly half, the mixture of sand and mud rendering the depths invisible. Suddenly, the water erupted, and the black wolf's upper body surged forth, its forelimbs clawing onto the shore. It shook itself, the dark flames evaporating the droplets from its fur, and slowly made its way towards Chen Lin. Standing over 300 meters long and 162 meters tall, It exuded an overwhelming presence. Its aura of savagery intensified by the recent battle, causing onlookers to tremble in awe. It had triumphed. It had indeed completed all 3 tasks. The command center erupted in joyous exclamations, and Yang Xiao smiled faintly, impressed. Beside the lake, Chen Lin remained unaffected by the black abyss's intimidating aura, approaching to affectionately stroke its lowered head as it sought his touch. The fate of the giant crocodile was evident, as the black abyss had visibly grown in stature. At that moment, a voice emanated from his wristband, stating that all tasks had been completed, and he could return to the military base to submit his report. Chen Lin glanced skyward at the silver moon hanging high, casting a gentle light upon the earth. A considerable amount of time had passed since their departure, and he was not inclined to spend the night in the perilous wilderness. It was time to return. After scrutinizing the map for a suitable route, he mounted the black abyss and turned back. Chapter 46, Contribution Points. By the time Chen Lin returned to the Hongshan base, it was already 1 o'clock in the deep night. The entire base was still brightly illuminated, with many students having returned. Having undertaken the relatively safer Tier 1 and Tier 2 tasks that required only about an hour of travel, he walked directly into the mission submission point, finding a less busy female soldier to report his accomplishments. "Did you really complete it?" the soldier asked incredulously. She recognized Chen Lin as the first-year student who had taken on the 3-tier task earlier that afternoon. Chen Lin nodded, bringing up the footage from his wristband as evidence, which left the soldier in stunned silence. After a moment, she collected herself, flustered. "All right, just a moment, I'll tally it up. The 34-level Berserk Black Ape, the 36-level Double-Fanged Giant Tiger, and the 39-level Blood-Scaled Giant Crocodile amounted to a total of 100 contribution points." Chen Lin nodded as he saw the contribution points transferred to his account, then turned to head back to his dormitory. Not long after he left, his name suddenly appeared on the prominently displayed screen at the mission submission point, followed by the details. Chen Lin, first-year student of Lark Academy, level 16 summoner. Contribution points, 100, ranking, 1245. Not only at the Yokoyama base, but also at other bases bustling with numerous academies, these grand characters manifested simultaneously. In that moment, many students waiting at the reception point displayed expressions of astonishment. Hiss, who is this person that directly acquired 100 contribution points, completing at least 2 third-tier tasks in one fell swoop? I am merely a freshman, and my contribution points are still in single digits. Who isn't? I only dare to undertake first-tier tasks. These mutated beasts are too ferocious. Even I, with my level advantage, am overwhelmed. Currently, most second and third-year students possess only a few dozen contribution points, and freshmen achieving double digits are exceedingly rare. As for those with over 100 contribution points, they are predominantly fourth-year students. Of course, some exceptionally powerful third-year students have also surpassed the 100 mark. Undoubtedly, they have undertaken and completed several third and fourth-tier tasks concurrently. As for the fifth-tier difficulty tasks, only instructors currently possess the strength to accomplish them. The astonishment among the crowd stems from the fact that Chen Lin is only at level 16, merely a freshman. Does this not imply that he has transcended 2 major tiers, successfully slaying 2 mutated beasts exceeding level 30? After all, there is a limit to the number of tasks one can undertake. A solo player can handle at most 2, while a team can take on up to 5. Moreover, second-tier tasks yield only a handful of contribution points, which is evidently insufficient. Given the current timing, one can only embark on a single expedition. Therefore, the only plausible explanation is that Chen Lin indeed completed a third-tier task, defeating mutated beasts that are several levels above him. At the Luoxiang base, Feng Yi was discussing strategies with several instructors on how to defeat the 60-level behemoth lurking at the periphery when he suddenly noticed Chen Lin's name appear on the leaderboard. Momentarily taken aback, he certainly remembered Chen Lin, who, as an ordinary summoner, managed to secure the top position, which was quite unexpected. The last individual to achieve such a feat was Zhangzhu Wangzhua, now one of the few 10th-tier powerhouses among humanity, known as Duan Tian. How could this be? Upon hearing Feng Yi's exclamation, several instructors followed his gaze, equally astonished. Old Feng, do you know this student? It's a bit exaggerated for a freshman to have over 100 contribution points on the first day. Feng Yi nodded and replied, I mentioned him before. He was the one I regretted not enrolling, as Ji Fei offered too much at the time. Otherwise, he might have been one of our Beilong students. Upon hearing this, the instructors were enlightened. It turned out to be the champion from Dongtian. However, someone soon shook their head, stating, he must have been accompanied by a powerful upperclassman. Otherwise, it makes no sense for him to earn over 100 contribution points solo. Indeed, but such actions are inadvisable. This cleanup operation is not only to prevent a riot of mutated beasts, but also aims to hone one's skills, laying the groundwork for future frontline battles. Yes, given the pressing circumstances, enhancing strength should take precedence. Deliberately seeking to gain ranking is of no real benefit. The instructors collectively shook their heads. They did not advocate for upperclassmen to mentor freshmen, as this would hardly foster any real growth. While the pressure of potential death is undeniably perilous, It can undoubtedly catalyze personal potential in ways that cannot be experienced within dungeons. Chapter 47. With me, invincible, overwhelming all. This was also the reason why the Xia dynasty resolved to change strategies. The sheltered flowers cultivated in a greenhouse could no longer withstand the onslaught of these wolves from the alien races. Thus, a shift in tactics was imperative. Rather than executing a protective plan, they would allow the geniuses to engage in combat with the mutated beasts, while the dungeon resources would be allocated to those with lower battle capabilities. Of course, this would lead to the demise of several talents along the way. But those who survived would undoubtedly grow rapidly into formidable fighters, defending the front line and buying humanity more time to develop. Feng Yi sighed deeply. Having witnessed the cautionary tale of Zhang Ju Wangzhua, he initially held high hopes for Chen Lin's future, but now felt a tinge of disappointment. At that moment, he spotted the young man in black not far away and smiled. Yinsu, have you completed your task? Yes, Instructor Feng, came the reply as Xiao Yinsu approached. Politely nodding. I killed 2 level 27 mutated beasts. I could have returned much earlier, but an unexpected turn of events occurred. Feng Yi was somewhat surprised, but remembering that the young man was currently the only one in the Xia dynasty to have awakened an SSS level talent, he quickly reconciled his astonishment. What kind of unexpected turn? He inquired curiously. I encountered a level 33 armored lizard. It took a considerable effort to slay it. Xiao Yinsu spoke with an air of nonchalance. As if it were an inconsequential matter, his hands clasped behind his back. Feng Yi couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, genuinely impressed. Remarkable. To be able to slay a level 33 mutated beast at level 17. This generation of talents truly surpasses ours by leaps and bounds. Xiao Yinsu smirked slightly, tilting his head back at a 45-degree angle, his expression brimming with confidence. Rest assured, Instructor. Indeed, this is an era of prodigies, but I am invincible. I shall overwhelm all adversaries and ascend to the throne of humanity. In that moment of bravado, he awarded himself full marks for his performance. Surely they must be stunned by now. Stealing a glance, he noticed the instructors covering their faces, rendered speechless. This was entirely different from the scene he had envisioned. Suddenly, he caught sight of Chen Lin's name on the large screen, and his expression froze. 1,000 doubts surged within him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could someone surpass him in prowess? 100 contribution points. Even factoring in the armored lizard he had slain, it still paled in comparison. Noticing Xiao Yinsu's existential crisis, Feng Yi felt somewhat helpless. Although his intellect may not be the sharpest, he was still his student, so he spoke up. We just discussed this. It's likely the result of upperclassmen assisting him, so don't dwell on it. Xiao Yinsu immediately exhaled in relief, his turbulent thoughts settling. However, he inexplicably lost interest in seeking out the female students from other academies to discuss his achievement of defeating a level 33 mutated beast. The joy of completing a second-tier task dissipated entirely. A wave of pressure enveloped him, igniting a sense of urgency. Hastily bidding farewell to Feng Yi, Xiao Yinsu promptly submitted his task and resolutely set off toward the mountains shrouded in darkness. Before dawn, he must surpass Chen Lin. Classmate, this will be your dormitory. The soldier led Chen Lin to the room marked with the number 1, assisting him in opening the door. Thank you, Chen Lin replied. The soldier smiled. You've worked hard in the cleanup of the mutated beasts. Make sure to rest well. Chen Lin nodded, watching as the soldier turned to leave before entering the room himself. The accommodations were rather simple, featuring 4 beds and a table, with 3 familiar faces gathered around, enjoying barbecued food. Chen Lin, why did you finish your task so late? Feng Yi quickly pulled over a chair and placed it beside him. Chen Lin chuckled, taking a seat. The travel time was just too lengthy. Before him, the plate was piled high with various grilled meats, clearly left for him by the 3. Not one to be polite, Chen Lin dug in with gusto. Ever since becoming a professional and battling everywhere, going over 10 hours without food had become almost the norm. Were it not for his extraordinary physical condition, he wouldn't have been able to endure it. What task did you undertake to venture so deep? Feng Yi asked with curiosity. I took on the level 34 enraged black ape, the level 36 double-toothed giant tiger, and the level 39 blood-scaled giant crocodile. It was easier than I anticipated. Chen Lin bit into the crispy yet tender beef, swallowing it down with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi was left in shock, the skewer in his hand slipping down. How could you still be alive after taking them all on? Slaying them all was quite straightforward. The only issue was the distance. It took a long time to travel, Chen Lin explained. Feng Yi fell silent. During their search for mutated beasts, they had been filled with trepidation, because this was not a dungeon where one could simply will themselves out of danger. If they encountered a mutated beast far more ferocious than their tasks, the entire team could easily be wiped out. Such probabilities were not insignificant. It was said that shortly after entering the mountains, a team of first-year students had encountered an unfortunate fate. Fortunately, their position was not deeply entrenched and was in close proximity to the base. Thus, the dispatch support arrived swiftly to rescue them. Had they ventured into a level 20-30 area, they would likely have succumbed before assistance could reach them. Chapter 48. difficult tasks. This is precisely why most individuals opt for missions that are less formidable than their own capabilities. Even in the event of unforeseen circumstances, they possess the competence to cope. Engaging in perilous endeavors without the requisite combat strength is, quite frankly, unwise. Is this not a reasonable assertion? Li Zhongfeng took a sip of water to steady his nerves and remarked, I am not at all surprised that Chen Lin can achieve such feats. His summoned entities are capable of nearly annihilating him with a mere slap. Li Zhongfeng suddenly found himself less averse to the notion. If Chen Lin were to grow stronger, it would mean that his own defeat would not be a matter of disgrace. One day, should Chen Lin ascend to the throne, he could even boast about this incident. With this thought, Li Zhongfeng couldn't help but smile. You are currently only at level 16, right? Such a disparity in combat strength is hardly found among humanity. Xiao Yang exclaimed in astonishment. I feel you surpass even that Xiao Yunshu in sheer talent. Chen Lin merely smiled in response, fully aware of the reasons behind his impressive combat strength. As long as Haiming continued to devour and evolve, it could effortlessly crush any adversary without needing to rely on level advancements. Furthermore, he too would grow stronger passively alongside it, provided there are ample metallic or resources. The silver disc will one day become impervious even to the mightiest of 10-turn warriors. Moreover, as it continuously merges, its weight steadily increases. The current 13 tons already possess terrifying might. With Chen Lin's power and kinetic energy doubled, each strike resonates with the force of a mountain crashing down. When it eventually grows to weigh tens or even hundreds of thousands of tons, even with his strength not exceptionally high, a casual punch would rend the very heavens and earth. For Chen Lin himself remains unaffected by the burdens of his armor, able to wield it with the utmost dexterity regardless of its weight. He is, after all, not inferior. Li Zhongfeng scoffed. Chen Lin's summoned entities possess a minimum of SS level growth potential, with potential not lower than SSS level. This scene seemed somewhat familiar to Feng Yi, causing him to twitch at the corners of his mouth. Previously, he had looked down upon Chen Lin, believing his laurels to be undeserved. Yet now he was fervently praising him. Feng Yi, how fares your team? Chen Lin inquired suddenly. Upon hearing this question, Feng Yi's expression turned sour. The two teammates he had recruited were overly cautious, so much so that they hesitated to engage in combat, leaving nearly all the fighting to him. Luo Xian had barely managed to slay a single mutated beast after sustaining considerable damage, and ultimately, they completed only 2 tasks before retreating from the mountains, fearing further danger. Feng Yi sighed softly, acknowledging that if the team continued in this manner, a mishap was inevitable. As he spoke, he cast a discreet glance at Li Zhongfeng and Xiao Yang. You both have eaten quite well, I presume? The two exchanged puzzled glances. You consumed the roasted meat I specially prepared for you. You are now my subordinates. Feng Yi chuckled. Hurry and accept my invitation to team up. Li Zhongfeng's expression remained impassive. I will return you 100 skewers tomorrow. How will you repay me? What do you have to offer? Feng Yi sprang to his feet. This is meat I painstakingly roasted using a family secret recipe, something I wouldn't sell for 100 billion. How dare you think you can repay me for such a precious item? Li Zhongfeng laughed in exasperation. Take it or leave it. If it weren't for Chen Lin's presence, I would guarantee I could cleave you in twain with a single strike. You dare challenge me? Very well, so this is how you wish to speak. Feng Yi retorted, his temper flaring. Do not force me to unleash my full power. Li Zhongfeng brandished his battle blade. Come forth. In an instant, Feng Yi fell to his knees, clasping Li Zhongfeng's leg. Since you are not yielding to reason, do not blame me for resorting to more persuasive measures. The 3 men fell silent. It was difficult to assess the situation. Li Zhongfeng's lips twitched. He had anticipated a brawl, only to find Feng Yi kneeling before him. Release me, go kneel elsewhere. I refuse, Feng Yi declared, uttering the most humbling words with the bravest tone. If you do not acknowledge me as your sworn brother today, I shall not rise. Xiao Yang could barely suppress a laugh, yet felt a foot being clutched, causing his smile to vanish instantly. Release me. I will not. Feng Yi clung tenaciously to their feet, refusing to let go at any cost. Chen Lin, enjoying skewers while watching the spectacle, exclaimed how delightful it was. At 9 in the morning, an unusual scene unfolded at the task reception point. 2 individuals were dragging one person, or more accurately, one individual was firmly gripping the feet of the other 2. Li Zhongfeng's face darkened. They had been sharing a bed, and Feng Yi, that rascal, would not let go. Outside, Luo Xian and Luo Ning observed this curious sight. Feng Yi, what in the world are you doing? Dragging. Feng Yi replied. Li Zhongfeng scowled. Get up and choose a task. I have no time to waste here. Feng Yi's eyes brightened. So you agree to team up? Xiao Yang interjected. While you were asleep at dawn, he accepted the team invitation. You have yet to even glance at it. Feng Yi sprang up, his face alight with joy. Upon witnessing his exuberance, Li Zhongfeng's demeanor remained cold. I merely worry that your incessant pestering will impede my entry into the mountains. Do not misconstrue my intentions. If you perform poorly, I shall withdraw from the team immediately. No problem. Feng Yi dashed into the reception point, quickly selecting a task. Simultaneously, Chen Lin, who was also accepting tasks, bore a smile. Observing the five leave amidst their bickering, he selected two difficult tasks requiring 4 turns and made his way toward the mountains, unaware that his ranking had quietly slipped by 1 position on the large screen. Chapter 49, The Three-Headed Serpent. In the command center. Upon noting Chen Lin's entrance into the mountains, the female officer immediately summoned Yang Xiao. She continued to gaze intently at the screen, her expression grave. Before long, Yang Xiao adjusted his military cap and strode in briskly, promptly asking, what task has he undertaken this time? A difficult task with a requirement of 4-turn strength. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao's mouth twitched, and he inhaled sharply, not content with surpassing 2 major turns. This lad aims to exceed 3 major turns. 4 turns correspond to mutated beasts of level 40 and above. This represents a significant threshold. Even an armed helicopter, expending all its ammunition, would struggle to breach the skin of a level 40 mutated beast. It would be akin to a mere tickle. Notify the instructors from the Lark Academy to follow. I fear for Chen Lin's safety. Understood. The female officer immediately set the protocol in motion. Soon, this information was relayed via smart wrist devices to the 3 instructors from Lark Academy stationed at the Hungshan base. Upon receiving the news, they conferred briefly and decided that Jiang Weiyue would proceed. Should Chen Lin activate the distress signal, he would receive immediate assistance. The remaining 20 or so instructors were split, with half stationed throughout the Bailian Mountains to prevent any unforeseen incidents. If any students called for help nearby, they would rush to provide aid. The other half was deep within the area, dealing with mutated beasts of level 50-59. Amongst the myriad giant trees and vines, a massive black wolf darted through the underbrush with remarkable speed, while Chen Lin sat atop it, meditating. After approximately an hour, they arrived at the task's designated location. This speed was several times faster than last time, saving a considerable amount of time. Gazing at the colossal 3-headed serpent, level 44, coiled around a 100-meter rock and glaring at him with a chilling gaze, it emitted a hissing warning. Chen Lin silently extended his hand, after a night of rest. His mental strength was fully restored. A transparent, mysterious sword, over a meter long, materialized before him. Exercising caution, he decided to strike first. As Chen Lin slowly raised his hand to deliver the blow, the 3-headed serpent's eyes narrowed, sensing an imminent danger. In the next moment, the leftmost serpent head let out a piercing scream before collapsing lifelessly onto the rock. The other 2 heads, witnessing this, nudged it anxiously, only to find it utterly unresponsive. And their fear began to mount. How did it die? Chen Lin himself was quite taken aback. He had anticipated severe injuries, but never imagined such a scenario. Dead. Yet the other 2 heads remained alive. Is it dead? The 3-headed serpent turned its gaze back to Chen Lin, its eyes filled with malice. Unleashing an earth-shattering shriek, Chen Lin silently leapt down from the head of the black abyss. The immense weight of 13 tons crashing into the ground and creating a small crater. Charge forth and bite it. Upon receiving the command, the black abyss roared, its form suddenly expanding to over 300 meters, engulfed in a dark flame, resembling a cataclysmic beast descending upon the earth. Sensing the terrifying aura of menace, the 2 sets of eyes belonging to the 3-headed serpent instantly grew solemn, a wave of venom surging up their throats. Witnessing this scene, the black abyss charged forward, toppling massive trees along its path, causing the ground to tremble as golden light flickered into existence. Hiss! The 3-headed serpent flapped its wings, abruptly opening its gaping maw to unleash a torrent of purple venom. The immense size of the black abyss left it with no means of evasion. It braced itself, clamping down on the middle serpent's head with its fangs, dragging it into a violent roll upon the earth, stirring clouds of dust. Hiss! The seemingly indomitable golden light became ensnared by the venom, incessantly corroded until it began to shatter. The other serpent head, seeing its counterpart being savagely bitten, roared in fury and sank its fangs into the golden light, piercing deeply into the flesh of the black abyss. In an instant, the toxin spread throughout the black abyss's body, coursing through its bloodstream and beginning to dissolve its innards. Roar! With its attributes nearing 1,000 due to its massive size, the black abyss withstood the corrosive venom, summoning forth black energy on its claws to swipe away the serpent head that had bitten it. Chen Lin stood at the edge, silently casting enhancement and recovery spells, then unsheathed the heavenly sword, his figure vanishing in an instant, suddenly appearing before the 3-headed serpent. The heavenly sword plunged fiercely into one of its eyes. Hiss! The serpent head emitted a wretched howl of pain, its gaze filled with malice as it fixed upon Chen Lin, who was plummeting rapidly, and lunged at him. At that moment, claws wreathed in dark flames lashed out, slamming the serpent head forcefully into the ground. In the air, watching the 30-meter-wide serpent tail whip up a violent wind, Chen Lin immediately raised his sword to defend. Boom! A white shockwave erupted at the center, and Chen Lin's figure plummeted to the ground like a missile, billowing dust clouds. Observing this, the slit pupil of the black abyss filled with rage, its combat prowess amplified under the enhancement spell, claws coated in dark energy explosively tearing through the air. Hiss! The hardened skin of the three-headed serpent was as fragile as paper, torn open to a depth of several meters, blood gushing forth. The three-headed serpent howled to the heavens, its colossal body coiling around the black abyss, exerting immense pressure to constrict it, while two serpent heads launched simultaneous attacks from different directions, with attributes exceeding 1,000. The black abyss surged with brutal might, showing no fear as it swatted away the attacking serpent head with a single palm. Immediately, it turned its head, sinking its fangs into the neck of the other serpent head, tearing viciously as if to sever it entirely. Boom! The 200-meter beasts grappled in a terrifying display, sending countless clods of earth flying, colossal trees collapsing, and the ground quaking violently. Chen Lin stood up from the dust, feeling a slight numbness in his chest, but otherwise unharmed. One could only say that the defense of the silver butterfly was indeed reliable. It was worth all the resources he had invested in nurturing it. Watching the two increasingly frenzied behemoths, Chen Lin settled upon a nearby rock, firmly planting his silver battle knife into the ground. There was little more he could assist with. All that remained was to wait for the black abyss to gradually wear down its opponent. To reach a combat strength equivalent to a fourth transformation, he would need to further enhance the silver butterfly. At that moment, a tall woman clad in white battle armor appeared on a giant tree nearby, her expression incredulous as she beheld the familiar black wolf and the three-headed serpent engaged in battle. How is this possible? I remember Chen Lin was only level 16. How can his summons contend with a level 44 mutant beast? Soon, she noticed Chen Lin sitting on the rock and approached with graceful silence. However, the young man, ever vigilant, sensed her presence and swiftly grasped his battle knife, its silver gleam flashing as he slashed towards her. Jiang Weiyue raised a slender finger to halt the blade with ease, her demeanor calm. Mentor? Chen Lin exclaimed in surprise. He recognized Jiang Weiyue from the freshman competition, where she had stood beside Ji Fei. Jiang Weiyue nodded, noting the weight of the battle knife as she grasped it. Even she, a level 59 practitioner, had to exert some effort to hold it, her surprise evident. No wonder Chen Lin had performed so extraordinarily in the dungeon. A summoner capable of overpowering creatures several levels above him with sheer strength. Mentor, what brings you here? In response to his inquiry, Jiang Weiyue withdrew her trembling fingers and replied nonchalantly, I was passing by and heard the commotion, so I came to take a look. Is that so? Chen Lin chuckled. I apologize, I thought you were an enemy. Jiang Weiyue, not having felt any wrongness, felt her minor annoyance dissipate upon his polite apology. It's prudent to remain vigilant in the wild. You never know when you might become the prey. After speaking, Jiang Weiyue glanced behind Chen Lin, her right hand forming a fist as a soft sword materialized and shot forth. Swoosh! A massive lizard, hidden nearby and poised to ambush, was revealed, its eyes wide with shock. The soft sword pierced through its head and out its tail, splattering blood across the ground. Jiang Weiyue's expression remained indifferent as she retracted the sword effortlessly. You can blend into your surroundings, but if your presence is recklessly exposed, it becomes easy to detect. Chen Lin marveled. Mentor, you're truly impressive. Hearing this, a smile crept onto Jiang Weiyue's lips. Just then, a serpent head over 30 meters long crashed down from above, shaking the earth and fracturing it with a thunderous roar, sending clouds of dust swirling. Roar! The vicious roar resounded for miles, shaking the very air, as the black abyss stood triumphantly atop the corpse of the three-headed serpent, its towering form of over 300 meters exuding the presence of a true cataclysmic beast. The surroundings lay in ruins, soil overturned, and trees shattered. As if a great earthquake had occurred, the serpent's head lay shattered, buried in the ground, while the other head fared even worse, its jaws torn asunder, split in two. Black flames enveloped its massive body, greedily consuming it, transforming it into energy and evolution points, nurturing its growth. Jiang Weiyue watched in shock, inhaling deeply. Within just 10 days since Chen Lin summoned it during his class change, its combat prowess had become so formidable. She genuinely worried that Chen Lin might struggle to command such a monstrous creature in the future, even from a distance. The overwhelming aura that seemed poised to devour all life was palpable to Jiang Weiyue. Meanwhile, as the drone transmitted visuals to the command center, it erupted into chaos. The disparity between three major transformations, a full 28 levels, had been achieved. My goodness, how could such combat strength be so exaggerated? Ha ha ha. I feel he may even surpass that prodigy who awakened an SSS level talent. Listening to the exclamations, Yang Xiao felt a surge of excitement. He had underestimated Chen Lin's potential, never anticipating he could reach such heights. Could it be that his summon possesses an SSS level growth talent? As this thought crossed his mind, Yang Xiao's breath quickened, and he hesitated, pondering whether to continue with their plans. If anything were to happen to Chen Lin, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous loss for the entire Great Xia. But he quickly shook his head. The initiative had never rested in the hands of humanity. Even if he wished to call off the plan, it would be impossible. The other races would not let such a golden opportunity slip by. Chapter 51, The Wrathful Horned Bull. Countless black fire serpents spiraled through the air, merging into the body of the black abyss. Its form rapidly diminished as it grasped the heavenly sword in its mouth and laid down beside Chen Lin to rest. Chen Lin, too, concluded the maintenance of his enhancement and recovery spells, the exhaustion from overexertion washing over him. He sheathed the heavenly sword, transforming it into a staff as he began to meditate for recovery. Seeing this, Jiang Weiyue did not leave, but instead chose to remain by his side in silence. About half an hour later, after regaining some of his mental acuity, Chen Lin slowly opened his eyes. Casting a glance at He Ming, he communicated telepathically. "Are you able to continue fighting?" He Ming unfurled his deep blue vertical pupils and rose with a measured grace, responding, "No problem, master." Thanks to its formidable physique, it had purged most of the potent toxins, and its stamina had improved sufficiently for another bout. Chen Lin nodded appreciatively and turned toward Jiang Weiyue, expressing, "Thank you for your protection, mentor." Although equipped with the silver disc, which rendered him safe from mutant beast attacks, it was only courteous to acknowledge her goodwill. "Be cautious and avoid unnecessary risks," Jiang Weiyue replied before turning to depart. Observing this exchange, Chen Lin activated the map on his device and confirmed the route before mounting He Ming and setting off. Just as they had done before, the duo swiftly traversed the myriad of towering trees and dense underbrush, crossing mountains and rivers. After vanquishing 3 serpents and claiming their life crystals, He Ming's size expanded by a full meter, and his evolution points surged by 10. This was several times more than what the level 39 blood-scaled crocodile would yield. At this rate, perhaps in 4 or 5 days, He Ming would undergo another evolution. This forthcoming transformation would likely elevate He Ming's life tier to that of a high-level summon, and its innate talents would ascend to grade A. Such advancements would undoubtedly enhance their combat prowess significantly, rendering them even more formidable. Contemplating this, Chen Lin smiled. The thrill of continuous growth was truly intoxicating. Yet, it would be a grueling endeavor for He Ming, as it would soon be thrust into relentless battles. At that moment, a colossal disturbance erupted in the distance, branches trembling violently, and the ground quaked as if a terrifying behemoth approached. Accompanied by a fearsome roar, a mammoth bull charged forth, its body covered in thick, hard, dark yellow scales, with horns extending over 30 meters. The ground cracked beneath its massive hooves, and any trees in its path crumbled before its unstoppable momentum. The second task target, level 45, the Fury-horned mammoth bull. Without hesitation, Chen Lin cast a strengthening spell, enhancing all attributes by 30 under the effects of the celestial staff's 50 boost. He Ming let out a thunderous roar, its form rapidly expanding, as dark flames erupted around it, accompanied by a radiant golden glow. In an instant, they were fully unleashed. At that very moment, the Fury-horned mammoth bull had already closed the distance, its speed astonishing, its fierce gaze locked onto the intruding black wolf. With its sharp horns poised to strike, it charged forth. He Ming lifted its forelimbs, blocking the impending assault. Boom! The terrifying impact sent He Ming reeling backward, carving deep furrows into the earth. Crash! Trees toppled as the 2 titanic beasts surged forward, covering thousands of meters in mere moments. In the sky, drones hastily accelerated to keep up. In the command center, a female officer quickly calculated the situation and declared, "At this speed, they will soon approach the territory of 30-level mutant beasts. Notify the students on the route to steer clear. When Chen Lin's summon engages, it will not spare them." The officer nodded in acknowledgement and promptly took action. Chapter 52, The Target. He Ming extended its claws, enveloped in shadows, and with a tremendous exertion, toppled the Fury-horned mammoth bull. Boom! Its colossal body crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. At this moment, a team of 2 men and 3 women, having sprinted several hundred meters, turned back in astonishment at the spectacle. "Is this why the command center ordered us to leave? Phew! Good thing we left quickly. Otherwise, we could have lost our lives. Wait a minute, something's off. One is level 45, but how is the other only level 16? He Ming? What a curious name. It doesn't sound like a mutant beast. No way. You're telling me that's level 16? The 5 stared, incredulous. A nearby female instructor, sensing the commotion, prepared to intervene. However, Jiang Weiyue silently appeared, blocking her path. "No need to interfere. That's a summon of my first-year student, Chen Lin." Upon hearing this, the instructor froze, her expression shifting to one of utter disbelief. "First year? You can't be serious." Noticing her reaction, Jiang Weiyue subtly smiled, replying calmly, "Yes, he truly is exceptional in this cohort." The instructor's expression became dazed. This was not merely exceptional, it was monstrous. A first year possessing such combat prowess was unheard of. Was this the caliber of a top institution in the Great Xia? The instructor's gaze was conflicted. "He is your student?" Jiang Weiyue's expression stiffened momentarily before she coughed. "Well, sort of. Having been childhood companions with Ji Fei, her students were akin to her own, which was entirely reasonable." Hearing this, the instructor's eyes glimmered with envy. Half an hour later, He Ming had finally consumed the Fury-horned mammoth bull, casting a fierce gaze around before swiftly returning upon realizing Chen Lin's absence. Soon enough, It spotted Chen Lin being pursued by a massive frog over 50 meters long, and its rage ignited. In the blink of an eye, it charged forward, delivering a terrifying claw strike that instantaneously dispatched the level 36 mutant beast. Dark flames surged forth, rapidly consuming every remnant of its prey. Witnessing this, Chen Lin exhaled in relief. While journeying, he had been blocked by this swamp demon frog, which had a natural advantage over him, its elastic skin rendering his combat blade ineffective. Furthermore, he could not draw his celestial sword, fearing for He Ming's safety. It was He Ming's prowess that had inadvertently placed its master in peril. Hearing He Ming's sorrowful voice in his mind, Chen Lin paused, smiling as he stroked its head. It's all right, you did exceptionally well. After utilizing a healing spell and offering comfort for a while, they resumed their journey after a brief rest, seeking to hunt mutant beasts above level 40. Having completed 2 tasks, Chen Lin opted not to return to submit his points. The round trip would consume too much time. Earning a few less contribution points was inconsequential. His immediate priority was to facilitate He Ming's evolution and elevate himself to level 20 to enter the promotion dungeon. Since learning of the precarious state of humanity, Chen Lin had been imbued with a sense of urgency. In the deep of night, roars echoed through the mountains as He Ming, shrouded in an aura of dread, faced 2 level 42 mutant beasts. The dark flames were engulfing their corpses, continuously transforming before merging into He Ming's form. Chen Lin gasped for breath, his mental energy fully depleted, unable to maintain even the healing spell, his mind feeling alarmingly feeble. His stamina was nearing exhaustion, his body tingling with pain. He had forcefully shielded He Ming from another mutant beast for several minutes, nearly succumbing to defeat. However, the rewards were worth the struggle. Throughout the day, he had slain 15 mutant beasts above level 40. He Ming's normal form had grown to 58 meters, with all attributes increased by a total of 58 points, collectively surpassing 300. If confronted with the fury-horned mammoth bull again, they would resolve the encounter in mere minutes. As for the 2 level 42 mutant beasts beside him, they would be crushed and dispatched within moments. Evolution points had also surged by 195, leaving only 1,020 to reach fullness. It was time to return. Casting a glance at the night sky, Chen Lin instructed He Ming to lower its head, then mounted it. At the Hongshan Base Command Center, upon witnessing Chen Lin's return, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was truly terrifying. To have eliminated 15 mutant beasts above level 40 in a single day would equate to over 2,000 contribution points. Chapter 53. The situation escalates. The female officer swallowed hard, unable to contain her astonishment. Hearing this, everyone looked at Chen Lin with newfound respect. Currently, the highest contribution points at our Hongshan base are only 700, right? Indeed, and that belongs to a 4th-year student from Yunxiao Academy, Qin Kong, the top scorer from 3 years ago. What about the other bases? Yang Xiao inquired. The female officer deftly maneuvered her fingers, promptly responding, at the Luoxiang base, where Beilong and several other academies are located. The highest contribution points accrued by students is 1,000, followed by the Yuntian Academy in the south with 890, and the Qingtian Academy in the west with 850. This time, over 100 academies are participating in the extermination of the mutated beasts, spread across more than a dozen military bases. We will commence with the mountain range, where the mutated beasts are most densely populated, and then systematically sweep through the surrounding areas. This operation is expected to last several months, if not longer, until we have reduced the mutated beast population to a level that poses no threat to the cities. Why such a vast discrepancy? Yang Xiao furrowed his brow as he noted the significant gap in contributions. The overall extermination progress at Luoxiang Base was also markedly ahead. The female officer explained. Beilong Academy consistently ranks at the top each year, and naturally, most students are inclined to enlist there. This cohort is particularly exceptional, with a surge of prodigies emerging, making the competition exceedingly fierce. Everyone is exerting their utmost, unwilling to lag behind. However, this is a positive development. The faster they clear the beasts, the more resources they can allocate to assist other, less advanced bases. Aside from our 5 bases managed by top-tier academies, the situation at the other 13 bases is quite grim, with little to no reduction in level 20 and above mutated beasts. Yang Xiao nodded thus. We must expedite our efforts to provide support to the other bases. Observing the figure of Chen Lin on the screen, he smiled, with this young lad around. It should be achievable. Upon reaching the task acceptance point, it was already 2:30. The streets remained brightly lit, with numerous students engaging in outdoor barbecues of the mutated beasts they had dragged back, the aroma wafting through the air. And some even began to shout out to attract attention. The previous female soldier approached Chen Lin as he entered. Have you completed your task? Yes, Chen Lin affirmed, delivering his report. Goodness, many seniors in their 4th year can only manage to complete the 3rd-tier tasks, yet you, being only a freshman, have already surpassed them. She exclaimed in astonishment. She could not fathom the terrifying disparity in combat prowess, only perceiving it as exceedingly impressive. After swiftly transferring 400 contribution points to Chen Lin, his ranking skyrocketed from 1,245 to 10th place. Chen Lin remained unfazed and turned to head back to his dormitory. As he opened the door, Feng Yi rushed over, gazing at him as if he were a monster. Honestly, Chen Lin, are you a creature of another race disguised in human skin? This disparity in combat power is simply outrageous. Chen Lin smiled silently and took a seat. Just like yesterday, his companions had left him a generous portion of barbecued meat. News has exploded on the Academy's joint forum, Feng Yi exclaimed, taking a seat beside him. Everyone mistakenly believes that an upperclassman is mentoring you and is harshly condemning such behavior. If Chen Lin had previously completed a third-tier task and earned 100 contribution points, there might have been some room for belief. However, now, nearly everyone is skeptical, finding it too implausible. Haha, now Senior Qin Kong is in trouble. He has become the primary suspect, and many are directing their suspicions at him. Chen Lin inquired curiously, why is that? Senior Qin Kong is the top student of our young academy. Only he possesses the strength to elevate you to such heights, Feng Yi chuckled, munching on a piece of the special barbecue. Currently, students from various academies are discussing your 10th place ranking on the forum. A freshman at level 16. Slaying mutated beasts above level 40. I wouldn't dare boast about that. No one would believe it. Li Zhongfeng, seated nearby, remarked nonchalantly. Chen Lin could easily overpower me with a single strike. With such combat prowess, what is there to be surprised about? Feng Yi cast him a disdainful look. You used to vehemently oppose this notion, yet now you are the one bringing it up? Moreover, don't think I'm unaware. You were the one who was knocked down by He Ming with a mere slap. Li Zhongfeng silently extracted a long knife from his ring, its glint blinding under the light. Upon witnessing this, Feng Yi promptly silenced himself. Meanwhile, at Luoxiang base, Xiao Yunshu dragged his weary body to the task acceptance point. His entire being was battered and bruised, his armor marred with signs of fierce combat, yet his face bore no trace of despair. Instead, it radiated joy. He was eager to find his mentor and senior sister to discuss his accomplishment of slaying 2 level 36 mutated beasts. However, upon entering the acceptance point, he caught sight of the screen displaying Chen Lin's rapid ascent in ranking, firmly settling at 10th. His excitement came to an abrupt halt, frozen in place as the smile faded from his face. After a long moment of stillness, Xiao Yunshu silently stepped forward to submit his task, continuing with the acceptance process without uttering a single word. He then resolutely walked towards the mountain range. This scene stirred something within the observing soldier, who felt a twinge of emotion. With such severe injuries, he still insists on continuing his mission. Does he not value his life? On the road, a team supporting each other paused at the sight of Xiao Yunshu's relentless determination, exchanging glances that conveyed a single word: madness. One man gritted his teeth. I have reached the top 5 in the province through sheer effort, and now someone with greater talent and diligence appears, unwilling to rest for even a second. Brothers, shall we take on 5 more tasks? Absolutely, let's go. The fervor in their eyes ignited like flames. Soon, many who witnessed this scene silently abandoned their plans for a meal and relaxation, rearming themselves with their combat gear and rushing towards the dark mountains. Soldiers at each acceptance point suddenly became busier. In the command center, those who had been yawning and preparing to sleep abruptly halted. Upon seeing the live feed, the commander rubbed his temples, unable to suppress the twitch at the corners of his mouth. Did these students not wish to rest? Initially, he believed it was harsh to send these still maturing students to exterminate mutated beasts, but he never anticipated they would be even more relentless. They were fighting day and night, refusing to take breaks. The commander took a deep breath, caught in a dilemma of whether to feel joy or concern. Chapter 54, Royal Bloodline, Terrifying Dragon Lizard. Sitting on his bed, Chen Lin opened his special device to find several messages awaiting him. Su Qingqing, wow. Chen Lin, you are incredible. You're in 10th place. This is the ranking of all students from various academies in the Great Xia during this mutated beast extermination. Even the upperclassmen have been surpassed by you. Can you take care of your sister? Upon reading this, Chen Lin couldn't help but chuckle. Just a moment ago, he was referred to as a junior, and now he was being called a brother. In just a few days, would he be addressed as darling? After replying, he proceeded to check his friend requests. Instantly, a series of attractive female avatars appeared, all strikingly beautiful, fitting of Young Academy's reputation. This must be the student number Su Qingqing had shared. Chen Lin silently disregarded them, only accepting the request from a male student named Qin Kong. It seemed he had been waiting for this moment, as a message promptly arrived. Qin Kong, Chen Lin, Jr.? Chen Lin, yes, that's me. Finally added you as a friend. You've put me in quite a predicament. Many are now accusing me of being shameless. Not dwelling on the matter, Qin Kong curiously inquired, be honest, did you really complete the 4th tier task all on your own? Yes. Upon receiving this answer, Qin Kong gasped in astonishment. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. As the top student of Dongtian, even I find it exceedingly difficult to battle across a major tier, let alone accomplish what you have, Chen Lin. Chen Lin, Jr. My 2 friends and I are planning to take on a 5th tier task tomorrow. hunting the level 52 giant rock lizard. Would you like to join us? Upon reading this, Chen Lin took a moment to ponder before responding. Currently, the combat prowess of Haiming is more than sufficient to confront a level 49 mutated beast without significant difficulty. With attributes boasting an impressive 334 strength, 347 constitution, 340 agility, and 318 magical power, Haiming can surpass a staggering 1200 under the influence of gigantification. However, slaying a level 52 mutated beast remains a daunting challenge. Yet, with the assistance of others, it may be feasible. Well then, how shall we divide the spoils? Qin Kong asked with a smile. What are your thoughts on this, junior brother Chen Lin? I require the life crystals and the carcass of the giant rock dragon lizard. You can keep the contribution points, Chen Lin replied. Absolutely no problem. After finalizing their plans and agreeing on the time and place to meet, Chen Lin lay down to rest. The depletion of his mental energy left him feeling exceedingly fatigued. The next day, after a 4-hour slumber, Chen Lin awoke feeling revitalized. The enhancements to his attributes had significantly augmented his physical capabilities, rendering him increasingly superhuman. After a brief wash, Chen Lin stepped outside the base, where 2 men and a woman awaited him. Recognizing Chen Lin, Qin Kong waved enthusiastically and called out, Junior brother Chen Lin, over here. Have I kept you waiting? Chen Lin inquired. Not at all. We arrived early, Qin Kong replied with a warm smile. Beside him stood a strikingly beautiful girl in a finely crafted white robe, her figure accentuated by its elegance. Her eyes sparkled as she greeted Chen Lin. Hello, I'm Yikashi. Wang Yao, the other boy added. Chen Lin nodded. Should we set off now? Certainly. The 4 of them boarded an armored vehicle, the engine roaring to life as they ventured deep into the mountains. During the journey, Qin Kong explained, our target, the giant rock dragon lizard, is significantly stronger than ordinary mutated beasts, possessing a trace of royal bloodline. Its innate abilities remain unknown, so we must exercise extreme caution. At that time, Wang Yao and I will take the lead in the attack, while Kashi, as a celestial healer, will provide buffs and healing from a distance. Junior brother Chen Lin, what is the combat strength of your summon? Chen Lin replied nonchalantly. Withstanding the giant rock dragon lizard should pose no problem. Upon hearing this, the 3 exchanged glances, their expressions brightening as they felt their chances of success increase significantly. They had not chosen poorly. Though they all trusted Chen Lin, the specifics were still uncertain. If his combat prowess merely matched that of a level 40 mutated beast, then he would play a negligible role in the upcoming confrontation with the giant rock dragon lizard. Now, witnessing Chen Lin's confidence instilled a sense of reassurance in them. After traveling 200 kilometers, they disembarked from the vehicle and continued on foot for several hours. Along the way, they were ambushed by a level 30 mutated beast, which Qin Kong swiftly dispatched in an instant, his speed so remarkable that Chen Lin could scarcely track it. Yikashi chimed in, Qin Ji's hidden profession, the Gale Sword Saint, is characterized by its swiftness. Moreover, he has infused his battle armor with numerous agile stones, maximizing his speed to the extreme. Chen Lin nodded in agreement. He was indeed extraordinarily fast. At that moment, Qin Kong halted, glancing at the map before turning to his companions. This is the lair of the giant rock dragon lizard. I will draw it out. Everyone, prepare to defend. No need, Chen Lin replied calmly. With a subtle shift of his will, a colossal black wolf, measuring 58 meters in height, materialized, its savage presence instantly enveloping the area, startling the trio. A fearsome howl echoed across several kilometers, sending countless birds into a panic flight, while some mutated beasts hastily retreated in terror. As the sound reverberated, a pair of yellow slit-like eyes, resembling lanterns, opened wide within the rocky cavern, unleashing a terrifying aura. With a thunderous roar that pierced the heavens, the giant rock dragon lizard emerged, each step sending tremors through the ground. Its immense frame, spanning over 500 meters and adorned with rock-like scales, radiated an aura of indomitable strength. The oppressive force it exuded was reminiscent of draconic creatures, instilling a sense of dread. The trio's expressions turned serious, realizing they had somewhat underestimated the giant rock dragon lizard and had been insufficiently cautious. Chen Lin, however, maintained his composure, unperturbed, as he silently communicated with Haiming, instructing it to recognize its allies. Haiming nodded in understanding, its form instantly expanding to a towering height of 230 meters and a length approaching 500 meters. As the dark flames erupted and golden light shimmered, its aura became even more terrifying. This sudden transformation left the 3 in awe. In the distance, the giant rock dragon lizard's contemptuous gaze fell upon the black wolf, sensing that the creature's life essence was inferior to its own. However, the dark flames emanating from it instilled a faint sense of threat. Roar, I give you one chance, submit, or perish. Howl, you are trash, unworthy. Upon hearing this, the giant rock dragon lizard was instantly consumed with rage. With a powerful stomp of its foreleg, the ground erupted, sending massive, sharp stone pillars capable of piercing a level 40 mutated beast hurtling towards Haiming. Unfazed, Haiming stood resolutely before the 4, its adamantine body absorbing the impact. The claws, imbued with dark energy, shattered the pillars effortlessly. Boom. Just then, the giant rock dragon lizard charged in, its colossal palm, over 100 meters thick, crashing down with devastating force. Haiming swiftly sidestepped, leaving behind a fractured ground littered with debris. However, as it swiped back, it merely scraped off a layer of rock-like scales, inflicting only a superficial wound. Roar. Ants. The giant rock dragon lizard swung its massive paw toward Haiming, this time infused with innate power, its brilliant yellow light flashing ominously. The weight of its attack surged terrifyingly, akin to a mountain crashing down, the air erupting with sound. Boom. The protective golden aura shattered almost immediately, and Haiming was sent skidding back several dozen meters before finally halting. As the battle erupted instantaneously, Chen Kong immediately commanded, Kushi, provide a group buff. Bestow a single target buff upon Chen Lin's summon. It's all riding on this. Chen Kong acted decisively, recognizing that the giant rock dragon lizard was beyond their expectations of strength. This was a mutated beast of level 50, still possessing a trace of royal bloodline, far beyond their capacity to defeat. Even a battle at the same level would prove exceedingly challenging. Reflecting on this, Chen Kong could only smile wryly. Yet simultaneously, he was profoundly astonished. Chen Lin's summon was terrifyingly powerful, capable of withstanding a level 52 mutated beast at just level 16, a staggering 36 levels apart. Yikashi promptly nodded, her body radiating a brilliant golden light. Akin to a divine goddess descending, her aura suddenly becoming sanctified and noble, impervious to desecration. 4 5-pointed star patterns materialized beneath the feet of the three and the black wolf, a continuous stream of power surging upward. Subsequently, a series of halos enveloped the black wolf, instantly enhancing its attributes by nearly half, significantly augmenting its power. Yet Yikashi's face was one of astonishment. The magnitude of the enhancement seemed alarmingly diminished. While these buffs nearly doubled Chen Kong's attributes, they appeared far less effective on the summon. However, these transformations occurred in the blink of an eye, and Yikashi remained undeterred. With a subtle shift of her will, she invoked her innate power, invoking the protection of the goddess of divine punishment. After a brief incantation, a goddess wielding a blade, indifferent to the world, slowly manifested above the black wolf. As her closed eyes opened, an overwhelming aura, capable of annihilating all, descended upon them. Chen Lin silently drew the celestial authority staff, enhancing it further with its staff form. With numerous buffs stacked, Haiming's strength attributes surged to 2,000, while its constitution and agility followed suit. Moreover, the increase in magical power heightened the temperature of the dark flames, sending waves of searing heat that could be felt even from 100 meters away, as if they were engulfed in a furnace. Such a transformation instantly rendered the giant rock dragon lizard grave and wary. It gazed upon the four diminutive figures, its slit eyes flaring with fury. Chen Kong's expression tightened as he unsheathed his battle sword, his muscles bulging with intensity. He activated his innate ability, transcending to the ultimate realm. Boom. The ground beneath him erupted as Chen Kong's figure surged forth, seemingly teleporting as he leaped atop the scales of the giant rock dragon lizard, unleashing a flurry of strikes in the blink of an eye. Clang, clang. Each strike resonated as if hitting solid rock, failing to breach its defenses. For the colossal rock dragon lizard, it felt nothing at all. Even the sensation of a mere itch was insignificant in comparison. Just like swatting a fly, its enormous paw appeared to move slowly, yet in reality, it struck with astonishing speed. Chen Kong dared not linger for any potential damage and promptly retreated. However, just as he leaped away from the dragon lizard's head, suspended in midair, a thunderous roar erupted from the beast as it tilted its head back, revealing a cruel twist at the corners of its mouth. In the next instant, a surge of yellow energy erupted, expanding rapidly to form a domain that enveloped the surrounding area within 100 meters. The weight of the gravitational force bore down heavily upon Chen Kong's shoulders and head, causing his form to plummet. The ground trembled as he crashed into it, creating a small crater, with dust swirling around him. Struggling to rise, Chen Kong suddenly felt a massive paw descending from above, dispersing the dust and casting a vast shadow over him. Witnessing this scene, Yikashi's expression changed dramatically as she immediately employed all her defensive measures, disregarding the toll on her mana. Yet, the barriers that sprang up shattered like mere paper, unable to withstand even a second. Observing this, a flicker of despair ignited within Chen Kong, but he gritted his teeth, ignoring the pain as his flesh tore, and unleashed his full power to break free from this oppressive zone. Just as the gigantic paw was about to crush him, a shadow darted in, colliding with the colossal rock dragon lizard and sending it sprawling. The ensuing gale swept across the landscape, reminiscent of a great mountain collapsing, shaking the earth and stirring up dust in a terrifying display. As he beheld the imposing black wolf standing before him, Chen Kong felt a surge of gratitude, and with the release from the gravitational pressure, he quickly distanced himself from the original spot. Wang Yao let out a sigh of relief, halting his rush to rescue. The two returned to the side of Chen Lin and Yi Kashi, who were several hundred meters away. "I'm sorry," Qin Kong said with a bitter smile. "I never anticipated that the colossal rock dragon lizard possessed a second talent. Its combat strength may surpass that of a level 55 mutated beast. Right now, we are utterly helpless, completely ineffective." Previously, he had harbored doubts about Chen Lin's reliability, but now the situation had completely reversed. It's normal for unexpected occurrences to arise. After all, the mission only provides locations and basic information. Upon hearing this, Qin Kong felt little comfort. Guilt still gnawed at him. Originally, the three had taken on a level 5 mission to assist the Hongshan base in eliminating high-risk mutated beasts. After all, only a handful of instructors could undertake such level 5 missions, making them exceedingly difficult. Moreover, it was a test of their own capabilities. He intended to probe the enemy first, and if there was no hope of countering, he would rely on his superior speed to escape. Yet, he had not foreseen that the colossal rock dragon lizard was a dominant mutated beast with 2 innate talents. Had he not invited Chen Lin, with his summoned creature present, he would have surely met his demise. Wang Yao and Yikashi might not have fared any better, gazing at the yellow domain expanding once more. With the terrifying gravity pressing down upon the black wolf, Qin Kong voiced his concern. Can it win? Beside him, Yikashi gritted her teeth, beads of sweat trickling down her cheeks as she strained to maintain the enhancements and healing of the black wolf. Her mana was depleting rapidly. If it becomes untenable, we should retreat together and abandon this mission. Chen Lin's expression remained calm. You need to withdraw a kilometer. The black wolf is about to unleash its full power. The three of them were taken aback. This wasn't even its full strength? After a brief moment of hesitation, they nodded and hastily fled. Half a minute later, as they stood a kilometer away and turned to look back, a ferocious roar resonated through the heavens. Boom! A terrifying surge of inky flames erupted violently, expanding to engulf a 1,000-meter radius, reducing everything to ash. The oppressive might escalated to its zenith at that moment, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Beneath the horrific expanse of black flames, the earth cracked and dried, fissures spreading outwards, while all vegetation withered, creating an atmosphere that felt as though the end had arrived. A ghastly silhouette, 700 meters in size, slowly materialized, emanating an aura of insatiable greed, yearning to devour everything. As the three beheld this sight, their faces turned pale, and an inexplicable, profound fear welled up within them. Yikashi's legs buckled, her body trembling, unable to stand. She sensed that the divine punishment goddess protecting the black wolf had been torn apart by the power of this malevolent apparition. As if two tigers could not coexist on the same mountain. The impact on her was akin to a deity of faith being struck down in an instant. Chapter 56, Suppressive Domain, Terrifying Apparition. The colossal rock dragon lizard's eyes widened in terror as it stood beneath the inky flames, its entire body gradually succumbing to the searing heat. The yellow energy within it was devoured the moment it attempted to escape, rendering its heavy earth domain utterly suppressed. Roar! How is this possible? Your life force is so feeble. How can you possess such terrifying power? Its vertical pupils widened, disbelief resonating in its voice. Howl! Trash! Unworthy of knowing. Hearing this contemptuous tone, the colossal rock dragon lizard's rage ignited. It had been insulted twice now. Roar! I shall leave you as nothing but bones. The colossal rock dragon lizard roared upwards, its massive paw breaking through the inky flames. Glowing with yellow light as it came crashing down, the black wolf stood firm, unflinching, as the ghastly apparition raised its claws, forged from the terrifying black flames, and tore through the air like lightning. Their collision unleashed a cataclysmic wave of black and yellow energy, echoing powerfully throughout the vicinity. Roar! The colossal rock dragon lizard felt a sharp pain in its paw, as its formidable defensive scales were shattered under the grasp of the ghastly apparition's blackened claws. The excruciating heat scorched and slowly consumed its life force. Roar! The colossal rock dragon lizard began to panic, channeling its innate power with all its might as the yellow light blazed ever more fiercely. It suddenly pivoted, its tail, resembling an iron ball and extending 100 meters, whipped up a ferocious gale. In that fleeting moment, the black wolf reacted swiftly, its form darting several hundred meters away as the ground erupted beneath it. Boom! The colossal tail swept across, obliterating the adjacent mountain range, sending countless rocks crashing down. Approaching the colossal rock dragon lizard, the black wolf raised its claws to strike, the ghastly apparition mirroring its every movement. Roar! Another wound inflicted, the colossal rock dragon lizard howled in anguish. It had relied on its powerful defenses throughout its growth and had rarely endured harm. Thus, it was utterly unaccustomed to pain. The lizard's eyes glinted with ferocity as it raised its forelimbs high before crashing them down, shaking the earth violently, causing countless sharp stone pillars to erupt from the ground. Launching towards all directions, the black wolf's form swiftly vacated the area, retreating several hundred meters, its icy gaze locked onto the creature. With the loss of the colossal rock dragon lizard's gravitational suppression, the black wolf's agility, exceeding 2,000, was fully realized. Moreover, the colossal rock dragon lizard, known for its immense defense and power, was inherently slow and cumbersome. Coupled with the extended attack range granted by the ghastly apparition, the black wolf initiated a kite strategy, drawing the lizard into a frenzy as it stomped the ground violently, roaring in madness. Roar, roar, come at me if you dare. Come at me if you dare. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Lin chuckled, unfazed by the inky flames, as if he were a fish returned to water, feeling nothing but warmth and comfort. This was not a deliberate control by the black wolf. Rather, it seemed that the inky flames posed no threat to him at all, as if they were an extension of his own power. After a grueling half-hour, the colossal rock dragon lizard's limbs faltered, its life force nearing its end. Fear evident in its eyes. It did not wish to die. It aspired to evolve to the next stage of existence. Roar. Do not kill me, do not kill me. I am willing to submit. Hearing this, the black wolf remained unmoved, its vertical pupils filled only with avarice to devour the colossal rock dragon lizard whole. How? You shall become my nourishment for evolution. You hold greater value. The inky flames surged, clinging to the entirety of the colossal rock dragon lizard, burning incessantly. The black wolf's gaze turned frigid as its terrifying claws struck down for the final blow. Roar. No. Witnessing the approach of death, the colossal rock dragon lizard howled in defiance, but after the claws tore through its form, it could no longer sustain its massive body, crashing down to the ground. The inky flames surged with an almost deafening intensity, as if silently celebrating the demise that had just unfolded. After a considerable time, the colossal rock dragon lizard was devoured entirely, leaving not a trace of its remains. Only a blanket of dust remained. Black Ming retracted all of the dark flames, its form shrinking dramatically, a wave of exhaustion sweeping through its body, plunging it into a state of weakness. Yet, its imposing presence remained undiminished and even more fearsome. Reminiscent of a malevolent creature, the three observers from a distance felt a twinge of trepidation. Chen Lin silently summoned the silver disc, which promptly ascended to his fingertip, transforming into a suit of armor that enveloped him entirely. Though he could completely disregard the flames, his clothing was not so fortunate, having been reduced to ashes. In the air, a new drone swiftly approached at Yang Zhao's urging. Upon witnessing the desolate landscape, where vegetation lay withered and mountains crumbled, evoking a scene of apocalypse, the personnel at the command center were left in utter astonishment. Yang Zhao immediately focused his gaze on the towering black wolf. Meanwhile, the once formidable rock dragon lizard had vanished without a trace, the outcome now glaringly evident. How many more surprises must this creature unveil? Yang Zhao gasped in awe. The initial leap across two major transformations had already marked the pinnacle of what humanity had achieved since the commencement of the self-transformation era. Yet it was not enough. It further transcended to conquer three major transformations, slaying three corrupted serpents. Now, it had even felled a level 52 mutated beast with a hint of royal bloodline at level 16, an astounding leap spanning four major transformations. This was no mere performance. It was an outright display of extraordinary prowess. This prodigy ought to have been dispatched to the front lines long ago, allowing those alien ruffians to face the consequences. Yang Zhao chuckled, albeit with a moment of reflection, realizing that an opportunity would soon present itself. At that moment, he was entirely certain of the alien's target. It was time to prepare. This net for reeling in the big fish needed to be woven tightly. With this thought, a cold smile crept across Yang Zhao's lips. Tomorrow, I shall upload the footage of Chen Lin's battle against the three corrupted serpents to the Academy's joint forum, letting everyone know that our great Xia has given birth to a dragon. Indeed, the others exclaimed with excitement. Only the female officer appeared somewhat puzzled, questioning the prudence of such actions amidst the current precarious situation. On the screen, Qin Kong and the other two approached Chen Lin, with Yi Kashi gazing at him in admiration, her eyes sparkling. Brother Chen Lin, your summoned creature is utterly terrifying. Wang Yao and Qin Kong nodded in agreement. While others claim I led you, they cannot fathom that it is, in fact, you guiding me. This time, neither Wang Yao nor Qin Kong contributed much, so they suggested dividing the spoils with Chen Lin and Kashi. Upon hearing this, Wang Yao had no objections, as he had merely coasted through. Chen Lin shook his head, insisting they stick to their original agreement. Surprised, Qin Kong did not expect Chen Lin to be so gracious. However, feeling embarrassed for contributing little, he scratched his head, saying, Brother Chen Lin, this is rightfully yours, do not hesitate. Thus, the two engaged in a mutual push for several minutes. Finally, Chen Lin, feeling exasperated, proposed. How about this? I wish to continue hunting level 50 mutated beasts. Could you lend a hand? After consuming the colossal rock dragon lizard and its life crystal, Black Ming grew by 2 meters. Most importantly, its evolution value surged by 150 points, tenfold that of a level 40 mutated beast. At this rate, if they could slay 10 more, it might reach another evolution. This was far quicker than targeting level 40 beasts. Chapter 57. Evolution Value Fulfilled. Qin Kong's eyes lit up with enthusiasm as he readily agreed. Originally, They had ventured into the 5 transformation tasks partly to contribute more and quell the crisis of mutated beast uprisings. Naturally, they could not refuse Chen Lin's desire to hunt further. As for the need to return and accept tasks for rewards, it mattered not. After all, a single colossal rock dragon lizard yielded 1,000 contribution points, a substantial gain. Thus, even if it meant accompanying Chen Lin for an entire day of hunting, they were more than willing. Witnessing this scene, Chen Lin smiled. Although the two appeared rather superfluous during the battle against the colossal rock dragon lizard, Yikashi's supportive role was still significant. The trio then began to clear the surrounding area of level 50 to 54 mutated beasts. Notably, Qin Kong finally exhibited the demeanor befitting the top student of Yunk Academy. Dashing forward to deliver dozens of decisive blows against level 51 mutated beasts, ultimately retreating unscathed, exhibiting a remarkable grace. However, the damage dealt was somewhat lackluster, barely scratching the surface. Under Wang Yao's full effort, he unleashed a mighty strike, dealing substantial damage comparable to the strength of Black Ming's ordinary claw, equally valiant. Chen Lin marveled at the display. After a brief respite, Black Ming immediately sprang into action. As night deepened, the trio, 2 humans and 1 beast, collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Qin Kong managed a wry smile, feeling he had lost face in front of his junior. Hearing this, Wang Yao silently buried his head in the ground, reluctant to face anyone. The strike he had delivered had been grand, akin to a giant cleaving the heavens, yet it only resulted in minor injuries, delivering a heavy blow to his morale. Yikashi stood nearby, laughing, as she and Chen Lin had remained at a safe distance, merely feeling mentally fatigued and drowsy. Glancing at the panel, Chen Lin noted that Black Ming's evolution value was now complete, letting out a long sigh of relief. Today's goal had been achieved. Moreover, after consuming 10 mutated beasts above level 50, Black Ming had grown to a towering height of 80 meters. Its 4-dimensional attributes had increased by 60 points, with strength, constitution, and agility all surpassing the formidable threshold of 400. Its normal state now resembled that of a 100-meter giant beast, and in its enlarged form, it was even more terrifying. "Let us return. It is time," he declared. The trio nodded in agreement, realizing that any further fighting might truly overwhelm their bodies. From 7 in the morning until now, they had spent a full 20 hours either battling mutated beasts or navigating to find them. Who could endure such an ordeal? The drone that had been trailing them relayed their return journey to the command center, prompting Yang Xiao to breathe a sigh of relief. Had they continued to fight, he would have had to issue a halt to their actions. Given their current state, even a minor mishap could cost them their lives. It was truly astounding that, in a single day, they had managed to slay 11 mutated beasts above level 50. Such a pace surpassed even that of the instructors. One individual voiced this sentiment, prompting nods of agreement from the others. As for their astonishment, they had become entirely desensitized from the beginning to now. In the entirety of the Bai Lian mountain range, there were only slightly over 1,000 mutated beasts exceeding level 50. At this rate, they could anticipate clearing them in just over a month. Upon hearing the female officer's words, Yang Xiao nodded, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Each wave of mutated beast uprisings had undoubtedly posed the greatest challenge with those level 50 beasts. Their sheer numbers and formidable individual strength meant that even a single incursion into the city could inflict catastrophic damage. Once they were eradicated, the even more powerful and intelligent behemoths would hesitate to launch any attacks. The potential hazards of a mutated beast uprising would naturally vanish. With this thought, Yang Xiao smiled. "Now, our Hengshan base should be the fastest in terms of eradication progress, right?" The female officer hesitated for a moment before responding. "Not quite. Luoxiang base is still ahead. What situation are they in, and how could they be so swift?" Yang Xiao was taken aback. "I'm not sure. Compared to yesterday, Luoxiang base's eradication speed has surged substantially." Meanwhile, at the Luoxiang command center, the hour was nearing dawn, yet almost no students were present in the base. The commander was both amused and exasperated. Currently, all of them were still engaged in fierce combat against mutated beasts in the mountains, returning only to accept tasks without pausing for even a moment. Originally, it had been primarily first-year students who were so dedicated. But as their contribution points increased and they began to approach the higher-ups, the pressure mounted on the second-year students. If it were merely a matter of talent, being surpassed would not be shameful. However, it was apparent that all first-year students were on the brink of overtaking them. To preserve their dignity, they had no choice but to intensify their efforts. As the third and fourth-year students witnessed this scene, they could no longer remain composed. Ultimately, this led to an outcome where individuals from every academic institution became embroiled in this internal competition. No one dared to take a break, fearing that even a moment's respite might allow others to surpass them. In such circumstances, even the mentors were not spared, feeling an inexplicable sense of shame associated with rest. Would this relentless pace not lead to disaster? With an average daily rest of less than 2 hours, even seasoned combatants could hardly endure such strain. Some voiced their concerns. The commander sighed, acknowledging that one could not stifle their fervor. Fortunately, The institutions stationed at the Luoxiang base were quite formidable, especially the Beilong Academy, which was recognized as the premier institution. Moreover, with his orders in place, a substantial number of soldiers and armed helicopters were stationed on the periphery of the mountains, ensuring swift support for any students in distress. Consequently, the majority of injuries sustained were severe, with few fatalities. Just moments ago, news from 13 bases indicated their dire circumstances, struggling to contain the encroachment of level 20 mutated beasts. Most alarmingly, the Wuxian base reported signs of a gathering of these beasts, suggesting that colossal creatures were becoming restless, eager to leave the mountains and assault the surrounding cities. The city nearest to Wuxian base, Wuxer, was particularly vulnerable, with its most powerful mentor being merely at the 4th transition, which would undoubtedly be insufficient for defense. The repercussions would be dire, as mutated beasts would surge forward, reducing countless individuals to mere fodder. The commander's expression grew grave. Upon hearing this, a heavy silence fell over the group, their minds conjuring images of cities that had previously succumbed to invasion, their hearts laden with foreboding. Casting a glance at them, the commander spoke with unwavering resolve. Thus, the swifter we cleanse the area, the sooner we can allocate personnel to support Wuxian base and protect more lives. Meanwhile, deep within the mountains, a youth donned in black battle armor frantically swung his sword, relentlessly attacking a level 39 heavy-scaled lizard. His eyes were bloodshot, nearly bulging out of their sockets, resembling a frenzied warrior. Kill, kill, kill. Convert all of you into contribution points. Xiao Yunshu murmured fervently, as the black energy enveloping his body gradually solidified. Each strike against the heavy-scaled lizard ignored its defenses, eliciting agonized roars. After an arduous 10 minutes, he finally vanquished it, not pausing for even a moment before pressing deeper into the wilderness. Level 40, I will surely achieve it. Suddenly, he abruptly turned his head, spotting a mutated beast resembling a feline demon stealthily approaching from over 30 meters away. Instantly, a fierce glint ignited in Xiao Yunshu's eyes, and a murderous intent surged forth. The feline demon, sensing the extreme danger posed by the youth, trembled and fled. You cannot escape. Ha ha ha. Returning to the dormitory, everything appeared as familiar as ever. Feng Yi inquired, why did you take so long to return? It's already morning. Chen Lin chuckled lightly as he sat down, picking up a skewer of roasted meat. I ventured too deep. The distance was rather considerable. Feng Yi nodded, curiosity piqued. Chen Lin, why haven't your contribution points changed? Many have surpassed you. I teamed up with Senior Qin Kong. They earn contribution points while I seek life crystals. Ah, I see. The three of them suddenly realized. Then, Feng Yi expressed shock. You're not attempting a 5th transition task, are you? After all, Chen Lin can complete 4th transition tasks on his own, so there is no need to team up. Upon hearing this, Li Zhongfeng and Xiao Yang also reacted, looking at Chen Lin with nods, feeling a twinge of envy. They were still limited to 2nd transition tasks, while Chen Lin had already accomplished 5th transition once, standing at the same combat power tier as their mentors. How could the disparity have grown so vast in such a short span, despite all entering Young Academy at the same time? A wave of despondency washed over the trio. After all, they were all top talents from their respective provinces, with Li Zhongfeng's entrance exam score even surpassing Chen Lin's. Yet, in barely 5 days, they found themselves left far behind. Contemplating this, the trio became somewhat distracted. Honestly, Chen Lin, how have you managed to elevate your combat prowess so swiftly? Even with the growth-oriented talent of He Ming, this seems implausible, Feng Yi remarked with a wry smile. Chen Lin merely smiled in silence, choosing not to elaborate further, lest he discourage his friends too harshly. Driven by insatiable gluttony, as long as there remained something to devour, no obstacle to growth would hinder him. Even in the future, as the path to strength became increasingly arduous, he would not cease his progress. Once the three of them returned to their beds to rest, Chen Lin quietly retrieved a specialized device and used his contribution points to request 10 second-level life crystals. Compared to academic credits, the purchasing power of contribution points was significantly higher and was part of the transaction system utilized on the front lines, circulating throughout humanity. Yet, the means of acquisition was singular, making contributions to humanity. Clearing mutated beasts to mitigate threats at the rear was naturally included. Soon, after Chen Lin completed his transaction, the logistics department promptly reported to the command center. Due to the life crystals being a limited purchase resource, they could not authorize a single student to request 10 at once. Yang Xiao pondered for a moment before asking, what is the current inventory of life crystals? The female officer promptly replied, originally 520, but now it has halved, as many students have exchanged them. These life crystals had been accumulated over the years from the extermination of mutated beasts attempting to emerge from the mountains. As most soldiers were from civilian backgrounds and could not absorb them, hence they were stored. Now, they serve as one of the exchange resources for all battling students. Give them to him. If further exchanges are necessary, it can be arranged. Yang Xiao nodded in approval. Recognizing Chen Lin's immense potential and having observed his commendable character through 2 days of drone surveillance, he was already a focus of attention, granted preferential access to resources. As long as it was something he needed, the military would prioritize his requests, allowing him to directly exchange for some rare treasures. Understood. The female officer smiled, pleased to deliver the life crystals procured by the soldiers from Hungshan base to Chen Lin. After approximately 10 minutes, a soldier dressed in combat attire knocked on the dormitory door, presenting a 1-meter-tall white safe to Chen Lin. Thank you, Chen Lin expressed politely. The soldier nodded and turned to leave, seemingly occupied with other matters. Observing this, Chen Lin returned inside, contemplating for a moment before entering his student ID. Instantly, the safe emitted a scanning beam, followed by an announcement proclaiming, "Student identity verification complete." With a click, the safe opened automatically, revealing 10 neatly arranged life crystals, each the size of a thumb. Without hesitation, Chen Lin grasped them all, silently uttering a command to absorb. In an instant, the life crystals exploded into a cascade of shimmering red fragments, gradually merging into his body. Before long, his level surged rapidly, reaching level 20. Life crystals provided a substantial amount of experience, far surpassing the speed of slaying thousands of monsters in dungeons. Glancing at his personal panel, Chen Lin noted the prompt indicating a transition to the second level. He had no intention of sleeping, directly clicking to proceed. His figure vanished from the dormitory. When his vision returned, he found himself in an expansive plain. A gentle breeze caressed him, bringing with it a refreshing chill. Before him appeared a transparent interface. Coordinate number 00996. This is a world invaded by the fallen race, which enslaves all and continues to proliferate. Mission: eliminate the fallen. Participants: 1. Time limit: 235,959. Reminder: unable to return to Blue Star voluntarily. After reading this, Chen Lin furrowed his brows. He had come across information about the fallen in the high school library. They were one of the alien civilizations attacking humanity. These beings are not only invading Blue Star, but they also possess the capacity to infiltrate other worlds. Just how vast is their population? Contemplating this, Chen Lin inhaled deeply, his expression grave. He silently advanced, and after a considerable time, he arrived at the edge of a precipice. Upon discerning the scene below, his countenance froze. Adjacent to an expansive plantation, he beheld a multitude of creatures, each cloaked in gray skin, towering over 2 meters, with horns protruding from their heads, resembling a grotesque parody of upright humanity. Their eyes danced with mockery as they fixated on countless emaciated, expressionless humans, urging them to hastily wield bone spikes to nourish the small trees. Entirely black and bearing blood-red flesh, the people offered no resistance, mechanically raising their bone spikes toward another palm that pierced through. Drops of blood fell steadily, staining the dark red soil with vibrant hues. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Lin's fists had clenched tightly, a surge of fury igniting within his chest. This was the first time since the awakening of his memories that he felt such intense emotions, utterly beyond suppression. A silver butterfly gracefully emerged, alighting upon his shoulder. Under the flickering silver light, a suit of armor enveloped his entire being. Boom! In an instant, the earth erupted, and Chen Lin leapt from the 100-meter-high cliff. Chapter 59, Carnage. TSK, the blood fruit will ripen in a few days. Once I consume it, I shall break through to the third circle and join the expeditionary forces. I truly envy you, Bata. As the two fiends conversed, a sudden thunderous sound erupted from behind, akin to a heavy object crashing to the ground. They turned in confusion, only to see a silver blur swiftly emerging from the billowing dust. In the blink of an eye, Chen Lin stood before the two fiends, his armored fist accompanied by a white shockwave, striking fiercely. In Bata's horrified gaze, before it could react, the blow landed squarely upon its face. Crack! The bones of its nose shattered, leaving a deep imprint of the fist, and the creature was sent hurtling back like a cannonball, smashing through numerous black saplings. Boom! As it collided with the dark red earth, Bata felt its mind rattle, akin to being struck by a massive boulder weighing over 10 tons. Had it not possessed an inherently robust physique, its head might have exploded. The companions nearby were immediately struck with fear, their hands conjuring a viscous black power that coalesced into spears, which they promptly hurled at the suddenly appearing silver figure. In response, Chen Lin did not evade. Instead, he grasped the spear's tip and shattered it with a forceful downward motion. How could this be? The fiend's eyes reflected sheer terror. They instantly recognized their inability to contend with him and turned to summon their kin loudly. However, Chen Lin's reflexes were swifter. He drew his battle blade and swiftly cleaved through, bisecting one of them entirely. Gray blood splattered across his armor, and Chen Lin's gaze remained indifferent. At that moment, all the fiends finally reacted to the unexpected commotion, their terrifying eyes filled with rage. Chen Lin, undaunted, watched as his battle blade gradually morphed into a formidable spear over 3 meters long. With a sweeping motion, the terrifying weight of the weapon produced a deafening roar in the air. Dozens of fiends rushed forth, led by Bata, who fixed a fierce gaze upon the silver figure and solemnly inquired, "Who are you? Why have you attacked without provocation?" This was a unique mode of communication. comprehensible to any race, akin to the mental exchanges with the Black Abyss. Though Chen Lin understood, he had no intention of responding, nor did he desire to. The human race seeks to exterminate you wretched beasts, and no justification is required. Listening to this peculiar language, many fiends felt a strange familiarity. Bada suddenly comprehended, a mocking smile spreading across its face. So, it is a pitiful ant struggling for survival. What audacity you possess to venture out, instead of cowering in your hole. Chen Lin's gaze grew increasingly frigid as he advanced step by step toward the fiends, the spear's tip dragging along the ground. Boom. He suddenly transformed into a blur, reaching Bada in mere moments. Witnessing the spear's deadly arc approaching, Bada was momentarily taken aback and hastily raised its pre-formed shield to block. Bang! Its form was instantly sent flying, crashing against the cliff face. This spectacle left all the fiends stunned. Crack, crack. As loose stones tumbled, Bada extricated itself from the cliffside. Its expression now heavy with seriousness. Such formidable strength, and its speed surpassed even its own. It was a third circle fiend. When had such a powerful entity emerged from that wretched group? Yet, this was a plantation, and there were at least 80 fiends stationed here. Contemplating this, Bada's cruel smile returned. Let us all join forces and tear him apart to feed the blood fruit. Roars erupted from all the fiends, their savage gazes fixed upon Chen Lin, as torrents of black power surged forth, filling the air with an odious aura that pressed down upon him. Chen Lin remained completely unfazed, his demeanor calm as his body surged forth, the spear crashing through the air in a sweeping motion. The two fiends nearest him were immediately decimated beneath the unyielding weight of the spear's strike. At that moment, several spears pierced through the air, striking against his armor but failing to penetrate even a millimeter, leaving no mark upon his defenses. Witnessing this, a few fiends stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. What awaited them was a spear slicing through the air, swiftly eliminating them all. Chen Lin resembled a humanoid beast of slaughter. His strength attribute elevated to 220 points, wielding a weapon weighing 13 tons, exuding an aura of terrifying invincibility. These fiends, all below level 30, could not withstand a single blow from him. In the midst of this overwhelming display of might, the fiends fell in droves, their gray blood spilling freely upon the ground. Bada, who had once felt at ease, gradually began to panic. It immediately summoned its black power to conjure a chain that surged towards Chen Lin, attempting to ensnare him. Quickly, let us restrain him together. No sooner had the words left its mouth than Bada felt an immense force tugging at the other end of the chain, propelling its body uncon. Observing this scene, Chen Lin raised his hand in an attempt to intervene, yet he found himself utterly speechless. He could not save a single soul. Are you a celestial being? Suddenly, a tender voice interrupted his thoughts. Chen Lin turned abruptly to see a girl with disheveled hair standing beside him. Having descended from the cliff in a frantic rush, sustaining several falls along the way, her clothes tattered, revealing numerous wounds. Noticing Chen Lin's dazed expression, the girl grew anxious. Clutching her garment as she softly implored, "Can you help us?" Chapter 60, The Death's Heavy Gaze. After a prolonged silence, Chen Lin spoke, "Certainly. For the malevolent beings have already been vanquished. You should summon the others to collect these." He gestured toward the crimson fruits. The girl nodded vigorously, but her expression was tinged with concern. "But they will return, and then it will be perilous. Do not worry. There will be no malevolent beings appearing today," Chen Lin assured her, affectionately ruffling her grimy hair. "Is that true, celestial being?" "Indeed." Upon hearing this, the girl's face lit up with joy. Watching her dash away, seemingly eager to share the good news with everyone, a wave of sorrow surged within Chen Lin, causing his body to tremble. With the existence of this skyward gaze, how could the malevolent beings remain unaware of their location? It was as if humanity were being cultivated as mere resources. "All of you from the other races shall perish." Fury welled up within Chen Lin's chest. With a slight shift of intent, Haiming emerged, its formidable presence coiling about its 100-meter stature. A multitude of malevolent beings were undoubtedly en route. To ensure caution, Chen Lin immediately confirmed his evolution. With this action, the primal power within Haiming surged violently, a torrent of terrifying evolutionary energy coursing through its form, erupting as black pillars of light that pierced the heavens, shattering the gray gaze. Boom! The very fabric of the earth seemed to tremble, an aura that instilled dread spreading in all directions, as if a demon had descended upon the world. Roar! Haiming's thunderous roar echoed for miles, its terrifying might resonating throughout the landscape. The girl, who had not ventured far, was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, trembling hands clutching her head, only daring to rise after the overwhelming force dissipated. Gritting her teeth against her trembling legs, she resumed her flight, determined to relay the news that a silver celestial being had come to their rescue. "Congratulations, your summoned entity Haiming has acquired the skill, Spring Surge. Congratulations. Your summoned entity Haiming's gigantification talent has been upgraded to BA level. Congratulations, your summoned entity Haiming's diamond body talent has been upgraded to BA level. Congratulations. Your summoned entity Hyming's flame talent has been upgraded to Celestial Flame A. Congratulations, your summoned entity Hyming has gained a new talent, Death's Heavy Gaze A. Power 412502. Constitution 429519. Agility 418508. Mana 384474. In this evolution, Hyming had grown 30 meters. Its height reaching an astonishing 110 meters, with a length surpassing 200 meters. All attributes were enhanced by 90 points. Chen Lin focused his thoughts. Gigantification, A increases one size fivefold, with a 500 boost to strength, defense, and speed. Diamond Body, A grants immunity, capable of mitigating elemental and toxin damage. Once activated, the body enveloped in diamond strength becomes immovable. Celestial Flame, A can merge 3 types of power into a unique personal domain. Death's Heavy Gaze, A within its line of sight, defines death for the target. Nothing escapes annihilation. All talents had received substantial enhancements, and power had risen significantly. Most notably, the flame had ascended to Celestial Flame, enabling the fusion of 3 powers to create a unique domain. Chen Lin had witnessed the overwhelming might of the Gravestone Dragon Lizard's gravitational domain, which could overpower Hyming, and Luo Ning's Gray domain was equally enigmatic. The domain formed by merging 3 talents would undoubtedly be formidable. As for Death's Heavy Gaze, its specifics remained untested. Yet one could hardly expect an A-level talent to be weak. Taking a deep breath, Chen Lin gazed ahead, now resolved to eliminate all approaching malevolent beings. Let us depart. We must move the battlefield far from here. Casting a glance at the dazed individuals behind him, he silently vowed, I will make them pay in blood. He turned and, alongside Hyming, traversed several kilometers in silence, with no telepathic communication exchanged. Hyming sensed its master's discontent and followed closely by his side. After about 10 minutes, the sky suddenly manifested a series of patterns, gradually forming a colossal gray eye that fixed its gaze upon the pair below. Shortly thereafter, a horde of malevolent beings, towering 3 to 4 meters high, surged forth from the horizon, their numbers estimated in the thousands. The foremost 10 were even at level 55. This was a difficulty level unseen by humanity in a level 20 advancement dungeon. The battle spear transformed into a war trident, which Chen Lin gripped tightly, coldly declaring, Leave no survivors. Eradicate these malevolent beings. As you command, my lord. Hyming's thought responded, rapidly expanding into a terrifying black beast standing 550 meters tall and over 1,000 meters long. Ebon flames erupted from its body, and its deep blue vertical eyes morphed into a gray heavy gaze, emanating a dreadful aura of death that instilled dread in all living beings. Roar. The ferocious roar echoed across 10 kilometers, the terrifying might halting all malevolent beings in their tracks. Under this overwhelming presence, save for the 10 advanced pentagonal malevolent beings, the rest trembled in profound fear, quaking uncontrollably. This beast was formidable. It was certainly not a creature of this world. Thus, this human must not be one of our cultivated mice either. They hailed from another realm. The 10 pentagonal malevolent beings exchanged grave glances, their eyes fixated on the black behemoth before them. The flames that danced upon its form conveyed an extreme sense of danger. Even from several kilometers away, the searing heat remained undiminished. Under its 1,000-meter stature, Hyming took a slow step, covering hundreds of meters in an instant, instantly alerting the pentagonal malevolent beings. Swiftly, they increased their speed, activating Spring Surge to absorb the energy drifting through the air, rapidly replenishing their mana, both abilities employed simultaneously. Boom! Hyming unleashed its might, causing the ground within a few hundred meters to shatter, countless fragments erupting. Its form appeared before the 10 pentagonal malevolent beings. The gray heavy gaze fixated upon them as it raised its massive claws to strike. A vast shadow loomed as the pentagonal malevolent beings darted away, narrowly evading the blow. However, the other malevolent beings on the ground were not so fortunate. They were all transformed into pulp beneath the terrifying claw, consumed by the inky flames in an instant. Witnessing this scene, the leading Leia Riss immediately commanded, Do not concern yourselves with the beast. Go and slay that human. Chapter 61, The Terror of Death. Observing all the malevolent beings rushing past, Hyming's heavy gaze remained icy, its foreclaw striking the ground, causing hundreds of meters to crack, the tremors resonating outward with terrifying force. Accompanied by a roar, its black flames erupted, engulfing everything in their wake. Roar. Countless malevolent beings were instantly gripped by terror. Not merely experiencing searing pain, but having their very life essence rapidly stripped away, their cries echoing through the air. In mere seconds, the weaker malevolent beings were reduced to ashes. Cursed be this unfathomable power, able to incinerate my very life essence. How utterly bizarre. Leia Riss gasped in shock. This was wholly unlike mere injury. The life essence represented lifespan, and once lost, it could not be restored unless through extraordinary means. Act swiftly. If we delay, even if we manage to win, we will have little time left to live. 9 5 fallen beings nodded in unison, immediately conjuring a myriad of weapons, all of which were infused with their innate powers, unleashing their most formidable attacks. Yet, when these strikes collided with the entity known as Black Abyss, a resplendent golden light emerged, exuding an aura of unshakable might. All were effortlessly thwarted. How could its defenses be so formidable? Layerith gritted its teeth in frustration. At that moment, a colossal hand came crashing down, reminiscent of an entire mountain descending with a thunderous roar. Witnessing this scene, Layerith's back suddenly sprouted black bone wings, akin to arrows released from a bow, as it decisively surged toward the distance. However, an overwhelming dread flooded its mind, a pair of merciless, death-infused eyes, radiating a terrifying aura, manifested from the void, fixating upon it. In that instant, Layerith's figure froze. Under the influence of those deathly eyes, the intimidation factor seemed to intensify, acquiring a new effect. The gigantic hand descended with crushing force, rendering Layerith utterly immobile, cold sweat pouring down its forehead. This was a form of absolute control. It possessed no mental defenses and was utterly unable to escape. With a resounding crash, the earth collapsed as if a dragon had turned, billowing clouds of dust and creating a cataclysmic spectacle. Observing this black behemoth, akin to a harbinger of calamity, the 9 fallen beings swallowed hard, exchanging fearful glances. This creature was terrifying, monstrous even. We possess no means to contend with it. We must flee. Upon hearing this, the remaining 8 fallen beings nodded in agreement, all sprouting black bone wings and desperately taking flight toward the royal city. None wished to be left behind. Black Abyss completely devoured Layerith beneath its palm, raising its heavy gaze coldly upon the fleeing figures, casually locking onto one, and then instantaneously appearing behind it, claws shimmering with dark light, tearing it apart. At this sight, the remaining 8 5-ring fallen beings were overwhelmed with terror, wishing fervently for an additional pair of bone wings. Scatter! They instantly dispersed, each fleeing in a different direction. Black Abyss selected a fallen being at random, pursuing and once again immobilizing it, claws shredding through flesh. Soon after, a chilling sense of death emanated from its heavy gaze, transforming the area surrounding one fallen being into a gray wasteland, grinding its life away in an instant, causing it to plummet to the ground. Black Abyss repeated this method, utilizing the deathly gaze yet again. However, after 2 uses, a sharp pain shot through its eyes, blood stained its vision, and a hint of deathly aura began to rise within it. If it continued to forcefully employ this ability, the accumulating death aura would eventually reach a critical point, resulting in a backlash that it might not survive, leading to its own annihilation. Contemplating this, Black Abyss relinquished its exertion, shattering the ground beneath it with a thunderous crash, transforming into a blur as it commenced its slow hunt. Meanwhile, hundreds of fallen beings approached from either side, and upon witnessing the dissipating black flames, immediately roared and surged toward Chen Lin. Emotionless, Chen Lin's figure shot forth, his war spears sweeping through the air. Each fallen being exploded under the unmatched might of the spear's radiance, their flesh obliterated. Soon, the ground was littered with indistinguishable corpses, limbs strewn haphazardly. After a considerable time, only Chen Lin remained standing on the plain. Surrounding him were remnants of gray blood and dismembered bodies, with a stench of carnage rising to the heavens, painting a hellish scene. On the other side, within the plantation, when dozens of individuals arrived, they were struck dumb by the sight of the fallen beings scattered across the ground. A girl looked around for some time, but failed to spot the silver figure, and promptly dashed toward the plantation's exit. The leading man, witnessing this, immediately commanded, "Take everyone back to the base, retrieve the blood fruits, and obliterate this place." Having spoken, he followed after the girl. An entire hour later, upon reaching the blood-soaked plain, the man's countenance was one of shock. Countless fallen beings lay slain, their flesh a chaotic mixture, and the stench of blood was overwhelming, as if he stood within the depths of hell. Further afar, the earth lay in ruins, crumbling and fragmented, devoid of any vegetation. What could have caused such devastation? Just from this scene, he could imagine how terrifying the battle had been. Could it truly be that a powerful being of our human race had descended? Yet at this moment, Chen Lin had long departed, leaving not a single trace of humanity in sight. Dozens of kilometers away, standing atop Black Abyss, Chen Lin gazed down upon the edge of the plain, hastening in the direction from whence the fallen beings had come. He sought to uncover their dwelling and eradicate them entirely. Sensing the death aura entwined around Black Abyss, Chen Lin communicated telepathically. "Are you unscathed? There shall be no issues in the short term, my lord." Nodding at the response, Chen Lin continued to fix his gaze ahead. Having consumed thousands of fallen beings, Black Abyss's form had once again grown by 5 meters. The energy required for growth had evidently surged significantly. Yet, its evolution value had only increased by a mere 100 points, still far from the 5,000 needed for completion. The difficulty had nearly escalated tenfold compared to before evolution. With all innate abilities now entering the S-rank domain, it appeared to be a monumental threshold. Without dedicating over 10 days of effort, evolution would likely be unattainable. As Chen Lin's thoughts wandered, a colossal city gradually came into view, its enormity becoming clearer. Narrowing his eyes slightly, his gaze sharpened. High above, the majestic city towered at several hundred meters, with numerous fallen beings having already retreated, leaving behind a lone 59th level entity, nearly at the 6-ring threshold, awaiting him. Through his observational gaze, he discerned that conventional tactics of human waves would be futile. They would not willingly march to their demise. Laerith's eyes were frigid. Its 6-meter frame adorned with a pair of terrifying black-bone wings, enveloped in a palpable aura of oppression. The blackened power of corruption coalesced into a tangible stream, darkening the surrounding environment, rendering it impenetrable to light. From a distance of over 10 kilometers, it silently regarded Chen Lin. This loathsome aura, even from such a range, was unmistakable. Your presence is detestable, Chen Lin remarked coldly. He leaped from atop black abyss, crashing into the ground, and then, like a sharpened sword, surged rapidly toward the colossal city. Black abyss, deal with it. I will eliminate the other fallen beings. By your command. Upon responding, Black Abyss's form instantaneously surged to 1,000 meters, its dark flames erupting, resembling a harbinger of calamity, its ferocious might sweeping across the surroundings. With a thunderous crash, the 1,000-meter plane fractured, and Black Abyss shot forth, appearing before the colossal city. Gazing upon the Black Wolf, which dwarfed it by 100-fold, the shadow enveloped Laerith's vicinity. Yet its expression remained unperturbed. With claws of black light slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, they descended. In the fleeting moment of contact, a corner of the stone city wall, as hard as iron, disintegrated, crumbling as easily as paper. However, just as the attack was about to strike Laerith, it was halted by a barrier formed from the tangible dark energy, preventing any breach. Do not presume that a mere beast, not even of royal caliber, can provoke a storm by slaying a few ants, Laerith replied flatly, flicking its fingers. The black barrier instantly expanded, exploding outward and sending Black Abyss tumbling back several hundred meters. Following this, the dark power surged violently, transforming in an instant into a massive demonic blade over 100 meters long, exuding a terrifying aura of corruption, rendering the surrounding vegetation gray and lifeless. Laerith slowly extended its hand to grasp the demonic blade, swirling currents of darkness rising continuously, its might escalating to an unimaginable zenith, instilling fear in all. I, the son of the demon king of the true fallen race, am not akin to those worthless beings. Prepare to meet your demise. Laerith swung down fiercely, the 100-meter blade cleaving toward Black Abyss. A golden light flickered into existence, yet it could only withstand for mere moments before yielding to the overwhelming pressure, revealing fissures. As the essence of its unyielding nature was corroded by the aura of corruption, on the brink of shattering. With a roar, Black Abyss grasped the demonic blade with both hands, and in that moment, the golden light shattered. It braced itself against the attack with its formidable physique, boasting over 2,500 points in physical attributes. Boom. The ground around them collapsed several meters, while in front, the demonic blade carved a vast chasm, unfathomably deep. Countless dark golden blood streams from its head and palms. With a single strike, significant damage is inflicted upon the creature known as Hei Ming. Laerith's expression remains impassive, indeed. To withstand my blow without perishing grants you the merit to become my steed. I am aware of your contract binding you to that human, preventing you from harming him. Now, I offer you a chance to absolve yourself of the sin of having slain thousands of my kin. All I ask is that you do not interfere when I eliminate that human. What say you? Upon hearing these words, an unprecedented fury ignites in Hei Ming's eyes as it glares fiercely at Laerith. A roar erupts. You dare to seek your demise. The ferocious growl reverberates through the heavens and earth, as its entire being bursts into dark flames, expanding within moments to encompass a radius of several thousand meters, engulfing everything in a blazing inferno. A terrifyingly brutal phantom, over 2,000 meters in length, begins to coalesce. This brutal phantom seems on the verge of becoming tangible, emanating an aura that makes all living things tremble in fear and even greater terror. As Laerith senses this all-consuming power, his expression grows increasingly grave. His very life essence appears to be siphoned away. Swiftly, Laerith conjures a barrier, isolating the dark flames from entering. A growl resounds. You have merely blocked my ordinary strike. Do you believe yourself formidable? Now, prepare for another. Hei Ming's voice is heavy, sending ripples of force through the air as it coldly regards Laerith. Without the need to move, its claws rise and descend in an instant. The brutal phantom mimics its actions. Witnessing this, Laerith's expression shifts subtly as he channels all his strength into reinforcing the barrier with the power of corruption. Yet, he still cannot withstand the terrifying dark claws of the brutal phantom. Within mere seconds, cracks begin to appear in the barrier, deepening relentlessly. With a resounding crash, Laerith is forcefully struck down, crashing violently into the ground. A growl echoes. Is this all you can muster? Hei Ming looks down disdainfully, refraining from further attack, patiently awaiting Laetus's rise. With a grim countenance, Laetus slowly stands, once again feeling the theft of his life essence, and he vehemently declares, "Beast, I shall make you wish for death." A wave of terrifying power erupts from within him. However, shortly after, it expands less than 10 meters before it can advance no further, leaving Laetus in a state of bewilderment. What is happening? Why can't my domain extend? Am I being suppressed? Before he can comprehend, the brutal phantom's claws strike once more. Boom. Struck, Laetus crashes through the solid, thick city walls, hurtling backward for several hundred meters. A growl resounds. Rubbish. Understanding the implication, Laetus can no longer contain his inner fury, unleashing a roar as he ascends into the sky. Even without the enhancement of the corrupted domain, I can still vanquish you. As these words fall, Laetus's form rapidly expands to several dozen meters. Dark lines spreading across his skin. The black bone wings on his back unfurl dramatically, stretching over 100 meters. A long black spear materializes in his grasp. The black currents of energy explode outward in waves, emanating an aura of sheer terror. Talent, fallen demon's shadow. Prepare to meet your end. Laetus roars, his figure vanishing in an instant, crashing through the waves of dark flames. The sharp black spear pierces forth. In response, He Ming reacts swiftly, leveraging the attack range of the brutal phantom to swat Laetus away like a mere fly, creating a massive crater upon impact. Struggling to rise, Laetus grits his teeth, his eyes ablaze with rage. Born as a noble among the fallen, he has never endured such humiliation. Wajin, what are you waiting for? Activate the fallen heaven locking array. His voice resonates through the gray eyes suspended in the sky, reaching the distant rear. In an instant, a black canopy descends like an inverted bowl, enveloping the entire colossal city, as chains, dozens of meters wide and entwined with corrupting power, emerge from the void, encircling He Ming in binding restraints. Countless black currents flow along the chains, eroding its entirety, as if seeking to assimilate it. With the combined effort of tens of thousands of fallen beings, even one of 6 rings would be compelled to submit and transform into a mere puppet. Laetus lets out a maniacal laugh. Soon, I shall have my pleasure in tormenting you. He Ming's 2 pairs of gray eyes remain cold, accompanied by a ferocious roar as the powers of greed, gluttony, and death merge. Boom. The dark flames erupt violently, expanding 1,000 meters, as a terrifying aura of death pervades the entire domain. In this moment, any creature caught within the black inferno shall be defined by death. Even the eternal gods could fall. Simultaneously, the brutal phantom materializes completely, its aura resonating across thousands of meters, exuding overwhelming ferocity. Massive eyes reveal 2 gray and heavy gazes, imbued with a terrifying aura of death, capable of annihilating targets with a mere glance. Within this domain, power manifests. At this moment, it stands as the sovereign of this realm. Chapter 63. To fight for the master is the true meaning. The refinement of heaven's death abyss. The fusion of the threefold powers creates an utterly terrifying domain. Laetus's smile falters, his gaze shifting to one of dread. Within the refinement of heaven's death domain, not only is his life being consumed and transformed by the dark flames, but the essence of death gradually erodes his very being. One can discern this from the weakening aura surrounding him. Damn beast. Let us see whether you exhaust me first, or I assimilate you. A frenzied expression crosses Laetus's face as he unleashes all the power of corruption, merging it into the chains. The power of erosion escalates to unprecedented heights. Countless strands of corrupting energy envelop He Ming completely, aiming to pollute both its flesh and soul. He Ming roars heavenward, its unwavering will rendering the horrifying power of corruption sluggish. Since its birth, it has been cast aside by wolf packs in the harsh forest. A weak and insignificant creature due to its mutations, offering no value. Hunger and coldness have left it nearly devoid of warmth, huddled in the crevices of stones. It was only through Chen Lin's summons that it escaped peril and regained its purpose. From that moment onward, He Ming resolved to follow Chen Lin eternally, never to part ways. Thus, what drives it to fight for Chen Lin is not a contract, nor a connection of souls. Its very existence is to battle for Chen Lin. The brutal phantom also roars, requiring no command from He Ming. The entwined powers of black and gray shatter the chains binding He Ming. Witnessing this, Laetus sneers, summoning even more chains to pierce forth. Futile. Even if you possess the strength of 6 rings at this moment, you shall never break free. The brutal phantom gazes slowly at him, its gray eyes devoid of compassion. The terrifying essence of death erupting from deep within. Laetus instantly senses a wave of extreme danger, his surroundings turning gray. Under the weight of this formidable power, his life essence diminishes drastically within mere seconds, teetering on the brink of death. At that moment, a surge of black power erupts from within Laetus, exuding an aura that could lead all things to corruption, shattering the essence of death. Laetus's expression darkens. The protective power left by his father has vanished. This compels him to flee without hesitation, turning to escape. Remaining any longer would surely result in his demise at the hands of the dark flames and the pervasive essence of death circulating within the domain. Meanwhile, Chen Lin's figure has already arrived at the vast palace plaza beyond the colossal city, hurling his war spear across hundreds of meters. The silver gleam pierces through the air, heading toward the throngs of tens of thousands of fallen beings. Observing this scene, Bajin quickly steps forward, conjuring a massive black blade to block the war spear. The immense force sends him staggering back several meters. At that moment, Chen Lin closes in, delivering a silver fist to the spear's end. The impact penetrates effortlessly, shattering the heart of this level 35 fallen being, gray blood exploding forth. Chen Lin's gaze remains tranquil as the war spear transforms, morphing into a war trident that sweeps across all directions. Under the ominous glow of the spear's edge, several nearby fallen beings erupted violently, their flesh and blood scattering in a gruesome display. This terrifying scene instilled fear in countless other fallen, causing them to hesitate in their efforts to sustain their corrupting powers. And they hastily retreated. Consequently, the dark chains binding He Ming shattered in an instant, and the pitch-black sky fractured and vanished. Rather than retreating, Chen Lin advanced, his foot crashing down with explosive force, shattering the floor tiles as he charged into the midst of numerous fallen beings. In the renewed brilliance of the light, his silver form shone resplendently, starkly visible against the dark mass of enemies. The spear's edge was ruthless and fierce, obliterating everything in its path. Chen Lin's momentum was unparalleled, as he swiftly dispatched dozens of the fallen. With a roar, countless black spikes surged toward him from the side. Chen Lin paid them no heed, allowing the spikes to descend, his impenetrable armor absorbing the blows effortlessly. Human, had it not been for our elite forces being away on a campaign, you would have been crushed like an ant long ago. A 4-meter-tall fallen glared at him, its muscles swelling with rage as it charged forward. Chen Lin's expression remained cold and unyielding. His war spear cleaved through the air, instantly slashing the creature to the ground, leaving a multitude of cracks in the earth. The blade pierced through flesh and bone, swinging it towards the throngs of fallen. With a resounding crash, Chen Lin's voice was devoid of warmth as he surveyed the fallen strewn in a direct path before him. Give me a year, and even if I were to eradicate your entire fallen race, it would be but a trifling task. The 4-meter fallen, clearly understanding human speech, suddenly contorted its face in distress and bellowed, "Let us assimilate him together." A chorus of roars erupted from the fallen as they unleashed their corrupting powers, enveloping the vicinity in a dense, black miasma. The dark chains transformed into elongated shackles that rushed toward Chen Lin, reacting with astonishing speed. He leapt away just as the ground erupted beneath him, the shackles crashing down in the next moment and piercing the earth where he had just stood. His eyes remained calm as his spear swept through, cleaving through the fallen and evading the chains. As countless fallen perished, blood and mangled corpses stained the ground, the crimson tide rapidly spreading. His silver armor had turned a dull gray, and Chen Lin was enveloped in an aura of slaughter, almost as if he were the true demon. However, as time passed, the chains multiplied, gradually cornering him and blocking all avenues of escape. Eventually, one chain ensnared Chen Lin, and dozens more surged forward, coiling around his limbs and body in a tight embrace. Witnessing this, the fallen erupted in gleeful malice, their cruel smiles evident. Quickly, assimilate him. Countless waves of corrupting energy surged through the chains toward Chen Lin, yet he felt nothing, as if it all fell harmlessly upon a silver butterfly. In his mind, the mournful cries of the silver butterfly echoed. This caused Chen Lin's expression to darken, a sense of gravity settling upon him. Sensing its weakening voice and the escalation of the corruption, he immediately sought to withdraw the silver butterfly and take the brunt of the assault himself. But a ferocious roar echoed from afar. A colossal corpse, measuring dozens of meters, crashed through countless buildings, descending upon a horde of fallen beings. The terrifying force of impact reduced them to a mere slurry of blood and flesh. A massive black wolf, unstoppable and terrifyingly swift, barreled through the landscape, its 1,000-meter frame obliterating all structures in its path, appearing in the palace square amidst a shower of debris. The entire palace trembled under the resounding impact, radiating a brutal power that instilled dread in all the fallen, their hearts racing in terror. Gazing upon the enormous corpse, they swallowed hard, incredulity etched upon their faces. How could this be? Lord Riot has perished? One fallen whispered. Instantly, fear spread like wildfire among them. He Ming, perceiving its master ensnared by the myriad chains, was instantly consumed with rage, its gaze fixed ominously upon the fallen beings. Under its intimidation, none dared to flee. In an instant, dark flames erupted, engulfing and incinerating them completely. Chapter 64, A Glimmer of Hope for Rescue. As all the chains shattered under its claws, Chen Lin exhaled in relief, mentally communicating with the silver butterfly, receiving its reassuring response that it was unharmed. He then turned his attention to the morose He Ming, furrowing his brow. He could not allow it to employ the death's heavy eye again. The backlash would be beyond what He Ming could endure at this moment. Sensing Chen Lin's concern, He Ming reassured him that 2 more uses should be manageable, master. Chen Lin, feeling helpless, patted it gently, pondering the potential consequences. He then inquired, is there a way to alleviate this deathly intent? It will dissipate on its own with the passage of time. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin nodded and began to scour the entire palace, ensuring not a single fallen being remained. This place spanned several thousand meters, adorned with many uniquely styled structures, all crafted from materials he had never encountered before. After an hour of searching, Chen Lin found not a single valuable resource. It appeared they had all been consumed. Arriving at the final palace, he faced a grand door resembling jade, measuring several meters wide and towering high. Chen Lin placed both hands upon it, exerting force, causing the door to rumble as it swung open inward. Once it was wide enough for him to pass, Chen Lin halted and stepped inside. He Ming's size made it impossible for it to enter, even in its non-giant form. However, should danger arise, it would not hesitate to demolish the entire palace. Inside, the space was vast, with towering columns standing firm, and the central floor etched with an enormous array, exuding unfathomable significance. In simple terms, Chen Lin could not comprehend a single aspect of it. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a side where a fallen being clad in ceremonial robes cowered behind a colossal pillar, trembling in fear. As Chen Lin approached, his footsteps echoed ominously, causing the priestly fallen to quiver even more. Upon realizing that this silver figure was indeed advancing towards him, the priestly fallen collapsed, stammering, "Do not kill me." Chen Lin's face remained impassive. "You recklessly invade countless worlds, slaughtering my kind. Now you fear?" As he raised his spear, the priestly fallen hastily pleaded in human tongue, "I haven't. I was born here, have never ventured to other worlds, nor have I ever killed your kind." Chen Lin utilized his probing technique to scrutinize its level, observing its rank at 30. His gaze hardened as he crushed its head against the ground with a forceful stomp. "Your kin have not only slaughtered countless humans, but have also bred them, exploiting their blood to nurture heavenly materials. How could you reach this level without having partaken of those fruits? Perhaps you genuinely have not slain anyone here, but you have feasted upon their blood daily." Feeling the weight pressing down upon its head intensify, the priestly fallen's expression morphed into one of terror. Those blood fruits were unique to this world. Merely absorbing blood allowed them to grow, and consuming them instantly enhanced combat prowess. It had indeed consumed many, yet it did not perceive this as wrongdoing. The weak were meant to be enslaved, and invading other worlds to bolster their race's foundation was essential for survival. This was the doctrine instilled in it since birth. You've made such a commotion that the other royal cities must have noticed. They will immediately send messages across dimensions, summoning our clan strong to return. At that time, you will undoubtedly die, but I can assist you in activating the World-S teleportation array to escape. The priestly fallen spoke rapidly, fearing that its head might be crushed at any moment. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin's eyes sparkled. He might be able to save that girl and others. With this thought in mind, he swung his spear down beside the priestly fallen, shattering the ground beneath. This startled it greatly. How many people can this World-S teleportation array accommodate? Up to 1,000 without issue. The priestly fallen quickly realized that he intended to rescue others as well. However, it dared not lie and answered truthfully. Chen Lin exhaled in relief, lifting his foot and tapping it with the spear, commanding, "Get up, follow me." The priestly fallen hurriedly complied, not daring to harbor any ulterior motives. After all, it had been controlling the gray-eyed sky, fully aware of how terrifying Chen Lin and the creature outside were. Once outside, Chen Lin seized it with one hand, placing it upon He Ming's back as he communicated his intentions. Heimdall nodded slightly, casting a glance at the fallen priest. "If you dare to lay a finger on me, I shall slay you without hesitation." As beastly creatures grow in strength, they instinctively acquire the universal language of the heavens, a legacy embedded in their bloodline. Upon comprehending this, the fallen priest immediately retracted its limbs, desperately raising its body higher. Cautiously, it suggested, "If you intend to fetch someone, you may utilize the aerial castle. It is sufficiently spacious and swift. Follow me." Moments later, they arrived before a towering castle that soared 1,000 meters high. Heimdall leaped effortlessly onto its surface. The entire structure trembled violently, but soon an array of gray patterns emerged, stabilizing it. The fallen priest hastily urged Chen Lin to drop it, fearing even the slightest contact with Heimdall. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin showed no mercy, forcefully slamming it into the castle's floor. After all, the priest's life was not fragile. Struggling to rise, the fallen priest bore no grievances and promptly maneuvered to make the aerial castle ascend at maximum speed. 2 hours elapsed before the castle hovered above the plantation. Chen Lin jumped down, creating a small crater, and surveyed the surroundings, which appeared eerily deserted. At that moment, a disheveled girl emerged, trembling slightly, a celestial being. She had been waiting here, hoping for Chen Lin's return. Gazing at the castle in the sky, the girl's expression turned fearful. "That is the weapon of the fallen priest. Are we in danger?" "Do not worry." Noticing her trepidation towards him, Chen Lin understood there had been a misunderstanding. He approached and gently patted her, reassuring her that the fallen had been vanquished. The girl relaxed, her curiosity piqued. Celestial being. May I ascend to take a look? Of course. Chen Lin communicated with Heimdall through thought. Once the castle descended, he instructed, please close your eyes. All right. The girl nodded obediently. Chen Lin removed his armor and gently lifted her aboard the castle. The fallen priest hurriedly approached, eager to inquire if they were headed to the base of these individuals, for it knew the location. However, Chen Lin shot at a cold glare, commanding, stay away and do not show yourself. He had promised the girl that there would be no fallen today. Upon hearing this, the fallen priest promptly fell silent, retreating inside the castle to manage the flight. After a considerable time, they landed on a flat hill, and Chen Lin guided the girl down. They traversed a path concealed by weeds, leading them underground. Here, rudimentary wooden supports held the structure, illuminated only by torches, with hundreds of people cramped within. Upon seeing the girl he was holding, a man rushed forward. Xiaoya, who is this? Celestial being. He is the one who killed all the fallen. At this proclamation, the surrounding crowd was taken aback, their gazes towards Chen Lin shifting to one of respect. Chapter 65, The Fallen Shadow. Is he truly the one who vanquished all the fallen? The crowd scrutinized him, finding him to be a far cry from the monstrous image they had imagined. His fair and handsome visage radiated warmth, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Most notably, he appeared astonishingly youthful, no older than 18 or 19. Are you truly a celestial being? One man, addressing the girl as Xiaoya, shook his head. He understood more. Recognizing that Chen Lin was not a celestial being, but a formidable human from another world, Zhou Yuan cautiously spoke, my lord, do you have any instructions for us? He was certain that Chen Lin did not originate from their world. Once, many formidable beings had walked among them, but when the fallen invaded, most had fled upon realizing the overwhelming might of the enemy. These individuals would never return to assist them. I will lead you to safety, Chen Lin simply explained. Zhou Yuan swallowed hard. Is that true? Most understood that their survival was contingent upon the fallen needing their lives to cultivate treasures. Like a cat playing with a mouse, they would wait until the prey had sufficiently distanced itself, recuperating their numbers before launching an assault to capture a portion. Yet, knowing this, what options did they have? They could only continue to hide and seek a way to break free from this prison. Zhou Yuan had once been part of the resistance against the fallen, and he deeply understood that those mighty beings did not care for the lives of the weak. Otherwise, they would not have abandoned everyone without even a fight. In his eyes, Chen Lin was undoubtedly a powerful being, capable of traversing the heavens. Yes, Chen Lin nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Observing this scene, hope gradually ignited in the eyes of all. In this lightless underground, they yearned for a beam of light to pierce through. Simultaneously, this hope sustained them, even as they recognized their own plight as mere fodder. Let us go, gather everyone, and venture to a safe world. Although Blue Star held its own dangers, even greater than their current ordeal, besieged by a multitude of alien races, at least there, countless valiant souls stood on the front lines, unafraid of death, defending against all threats to ensure the safety of those behind. He would soon ascend as well, not allowing the alien races to take even a single step forward. Several hours later, the aerial castle descended upon the palace square, and hundreds emerged. Even though Chen Lin proclaimed the fallen had been eradicated, fear still lingered in their expressions. Chen Lin quietly covered Xiaoya's eyes before allowing the fallen priest to emerge. Upon seeing it, the crowd instinctively recoiled, their faces etched with caution. Unperturbed by their reaction, the fallen priest hurried to Chen Lin's side to guide them. Arriving at the rear of the palace, it instructed Heimdall to fully open the grand entrance, allowing everyone to surge inside. Once they stood upon the central teleportation array, the fallen priest immediately activated it. The process was remarkably simple. After all, the teleportation array had long been established and had stored energy over countless periods. It merely required activation. Now, they only needed to communicate with the array, locking in the coordinates and specific arrival location. Hearing this, Chen Lin closed his eyes and began to operate. He could not entrust this task to the fallen priest, for a moment's negligence could cost everyone their lives. Setting the coordinates to Blue Star, with the precise location as Fengyan City, the array locked in the memory with impeccable accuracy. Location confirmed, initiating spatial passage, estimated time, 5,959 seconds. Boom. The entire palace trembled under the cataclysmic surge of energy, rending the sky with thin fissures that gradually expanded. This overwhelming commotion was instantly detected by the gray-eyed overseers of the surrounding royal cities. Damn it. That human is activating the teleportation array to escape. A 5-meter-tall fallen bellowed from atop a 100-meter city wall, its voice filled with fury. This was a precious opportunity they had spent countless resources to accumulate, originally intended for transporting blood fruits to their kindred in expedition. They could not allow him to escape so easily. Otherwise, what face would the fallen tribe have left? Roaring, the 5-meter fallen unfurled its skeletal wings and soared into the sky. Behind it, countless fallen surged forth, a veritable tide. Within mere minutes, Dozens of second and fifth ring fallen from several royal cities converged from all directions, closing in rapidly. Heimdall, stationed outside the palace, sensed the approaching aura and slowly rose to his towering stature, gazing skyward as his thoughts quickly communicated. Master, many fallen are approaching. Chen Lin nodded, standing up and striding towards the exit. Zhou Yuan, witnessing this, felt a surge of unease and could not help but ask, "My lord, is something amiss?" "You need not concern yourselves. Remain here and focus on the teleportation." Hearing this, the girl looked worried. "Celestial being, are you not leaving with us?" Chen Lin turned back to her, smiling as he replied, "Do you remember what the celestial being said? No fallen shall appear today." Extending his arm, silver butterflies materialized and gracefully alighted upon him. As silver light flickered, his armor enveloped him entirely. Upon exiting the palace and casting a glance at the fallen priest, Chen Lin spoke with an air of indifference. "Let us depart. I shall spare your life." The fallen priest, upon hearing these words, was instantly filled with joy and hurriedly fled into the distance. However, a transparent sword of magic swiftly sliced through its form from behind, shattering its spirit. "To grant you a painless death is the utmost mercy I can bestow." The fallen had never spared a single human, nor would it allow a fallen to escape unscathed. With the palace gates firmly shut, Chen Lin dragged his war spear and the dark beast to the plaza, where numerous fallen descended from the sky, alighting upon the structures. "Did you not intend to flee?" Bakham's dark eyes narrowed. Chen Lin met its gaze, his expression as cold as ice. "I shall not leave until every last one of you is slain." There remained 5 hours until the transition into the secondary realm concluded. Bakham chuckled, "Such bravado. You do not fear your own tongue?" It did not rush to act, instead coldly observing the lone human and beast below alongside the other dozens of fallen. As time passed, the sky darkened, a multitude of fallen energies permeating the air, subtly coalescing into a phantom. Chen Lin immediately took notice of this. But engaging in battle now would undoubtedly disrupt the teleportation array. He could only bide his time. 5 silent minutes elapsed, during which a phantom composed entirely of fallen energy solidified into a tangible form, its features obscured, clad in menacing armor. An odious aura exploded forth. Waves of black energy surged outward in all directions, terrifying in its intensity. Even with the silver butterfly-esque protection, Chen Lin could sense the looming threat. Suddenly, droplets of black rain fell upon the armor, and Chen Lin solemnly lifted his gaze, the shadowy domain emanating from the phantom swiftly spreading, engulfing thousands of meters in mere moments. In his mind, the silver butterfly swiftly issued a warning. It was being slowly eroded by this dark domain. A layer of golden light emerged around the dark beast, which gazed intently at the fallen phantom. "Kikik, it is complete." Bakham's cruel laughter echoed. The fallen throne, formed from the combined powers of tens of thousands of fallen, possessed the strength of the sixth ring, imbued with a trace of its original power. Even that wolf, equally of the sixth ring, could not possibly be its match. Chapter 66, The Arrival of Consciousness. The terrifying aura outside pressed down upon all within the heavy palace, inducing a wave of fear among them. Just then, the teleportation array activated, its light enveloping them as it surged into a massive rift. Witnessing this, Chen Lin exhaled in relief. He could engage without reservation now. Meanwhile, Bakham remained utterly unconcerned about those being teleported away, as long as it could keep Chen Lin occupied. That was sufficient. If you had chosen to rush out from the beginning, we would indeed have been powerless against you with that wolf present. Yet you chose to protect those rats, relinquishing this opportunity. Now, you shall pay the price for your kindness." Chen Lin made no reply. Retrieving the celestial sword staff from his ring, casting enhancement and restoration spells upon the dark beast in advance. With a ferocious roar, the dark beast instantly transformed into its giant form, its 1,000-meter stature exuding an aura of ferocity, rivaling that of the fallen phantom. The realm of heavenly refinement and hell suppression, merging the talents of greed, gluttony, giantization, and diamond body, manifested instantaneously. The explosive black flames, laced with strands of golden light, contained a suppressive power that swiftly pushed back the dark domain. The corrosive force that had enveloped Chen Lin abruptly dissipated. The expressions of the dozens of fallen turned grave as they immediately retreated, fearing to remain within the black and golden domain. How is this possible? This domain is unlike the previous one. Hiss, staying here, I feel as though not just my essence is being stripped away, but my power is being suppressed as well. Retreating beside the fallen phantom, the dozens of fallen gasped in astonishment as they witnessed the gray domain being forcefully subdued. At this moment, the dark beast bore no trace of the vicious phantom. Instead, its flesh was adorned with countless intertwining golden and black patterns, emanating an otherworldly radiance, both regal and domineering. Under the overwhelming suppressive force, the surroundings became unbearably heavy. The explosion of black and golden energy surged forth, its might akin to that of a deity, suppressing hell itself. A roar echoed across the expanse of 10,000 meters, and with the enhancement of heavenly refinement and hell suppression, the dark beast's physique grew even more formidable. Its defenses bolstered significantly. The nature of its power transformed, each strike now imbued with a suppressive force that was dreadfully heavy. Seeing this, the gazes of the dozens of fallen grew increasingly serious. Without hesitation, they immediately infused their fallen energy into the phantom. Boom. The fallen phantom elongated by 100 meters, becoming even more massive, its two pairs of black bone wings unfurling to a full 1,000 meters, exuding a terrifying presence. The gray domain expanded instantaneously, clashing continuously with heavenly refinement and hell suppression, incompatible in nature. Waves of gray and black golden shockwaves exploded outward, radiating in all directions. Chen Lin stood at the rear, obediently providing enhancements like a summoner. No one could interfere in this battle. The levels were simply too high. Meanwhile, in a gray palace steeped in a terrifying aura of corruption, numerous beings with gray skin, either graceful or alluring, knelt upon the ground, serving their master. Their backs adorned with a pair of fallen wings. Each bore a black mark of a bone wing unfurling upon their foreheads, signifying their transformation from beings of other races into fallen entities, compelled to obey their master's will. Upon a throne of bones, a humanoid creature clad in grim gray armor suddenly opened its black eyes, an extraordinarily terrifying aura awakening within it, only to retract before it could fully manifest. One of the fallen has utilized my power. It quietly calmed its mind, seeking the past. Soon, guided by an unseen connection, a sliver of consciousness descended upon the fallen phantom. Instantly, a gray light shot forth from the phantom's eyes, no longer an unconscious entity. Oh, this domain is quite intriguing, the fallen mused in mild surprise. Its gaze then turned towards Chen Lin. A human? This is the rear world of my kin. How has he arrived here? A transition into the secondary realm, perhaps? The fallen pondered for a moment, quickly arriving at an understanding. This was not difficult to ascertain. Capturing a human would yield all the answers. What was crucial, however, was that he was only level 20. A brief assessment revealed an even more shocking revelation. The life scale of this dark wolf was barely a fraction. This meant that since its birth, it had not even reached half a year, yet it possessed the combat strength of the sixth ring. Such terrifying potential. The fallen could not help but marvel. At this moment, with a roar, the dark beast surged through the gray domain, disregarding the encroaching corrosive power as it charged forward. Its claws, imbued with suppressive force, glimmered with dark light as they raked fiercely, leaving 4 deep gashes. The fallen frowned slightly, sensing the exceedingly feeble strength of the phantom, making it difficult to unleash its own power. With a mere thought, the power of corruption surged forth, transforming into a black spear over 500 meters long. The fallen retreated 1,000 meters, creating distance before attempting to soar into the sky. However, the dark beast remained relentless, closing the gap with astonishing speed. The terrifying suppressive force weighed heavily upon the fallen phantom, slowing its ascent. Seizing this moment, the dark beast leaped high, its claws tearing simultaneously. Under the weight of the suppressive force, its form crashed violently into the ground, creating a massive crater 1,000 meters wide, producing an earth-shattering sound. Boom! The dark beast charged once more, empowered by the realm of heavenly refinement and hell suppression, its physique terrifying, unmatched in close combat. It granted no opportunity for the fallen to distance itself. Pressing down upon it, its claws slashed furiously, while its 2 pairs of gray eyes erupted with the power of death, relentlessly erasing the phantom. Even though the fallen phantom was not alive, the deathly gaze would still impart the essence of demise, applying equally to all. For distinct powers converged. The fallen's expression turned grave. Although a fragment of consciousness perished, it bore no significant impact. However, this dark wolf's potential was far too great, and it was bound to that human. It must be dealt with, otherwise it would not be long before another formidable sovereign arose among the humans. Regardless of the realm, this expansion of the fallen true clan shall inevitably encounter formidable obstacles. All the worlds they invade are territories of the human race. Boom. The force of corruption erupted violently, propelling the entity of Hyming backward. The fallen heaven compressed its domain, rendering it more solid before surging skyward. Immediately thereafter, an inexhaustible tide of corruption surged forth from all directions. The fallen beings, gripped by terror, realized that their own corruptive power was spiraling out of control, being siphoned away. I shall utilize your lives, declared the fallen heaven with a detached gaze. A mere few thousand weak fallen beings could be exchanged for a human genius with the potential for a throne, which, in its eyes, was exceedingly worthwhile. Chapter 67, Fusion of Domains. As the bodies of all the fallen withered to death, a colossal spear, over 1,000 meters long and entirely enshrouded in viscous blackness, coalesced in the hands of the fallen heaven. The air trembled under the weight of its terrifying power, sending ripples of black energy radiating outward, creating a scene of sheer horror. Yet, it was not over. The dim domain encircling its form continued to contract until it reached an extreme, enveloping the obsidian spear. This marked the qualitative transformation of ascending to the throne, an unparalleled command over the domain that no lesser beings could hope to match. Not only could it expand to suppress adversaries, but it could also compress, amplifying the strength of the domain's power. When affixed to a weapon, its potency would be doubled. With an expression devoid of emotion, the fallen heaven aimed the black spear at Chen Lin's position. In the next instant, Haiming surged forth, its massive form of 1,000 meters standing resolutely in front, staring intently at it. "I knew you would come to protect your master. Perish," sneered the fallen heaven. This was entirely within its expectations. However, in the following second, its movements abruptly halted. The Lian Tianjinyu did not expand outward but instead began to retract inward, its power compressing with a thunderous roar, as if on the verge of exploding. Ultimately, it successfully enveloped Haiming, even integrating with it. In an instant, the black and golden patterns glowed magnificently, radiating brilliance. An overwhelming force of suppression erupted, causing the ground beneath to collapse over 10 meters deep, reducing countless stones to mere dust. "What the hell?" exclaimed the fallen heaven, having learned a term of shock from the humans, only to quickly regain its composure. Its gaze turning ferocious. "Destroy it." Boom. The 1,000-meter black spear shot forth, tearing through the air like a bolt of black lightning, instantly reaching Haiming. This strike approached the destructive power of the 7 rings, exuding unfathomable terror. Yet, under the oppressive force surrounding Haiming, it slowed as if trapped in a heavy mire. Haiming roared, raising its claw to grasp the spear's tip, and in that instant, 2 terrifying forces collided, unleashing a shockwave that rippled out for thousands of meters. The ground nearby trembled under the force of this clash. The black and golden patterns flickered wildly, emitting an even more intense radiance, and under these circumstances, Haiming's defenses and physical strength grew progressively stronger, refusing to yield an inch. Amidst the terrifying clash of forces, the ground beneath continued to crack and collapse, sinking dozens of meters. The shadow of the fallen heaven dove swiftly, both hands striking the black spear. The impact intensified, causing the ground beneath Haiming to roar as it retreated several meters. Yet that was the extent of it. Witnessing this, the fallen heaven immediately channeled all its corruptive power to sharpen the spear's lethality. However, this led to the shadow losing its strength and gradually dimming, dissipating into the ether. Boom. As the 2 forces wildly entangled and clashed for several minutes, cracks eventually appeared on the black spear's tip, spreading ominously as if it were about to shatter. With a roar, Haiming unleashed its full physical and domain power, and the 1,000-meter spear could no longer withstand the strain, instantly fracturing into countless shards of black power that rained down. At that moment, the shadow of the fallen heaven completely expended its strength, transforming into black mist that vanished into the void. In the final moments, the fallen heaven gazed intently at Chen Lin, committing his visage to memory. Unfazed, Chen Lin met its gaze. His consciousness returned to the gray palace, where the fallen heaven rose from its throne, its presence oppressive as an abyss, causing all the demonesses to struggle for breath, their foreheads pressed to the ground in trembling submission. "Its level is only 20. How can it compress a domain? Is it mimicking me?" pondered the fallen heaven, its expression grave. Such comprehension was nothing short of terrifying. Not only did it require profound insight, but it also necessitated an ultimate control over one's own powers. Otherwise, even with understanding, execution would remain impossible. To ascend to the throne at the 10th ring, one must not only condense their domain, but also achieve perfect mastery over all powers within themselves, to the point of being able to unleash them at any moment. Yet, this black wolf seemed to have accomplished it all while still at level 20. This implied that, given time, it could traverse smoothly to the throne level. As this realization dawned, the fallen heaven inhaled deeply. Once, it had taken years to break through from the 9th ring to condense its domain and master its powers. Meanwhile, this black wolf had achieved it merely by observing. It was almost enough to breach its defenses. Upon reflecting on the battle, the fallen heaven suddenly realized something amiss. The black wolf's domain did not merely attach to its body, but rather fused with it. The fallen heaven felt a twinge of shock. The fusion of a domain with one's own being was a feat achievable only at the king level above the throne. A monster, the fallen heaven sighed, quickly regaining its composure. As a dignified sovereign, it would not be thrown into disarray by an unripe prodigy. Each time the fallen true clan was on the brink of obliterating a world, several exceptionally gifted individuals from the human race would invariably emerge, a phenomenon to which they had long since grown accustomed. They referred to these individuals as the favored children of the world's fortune. The fallen heaven silently summoned a gray talisman, recording all known information about Chen Lin. This was the assassination list of the fallen true clan. Any human genius with the potential for a throne would be marked. All fallen beings of the 6th ring could see this, facilitating immediate extermination upon encounter. Having completed this task, the fallen heaven reclined once more on its throne, closing its eyes in silence. Meanwhile, upon the ravaged earth, Haiming stood tall, its 1,000-meter form radiating an overwhelming aura of black and golden divine patterns, exuding terrifying might. Chen Lin dispelled his enhancement and restoration spells. His mind clouded and his vision dizzy. Even with the mental recovery offered by the Celestial Sword Staff, the disparity with Haiming was far too vast, and sustaining the enhancements drained his energy rapidly. In under 10 minutes of combat, he was nearing his limit. Casting a glance around, Chen Lin sighed, lamenting that all these fallen beings had been sacrificed, otherwise his attributes could have risen further. Watching as Haiming shrank and approached, he gently patted its head. After a long wait, the conclusion of the transition dungeon echoed in his ears. In the next moment, their figures vanished without a trace. Time is up. Beginning assessment based on your performance. Total kills, 56, 666 fallen beings, and you shattered the 6th ring's power of the fallen heaven shadow, saving 974 individuals. Congratulations. Your score is perfect. Your summoner class has been upgraded. Growth attribute increased by 1015. Congratulations. Your skill enhancement has been upgraded. Effect enhanced. Congratulations. Your skill restoration has been upgraded. Effect enhanced. Congratulations. Your skill summoning has been upgraded to divine summoning. Chen Lin reappeared in his dormitory. Upon his return, he promptly recalled Haiming, or else the space would have collapsed under its weight. Casting a glance at the floating scoreboard, he could only say it was satisfactory. His class had not advanced, as the next level would be a hidden one. He would likely need to enter the transition dungeon once more to achieve a perfect rating. With a thought, he meticulously examined his skills. Enhancement now amplified basic attributes by 35 instead of 20. Restoration had shifted from slow healing to rapid. Of course, the mana cost had also doubled. The greatest gain, after all, lies in the advancement of the summoning technique, now adorned with the addition of the sacred. Glancing at the description, it simply indicated that this summoning would undoubtedly produce a creature imbued with divine essence. This prospect filled Chen Lin with anticipation. At last, it was no longer a feeble existence. The mere notion of divine essence was, upon hearing it, undeniably impressive. However, Chen Lin refrained from hastily gathering materials to commence the summoning. Instead, he took out his phone. Upon searching the latest reports from Fanyan City Online, the first headline that caught his eye was about hundreds of individuals appearing out of thin air. Chen Lin exhaled in relief, grateful that no unexpected incidents had transpired. Continuing to read, he discovered that these individuals were from a different world, belonging to the same race, who had suffered the devastation of their homeland due to an invasion by malevolent entities, rendering them enslaved and reduced to mere consumables for the cultivation of rare resources. They were rescued by a formidable warrior clad in silver armor, who transported them to our blue star. From this description, it was evident that this silver-armored warrior was likely a transitioning professional. The report further assured that they would be properly accommodated, a matter that did not concern Chen Lin. The existence of other worlds, teeming with countless races, had been disclosed over a decade ago, rendering it no extraordinary revelation. Thus, there would be no phase of experimentation involving them. The report concluded with an image of those who appeared numb and emaciated, now significantly improved in health, suggesting that Zhou Yuan had provided them with blood fruits. This realization brought a smile to Chen Lin's face, as the tension that had gripped him finally eased. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, his eyelids growing heavy. Indeed, he had not slept for 2 days. With a thud, Chen Lin collapsed into slumber. Chapter 68. Everything unraveled. At this hour, how could one possibly sleep? Get up immediately. Early in the morning, the weary trio returned to their dormitory and found Chen Lin blissfully asleep on his bed. Feng Yi, brimming with frustration, gritted his teeth and pulled him down. Chen Lin, bewildered, queried, "What is going on?" Feng Yi, his eyes bloodshot, retorted, "How dare you ask?" He slumped into a chair, his expression despondent. Chao Yang silently placed roasted meat on the table. As the trio settled down, Chen Lin felt sufficiently rested and joined them for a meal. Feng Yi resentfully remarked, "Ever since the military released that video of you slaying the three-headed serpent, the forums have exploded. Everyone realized you didn't rely on senior students, but rather on your own strength, and they felt the pressure mounting, beginning to compete fiercely. One by one, they are accepting tasks nonstop, hardly sleeping at all. Now we have to do the same, or we will fall behind." Upon hearing this, Chen Lin was momentarily taken aback. He truly had not anticipated such a reaction. "So what are you all doing here? Slacking off?" In the face of this unexpected inquiry, the trio fell silent. Feng Yi lamented, "After working so hard, can't we at least sleep for 2 hours?" At that moment, Chao Yang, who had been gazing at the forum, suddenly interjected, "How about we take the roasted meat with us and eat on the way to our tasks?" Feng Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. "How is that possible? We've been putting in so much effort in Yonk. It can't be right." Chao Yang sighed. They released a strategy on how to complete the most tasks in the shortest time, enlightening everyone. First, form a 4-person team to accept 5 interconnected tasks involving mutated beasts to minimize travel time. Then, pair off into 2 groups. After a battle, 2 can sleep in the armored vehicle while the other 2 drive to the next combat location. This way, we can save on sleep time. It's even more efficient than those ruthless individuals who only sleep for 2 hours a day. The The two fell silent, and even Chen Lin set down the roasted meat. Astonished, is it really possible to do it this way? After a long pause, Feng Yi inhaled deeply, stood up, and proclaimed, let us leave the meal. It's not worth it. Li Zhongfeng silently followed suit. Don't forget to call Luo Xian and Luo Ning. Chaoyang hurriedly gathered his things and rushed after them. Observing this scene, Chen Lin chuckled. Having contemplated that there was nothing else to attend to, he also rose to head to the task acceptance point. After spending more than half a day there, coupled with yesterday's team-up with Qin Kong, his contribution points had not changed, causing his rank to plummet from 10th to over 2,000. This demonstrated just how fierce the competition had become. After a moment of reflection, Chen Lin accepted a task to kill a level 59 dark gold violent bear and a 6th transition task before turning to depart, leaving behind a bewildered female soldier. Did she see that correctly? That was a 6th transition task. It requires slaying an intelligent and terrifying behemoth, a feat even the instructors have yet to accomplish. In the command center, Yang Xiao rubbed his forehead in disbelief. How does he always manage to surprise us? Yet, recalling how Chen Lin had consistently defied their expectations, he felt a flicker of anticipation. If he truly managed it, he would have to boast to Brother Zhang. Above, a drone trailed closely, specifically designated for Chen Lin. Hovering above him, his earlier disappearance was likely due to reaching level 20 and transitioning. An hour passed, and riding on the Black Wolf, Chen Lin swiftly arrived deep within the mountains, where he spotted the dark gold violent bear on the vast expanse of land. Sensing the impending danger, the dark gold violent bear suddenly opened its golden eyes, its massive form towering 600 meters, causing the ground to tremble with its mere movement. The air was instantly filled with a savage aura. Roar! Get out of my territory. For reasons unknown, it felt an overwhelming threat emanating from this black wolf. Despite its relatively diminutive stature, Chen Lin silently leapt down, creating a small crater, and retreated to let the battle be handled by the black wolf. There was no choice. The black wolf's rate of growth was so rapid that even he felt it was too high for him to intervene. Continuing like this would only render him a timid turtle, unable to accompany the black wolf in the future. Otherwise, he risked being instantaneously slain by enemies. He had to quickly earn contribution points to exchange for rare golden stone materials for the silver butterfly's fusion. Seeing his master retreat to a safe distance, the black wolf turned its head, its icy gray gaze fixed upon the dark gold violent bear. In the next moment, its form rapidly expanded, reaching over 1,000 meters in length and 650 meters in height. A fierce and terrifying presence erupted, causing even the dark gold violent bear to tremble with trepidation. However, it soon grew furious at this sensation, unwilling to back down, and let out a furious roar. Heavens! This black wolf was just a few hundred meters earlier. How did it grow to almost 1,000 in such a short time? In the command center, the female officer covered her mouth, awestruck. Yang Xiao shared her astonishment. After all, before Chen Lin's summoned creature, no SSS class growth type talent had ever appeared among humanity. Chapter 69, The Indomitable Berserk Bear. Growl. Become my nourishment. As the earth shattered, the silhouette of the black wolf surged forward, dark flames erupting in the air, revealing a ferocious phantom over 2,000 meters long. The terrifying aura it exuded left the beasts in shock, enveloping a 6,000-meter radius in dark flames. However, it quickly retracted to just over 2,000 meters to conserve magical energy. After battling the fallen celestial, the Black Wolf's understanding of domain and power had significantly advanced. In encounters with mutated beasts, due to the resilience and robust nature of both sides, it often took a considerable amount of time to defeat them, necessitating lengthy recovery periods afterward. Yet, by employing this technique, it would be able to sustain combat continuously. With a roar, the dark gold violent bear unleashed a torrent of sharp energy, its front claws glimmering with golden light, capable of rending mountains asunder. However, beneath the shadow of the 2,000-meter ferocious phantom, its 600-meter form appeared almost diminutive. The surging dark flame claws descended, and the dark gold violent bear defiantly raised its paws to defend. Boom! A series of black and golden shockwaves erupted in concentric circles, sweeping across the land, causing the very earth to tremble. The razor-sharp currents of air lost their efficacy, failing to inflict any harm upon the brutal phantom, which consumed them entirely. The dark gold savage bear felt the immense weight of pressure as the ground beneath its feet crumbled, fissures radiating outward in all directions, accompanied by a terrifying roar. It could withstand this for only a short while before its knees began to bend. The dark gold savage bear let out another roar, its strength surging, muscles rippling as a more potent gale erupted forth. Roar! I shall not kneel. Its eyes widened in defiance, the voice laced with insolence. Suddenly, the pressure from its palms eased, revealing a shift in the brutal phantom's actions. In that moment of distraction, the dark gold savage bear was caught off guard as the entity known as He Ming lunged forward, its immense claws glowing with dark light, tearing into the bear and leaving 4 deep gashes. Roar! The dark gold savage bear was engulfed in agony. particularly upon realizing that the black flames were consuming its very life through the wounds, its eyes filled with ferocity. The two engaged in a frenzied battle, blood spilling profusely, staining the ground crimson. Yet, it was solely the dark gold savage bear's blood that soaked the earth, as He Ming remained unscathed. With the brutal phantom at its side, it felt as though it were 2 against 1, leaving the dark gold savage bear in a plight of despair. However, its terrifying vitality sustained it, refusing to perish under such overwhelming pressure. At last, the dark gold savage bear could no longer contain itself. Roar! Do not force my hand. Upon hearing this, He Ming's cold gray eyes regarded it with indifference. Roar! Realizing it was now a matter of life and death, the dark gold savage bear bellowed towards the heavens, its voice resonating in ripples. Its aura surged, the winds howling in response, scattering in all directions. He Ming narrowed its gaze, bracing for what was to come. In the next moment, the ground erupted with a deafening roar. The dark gold savage bear abruptly turned, its form racing several hundred meters deep into the mountains. Trees along its path were shattered, dust billowing in its wake, the spectacle awe-inspiring. Roar! If I cannot defeat you, must I not flee? At level 59, it was but a step away from becoming a giant beast, and it was not foolish. This scene momentarily stunned He Ming, who quickly regained composure and pursued with fervor. With agility exceeding 2,500, its speed was unparalleled, rapidly closing the distance. The dark gold savage bear glanced back, its heart racing with terror. Roar! My king! Come save me! The massive roar echoed across the land, traveling for dozens of kilometers. At that moment, a colossal beast, slumbering atop the mountain, with breaths like thunder, slowly opened its eyes. In an instant, countless blue lightning bolts surged forth, crackling around it. Roar! Accompanied by the terrifying roar that reverberated through the air. Branches and leaves trembled violently under the sonic waves, the sound reaching over 100,000 meters. The dark gold savage bear instantly rejoiced, its pace unyielding, turning to roar. My king awakens, your doom is upon you. He Ming paid it no mind, its gray eyes fixated on the source of the distant roar. A hint of gravity in its demeanor. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the resounding earth, a bear-like beast, standing a full 1,000 meters tall, with blue lightning coursing over its body, approached on 2 legs. As it neared, the dark gold savage bear exclaimed, My king, it intrudes upon our territory with malicious intent. The indomitable savage bear, hearing this, fixed its electrifying gaze upon He Ming, exuding an aura of terrifying authority, its voice deep and resonant. You possess great strength. Yet, you are still no match for me. Submit. The humans have confined us within these mountains for countless days. Now, with their lack of powerful guardians, we have the perfect opportunity to overturn them. Upon hearing its king's desire to capture He Ming, the dark gold savage bear shook its head vigorously. My king, it stands with the humans. It must be eliminated. The indomitable savage bear's expression darkened. Then, as a traitor, you must die. After its declaration, the lightning erupted violently, spreading recklessly around. The violent force shattering trees and exploding rocks. Boom, boom. The once clear sky began to unleash bolts of lightning, the thunderous sounds echoing for thousands of meters. Dark storm clouds rapidly formed, blotting out all light. The storm clouds pressed down, above the indomitable savage bear, forming a tempestuous vortex, utterly terrifying. From a distance, it appeared as though the world were experiencing an apocalypse. The might of the giant beast's domain altered the very fabric of reality. This was even more formidable than the fallen phantom, for that was merely an illusion, not a tangible existence. This level 62 beast surpassed its peers in sheer terror. Appearing to possess the bloodline of a king, Chen Lin, with a grave expression, drew the celestial authority staff and immediately cast a reinforcement spell upon He Ming. Roar! My king, magnificent! Quickly dispatch this audacious beast. The dark gold savage bear roared with excitement, radiating with resplendent blue lightning. Every breath was accompanied by a heavy rumble. The indomitable savage bear's might was truly astonishing. The command center's personnel felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Roar! Prepare to meet your demise, traitor! The thunderous roar echoed like rolling thunder as the indomitable savage bear advanced, covering the distance of several kilometers in mere seconds due to its colossal stature. He Ming's brutal phantom dissipated, the black flames receding. Observing this, the indomitable savage bear, mistaking it for a sign of surrender, spoke slowly. Now that you wish to submit, it is too late. Howl! Your meaningless chatter is excessive. Roar! My king would never belittle you, yet you dare to provoke me. You seek death. The indomitable savage bear's eyes flared with fury as the ground beneath erupted, propelling it forward to stand before He Ming. At that moment, the terrifying power of suppression intertwined with golden light erupted from He Ming. Black and golden ethereal patterns manifested across its form, exuding an overwhelming might that swept outward. This caused the indomitable savage bear's form to falter, and simultaneously, the realm of thunder was suppressed. Heavenly forging prison, for my dominion. Chapter 70, for my dominion. At that moment, the 1,000-meter-tall He Ming resembled a deity or demon imposing its will upon the world, a terrifying aura reverberating around it. The indomitable savage bear's eyes widened in shock. How could it suddenly become so formidable? Witnessing the claws imbued with suppressive power, akin to black lightning tearing through the air, it roared and swung its paw in retaliation. Boom! The clash of the terrifying black and gold against blue energies unleashed shockwaves akin to a tsunami. Sweeping across all directions with cataclysmic force, the blue lightning erupted violently, detonating continuously, as the indomitable savage bear exerted all its strength to escape the suppression. Yet, the heavenly forging prison remained unyielding, showing no signs of wavering. Even the dim power of the throne's realm could not overcome it. This was the terrifying domain born from He Ming's fusion of 3 innate powers. The indomitable savage bear roared in fury, its other claw crackling with boundless, furious lightning as it swung with ferocity. He Ming, undaunted, allowed the black light to envelop its claws, the radiant black and golden patterns gleaming as it met the assault head-on. Boom, boom. The two colossal beasts clashed repeatedly, unleashing shockwaves that shattered the earth and obliterated vegetation. Occasionally, lightning from the storm clouds above struck He Ming's form. Each time, it absorbed the blows with its unmatched, domineering defense, refusing to evade. Any hint of a weakness would undoubtedly grant the indomitable savage bear the opportunity to pursue relentlessly, overpowering it. From a distance, Chen Lin observed their battle, which transcended the power of fifth transition, silently casting healing spells. Initially, both sides bore minor injuries, evenly matched, but the tide quickly turned in favor of one. This enraged the indomitable savage bear. Roar! You, an ant-like human, dare to meddle in our battle. Upon hearing this, He Ming's gray eyes turned icy. Howl. Scum! Dare to insult my master. Its offensive became brutally relentless, entirely forsaking defense in favor of aggression, embodying a ferocious wrath. Roar! Xiong, go and eliminate that human. The undying berserk bear roared, its fervor escalating to a fever pitch, fearless of any foe. Beneath the domain of thunder, it held little faith that the black wolf could deplete its strength. Each bolt of lightning that struck carried with it a paralyzing effect, which, although not yet pronounced, would gradually intensify, rendering it sluggish and incapable of exerting its full might. At that moment, the undying berserk bear vowed to fiercely sink its teeth into and shred apart the black wolf that had incessantly taunted it as refuse. Roar! Yes, my king. As you command. The dark golden violent bear bared its densely packed, sharp fangs, casting a savage gaze towards Chen Lin, its massive form surging forward with uncontainable eagerness. This human had summoned the black wolf that sought its demise. Roar! I shall crush this insignificant ant beneath my feet, teaching it the consequences of provoking me. The black wolf, Black Ming, erupted in fury. How dare you seek death? Its gray eyes ignited with a sense of despair, transforming the surrounding area into a desolate zone of extinguished life. However, the life force of mutated beasts was remarkably resilient. The dark golden violent bear did not perish but lay gravely wounded on the ground. Seizing the moment of Black Ming's hesitation, the undying berserk bear summoned a tempest of thunder, its claws morphing into a dazzling pool of lightning, crashing down upon the wolf's skull. Boom! Under the onslaught of such terrifying power, Black Ming staggered, the earth beneath it fracturing into ruin. The undying berserk bear seized this precious opportunity, pinning it down, thunder surging forth in a relentless barrage. Observing this dire situation, Chen Lin initiated a restoration spell, but the cost was steep. At that moment, the dark golden violent bear struggled to rise, roaring as it charged forward. The burden of the domain's power weighed heavily upon its corporeal form. If Black Ming were to merge with the domain now, entering its most formidable state, it would inevitably be unable to vanquish the undying berserk bear. Exhaustion would spell disaster for Black Ming. Thus, a strategy of attrition was necessary. In light of this, Chen Lin would have to confront the dark golden violent bear himself. Yet, even in its current state of injury, conjuring the magical sword would not guarantee instant annihilation. The level disparity of 39 was rather significant. Just as Chen Lin contemplated a tactical retreat to prolong the confrontation, a tremendous roar echoed from afar. Amidst the billowing clouds of dust, a woman clad in golden armor and wielding a 4-meter-long halberd approached with remarkable speed, each stride fracturing the earth beneath her. Her formidable power radiated an aura of unparalleled might, her figure gliding like a dragon through the sea. The halberd's tip dragged along the ground, carving a deep gash as she neared the dark golden violent bear. In a moment of fierce determination, she raised her weapon, which suddenly expanded to an astonishing 20 meters. With her towering form leaping high into the air, she aimed a decisive strike at the dark golden violent bear. Roar! The halberd's radiant arc shattered all before it, inflicting grievous wounds upon the already battered beast. Fixating her gaze upon the diminutive figure before her, the dark golden violent bear, now on all fours, raised its paw to crush her as one would an ant. Ji Fei's battle spirit surged, and her halberd expanded once more, growing exceedingly heavy, causing the ground beneath her to crack. Boom. Her figure surged forth, evading the strike, and with a horizontal swing, the halberd sliced through the flesh of the dark, golden, violent bear. Roar. With its life force diminished and in a grievously injured state, the bear could barely muster a fraction of its strength, suffering under the relentless onslaught and emitting a mournful howl. Within mere minutes, its colossal form collapsed, on the brink of death. However, just as Ji Fei charged in for the final blow, the dark, golden, violent bear unleashed a furious torrent of razor-sharp energy capable of effortlessly penetrating several meters of steel. This sudden turn of events caught Ji Fei off guard. Yet she seemed to have anticipated it, her vitality surging forth, almost materializing around her and her halberd. The crimson light of the halberd swept across, dispersing the oncoming barrage of deadly energy. Witnessing this, the dark, golden, violent bear's eyes filled with despair. No, my king, save me. Ji Fei, undeterred, propelled herself high into the air, the massive halberd descending with tremendous force. Boom. The dark, golden, violent bear's hardened skull caved under the impact, the ground fracturing instantly. A cloud of dust erupting from the force. Ji Fei exhaled deeply as her vitality gradually waned, the halberd reverting to its original 4-meter form. Casting a glance at Chen Lin, her placid expression broke into a smile as she approached him. How was that, mentor? Was my timely intervention not moving? Recalling her ferocious combat style similar to his own, 3 words flickered in Chen Lin's mind. Female Tyrannosaurus. Noticing his silence, Ji Fei narrowed her eyes, her gaze somewhat menacing. Are you pondering something impolite? Is this the 6th sense of women? Chen Lin shook his head, deftly changing the subject. Ji Mentor, what brings you here? The commotion drew me in, she replied. Indeed, Mentor Zhang mentioned something similar earlier. Ji Fei's lips curled into a smile. Oh, do you believe me? Casting a glance at the halberd in her hand, Chen Lin thought to himself. Naturally. Meanwhile, having confirmed the safety of its master, Black Ming relaxed, retracting the heaven-refining prison to envelop a radius of 1,000 meters, intensifying its suppressive force and shattering the undying berserk bear's hold. The two combatants resumed their frenzied clash, exchanging brutal blows that left the earth in ruins, the mountains crumbling, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Chapter 71, Black Ming God. For a full half-hour, not a single corner of the vast landscape escaped unscathed, marred by the remnants of their fierce conflict. Both the undying berserk bear and Black Ming were covered in wounds, blood gushing from their bodies. They glared at each other with fury. At this juncture, it was a fight to the death. In the rear, Chen Lin seized his restoration spells, as his mental fortitude was waning, opting instead to maintain his enhancement spells. The undying berserk bear roared like thunder, its voice resounding. If you insist on pushing this to such extremes, then become charcoal beneath the thunder. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderclouds within a 10,000-meter radius suddenly turned violent, striking the ground with unrestrained fury, as if the heavens themselves were enraged. Countless dark thunderclouds churned, forming a horrific storm and eye of the tempest that spanned over 10,000 meters above Black Ming. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, light entirely stripped of color, leaving only the relentless roar of thunder. All the thunder elements within tens of thousands of meters converged frantically within the storm eye, an apocalyptic force gradually amassing. Observing this scene, Black Ming, paralyzed and tingling, understood that escape was impossible. Roar. Those who have angered me shall be annihilated by the power of thunder. Black Ming's gray eyes bore no fear as it commanded the heaven-refining prison to retract slowly. The force, under compression, began to rumble ominously, as if it might erupt at any moment. In a matter of seconds, the domain enveloped its entirety, subsequently merging with its physical form. In an instant, black and golden mystical patterns shimmered brilliantly, unleashing a terrifying force of suppression that caused the ground to collapse and shatter beneath it. An imposing and tyrannical aura swept across a distance of 10,000 meters. Black Ming felt its numbed body disintegrate under the force of suppression. In the darkened heavens, one side was a tempest of wrath, with countless bolts of lightning flashing as if a divine retribution was at hand. The other side was a towering wolf, standing 1,000 meters tall, its black and golden patterns shimmering with an otherworldly brilliance, gazing defiantly at the sky. The terrifying powers of both entities cleaved the world in twain, creating an extraordinarily breathtaking spectacle. The decisive moment had arrived. The female officer in the command center declared. Everyone's hearts raced, their faces etched with tension, as the countless thunder elements in the storm eye converged, forming a massive thunder pool spanning thousands of meters. Accompanied by the undying berserk bear's furious roar, it fell instantaneously. In an instant, the world fell into darkness, save for the dazzling, annihilating blue lightning bolt that descended from the heavens. Boom. Under the colossal thunderbolt, every element, including the air, was obliterated, engulfing Black Ming entirely. The earth disintegrated like fragile foam under the terrifying power. After several seconds of relentless downpour, the undying berserk bear began to waver, gasping for breath, nearly at its limit. Roar. The ebony wolf, surely reduced to mere ashes, struggled to lift its head. Under the mighty thunderbolt, the expanse of land within a 1,000-meter radius had vanished. Yet, within the depths of a pit over 300 meters deep, the wolf, towering at over 600, remained steadfast, its body adorned with glimmering black and golden patterns. The sole beacon of brilliance in this dim world. A howl erupted. Impossible, how could this be? I refuse to accept this. The gaze of the undying frenzy bear was filled with disbelief, as if witnessing a specter. Boom. Enveloped by an overwhelming force of suppression, the black wolf, known as He Ming, relentlessly cracked the ground beneath its paws, advancing toward the undying frenzy bear. Its icy gray eyes betrayed no mercy, only a thirst for blood. In my eyes, you wretched beings are nothing but prey. Enraged, the undying frenzy bear summoned its last vestige of strength, weak blue lightning flickering around its form. Yet it was as fleeting as a candle in the wind, soon dissipating. Even in death, I shall never bow to you, traitor. With a roar, He Ming lunged forth. Its claws imbued with terrifying suppressive power, striking the bear into the earth, causing the ground to shatter. I have never considered you my kin, scum. With its remaining strength insufficient to escape the grip of those claws, the undying frenzy bear could only roar in humiliation. Become my sustenance. He Ming clawed and tore, taking several minutes to finally extinguish its life. Such was the terrifying vitality of a mutated beast. Even without resistance, it could endure for so long. Upon witnessing the demise of the undying frenzy bear, the command center erupted in jubilant cheers. Victory! This summoned creature is magnificent. I am almost infatuated with it. It is nothing short of divine. The silhouette that stood unwavering beneath the apocalyptic thunderbolt left them utterly astounded, a moment they would likely never forget. Yang Xiao smiled. For as a pinnacle figure of the 9 transformations, he perceived more than others. Mastering a domain was a feat achievable only by those upon the throne. Even he had merely coalesced his domain, still a step away from true mastery. Little did he expect that Chen Lin's Black Wolf had already accomplished this. Not only that, it could even integrate domains. This was a hallmark technique of the Celestial Kings. Truly terrifying. Yang Xiao marveled at the thought. However, the more monstrous Chen Lin's summoned creature appeared, the happier he became. This signified that once he matured, he could undoubtedly stand alone on the front line, alleviating pressure from humanity. Jealousy? It was non-existent. His eyes merely felt a twinge of strain, prompting him to subtly wipe them. His inability to break through to the 10th transformation and ascend the throne stemmed from a slight deficiency in comprehension. A whole year had passed without fully mastering his domain. How had Chen Lin's summoned creature managed to achieve such prowess at level 20? It seemed to have fought without a domain previously. Yang Xiao shook his head, hastily casting aside the tumult of thoughts, fearing that further contemplation would be unbearable. At the ravaged edge of the earth, Ji Fei gazed at the colossal black wolf, marveling at its rapid growth. In less than 5 days, it had surpassed even that of their mentor. Chen Lin chuckled, acknowledging the formidable nature of He Ming. Ji Fei nodded in agreement, glancing at his battle armor. Your summoned creature is no weakling either. What is its name? Silver Butterfly. In a flicker of silver light, the battle armor transformed into a butterfly, delicately landing on Chen Lin's shoulder. Ji Fei leaned in for a closer inspection, remarking, "This is a previously unseen summoned creature." Sensing a warm breath against his neck, Chen Lin instinctively shifted slightly. Ji Fei, noticing the scene, giggled, "What is this? Have you begun to disdain it before even tasting it?" Chen Lin shook his head. "Mentor, I am a serious person." He settled down, closing his eyes to meditate and restore his energy for the next battle. Ji Fei hummed a tune, sitting beside him while toying with her war spear. Meanwhile, He Ming took over 10 minutes to fully devour the undying frenzy bear, gaining 100 evolution points. Its size increased by a meter, with all attributes augmented by 2 points, though barely noticeable on its towering frame. Compared to its prior growth from consuming thousands of corrupted beings, this was quite substantial. Truly worthy of being a level 62 royal mutated beast. Approaching the corpse of the dark gold bear, its cold gray eyes ignited with black flames, consuming it piece by piece. Unable to personally deliver a crushing blow to this trash that insulted its master, He Ming felt a twinge of discomfort within. After completing its task, He Ming shrank in size, the divine markings upon it fading as it returned to Chen Lin's side, lying down. Nevertheless, the fierce and violent aura that surrounded it remained, instilling terror. Enduring the undying frenzy bear's ultimate attack, He Ming had reached its limit. The heavenly refining and suppressing divine mark nearly shattered. Yet, it had continued to hold on, concealing its strain. Seeing the human seated beside its master greet it, He Ming paid no heed, closing its gray eyes to rest. In its eyes, all beings, save for Chen Lin, were mere sustenance. Chapter 72, The Third Summoning. 2 hours later, upon opening his eyes, Chen Lin communicated with He Ming, ascertaining that all was well before embarking on the hunt for the next target. Once the man and beast had ventured far, Ji Fei followed, concerned about unforeseen events, until the early hours of the morning, after defeating the 3rd level 60 behemoth. Chen Lin and He Ming rested for a considerable time before heading back to the base. Of the 15 colossal beasts within the entire Bailian mountain range, he had cleared 1/5 in a single day, a pace that delighted the command center. So strong, too strong. Furthermore, he had also dispatched 10 mutated beasts above level 50. If given a few more days, the threat of unrest in the Bailian mountain range could be entirely eradicated. At that point, they could allocate personnel to support the increasingly dire situation at the Mist Mountain base. As for the beasts above level 70, there were currently only 5 within the borders of Huaxia, all residing in forbidden areas, wary of revealing themselves. Their scarcity was due to the 4th strongest human being nearly exterminating all formidable mutated beasts a decade ago, during his 9th transformation, before heading to the front line. Presently, those 5 beasts in the forbidden zone were of no concern. They were far too clever to expose themselves. As long as it remained uncertain whether any human strongholds were stationed within, they would never launch an attack. By the way, have the top-tier summoning materials dispatched from the Apocalypse stockpile arrived? Yang Xiao suddenly inquired. The female officer nodded. Due to your authorization, they were delivered yesterday. Hearing this, Yang Xiao acknowledged. Once he returns, have someone retrieve them. Upon witnessing Chen Lin enter the Ascension dungeon, he immediately began preparations. He intended for Chen Lin to complete the 2nd transformation, allowing him to summon a 3rd creature without further concern. All he needed to do was grow stronger. As for resources, the more terrifying Chen Lin's performance, the more Yang Xiao could request on his behalf. Just like this time, the top-tier summoning materials, valued in the tens of millions, were immediately approved upon hearing Chen Lin's achievements. It seemed that Chen Lin's summoned creature required life crystals, yet these were scarce resources. Leaving Yang Xiao pondering how many could be requested, he frowned, contemplating the necessity of metallic or materials, which, according to the mentor of the Lark, Chen Lin might also require. However, these materials were equally scarce on the front line. Although he had submitted requests, it remained uncertain how much could be approved. Everything would depend on Chen Lin's efforts to secure them. By the time they returned to the Hengshan base, it was early morning. Chen Lin arrived at the task submission point, turning in his mission. 1. 500 contribution points for slaying the Dark Gold Bear, and 3,000 contribution points for the Earth Splitter King Snake. In total, he amassed 500 contribution points, propelling his ranking skyward to 3rd place. The female soldier gazed in awe at his departing figure, astonished by the prowess of this Lark student assigned to their base, capable of single-handedly taking down a level 60 behemoth. If this continues, the Yokoyama base will soon no longer have to face the constant threat of mutant beast riots, and many lives may be spared. With this thought, she silently expressed her gratitude towards Chen Lin. Meanwhile, at the Luoxiang base, a young man clad in black armor slowly emerged from the mountains, his body marred by horrific injuries, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. On his way back, Xiao Yunshu's armored vehicle had been destroyed by the mutant beasts, leaving him in such severe condition that he could barely stand, forcing him to crawl back. The 2 soldiers stationed at the gate were taken aback by his appearance and hurried over to assist him. Are you all right, classmate? Quickly, let's get you to the medical room. Cough. No, I must go to the task point to submit my mission, Xiao Yunshu managed to utter, his eyes gleaming with an incongruous joy. As long as he could submit this mission, he would surpass Chen Lin's ranking. He was eager to discuss with his mentor and senior sisters about his triumph over Chen Lin. The soldiers exchanged glances, and one of them decided to carry him to the task point while the other rushed to the medical room for help. Upon being carried into the task point, Xiao Yunshu's gaze fell upon the large screen displaying Chen Lin's remarkable achievement of 500 contribution points, placing him in 3rd place. After a brief moment of shock, a wave of desolation washed over him, lingering in his heart. Once the soldiers assisted him in submitting his task, he immediately accepted 2 missions to slay level 45 mutant beasts and resolutely began his arduous crawl back towards the mountains. Classmate, your injuries are too severe. You cannot fight any longer. Yes, you should rest and receive treatment. The soldiers urgently restrained him. If he ventured into the mountains again, he might not return. No. Every second wasted allows them to widen the gap. Let go, I can still fight. Back in the dormitory, Chen Lin did not find his familiar trio feasting on barbecued meat. It appeared they were truly giving their all. Just as he was about to head to the cafeteria for a bite, a soldier approached him, presenting a white safe. Chen Lin was taken aback. I don't believe I exchanged anything. The soldier explained, Commander Yang Xiao instructed me to deliver this to you. The commander of this base? Chen Lin nodded. Deciding to postpone his meal, he entered the dormitory and opened the safe. 6 types of top-tier summoning materials caught his eye, surprising him. Were these rewards for the mutant beasts he had slain? After pondering for a moment, he decided to commence the summoning early. He was quite eager to summon a being imbued with a divine aura, certain it would not be weak. Arranging the summoning materials, Chen Lin extended his hand into the void and performed the summoning technique. Patterns emerged on his palm, and mana surged forth, inscribing runes on the ground according to the placement of the materials. Once the connection was established and the circular array completed, an overwhelmingly intense golden light erupted. Having closed his eyes earlier, Chen Lin waited for a few minutes before opening them again. Before him appeared a humanoid creature the size of an arm, adorned with wings. The small creature lay unconscious on the ground, its long hair and wings gleaming in gold, radiating an aura of divine purity. Gazing at her race, Chen Lin was awestruck. An angel, he was well aware of this race, having encountered descriptions of it in the high school library. Previously, in the Rift Canyon, a shadow imbued with the power of an upper echelon angel had manifested, which was already considered an SS-level talent, revealing the formidable nature of the angelic race. To date, it seemed no summoner had ever succeeded in summoning such a powerful race. After all, they would not respond to summons or forge contracts with mere mortals. Thus, Chen Lin found himself astonished. However, seeing the frail golden angel on the brink of death, her wings broken, he fell into deep contemplation. Why must my summons be so extraordinary yet so damaged? Chen Lin chuckled softly, shaking his head. Since this little angel had responded to his call, he could not abandon her. Let us strive together towards divinity. Chen Lin approached and gently touched the angel's pristine forehead, where a natural holy mark took shape, resembling golden wings unfurling. In an instant, a voice echoed in his mind. Detection initiated. Loyalty 100. Never betray. Shall the fateful bond be established? Chen Lin braced himself for the searing pain of soul severance, tears trembling in his eyes as he confirmed his choice. Accompanied by unimaginable agony surging from the depths of his mind, the voice returned after a lengthy silence. Soul fusion complete. Fateful bond established. Congratulations. Your summon has awakened the unique talent, Celestial Cycle, SSS. The unconscious little angel was suddenly lifted by an overwhelming and profound power, slowly enveloping her entire being. This power transformed into countless sequences, entering her fragile body. Instantly, her severely depleted essence and life began to recover rapidly, growing more magnificent and formidable. While the majestic sun and chilling moon appeared on either side, endlessly rotating in a display of divine wonder. After a prolonged period, the extraordinary phenomenon subsided, and the little angel's golden eyelashes fluttered as her eyes, emitting a divine aura, opened. Her golden eyes bore a sun on the left, exuding an air of commanding warmth, and a chilling moon on the right, invoking a sense of foreboding coldness. Her supple golden wings unfurled gracefully behind her, appearing remarkably beautiful. Overall, in terms of both appearance and aura, she transcended the limits of human imagination. Chen Lin could only marvel. Truly, she was an angel, utterly captivating. The little angel flapped her wings and moved closer to Chen Lin, her tiny hand clutching his clothing. Through their mental connection, she clumsily called out, "Master." Kneeling on the ground, Chen Lin managed a faint smile, his pale face lighting up. From this day forth, we shall embark on this journey together as partners. By the way, what is your name? Chen Lin refrained from arbitrarily naming her, recalling that angels are said to be bestowed with their true names from the moment of their birth. Diana, the Devourer of Heaven. Chen Lin nodded. Diana must be your race's surname, while the Devourer of Heaven is the true name given to you by the world. Suddenly curious, Chen Lin asked Diana, "Why did you agree to forge a summoning contract?" Given her current state, she seemed too young to consent. Diana lowered her head, her gaze dimmed. "I was born from the holy tree, but I was soon corrupted by dark forces and everyone else. I do not know where they have gone." Hearing her words, Chen Lin fell silent, quickly grasping the situation. It was likely that her kin had been invaded by enemies. For Diana, his summoning was probably her only lifeline. Gently stroking her golden hair, Chen Lin reassured her, "They will be all right. One day, I will bring you back." "Yes, master." Diana leaned into his touch, her sadness gradually dissipating. Chen Lin's thoughts stirred as he glanced at her status panel. Summon, Devourer of Heaven, true name, race, angel level, 20 attributes, strength 250, constitution 250, agility 250, magic 450, health, 100 skills, holy blessing, grants the target a 50 increase in their attributes. Holy radiance, releases 1's power to illuminate the world, continuously healing wounds within its range while providing a layer of divine protection against any attack. Talent, Celestial Cycle, SSS. When the radiant sun rises, nothing can escape. Souls are incinerated. When the cold moon hangs high, the blade reveals itself, granting the power of annihilation. When the sun and moon converge, the moment of judgment arrives, and the world stands still. The sacred mark, SS, amplifies all personal powers by 500. The stronger the level of power, the lesser the amplification will be. After reading this, Chen Lin was left in a state of astonishment. All the attributes exceeded his own, with the magical power nearing that of the long-awaited black dark. The focal point remained the cycle of the sun and moon. Whether it was the blazing sun in the sky or the full moon hanging high, both appeared remarkably formidable, particularly when the two intersected. They could even halt the very fabric of the universe, directly involving the dimension of time. This sacred mark must have been Diana's original talent, equally impressive. Additionally, the sacred blessing and sacred radiance were also quite commendable, at least on par with Chen Lin's sword skills. The angelic race truly was powerful. In stark contrast to the initial black dark and silver butterfly, the combined attributes of the two beasts fell below 20 points, utterly inconceivable. They hardly seemed worthy even to carry Diana's shoes. The disparity was not merely several times greater. Within the summoning space, upon hearing Chen Lin instruct them to observe Diana closely, the silver butterfly emitted a sound of grievance, while the black dark remained silent. After a prolonged silence, it communicated telepathically, "Master, I desire to consume something." Chen Lin chuckled. "All right, we shall go to the mountains and hunt some mutated beasts soon." He returned Diana to the summoning realm, then exited his dormitory, heading towards the cafeteria. After battling throughout the entire day without a morsel to eat, Chen Lin was not like the black dark, capable of consuming through flames. Now, an overwhelming sensation of hunger enveloped him. At the command center, everyone was fixated on the screen, their expressions filled with eager anticipation as they awaited Chen Lin's emergence. However, upon seeing him without any summoned beasts in tow, disappointment washed over them. Alas, how they longed to know what his third summoned creature was. What to do? Their hearts itched with curiosity. Surely it was not weak? The crowd began to speculate among themselves. Yang Xiao refrained from participating, knowing that regardless of the nature of Chen Lin's third summon, with that black wolf, his potential evaluation would undoubtedly remain high. Chapter 74, The Arrival of the Otherworldly. In the mountains, a middle-aged man swiftly leapt from tree to tree, showing no reaction to the miniature drones flying overhead, a smile spreading across his face. The effect of the concealment talisman was truly remarkable. These drones, inscribed with the eye of observation, were utterly oblivious to his presence. As he traversed deeper into the woods, all mutated beasts disregarded him. The middle-aged man halted in a secluded area surrounded by peaks and dense trees, retrieving a statue. After murmuring a few incomprehensible phrases, black currents surged from the statue, gradually coalescing into a gray figure with elongated horns. "Have you come to an understanding?" he asked. "Indeed. Inform your Lord Demon to initiate the opening of the teleportation passage." This area was under the jurisdiction of the Lark, designated for cleansing. As a premier academy gathering the most exceptional talents of contemporary China, annihilating them all would undoubtedly deal a significant blow. The gray figure was not in haste. Instead, it circled around a few times, confirming there were no traps before breaking into a grin. "Very well, ensure the formation and coordinates are properly set. I shall notify you shortly." As the gray figure vanished after leaving a cryptic remark, the middle-aged man began to arrange the shielding formations they provided to obscure the detection of the apocalyptic system that spanned the nation. He was quite astonished by how the otherworldly beings had furnished him with such resources. It was unexpected that many were willing to collaborate with them to acquire vast riches. Thus, the middle-aged man felt a sense of ease regarding the betrayal of humanity. He withdrew a feather imbued with the aura of the demon god from his attire, instantly draining the colors from the surrounding light under its terrifying power, with countless verdant grasses and trees rapidly eroded into an inky black. Buzz. A dreadful consciousness surged with his powers, swiftly descending upon the feather, as a majestic figure of consciousness cast a cold gaze around. Under the oppressive might of the demon god, the middle-aged man's complexion turned pale, and an overwhelming dread surged uncontrollably in his mind. So this is the demon of the otherworldly beings? He dared not even glance up at the imposing figure, prostrating on the ground, trembling incessantly. Ignoring the middle-aged man, the figure of the demon god slowly raised a slender finger, and terrifying black infernal flames instantly enveloped the space. Boom. The fabric of reality shattered like a mirror, countless fissures appearing as the palm tore through it violently. On the other side, another figure of consciousness, vastly more formidable than the previous, was Leoflin, who lightly tapped the void with her finger. Instantly, the powers of the rules stabilized the turbulent channel of spatial energy, forming a steady connection to the other side. "Go forth." Her languid voice reverberated throughout the entire palace. 100 fallen beings accompanied Leoflin's figure as she gradually vanished, rising from the ground with cold, cruel smiles. Stepping into the passage, their powers ranged between the 4th and 5th tiers. Any stronger could not pass through. Is this what lies behind humanity? For every genius killed, one could obtain a rare treasure. I shall relish in this slaughter. It would be rather dull to eliminate them all. Assimilating them and letting them slaughter one another on the front lines would be far more entertaining. Sensing the chilling malevolence emanating from the middle-aged man, he suppressed his fear and spoke. "What about the resources you promised me?" Hearing human speech, Liacru turned to glance at him, a look of disdain crossing its face, and tossed a storage bag. The middle-aged man hastily caught it with both hands, peering inside to discover 300 5th-tier life crystals, 100 6th-tier life crystals, and 20 body refinement fruits. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Such an abundance of resources could directly elevate his combat strength to the 7th tier. If he adhered to the rules, it would take him 5 years to reach this level, and this was merely the reward for providing a useful piece of information. As these thoughts coursed through him, the middle-aged man felt an exhilarating surge of excitement, realizing he had too little intelligence. Otherwise, If he sold a dozen more pieces of information, perhaps the throne would be within reach. The sensation of ascending to greatness was simply too intoxicating, leaving him deeply entranced. Suddenly, he understood why there were continual traitors. With such generosity from the otherworldly beings, who could resist the temptation? Quickly, bring me the list of humanity's top talents. Liakru observed the middle-aged man, who showed no signs of action, with cold indifference. He nodded vigorously, retrieving over 10 sheets of paper from his ring. Liakru took the documents, swiftly scanning through the information, furrowing her brow. The number of talents among humanity this year was considerable, and their potential appeared stronger than ever. They must all be exterminated. Beside her, Liakru chimed in, indeed. Suddenly, the middle-aged man recalled something and hurriedly leaned in. There is a fellow named Chen Lin. You must pay special attention to him. What talent does he possess? His level is only moderately competitive compared to other geniuses. Why should we be concerned? Liakru questioned, puzzled. Chen Lin is the top freshman at the Lark Academy, and just 3 days ago, he crossed 28 levels to slay a mutated beast. The degree of this feat is simply beyond belief. Shock washed over Liakru's face. Is that true? Could he be fabricating tales to deceive us for resources? The extraordinary span of nearly 3 major realms was rare, even among the fallen True clan. Yet, when the middle-aged man produced video evidence, Liakru had no choice but to believe it. Liakru's eyes glinted with fervor. Quickly notify the students to evacuate the mountains, and instruct all soldiers to prepare their firepower. Observing the formidable foes, all of whom possessed at least 4 rings of malevolence, the female officer's countenance darkened as she immediately issued a series of commands. Yang Xiao displayed no surprise. After uttering a brief word, he turned and departed. The female officer, aware of his identity as a 9-revolution powerhouse who had sustained irreparable injuries on the front lines, nodded in understanding. She recognized that Yang Xiao intended to personally head into the fray to provide support. However, that grievous wound would undoubtedly exacerbate the situation. With this thought, a flicker of hatred glinted in the female officer's eyes, lamenting her lack of combat prowess that prevented her from battling the alien foes. The others clenched their fists, a shadow of despair settling over their hearts. Soon, the command center fell into silence, interrupted only by the ongoing issuance and communication of orders. Yet, as they sent out warnings via their smart wrist devices, many senior students closest to the depths of the mountains had already encountered the malevolent entities. A dark figure loomed ominously. It was a malevolent alien. Everyone, brace yourselves for confrontation. The 4 individuals resting on the ground were surrounded by chaos. The corpses of level 47 mutated beasts lying nearby, their blood still warm, clearly having just concluded a fierce battle. Su Yuanzhang spotted a figure in the distance, emanating dark energy, rapidly approaching. Upon using a reconnaissance spell, his expression shifted to one of alarm. It was a malevolent being of 5 rings. Xiaoluo, quickly grant me a buff. Without hesitation, Su Yuanzhang charged forward. In mere moments, the malevolent entity was merely 100 meters away, its speed astonishingly swift. The battle sword, radiating white light, exuded an aura sharp enough to sever anything, and Su Yuanzhang swung it fiercely towards the foe. He was a rare 45-level heavy blade master, and currently, he was the least injured among his team, still capable of fighting. He had to halt this malevolent being. Otherwise, the 3 behind him would certainly perish. So Su Yuanzhang dared not be reckless and unleashed his full power. As he unleashed his attack, the malevolent creature scoffed dismissively, raising its hand to block the strike with apparent ease. To intercept with bare hands, how could that be possible? Su Yuanzhang's eyes widened in shock. But he quickly realized that the dark energy enveloped its arm. Is this all? The malevolent being's other fist struck with ferocity. Bam! Su Yuanzhang was sent flying. A deep imprint left in the armor on his chest, which cracked upon impact. Hearing the creature's disdainful and practiced taunts, Su Yuanzhang immediately recognized it as a veteran of the front lines. Struggling to steady himself, he took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Zhao Hao, take them and flee. This elite 5-ring malevolent being is beyond our capability to defeat. If 3 can escape, it will be a victory. Although Su Yuanzhang longed to reunite with his parents on the battlefield, it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. Zhao Hao gritted his teeth and glanced at the 2 girls beside him. I will stay with Yuan Gu. At that moment, the malevolent being lunged towards Su Yuanzhang, intent on saving them. But do you possess the strength to hinder me? As it swung its fist, Su Yuanzhang instinctively raised his hand. Boom! The dark energy erupted upon contact with the sword, and the tremendous force sent Su Yuanzhang retreating several meters. Before he could regain his stance, the malevolent being was upon him again, its fists becoming a blur as they rained down relentlessly. In the midst of this tempestuous onslaught, Su Yuanzhang could hardly keep up with the blocks. His armor shattered under the assault. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yet this time, he did not retreat even an inch, his feet seemingly anchored to the ground, unwavering. Boom! Amidst the explosive sound of earth shattering, Zhao Hao summoned the last remnants of his strength and surged forward, his battle blade aimed fiercely at the malevolent entity. However, before he could strike, A violent gust swept through. Zhao Hao felt a terrifying force surge from his chest, his figure propelled away by a kick, crashing into the ground. A vulnerability. Su Yuanzhang focused intently, seizing the fleeting opportunity to retaliate, the sharpness of his sword bursting forth, tearing through the air towards the malevolent being's neck. Yet it was effortlessly blocked by the creature's hard, pitch-black carapace, barely scratching its surface. Useless. The opponents I encounter on the battlefield far exceed your feeble attacks. The malevolent being could not suppress its derisive laughter, raising its hand to grasp Su Yuanzhang's head, swiftly driving its knee into his face, shattering the armor. Following this, each punch, imbued with terrifying dark energy, rained down upon Su Yuanzhang's vital areas. Bam! Bam! In mere seconds, Su Yuanzhang could no longer sustain his body, collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life. The malevolent being raised its foot, preparing to crush him, when suddenly, a spear pierced through the air but was easily deflected. A girl seized the spear mid-air, propelled by a howling gale, sweeping towards the malevolent being. Yet, the creature effortlessly intercepted her, grabbing her with one hand and squeezing tightly. The dark energy surged, attempting to assimilate her into a fallen creature. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Hao struggled to rise, desperately rushing forward. But under such overwhelming pressure, he was swiftly brought to his knees by a kick from the malevolent being, his kneecap shattering instantly. His body trembling as he tried to rise again, but found himself incapable. In the end, only a single support girl remained, staring helplessly at the chaos. Her mind was a blank slate. She raised her hand, wishing to heal Su Yuanzhang, but her mana and spirit had long been exhausted, rendering her unable to cast any spells. Just then, a figure as swift as the wind dashed from the right, striking the malevolent being and forcing it back. Qin Kong did not relent, pursuing fiercely, his eyes ablaze with fury as he unleashed a flurry of dozens of sword strikes, slicing through the malevolent being's dark armor and inflicting considerable damage. Over the past 2 days, his strength had increased, reaching level 49, further augmented by several buffs from Yikashi. In contrast to his earlier encounter with the giant rock dragon lizard, he was now ferociously formidable. Under the relentless onslaught of his battle sword, the malevolent being found itself repeatedly forced to retreat, unable to withstand the assault as its injuries accumulated. In that moment, the tides shifted dramatically. Qin Kong's muscles bulged as he activated his ultimate form, doubling his speed and strength in an instant. The malevolent being sensed the impending threat of death, roaring as a surge of dark energy enveloped its body for defense. It then attempted to leap into the sky, intending to exploit its ability to fly and eliminate the 4 powerless humans below. However, as its intentions became clear, a binding force materialized, ensnaring it. Wang Yao charged forward wielding a massive 4-meter axe, his gaze filled with murderous intent, his aura rising exponentially. The immobilized malevolent being displayed a look of terror. Crack! The giant axe shattered the dark energy, cleaving into the creature's neck. At that moment, Qin Kong simultaneously swung his sword, delivering a simultaneous strike. This elite malevolent being of level 51 had its head severed in an instant under their combined assault. This was not surprising. Both were the strongest forces of their senior class at the Lark Academy, bolstered by the hidden prowess of Yikashi. At full strength, as long as they were not up against a countering entity like the giant rock dragon lizard, even malevolent beings several levels higher could be dealt with. Of course, this superiority did not extend to first-year students. Minutes later, under Yikashi's healing, the severely injured Su Yuanzhang and his companions regained some strength. Thank you, Qin Kong, Su Yuanzhang said, leaning against a giant tree. His armor was riddled with cracks, many areas shattered, his face a mask of blood. Qin Kong sheathed his sword beside him. You should follow the safe route provided by your smart wrist and leave the mountains. Without further delay, he swiftly led Wang Yao and Yikashi towards the designated rescue point indicated by their smart devices. Observing this scene, Su Yuanzhang smiled. The gap in strength has widened slightly, but then again, it is only natural, considering he has been venturing outside the city to hunt mutated beasts since his first year. Chapter 76. No qualification for resistance. Meanwhile, after devouring a giant beast, Haiming returned to its normal state and laid down beside Chen Lin to rest. On the distant high cliff, a sensuously alluring female demoness, barely clad, gracefully descended, her toes lightly touching the ground. Upon sighting the silver-armored figure guarded by a colossal black wolf, Liakiri revealed a smile. What splendid fortune to find him so swiftly. Moreover, he seemed to be in a state of weakness. Yet, gazing at the ravaged land before her, Liakiri felt a twinge of surprise. The scars of battle exceeded her expectations. Nevertheless, now was undoubtedly the optimal moment to strike. She would not relinquish Chen Lin as her prey due to the trepidation that stirred within her. This toy shall be mine. Liakiri licked her lips, her eyes alight with desire. Even before the game had begun, she had already devised how to toy with Chen Lin. Her figure surged forth, soaring at several hundred meters per second, countless black threads unfurling from her body. The nauseating aura enveloped the air, prompting Chen Lin to abruptly open his eyes, his gaze icy. The black wolf, having sensed her presence long before, lifted its head to regard her. As Liakiri met those two pairs of gray eyes, a chill coursed through her, instilling a sense of fear. What was happening? Her body trembled uncontrollably. Yet, she quickly suppressed her anxiety. Seizing the initiative, Liakiri unleashed her threads, which shot forth like a swarm of locusts, sweeping towards the black wolf. Golden light radiated from the black wolf, effortlessly warding off her attack, its gray eyes observing her with indifference. In the next instant, Liakiri's consciousness was thrust into the void of darkness, where a pair of cold, unfeeling gray eyes opened. Under that gaze, an overwhelming dread surged forth, engulfing her mind entirely. Liakiri quivered, her body rendered immobile. She could only watch helplessly as the black wolf approached, its massive form closing in within mere seconds. A single paw pressed her into the ground, and dark flames erupted, beginning to consume her. Throughout this ordeal, Liakiri, a level 56 demoness, was bereft of any capacity to resist. This scene illuminated the previously somber command center, instantly brightening the atmosphere. Well done, Black Wolf. The female officer silently cheered in her heart. With a roar, the black wolf raised its paw, sensing the problem, its gaze sweeping around. My lord, she has not perished. She has fled. Upon hearing the black wolf's voice, Chen Lin coldly commanded, pursue her at once. She must be slain. With Diana by his side. Even if the black wolf were to be momentarily absent, there would be no peril. The black wolf lowered its head slightly, acknowledging the command. With a resounding crash, it shattered the earth beneath it, charging off in a specific direction. There, Liakiri, her countenance pale with terror, sped towards the spatial portal. This was too terrifying. The black wolf was utterly formidable. Even though the gray-eyed gaze had vanished, she remained paralyzed by fear. Liakiri yearned only to escape, eager to relay the news of a human race comparable to the mightiest progeny. As for this operation to hunt human prodigies, it was undeniably a failure. With the fearsome black wolf in existence, any demoness would meet their demise upon encountering it. All that remained was to rely on their kin who were hunting elsewhere. However, upon recalling her younger brother's presence, Liakiri hesitated momentarily, but she quickly cast that thought aside. If he perished, so be it. She could not bear to linger here for even a moment longer. Just then, a thunderous commotion erupted behind her, startling Liakiri. Could they be pursuing her? The thought sent her into a cold sweat, and she urged her bone wings to accelerate. Yet, the black wolf, unwilling to remain away from Chen Lin for long, expanded its form, transforming into a colossal beast over 1,000 meters in size. With a thunderous roar, the ground shattered, traversing dozens of kilometers in an instant, obliterating all trees in its path, the air exploding. It appeared behind Liakiri, reasserting its intimidation. In that moment, Liakiri felt not only fear but also profound despair. A massive paw, shrouded in shadows, descended. With a resounding crash, the earth fractured, and the surrounding mountains and foliage trembled, the vibrations resonating for miles. Under the black wolf's immense paw, the dark flames consumed Liakiri completely, leaving only a storage pouch behind. After pondering briefly, the black wolf reverted to its original form, slowly controlling the flames that ensnared the pouch, turning to depart. Upon returning to Chen Lin, it lowered its head, seeking affection, then manipulated the dark flames to present the storage pouch to him. Did you slay the demoness and acquire spoils? Chen Lin's consciousness delved into its contents, his eyes immediately brightening. 100 level 5 life crystals. Black Wolf, you have secured a feast. Chen Lin chuckled, extracting all the life crystals from the pouch. Observing the small mound of life crystals, the black wolf found its desire difficult to contain. Its body conveyed a yearning to continue evolving, striving for a higher tier of life. The dark flames morphed into a massive maw, engulfing all the life crystals, gradually transforming them. Before long, its evolution value surged by 200 points. Through the information from number 21, Chen Lin was aware that numerous demonesses had infiltrated the 100-linked mountains by various means. After some contemplation, he decided to split up and hunt these demonesses. With two powerful summons at his disposal, it would be a waste to travel together. With this thought, Chen Lin gestured to a drone, beckoning it to approach. He had long noticed that a drone had been trailing him. The enhancement of physical attributes provided a comprehensive boost. Now, Chen Lin could clearly see distant flies, let alone a drone, even a miniature one. In the command center, the personnel operating the drone were momentarily stunned. However, with the female officer's nod, they promptly directed it to fly over, indicating the location of the demonesses. Upon the drone's arrival before him, Chen Lin spoke. The female officer immediately grasped his intent. With Yang Xiao absent, she was now the commander. After a moment's deliberation, she instructed the personnel operating the drone to nod in agreement. Currently, Chen Lin possessed 3 summons, and his audacity in making such a decision indicated that his previously unseen third summon was sufficient to ensure his safety. Chapter 77, High Energy Cannon. The black wolf was directed towards a particular location. In an instant, it surged forth, a hint of unprecedented eagerness glimmering in its gray eyes. The pursuing drone hastened to follow, But no matter how it accelerated, it could not keep up. The female officer marveled at how much progress had been made in just a few days. If it were granted a year, could it possibly contend with the thrones? Just contemplating this was nearly unbelievable. Thus far, only 85 thrones had emerged from Huaxia, a number amassed over a century. Each was a top-tier human powerhouse. Having emerged from a myriad of generations of prodigies, their ascent not solely reliant on innate talent. The scarcity of thrones was largely attributable to the alien races. In the brutal melee of the frontline battlefield, even the most gifted struggled to make their mark. With each assault from the alien races, countless lives were sacrificed. Yet, all were compelled to charge forth, staunchly defending the line. Many thrones had fallen in this manner. Presently, the remaining thrones in Huaxia numbered less than half of what they once were, totaling only 30. This starkly illustrated the ferocity of the frontline battlefield. As the Black Wolf surged along its path, it shattered every rock in its wake, uprooting colossal trees and leaping over streams. Meanwhile, several hundred kilometers ahead, 15 students were encircled, confronted by 3 four-ringed demonesses. The ground was littered with several gruesome corpses. Their expressions were grave, tightly gripping their weapons. They had not anticipated that these demonesses would lay a trap, using them as bait for fishing. Once they pressed the distress signal, the lurking demonesses had emerged. Now aware of this, the 15 students immediately deactivated the distress signal. Can we break through? A female voice trembled with uncertainty. Before the malevolent beings before them, they were utterly powerless. Moreover, they were oblivious to whether more malevolence lurked nearby. This thought instilled a sense of dread within all the trainees. Just as 3 four-ringed malevolents grinned wickedly, preparing to unleash a massacre, a deafening roar resonated from afar. In mere seconds, a terrifying black wolf, towering at a height of 130 meters, burst forth. Its entire form radiated an ominous and ferocious aura that sent shivers down one's spine at just a glance. The 3 malevolents were instantly terrified, believing it to be a mutated beast of the mountains. However, in the next moment, they realized their grave mistake. This fearsome black wolf cared not for the humans, but instead pursued them with lethal intent. Boom! With a swift strike, it crushed a gray fly-like malevolent into the ground, shattering it into pieces. The malevolent had no time to evade and was directly pinned down, engulfed instantly by a surge of black flames. Even in its normal state, the black wolf could effortlessly annihilate 4-ringed foes, and it was only at level 20. This exemplified the black wolf's extraordinary prowess, capable of triumphing even after transcending 4 major transformations. Its dominion was no longer confined to mere invincibility among peers, but it could decisively overpower foes within 2 major transformations. The black wolf's cold gray gaze fixed upon one malevolent, causing its body to freeze in place, its skeletal wings trembling. With claws enveloped in black flames, it delivered a fatal blow. All of this transpired within 5 seconds. The last malevolent could not escape the black wolf's gaze, and thus met its demise. The 5 hidden malevolents finally reacted, their eyes betraying fear as they became haunted by the sudden emergence of this terrifying black wolf. They hastily fled from the woods, soaring into the sky. Howl! None of you shall escape. The black wolf roared, and under its intimidation, the 5 already frightened malevolents froze momentarily. In an instant, it charged forth, unleashing a torrent of black flames that engulfed a radius of hundreds of meters. However, under its deliberate control, the flames did not extend towards the trainees. With a single strike, the black wolf brought them all crashing down to the ground, where the flames blazed fiercely, swiftly consuming them. In a mere 10 seconds, those 8 malevolents, whom the 15 third-year trainees could not contend with, were reduced to ashes. Witnessing this scene, all the trainees were left in shock. After a few seconds, they regained their senses, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Among them, Su Qingqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "This is Chen Lin's summoned creature. I recognize it." Her face flushed with enthusiasm. The other trainees, hearing this, found it hard to believe. Wasn't Chen Lin just a freshman? How could he possibly possess such a powerful summon? They were dumbfounded, increasingly convinced of its incredibility. Yet, this soon gave way to overwhelming relief at having survived. After searching the ground for a while without finding a storage bag, the black wolf appeared somewhat disappointed. Its formidable and robust figure, towering at 100 meters, slowly crouched down, awaiting the drone to arrive and provide further guidance. All the trainees watched in awe as this fierce and terrifying black wolf stood guard nearby. Not departing immediately, their hearts swelling with gratitude. It was worried they might encounter further danger. Chen Lin's summoned creature is truly exceptional. Ignoring Su Qingqing, who was waving and calling to it, the black wolf awaited the drone's arrival. Once directed, it charged forward. In the command center, the female officer quickly discerned an issue. The malevolents seemed acutely aware of their distribution. Many 4-ringed malevolents were rushing towards the mountain's perimeter, seemingly targeting the new trainees of this cohort. Meanwhile, the 5-ringed malevolents were deep within, hunting for 4th-year students to eliminate, while also stalling the mentors trying to assist. Is the high-energy cannon ready? The female officer inquired, her expression grave. This weapon, a lethal creation born of technology and engineering, was the trump card of every station base. It's still absorbing energy, the operator replied, shaking their head. The officer's expression darkened. Although all trainees were retreating towards the base, the flying four-winged malevolents were far too swift. They could catch up in half an hour. Armed helicopters could not be dispatched against the four-winged malevolents. They would be utterly ineffective, merely sending soldiers to their deaths. Chapter 78. The resplendent sun deep within the mountains. A woman clad in golden armor wielded a formidable war spear entwined with blood energy, dominating for level 55 malevolents. Under the terrifying crimson spear light, the air itself seemed to burst, and the four malevolents could hardly withstand the onslaught, retreating repeatedly. Ji-Fei's momentum was overwhelming, pursuing relentlessly. Akin to a dragon that would not let go. Observing this scene, Ridicule furrowed his brow, slowly conjuring a black spear in his hand. He had no time to waste here. There were many prodigies waiting to be slain. Boom. Ridicule's form surged forth, the black spear infused with corruptive power, piercing through with ferocity. This sudden strike was met with Ji-Fei's rapid response. Her entire being erupted with vitality, causing the spearhead to expand dramatically, reaching over 30 meters in size. Boom. The ground beneath her shattered instantly, and under the full eruption of her overwhelming body, it crumbled violently, spreading chaos in all directions. The furious momentum engulfed the surroundings, startling the malevolence. Ji-Fei's eyes blazed with combat fervor as her spear swept through the air, obliterating everything in its path. Boom. All five malevolents were sent reeling, their attacks rendered ineffective. Ridicule, observing the shattered black spear in his hand, grew solemn. A mere level 55. For levels beneath him, possessing such combat prowess was undeniably a genius that must be eliminated. A torrent of black energy surged forth, enveloping a 100-meter radius, plunging the light into darkness. The other malevolents, seeing this, immediately understood Ridicule's intent and unleashed their corruptive power as well. The air thickened with black energy, becoming almost viscous. Ji-Fei's entire body radiated a crimson glow, her vitality swirling around her, resisting the encroachment. Her gaze turned icy. You wish to assimilate me? You are courting death. Boom. Her figure lunged towards Ridicule, the air cracking around her as she swung her spear directly at him. The four malevolents hastily followed, attacking Ji-Fei to alleviate the pressure on Ridicule. However, Ji-Fei paid them no mind. Her momentum reached a frenzied peak, and she would not relent until he was dead. Under the encroachment, her overwhelming state could not be sustained for long, and her vitality would soon be exhausted. At that point, she could indeed be assimilated. Meanwhile, Qin Kong, engaged in battle elsewhere, took notice of the situation, his expression turning urgent. He unleashed his full potential, activating the ultimate transcendence, wildly slashing at the level 56 malevolent before him, desperate to provide support. Mentor Ji had risked herself to save them, and he could not allow her to come to harm. Yet the malevolent clearly sensed his intent, sneering as it entangled him in combat. Qin Kong's eyes widened in determination, fully aware that continuing in this manner, he would never be able to slay this malevolent. Wang Yao, he shouted in fury. The severely injured Wang Yao, gritting his teeth, stood up, wielding a massive axe, charging recklessly into the fray. Yikashi took a deep breath, knowing this was the moment to expend all her strength, no longer conserving her mana, unleashing every enhancement and protection spell. She even extended her aid to Ji-Fei. After a brief incantation, an ethereal goddess, sword in hand, indifferent to the world, materialized above Ji-Fei. As the goddess opened her eyes, an aura of annihilation spread forth, threatening to obliterate all. This caused Ridicule's expression to shift slightly as he unhesitatingly activated his talent, amplifying the corruptive power instantaneously. The encroachment became even more terrifying. As he beheld the goddess's sword pointing at him, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged forth. Boom. Layers of oppressive force cascaded down, shattering the earth, and violent tremors rippled out for hundreds of meters. This was an entirely different effect from that of the colossal rock dragon lizard. However, the divine maiden soon dissipated as Yikashi succumbed to exhaustion. Seizing this opportunity, Ji-Fei surged towards the severely wounded Ryukru, denying it even a moment's respite. The four fallen beings simultaneously activated their innate abilities to obstruct her advance. Suddenly, the ground beneath Ji-Fei transformed into a viscous black mire, and numerous arms emerged from below, ensnaring her ankles. Shackles surged forth from the black mist, wrapping around her. Simultaneously, her body became exceedingly weak, as if all her strength had vanished. In an instant, the fallen beings charged forward, their black spears piercing through the air. At this critical juncture, Ji-Fei broke free from the restraints, her vital energy surging within her, and unleashed a desperate counterattack, shattering all bonds that confined her. A brilliant crimson glow enveloped her, even repelling the surrounding black mist. With her war spear wielded in hand, the terrifying red spear light instantly shattered four black spears. With a powerful leap, she propelled herself forward, her figure darting to Ryakru's front. Yet, at that moment, Ryakru had already consumed a vial of gray blood. Its injuries healed at an astonishing rate, and its aura skyrocketed to the level of the sixth ring. The true blood of the throne, fearsome indeed. Ryakru grinned, the black mist coalescing into a shield that effortlessly blocked Ji-Fei's descending war spear. With one hand, it conjured a black spear and hurled it forth. The menacing tip piercing through Ji-Fei's protective crimson glow, followed by the shattering of her armor. Splat! The black spear penetrated flesh and blood, emerging from Ji-Fei's back. Droplets of blood falling to the ground. The four fallen beings rushed in to deliver the finishing blow, but Ryakru halted them with a command, do not kill her. Assimilate her instead. Ji-Fei's gaze was sharp as she yanked the black spear from her body, the terrifying spearhead, over 30 meters long, swinging down relentlessly towards Ryakru. However, as the protective crimson glow shattered, the encroachment intensified rapidly, her vitality waning, rendering her unable to resist any longer. Her offensive visibly diminished. Before long, Ji-Fei could no longer sustain herself, even losing her grip on the war spear. Witnessing this scene, Ryakru laughed, advancing step by step, proclaiming, become my slave. Just then, a thunderous sound erupted. A silver war spear sliced through the air, piercing the black mist and embedding itself at Ryakru's feet. A figure clad in silver armor rushed from the distance. Upon seeing him, Ryakru immediately recognized him, frowning slightly. Your sister did not kill you? If you are referring to that fallen maiden, she is already dead. Hearing this, Ryakru displayed no emotion, not a hint of sorrow for her sister's demise. She truly cannot be relied upon. Chen Lin halted, surveying the battlefield, and instantly comprehended that this was beyond his ability to handle. He could not advance. With a mere thought, a humanoid creature, less than half a meter tall with golden wings sprouting from its back, manifested, an aura of sanctity immediately enveloping the surroundings. The six fallen beings were taken aback, all turning to gaze upon it. Is this an angel? They collectively felt a wave of discomfort wash over them. Yet, as realization dawned, their expressions shifted to one of fervent desire. This creature's size undoubtedly indicated it was a juvenile angel, possessing no offensive capabilities. Hence there was nothing to fear. With this thought, Ryakru erupted in ecstasy. Haha. Chen Lin, I should truly thank you for bringing me such a grand gift. To corrupt an angel is the highest honor within the fallen true lineage. Sensing the repulsive gazes directed at her, Diana frowned. She recognized the familiar black mist. It was they who had invaded her homeland. Flames of fury ignited in Diana's eyes as she unfurled her wings and soared into the sky. A resplendent sun, shimmering with brilliance, began to manifest from her golden gaze, gradually growing in size. Boom, boom, boom. A torrent of terrifying, searing golden light erupted from her, and a colossal, dazzling sun, measuring a full kilometer, appeared behind her. In that moment, Diana's diminutive form transformed into that of an adult, tall and slender. Her visage was flawless and breathtaking, her golden eyes emanating authority, an aura overwhelming and divine. Chapter 79. The full moon hangs high. The radiant sun loomed in the sky, and Diana stood aloft, her statuesque figure framed by a pair of 5-meter golden wings, her countenance divine, and her golden eyes radiating a brilliance that was impossible to gaze upon. The scorching golden light cascaded downward, purifying the black mist in mere seconds. All the fallen beings felt as though they were plunged into hell, suffering and in torment, their fallen powers directly suppressed. Any attempt to utilize them would swiftly lead to purification. This filled their hearts with terror. For ages, the fallen true lineage and angels had existed in a perpetual state of mutual restraint, but beneath this great sun, the balance was unmistakably shattered. I shall purify your souls, cleansing your grievous sins. Accompanied by her authoritative and indifferent proclamation, the sun hovering behind Diana erupted in a blaze of gold. The radiance transformed a 10,000-meter radius into a golden expanse, as if a second sun had emerged in the heavens. Boom, boom. The terrifying power of the sun reverberated through the surroundings, igniting a searing golden flame upon the bodies of the six fallen beings. The torment of their souls ignited them into shrieks of agony. Ryakru's countenance twisted, the earlier ecstasy entirely vanished, replaced by excruciating pain and a grimace. It desperately unleashed its fallen power, the strength of the sixth ring, augmented by its innate abilities, barely resisting the purifying light. A black barrier formed around its body, attempting to shield it from the golden flames. However, unlike the pitch-black flames that devoured life through the physical body, this assault on the soul could penetrate all defenses, rendering physical barriers ineffective. Only defenses belonging to the soul could withstand such an onslaught. The black mist that had been invading the mind dissipated, and Ji-Fei weakly raised her head, gazing at the magnificent figure standing high in the sky, radiant and imperious, and smiled. An angel could be summoned, truly impressive. Waves of divine power, accompanied by golden light, enveloped her, and her injuries began to heal rapidly. A layer of golden divine barrier emerged, sheltering her within. The divine brilliance. The bloodied Wang Yao was immediately ensnared, the black spear aimed at him blocked by the barrier. Chen Lin, you are my father. Wang Yao managed a difficult smile. Giving him a thumbs up, Qin Kong, covered in bloodstains and pushing the limits of his endurance, felt warmth spreading through his wounds, his offensive suddenly becoming reckless. He launched an all-out assault, trading life for life. The war sword cleaved through the fallen beings, who could only retreat rapidly, unable to keep up with his defenses. In the agony of their souls being scorched, they were incapable of exerting their full strength. The tides of battle shifted instantly with the emergence of the resplendent sun. Damn it, wasn't it said that juvenile angels only possess supportive abilities? Ryakru, well-versed in numerous texts, felt utterly deceived by knowledge. Just a single second of locking eyes with Diana's commanding golden gaze sent it trembling, blood streaming from its eyes as if facing the mightiest of its own kind. An unfathomable terror. Realizing that time was of the essence, lest its soul be scorched to oblivion, it roared, "Go kill that human." Ryakru bellowed, and the black mist erupted, coiling into a massive serpent that lunged towards Diana. The closer it approached the sun, the more terrifying the purification and soul incineration became. Were it not for the staggering 39 levels difference and the true blood of the throne boiling within it, continually supplying power, it might not even be able to draw near. Ryakru endured the intense torment of the burning pain, striving to reach Diana, aiming to bring her down. Diana, her expression indifferent, slowly raised her hand, and countless searing golden swords materialized around her, shooting towards it and the other four fallen beings rushing towards Chen Lin. The golden swords, infused with purifying and scorching power, instantly pierced through the black serpent, impaling Ryakru's body. Boom. It plummeted to the ground from a height of 100 meters, a cloud of dust rising. The other four fallen beings hastily evaded, yet were still pierced by countless golden swords. At this moment, Diana, standing high in the sky, appeared as a deity wielding the sun, while her enemies were mere insects. Such a demeanor rendered Ikashi entranced. Even she, a woman, found herself stirred. Cursed be the sun overhead. We are utterly incapable of striking. All the fallen gritted their teeth, pierced by the golden sword, suffering not only physical wounds, but also having their inner corruption purified, their souls ablaze with accelerating torment. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they succumbed to the scorching light. Ryakru's countenance darkened. Do not panic. For Empress Ferlin has foretold that allies would converge to hunt alongside us. Just as it spoke, several figures clad in gray robes dashed forth from the distance, each possessing the strength of the sixth transition. As they drew near, they all activated stealth skills, intending to strike simultaneously and eliminate everyone in an instant. However, under the radiant sunbeam of Diana, they were utterly exposed, crashing directly into view. Upon recognizing the shadowy insignia on the gray robes, Ji Fei's expression turned furious. It was the Shadow Inquisition, those accursed heretics. She rallied her somewhat restored body, her blood surging once more, and instantly intercepted one of the assailants rushing towards Chen Lin. The man bore a face marred with a dense array of purple scars, grotesque and repulsive. In their clash, both Ji Fei and he recoiled several meters. The remaining heretics disregarded her, swiftly bypassing her, their focus evidently shifted to eliminating Chen Lin first. Witnessing this, Diana raised her hand, and golden flames ignited, searing their very souls. Golden swords materialized, shooting forth with fervor. Yet, these heretics were resolute in their intent to kill Chen Lin, brazenly enduring the damage as they charged forward. In the form of the sun, they lacked any terrifying killing techniques. As the great sun behind Diana slowly collapsed into her palm, the golden eye on her right subtly revealed a full moon. With this solitary moon hanging high, the area within tens of thousands of meters was instantly cloaked in darkness. A pale moonlight illuminated the world, exuding a chilling terror that made one's heart quail. The heretics, relentlessly assaulting Chen Lin, felt their expressions shift drastically as they looked up. Unlike her form of the sun, Diana's eyes now appeared cold and devoid of emotion. The sacred aura had vanished, replaced solely by an overwhelming chill. Her wings and golden hair transformed into silver, standing resolutely before the moon, resembling a proud goddess. Surrounding her, 9 rings of blades emerged, imbued with dark red annihilation power, rotating languidly. Go, came Diana's emotionless command. Boom. The 6 rings of annihilation surged forth, their speed unparalleled, reaching the 6 heretics in an instant. Their expressions shifted in alarm as they each employed their means of defense. However, under the annihilation power capable of breaching any defense, they crumbled like parchment. One heretic, precisely at level 60, could only watch in horror as the dark red ring effortlessly shattered his shadow barrier, piercing through him. As his body split apart, collapsing to either side, astonishment remained etched on his face. Chapter 80, The Arrival of the Throne. The remaining 5 heretics, witnessing this scene, were instantly stricken with terror. After barely fending off a strike from the annihilation ring, they immediately turned to flee. Yet, the annihilation rings were swifter under Diana's mental control, pursuing them to their demise. Liaclu charged towards the sky, liberated from the sun's suppression, its strength fully unleashed, surpassing even those heretics. A torrent of terrifying black energy surged forth, transforming into massive black spears and hurling towards Diana at supersonic speed. Boom! The black spear pierced the air, racing towards Diana. One ring of annihilation met it head-on, slicing through the black spear inch by inch, while the remaining two rings swiftly pursued Liaclu. It conjured two colossal serpents, each several dozen meters long, attempting to swallow the annihilation rings. Yet, in less than a second, the rings penetrated the elongated serpent bodies, continuing their flight towards Liaclu. On the ground, the four fallen, witnessing this, immediately charged towards Chen Lin, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Now that his sacred protection was on the verge of shattering, and all the rings had been blocked, it was the perfect moment to strike. This human must die. That Black Wolf's formidable 28-level strength was already concerning. But this angel, who commanded the sun and moon, was even more outrageous, overpowering them tenfold, some even reaching levels above 60. Should he fully mature, the consequences were unimaginable. Even on the frontline battlefield, he would certainly create a tempest. However, Diana, ever vigilant for Chen Lin's safety, swiftly summoned back 3 rings of annihilation, slicing towards the fallen. 3 of the fallen halted to defend, but just as they were about to engage, the 3 rings of annihilation collided, merging into one. The ring instantly expanded to 3 meters, the entwined annihilation power intensifying. The dark red glow swiftly shattered the black shields conjured by the fallen, penetrating through and delivering lethal blows. 2 of the fallen, upon witnessing this, broke into a cold sweat. This accursed angel being capable of 2 forms was terrifying enough. How could her methods of attack also transform? As they beheld the ring of annihilation, radiating dark red light, fear gripped them, and they raised their black shields to defend. Yet, after merging, the annihilation ring's power doubled, shattering anything it touched. The last remaining fallen had yet to lay a finger on Chen Lin when it was overtaken and instantly slain. This is incredible, Yikashi exclaimed in astonishment. She even felt that this angel serving Chen Lin possessed greater combat prowess than the Black Wolf. After all, that colossal rock lizard was merely level 52. No matter how slight its royal bloodline, it couldn't possibly triumph over several fallen and heretics above level 60. Having dispatched 4 fallen, the annihilation rings turned towards the purple-scarred man engaged with Ji Fei. Before he could react, they zipped past Ji Fei and struck him down, subsequently splitting into 3. They coordinated seamlessly to eliminate all heretics and the fallen battling Qin Kong. As the 6 rings of annihilation flew back to the proud angel, everyone stood transfixed. Truly formidable. Qin Kong knelt on one knee, hands resting on his battle sword. Hearing this admiration, Wang Yao nodded. Indeed, the angelic race was breathtakingly beautiful. This was purely an appreciation of an exquisite being, devoid of any blasphemous intent. Glancing at the struggling Liaclu, Diana slowly raised her hand, and the 6 rings of annihilation began to converge. Upon witnessing this, Liaclu's expression changed drastically, invoking the last remnants of its royal blood's fallen power to repel the 3 rings. It plummeted to the ground, and upon realizing it was left alone, its lips curled in disdain. These heretics were truly useless. Liaclu fixed its gaze on Chen Lin, jealousy burning within. Why would such a perfect angel choose to obey him? Both of its summoned entities showcased a combat strength exceeding level 25. I concede, your future will indeed be terrifying. Yet, precisely because you excel so today, you shall perish here. Liaclu sneered, producing a pitch-black wheel, and as it spun, a radiant light erupted beneath its feet, spanning 100 meters. This summoning throne opportunity was originally intended for that prodigy with the awakened SSS grade talent, to prevent any strong adversary from guarding him. Yet, Chen Lin's summoned entities exhibited such horrifying potential. He must not be allowed to grow. Distributing the summoning wheel amongst all the leading fallen was to thwart human tactics, preventing true prodigies from being concealed. To their astonishment, the thrones had indeed guessed correctly. Boom! All the annihilation rings surged forth, yet were met by the rising black light. Countless arcane runes appeared, intertwining and coalescing into a pitch-black summoning array. From within, a towering gray fallen emerged, exuding a terrifying aura that enveloped the area, nearly suffocating those present. Qin Kong and the others turned pale, an overwhelming sense of despair washing over them. Tendrils of black energy slowly spread, corrupting and withering all in its path. Diana's expression was grave as she raised her hand, causing the full moon to revolve, transforming into a great sun that illuminated the sky. However, the resplendent golden light failed to pierce the shadows of the past. Chen Lin instantly sensed the ominous turn of events, nearly bolting away, yet he refrained from doing so. For at that moment, as the dark formation materialized, Yang Xiao stepped beside him. It has been a while since we awaited this alien throne. There is no need for fear, Yang Xiao reassured, patting Chen Lin on the shoulder. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin quickly grasped the situation. Was this a premeditated scheme? Indeed, the alien throne paid them no heed. its expression impassive as it gazed toward the direction of the Hongshan base. There, as the summoning array was established, an overwhelming aura erupted, shattering the clouds of the sky and rushing forth with terrifying momentum. In a mere few breaths, it descended upon them. Observing the young man standing firm in the void, the alien throne spoke slowly. Zhangju, are you not stationed on the front line? Do you dare to come here? Are you not afraid that your defense will be breached by my kin? At that time, it will not merely be the deaths of thousands of warriors. Zhangju waved his hand nonchalantly. We humans have given up. Do you expect me to believe that? The alien throne scoffed. It immediately realized it had fallen into a trap, but remained unfazed. Having been ensnared by your kind so many times, do you think I would approach unguarded? The news of your departure from the front line has already reached my kin's rear. You should understand what that signifies. A derisive chuckle escaped Zhang Ju's lips. He glanced below. Are you not leaving? Do you wish to wait here until you are obliterated? Yang Xiao, upon hearing this, swiftly led everyone away. The clash between the thrones would unleash waves powerful enough to devastate hundreds of thousands of meters. Even though Zhang Ju's domain could contain the force, they would merely become obstacles in this predicament. The alien throne did not hinder their retreat, knowing that with Zhang Ju present, it could not act against anyone. Do you truly not intend to return? If you do not kill me, I shall not leave. Chapter 81. A single arrow, 5 vultures. A gray domain expanded rapidly just as the group departed. As it threatened to engulf everyone, it was abruptly intercepted by a surge of terrifying power. Boom, boom. The moment the two thrones clashed, even with their powers contained, the resulting shockwaves shook the earth for hundreds of thousands of meters. Was that the Duantian throne from Manhwaxia? Qin Kong turned to glance back, swallowing hard. Each throne bore its own title, renowned throughout the nation. It was precisely because of their vigilance on the front line that the rear could enjoy peace and prosperity. Yang Xiao nodded, and the group looked upon him with admiration. Ascending to the throne and donning the crown was a pursuit every human aspired to achieve. Wait, the fallen have just summoned the alien throne. And yet the Duantian throne has appeared. It cannot be lurking here indefinitely, can it? Yi Kashi inquired, puzzled. Yang Xiao chuckled, offering no reply. For now, the area was secure, but numerous Tier 4 fallen still roamed, their targets being the elite students on the outskirts of the mountain. You all should hurry and assist. Those present undoubtedly possessed reliable character. Upon learning of the alien incursion, they had not considered retreating, but instead positioned themselves to aid at various distress points. Qin Kong and the others exchanged solemn glances, nodded, and charged toward the mountain's exterior. Under the sacred radiance, they regained considerable strength, still possessing the will to fight. Ji Fei and Chen Lin also intended to advance, but the latter was held back. Chen Lin, send your summon. That will suffice. Chen Lin hesitated for a moment before concluding it was reasonable. His silver butterfly had not progressed in quite some time and could hardly keep pace, even against the Tier 4 fallen. After a mental communication, Diana, restored to half a meter tall, nodded and transformed back into her solar form, her golden light painting the heavens as she soared forth like a golden meteor. Yang Xiao marveled. I never expected your third summon to be an angel. Yet she must have been born not long ago, perhaps not even a year old. Indeed, Chen Lin replied. To be precise, it has only been 3 days. Originally, I intended to handle those heretics for you, but it seems she has dispatched them all. Truly formidable. Yang Xiao expressed in awe. The sheer power she wielded was hardly inferior to that of the Dark Wolf. This equated to Chen Lin representing 2 monstrous entities. Should he ascend to the throne in the future, it would be akin to adding 2 more thrones of combat power to humanity. What a delightful prospect. Such a future would undoubtedly garner greater attention. Once he submitted his application, the resources he could request, such as life crystals, would likely multiply. You must have noticed the peculiarities surrounding this cleansing operation against the mutated beasts, Yang Xiao remarked. Chen Lin nodded in acknowledgement. The Ryakru just summoned the Dark Formation, and the Duantian throne appeared almost instantly. This cannot be mere coincidence. Is this cleansing operation a ruse, with us as bait? Yang Xiao shook his head. Over the years, the accumulation of mutated beasts has become vast. The resurgence of numerous giant creatures poses a real threat. Their reproductive rate is alarmingly rapid. The urgency on the front line is genuine, with no reinforcements available. Many traders among humanity are undoubtedly relaying information to the aliens in exchange for abundant resources to advance their own agendas. As expected, the aliens have been persistently attacking, probing for weaknesses in our defenses, and numerous alien thrones have engaged in battle, seeking to ascertain which human throne has abandoned its post. These heretics, for various reasons, harbor a deep-seated hatred for society and align themselves with the aliens to obliterate us. They will not let this opportunity of the mutated beast uprising slip by, aiming to deliver a devastating blow to humanity. Hearing this, Chen Lin felt his heart sink, the pressure of being surrounded by wolves weighing heavily upon him. And what of the front line? Chen Lin could not help but clench his fists. The Duantian throne had indeed arrived. If that were the case, would his defenses not be breached? Yet if he did not return to aid, the fate of him and his comrades was all too predictable. Furthermore, The alien thrones would commence a massacre in the rear. With their terrifying might, they could slay all the prodigies and annihilate any surrounding cities in mere minutes. Yang Xiao chuckled. There is no need for concern. Over the decades of conflict with the aliens, both sides have come to understand each other's strengths and weaknesses quite intimately. They believe that through the traitors, they have grasped all of humanity's secrets. However, in truth, those are merely the cards we intentionally revealed to instill a false sense of confidence in them, allowing us to ensnare them later on. Yang Xiao placed his hand on Chen Lin's shoulder, acknowledging that while the overall strength of the aliens was indeed formidable, having long laid their groundwork and steadily expanding their advantage, humanity too had been quietly accumulating its true trump cards. In the end, the outcome remained uncertain. He held Chen Lin in high regard, thus sharing nearly everything, aiming to bolster his confidence in this racial war. Chen Lin suddenly smiled. Are you not worried that I am the traitor? Yang Xiao shook his head. If even a talent like you were to betray us, humanity would be doomed. During the two previous crises, it was precisely the emergence of extraordinary individuals like you that turned the tide. For instance, the fourth strongest single-handedly exterminated all the terrifying mutated beasts in the rear. In just a few short years, he rose to the pinnacle on the front line, halting the aliens' plans for a total assault. In Yang Xiao's eyes, Chen Lin was capable of achieving such feats. Chen Lin had no doubts left. After all the explanations, he had completely grasped the full scope of this game. Understanding that the information could not be concealed, humanity had directly taken advantage of the situation, setting a trap to eliminate all the elite fallen intruding from the rear. And thus, it may be possible to identify and eliminate the traitors, while simultaneously purging the hidden heretics lurking within society. Ultimately, the aim is to lure a foreign throne to the rear for annihilation. As for the losses sustained by the alien forces on the front lines, that remains unknown. However, with all trump cards laid bare, one can be certain that the toll will be significant. The price, however, will be the untimely demise of prodigies ensnared in this scheme, blissfully unaware that they are mere bait. Such cruelty is indeed a hallmark of warfare between civilizations. Are you disheartened? Yang Xiao inquired slowly. Observing Chen Lin take a deep breath, Chen Lin shook his head. The situation dictated decisive action. Yang Xiao, momentarily taken aback by this response, eventually smiled, recalling that the throne which proposed this decision had articulated the very same sentiment. Chapter 82. The foreign throne, I shall suppress with a flick of my hand. Gazing at the setting sun, a singular objective gradually crystallized in Chen Lin's mind. Next time, he must become stronger, wielding greater influence. At that moment, a massive shadow surged from the distance, crashing to a halt before Chen Lin with a thunderous roar. How, my lord, I have not succumbed to darkness. All foes have been vanquished. Chen Lin patted it gently, sensing its disappointment and realizing it must not have found a substantial feast. Yang Xiao regarded the dark wolf and remarked, this creature is formidable. At merely level 20, it possesses a powerful domain. What is more remarkable is its complete mastery over it, even merging its essence with its physical form. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Chen Lin, intrigued, asked. What does it signify? The breakthrough to the 10th and 11th transmigration levels comes with prerequisites, all of which it has already fulfilled, provided its level is sufficient. It may ascend unimpeded to the level of a king. Chen Lin's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to the dark wolf. He had previously assumed this was a rather commonplace feat. To his surprise, it was indeed a prodigy. Delighted by her master's praise, the dark wolf reveled in the affection, its lengthy tail creating a roaring tempest. Yang Xiao continued, however, I would not advise you to solely focus on elevating its level. Should you do so, it risks losing its terrifying combat potential. Even upon achieving the 10th level, it would merely be an ordinary king beast. Through several days of drone surveillance, Yang Xiao surmised that this dark wolf's growth likely required life crystal stones. Thus, Chen Lin had generously provided them, resulting in his own level rising only marginally compared to others. Yang Xiao found this approach commendable, since combat prowess and level were not inherently linked. There was no need to prioritize leveling up. Chen Lin nodded in agreement, having intended to ascend steadily. For him, the ability to empower summoned entities rendered the sequence of prioritizing level or combat power inconsequential. Progressing both in tandem, acquiring both was indeed the optimal choice. The cost of the Dark Wolf's evolution was considerable, yet its potential was equally formidable, rendering it wholly worthwhile. Future summons could only possess a single SSS tier talent. However, the Dark Wolf had the potential for multiple SSS tier talents. Thus, Chen Lin could not prioritize leveling at the expense of nurturing the Dark Wolf. Glancing at the panel, after Diana's slaughter of over 50 level advanced foes and the Dark Wolf's relentless hunting, he had not achieved even a single level up. Previously, leveling had been effortless due to the low experience requirements for himself and his companions, the Dark Wolf and Silver Butterfly. Now, with Diana's extraordinary growth attributes demanding vast amounts of experience, leveling naturally became a challenge. As a summoner, due to the nature of summoning contracts, He needed to meet the experience demands of all summoned entities to level up collectively. This was the price of being a summoner who could engage in mass combat. Nevertheless, Chen Lin resolved to delegate the matter of levels to these foreign beings. As for the life crystal stones, he continued to allocate all to the dark wolf for its evolution. Boom! A golden sun burst through the void, and Diana, transformed into a streak of light, descended before Chen Lin, her tall and perfect form offering a slight bow. Subsequently, she assumed her usual demeanor, fluttering to Chen Lin's side and grasping his hand with her small one, akin to a daughter. After a grueling 10 hours, the distant gray domain dissipated, and a youth appeared, striding through the void, instantly traversing tens of thousands of meters. Noticing his exceedingly weakened aura, Yang Xiao immediately inquired, "Zhanggu, what is the situation?" "How absurd, a mere foreign throne. I can suppress it with a flick of my hand. What further issues could arise?" Diana silently invoked her divine radiance nearby. She could sense that this youth had been gravely tainted by corrupting forces. Zhang Ju frowned and remarked, "Little girl, can you heal the throne's injuries?" "Wait, are you an angel?" "Ah, do not cease. Maintain it for a few more seconds." Feeling the corruption within his body being mitigated by the holy power, Zhang Ju raised his hand, halting the exertions of Diana. "My divine power has been exhausted." She shook her head. The throne's corruption was too formidable. Even though divine power could suppress it, she could only alleviate it slightly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ju could only endure the discomfort, sighing, "I ultimately bear too great a burden." Chen Lin looked on, puzzled. "Is the throne always like this?" Yang Xiao, seemingly reading Chen Lin's thoughts, explained. "Ever since ascending the throne, Zhanggu has become estranged from his kin." Chen Lin suddenly grasped the situation. It was not that all thrones were like this, but rather that ascending to the throne transformed one into such a state. "Zhanggu, allow me to introduce you. This is Chen Lin, the target of the foreign extermination." Zhang Ju immediately turned to him. "You are the one capable of pinning my head to the ground while in the same tier?" Chen Lin, perplexed, asked. "What do you mean?" Yang Xiao swiftly interjected. "Ahem, Zhanggu, since you've returned with great difficulty, shall we drink a few crates?" "No, once I have recovered somewhat. I must return to the front lines for defense." Zhang Ju refused, then scrutinized the squatting dark wolf. "What a magnificent wolf. Let me sit." His eyes lit up, and he leaped forward. However, the dark wolf instantly darted aside, clearly unwilling. Zhang Ju's expression stiffened. "What does this mean? Are you rejecting the throne?" "I will write your name backward today if I cannot sit on you." Just as he was about to employ forceful measures, Yang Xiao intervened. "Zhang Ju, this is a significant ally for Huaxia. We must not allow any rift to form." Zhang Ju cast a lingering gaze toward Yang Xiao, his displeasure evident. He turned away, hands clasped behind him, speaking with profound melancholy. "I have contributed so much to humanity, yet I cannot even sit on a wolf. Alas." With that, he departed, soaring toward the Hengshan base. The two, along with their summoned beasts, followed suit. Yang Xiao assured, "Do not worry, Zhanggu has always been this way. He harbors no ill will towards you." Chen Lin nodded, harboring no concerns. From the outset, Zhang Ju had not exhibited hostility toward him. And even if the dark wolf was reluctant, he did not exert his influence over the beast. On the contrary, he had traversed millions of kilometers from the front lines to ensure Chen Lin's safety from the foreign throne's potential assassination. At the Hengshan base, the corpses of numerous students and soldiers were being removed from the mountains. Upon sighting Chen Lin's figure, Feng Yi, who had been waiting anxiously, limped toward him with a sigh of relief. "You've been gone so long. I thought something had happened to you." After all, Chen Lin was the top newcomer at the Lark Academy and would surely be on the alien's assassination list. Noticing Feng Yi's grievous state, Chen Lin immediately understood they had also been attacked by the fallen and furrowed his brow. "Is everyone all right?" Feng Yi shook his head, offering a wry smile. "Luo Xian nearly perished using taunts to save me. Zhongfeng and Chao Yang unleashed their full power, holding back the fallen for 2 seconds, but are now in critical condition. I sustained the lightest injuries. As long as they are not dead," Chen Lin sighed in relief. If only Diana's divine power were sufficient. Otherwise, she could have expedited their recovery. The healing intensity of divine power is exceedingly high. Chapter 83, Valued. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the high-energy cannon that eliminated the corruption, we would likely have perished in the mountains. As Feng Yi spoke, his hand instinctively clenched into a fist. After unleashing her domain, Luo Ning was relentlessly pursued by the corrupted, unable to offer even the slightest resistance. The sense of helplessness from that moment was deeply etched in Feng Ye's heart. He finally came to the realization that his talent, while remarkable within an entire province, paled in insignificance against the backdrop of alien civilizations. Suddenly, Feng Yi found himself envying Chen Lin's terrifying prowess, capable of slaying even level 50 mutated beasts. Had he been present, that four-ringed corruption would likely not have even caused a ripple, simply being suppressed. Contemplating this, Feng Ye's expression fell into deep despondency. "Chen Lin, our disparity is vast. You are aware of it, at least." Observing the smile on Chen Lin's face, Feng Ye's lips twitched, feeling inexplicably mocked. By the way, the class monitor and her companion were also attacked by the corrupted, but were saved at the brink of death by your black wolf. Chen Lin nodded, eventually recalling that they were the two girls from the front row. Watching the corpses of the warriors being carried away, Feng Yi felt a profound sorrow. These warriors should not have met such a fate. The corruption was not targeting them. Yet, they had driven the armed vehicle into the mountains to mislead the attention of the corrupted, allowing many students to escape unharmed. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin fell into silence. Then, a resonant female voice rang out. This is not the command of anyone. It is merely our own will. You have just entered the academy, and could have chosen not to risk your lives. Yet you came to the Hengshan base to assist us in quelling the mutated beast uprising. In this operation, the warriors could do little. Thus, in this perilous moment, they sought to contribute, even if just a little. A stern-faced female officer in military attire approached. Saluting Zhang Ju first, I respectfully greet you, the Lord of the Broken Heaven. At her words, Feng Ye's eyes widened in astonishment, staring blankly at the young man before Chen Lin. You are the throne of our Huaxia. Zhang Ju's expression remained calm, disregarding the surprise, as he gestured toward a middle-aged man who was awkwardly passing by. Under the sudden terror in the man's gaze, he was propelled forward uncontrollably. Lord of the Broken Heaven, what are you doing? Zhang Ju replied coldly. All the traders who delivered items to you have been captured. What more is there for me to say? Everyone immediately turned their gaze toward him, their eyes filled with fury. The female officer had long suspected the presence of traitors. Otherwise, the corrupted could not have been so strategically distributed, even utilizing distress signals to lure nearby students into a trap. If not for such traitors among you, humanity would not be facing increasing hardships. Lord of the Broken Heaven, please execute him. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen at these words. He was not ready to die. He sought to break through to a higher level and attain greater status. Lord of the Broken Heaven, it was a moment of folly. I implore you to show mercy. I still hold value and can fight against the mutated beasts to atone for my sins. Do we need you? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's pleas for mercy, Zhang Ju gradually exerted pressure, relishing the fear before consigning him to the afterlife. Crack! The man's bones shattered, his lifeless body crumpling to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the female officer felt no sense of vindication, her tone still laced with anger. It was too easy a death. He got off too lightly. Feng Yi nodded in agreement beside her. Two storage bags rose from the corpse, landing in Zhang Ju's hands. He elevated his toes a few centimeters off the ground, slowly proceeding forward. Let us go, Xiaoyang, Chen Lin. Upon reaching Yang Zhao's private office, Zhang Ju unceremoniously took the main seat as if it were his own home. Please sit, Chen Lin. Yang Zhao bore no airs of a ninth-tier powerhouse. He leisurely prepared a pot of tea, pouring it into cups. Why is there none for me? Zhang Ju frowned. Are you so far away that I must come over to serve you? Zhang Ju found this reasoning sound, and in an instant, he vanished from the main seat, reappearing in the guest chair. Xiaoyang, pour the tea. Yang Xiao shook his head helplessly, continuing to pour. Steam rising from the cups as the aroma of tea wafted through the air. Chen Lin took a sip, finding it quite delightful, his spirit momentarily rejuvenated. Brother Zhang, what is the situation like on the front lines now? Has it worsened again? Yang Xiao inquired. He had remained in the rear for these past years, stabilizing his own curse while striving to break through to the 10th tier. The circumstances on the front lines were ever-changing. This plan required his cooperation to be understood. The alien races are likely preparing to launch another fierce assault, grinding down our living forces. Upon hearing this, Yang Zhao's expression darkened. The alien races would periodically initiate brutal offensives, with each assault resulting in the deaths of thousands of warriors, and even the fall of thrones. Their intentions were straightforward. Relying on their vast numbers, they exchanged lives for lives. The aliens were utterly unconcerned about casualties among those below the 9th tier. Even a 5-4-1 trade was seen as a profit. The situation for humanity was starkly different. Every fallen warrior represented a loss, especially those prodigies with hidden professions, whose futures were destined to become 9th tier powerhouses. For this reason, the rear was keenly integrating occupational development with advanced military technology, sending all resources to the front lines to minimize warrior casualties. As for necessities of life, none were being developed, with the possibility of losing their homes. Who could still think of seeking pleasure? This led to a situation where, despite the formidable advancements in military technology, society remained largely unchanged. I must hasten my breakthrough to the throne, shatter this cursed fate, and return to the front lines, Yang Xiao declared resolutely. Zhang Ju sipped his tea and nodded. At that time, I shall traverse the battlefield alongside you for 10,000 miles, and with a mere gesture, the alien races will be turned to ash. Yang Xiao could not help but feel a surge of excitement at these words, lamenting his lack of talent that prevented him from breaking through on the spot. By the way, what resources are in that storage bag? Zhang Ju's consciousness delved in, discovering life crystals and 20 body-refining origin fruits. Yang Zhao's eyes immediately brightened. Chen Lin desperately needed the life crystals, as his black wolf could grow by absorbing them. Brother Zhang, you have no use for them. Why not give them to him? Zhang Ju glanced at Chen Lin and casually tossed them over. He indeed cared little for such resources. Even if Yang Xiao had not mentioned it, he would have submitted them for the front lines. Chen Lin was momentarily taken aback, hastily reaching out to catch them, his face marked with astonishment. Is it really this easy to receive? Since your summoned creature has demonstrated such terrifying potential, we shall not be stingy. The resources given are not limited to these. Yang Xiao replied with a smile. These words stirred something within Chen Lin. He could sense that Yang Xiao was exceptionally kind to him, in a tangible way. Chapter 84. Chen Lin. A slight exertion is all it takes to severely injure a throne. This is the advantage of not concealing one's hidden talents, Chen Lin mused. If he had truly developed in secret and suddenly unleashed his combat prowess, it would have indeed astonished everyone, only to be swiftly struck down by the alien throne. Rather than the current situation. While revealing one's talents carries risks and may attract the attention of the aliens, humanity would not stand idly by, as evidenced this time. They directly utilized their trump card, even dispatching a throne to safeguard him. The resources provided were equally generous, totaling 500 level 5 and 6 life crystals. Moreover, the body-refining origin fruit, valued at 1,000 contribution points each, was freely given. Furthermore, Hei Ming required continual combat, incessantly devouring to grow and transform, making concealment nearly impossible. Its potential would be immediately apparent. Moreover, Chen Lin's ascent to such a noteworthy position hinged not merely on his monstrous summoned creature, but on his true trump card, the ability to bestow monstrous power upon his summons. Everyone believed that it was the terrifying combat prowess of the summoned creature that rendered Chen Lin's future limitless, when in reality, it was the other way around. Thank you, Lord of the Broken Heaven. Chen Lin rose to express his gratitude. Upon hearing Zhang Ju's words, a smile immediately graced his lips, his satisfaction with Chen Lin. This prodigious talent, evident. He retrieved another storage bag and tossed it over. Inside lay the remains of a 5-ringed abyssal creature, filled with life crystal stones. Chen Lin caught it, and his consciousness promptly delved within, his eyes brightening at the sight. An entire 205th level life crystals. Such a boon surpassed the fruits of his labor over several days. The long-awaited feast for the abyssal creature was finally within reach. Suddenly, Chen Lin's expression turned solemn. The throne of the broken sky. In truth, it would be acceptable for you to take a seat, abyssal. Zhang Ju waved his hand dismissively, remarking that the black wolf only acknowledged Chen Lin, rendering others inconsequential in its eyes. It was better this way. After all, Chen Lin was merely offering polite gestures. By the way, Chen Lin, I have a request to make of you. Turning to the side, Yang Xiao spoke up, prompting Chen Lin to respond instantly. Speak freely. Could you inquire how your black wolf mastered domain control? Such insights would greatly aid my breakthrough to the 10th transition. Yang Xiao had extensively reviewed the domain control experiences of other thrones and found them immensely beneficial. These experiences could be accessed in the Apocalypse system for a mere contribution point, though the original intention was for the thrones to offer them freely. A proposition that had been rejected. These insights, painstakingly gathered over time, were indeed treasures that demanded appropriate recognition. Consequently, they were made available for just 1 contribution point. This arrangement allowed Yang Xiao to significantly reduce the time needed for his own mastery. It would not be long before he could fully harness all his powers, achieving domain compression and breaking through to the 10th transition. Otherwise, he estimated he would require another 2 years of relentless exploration to accomplish it. Zhang Ju straightened up, exclaiming, Little Yang, are you not mistaken? That black wolf can actually master domain control. Not only that, Yang Xiao replied, it can also integrate body and domain. Zhang Ju's face showed a look of disbelief. What? Can a level 20 creature truly learn such a thing? It took him several seconds to process this information. And then he suddenly appeared beside Chen Lin, gripping his hand with fervent intensity. Please, let it teach me. The number of Sky Kings was drastically fewer than the thrones, resulting in a scarcity of reference experiences. Chen Lin did not decline, immediately communicating with the abyssal creature in the summoning space. After a brief exchange, he pondered for a moment, feeling that mastering domain control and merging with the body seemed rather straightforward. The abyssal stated it had merely glanced at the process of domain compression and understood it. Should I summon it now to demonstrate a few times? Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Ju burst into laughter beside him, patting his back. Little Yang, mastering domain control is inherently simple. It is your comprehension that falters. Yang Xiao scowled. Didn't you also spend a year to achieve domain control? I was merely concerned about discouraging the other thrones. Hence I deliberately slowed my pace. Zhang Ju chuckled and turned his eager gaze toward Chen Lin. And how about the integration of body and domain? What does it say? Chen Lin contemplated for a considerable time. The abyssal's expression regarding the merging of body and domain was somewhat vague, giving off an impression of effortless mastery. Zhang Ju did not urge him, recognizing the complexity of this concept. Even direct instruction from a Sky King would be challenging to grasp, let alone for Chen Lin, who was merely at level 20. After a considerable wait, Chen Lin finally distilled the abyssal's words. It conveyed that merging body and domain required no observation. It could do so with ease. Zhang Ju attempted to comprehend the vast implications of this statement, but his mind faltered under the weight of the information. What? Do you even hear what you were saying? In the ensuing silence, Zhang Ju rose, asserting, my injuries have mostly healed. I shall take my leave. Ah, Brother Zhang. Your aura still seems weak. Rest a while longer. Yang Xiao chimed in with a grin, promptly detaining him. Release me. The physique of a throne is not for you to fathom. Zhang Ju forcefully shook him off and dashed toward the window, his figure vanishing in an instant as he returned to the frontline battlefield. He now felt an unbearable ache in his heart. Having sustained far more terrifying injuries in battle against the otherworldly thrones than he had ever experienced, Yang Xiao continued to revel in his misfortune, refilling tea for himself and Chen Lin with a cheerful demeanor. Chen Lin, too, could not suppress his laughter, feeling that his summation was indeed sound without a hint of error. In the following days, the mutated beasts above level 50 in the Bailian mountain range were systematically hunted down by Black Abyss and Diana. The life crystals were brought back for the Abyssal to consume. As for the bodies that were too massive, the Abyssal would devour them on the move, its speed in a burst state allowing for minimal time wasted. It is time to return. Clad in silver armor, Chen Lin stood atop a precipice, the rising sun casting a silvery glow upon him. He had amassed a significant bounty, 16 level 60 behemoths alongside over 100 level 50 mutated beasts. Black Abyss had gained immensely, its size increasing by 15 meters and its height reaching approximately 5 meters, with all attributes enhanced by 30 points. In its giant form, it now possessed an additional 150 points in attributes, enough to exert a slight dominance over its former self. The pace of its terrifying growth astonished even Chen Lin. The evolution value had also incremented, with over 100 life crystals contributing 250 points. After all, none of them were like the indomitable blood bear, a royal bloodline beast. Its life level was exceedingly high. Given ample time, it could surpass level 100 and evolve into a royal beast. Thus, the evolution value gained from its consumption was significantly greater. As the silver butterfly gradually transformed back to its original form and landed on Chen Lin's shoulder, he moved forward and leapt down. The sound of howling winds filled his ears as he descended closer to the ground. In that moment, a golden meteor streaked toward him, accompanied by the brilliance of the sun, swiftly grasping his hand. Simultaneously, Black Abyss below the cliff slowly opened its gray eyes, an aura of death swirling within, a flash of ferocity briefly illuminating its gaze. The continuous slaughter over recent days had intensified the menacing aura that enveloped it. Receiving communication from its master, Black Abyss immediately rose and took a few steps to meet Chen Lin. Diana reverted to her normal state, fluttering her wings beside them. Thus, the trio, a master and 3 summoned creatures, set forth back to the Hungshan base. Observing this scene from the command center, everyone felt an authentic joy. With all these behemoths eliminated, the threat of an uprising was now virtually non-existent. Indeed, the remaining task is merely to proceed with a gradual cleanup, and in the coming years, the Bailian mountain range will transition into a safe zone. Listening to the words around him, Yang Xiao couldn't help but smile. However, he was acutely aware that matters were far from resolved. The perimeter of the Mist Mountain base, where the station forces were deployed, had not seen a single mutated beast. Yet, this was not a cause for celebration. It indicated that all the mutated beasts had responded to the call of the colossal beasts and were beginning to gather slowly. The students over there were now almost too fearful to venture deep into the mountains, retreating entirely to the safety of the Mist Mountain base. In the past few days, the number of beasts slain had barely reached 50. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before those colossal beasts initiated their assault. Currently, the pressure on the Hungshan base had significantly diminished. It was time to summon personnel to provide support to the Mist Mountain base. An hour later, Chen Lin, who had just returned, was summoned by Yang Xiao to the office for tea. Chen Lin, now that the colossal beasts in the Bailian mountain range have been eradicated, there is no need for you to remain here. I intend to send you to the Mist Mountain base to assist with the cleanup. What do you think? Without hesitation, Chen Lin nodded immediately. He had been concerned about the lack of beasts to hunt here and had been contemplating a reason to slip away to another base to scavenge. Level 40 mutated beasts simply could not satisfy Haiming's growth requirements. Seeing Chen Lin's prompt agreement, Yang Xiao chuckled. That place will be far more perilous. The mutated beasts could erupt at any moment, and when they do, their numbers will be in the thousands. Aren't you afraid? Chen Lin shook his head. No worries. They will protect me. Understanding the implication of those words, Yang Xiao patted him on the back. Excellent. Others should be ready as well. Time is of the essence. We must depart immediately. Chen Lin had no objections and followed Yang Xiao to the underground level of the base. By the way, I have requested some resources from above for you to utilize. They have already been sent to the Mist Mountain base. At this, Chen Lin paused, curiosity flickering across his face. What resources? 5 level 7 life crystals. Yang Xiao replied with a grin. As for the rare golden stone materials, that might be a bit much. You'll find out when you arrive. These level 7 life crystals were not available in the Tianqi stockpile and had been transported from the front lines through spatial channels. Chen Lin's eyes instantly sparkled, and his curiosity surged. The two took the elevator and quickly arrived beside a large transport aircraft on the underground level. 50 individuals had already assembled there, including familiar faces like Qin Kong, Wang Yao, Yi Kashi, Jiang Wuyue, and Ji Fei. Chen Lin, I knew you would be among the support team, Qin Kong said with evident delight. Upon hearing about the grave situation at the Mist Mountain base, he had readily agreed to assist. At this moment, Ji Fei stepped forward, smiling at Diana, who held Chen Lin's hand. What a perfect little angel. She must still be in her juvenile phase, right? Chen Lin, you mustn't do anything inappropriate to her. Hearing this, Diana looked up at Chen Lin, her eyes filled with curiosity. Master, what is an inappropriate thing? Why can't Master do inappropriate things to Diana? These two innocent questions were posed in a universally understood language, and everyone around could comprehend them. In that instant, Chen Lin felt countless gazes directed at him, filled with both envy and danger. His lips twitched, unsure of how to respond. All right, since everyone is here, let us board the Qingyu number 2. Yang Xiao swiftly diffused the situation. Upon hearing this, the crowd diverted their gazes and gradually boarded the sleek, 40-meter-long, slightly sci-fi-looking green transport aircraft. Chen Lin let out a sigh of relief as he followed Diana up the vertical ladder. Once seated, he found Ji Fei and Qin Kong on his left and Yang Xiao on his right. Even though he bore the terrifying curse of an alien race, he could still muster some combat strength, easily tearing apart a colossal beast. Although this would exacerbate the curse and threaten his life. If the city were truly on the brink of collapse, he would not hesitate. Boom. The Qingyu number 2 roared to life, accelerating forward. The massive steel gates leading to the ground slowly opened, allowing it to soar forth, transforming into a green shadow vanishing into the horizon. A similar scene unfolded at the Luoxiang base. Their pace in clearing the mountains was swift, having only eliminated a few colossal beasts, lagging slightly behind the Hongshan base. Chapter 86. New Characteristics. At the Mist Mountain base, the atmosphere was intensely tense, with all soldiers standing at the ready at their posts. All heavy weaponry was in activation mode, and the energy cannons were charging as well. Occasionally, students emerged from the mountains, but their faces were grim, clearly having achieved little. Should we remain here? With the mutated beasts gathering like this, they truly intend to launch an assault. The military had granted permission for them to leave. As they could not clear the mutated beasts, remaining here served no purpose, and some had already departed. What can we do? If thousands of mutated beasts come rushing in, who can withstand them? Listening to his teammates sigh repeatedly, as if seeking an acceptable rationale for their impending flight, Wang Feng clenched his hands. My family is in Wuxia. Even if the mutated beasts riot, staying here guarantees death. I refuse to leave. The other four fell silent. Wuxia harbored millions of inhabitants. Even if they exerted full effort to evacuate in these days, the majority would still be there. Moreover, if the mutated beasts were not halted, the consequences would extend far beyond a single city. Boom. Suddenly, a green transport aircraft cut through the clouds from a distance, descending slowly towards the Mist Mountain base. Was this support from another base? The four exchanged glances, and Wang Feng was immensely elated. Meanwhile, at the airport, the command personnel of the Mist Mountain base and several military officers had long awaited this moment. Upon seeing Yang Xiao descend with numerous students, the commander promptly approached, his tone tinged with excitement. General Yang, we finally awaited your arrival. It was evident that he recognized Yang Xiao as a formidable figure of the Nine Turns. My curse has yet to dissipate. Lao Chao, do not expect me to turn the tide, Yang Xiao replied helplessly. Upon hearing this, Chao Yu's robust visage instantly clouded over with concern. Alas, the situation is dire. Countless mutated beasts are gathering in 4 regions, commanded by a colossal beast on the verge of breaking through level 70. Are they planning to launch simultaneous attacks from multiple fronts? Yang Xiao furrowed his brow. Indeed. This complicates our response. Chao Yu sighed again. Now we can only wait for the Luoxiang base. They have dispatched 100 students and 10 instructors. By the way, I noticed that the number of mutated beasts at Hongshan base seems quite substantial. Is the pressure on your side really that light? He expressed some doubt. We shouldn't plug one hole only to open another. Yang Xiao chuckled. All the level 50 and above mutated beasts in the Bailian mountain range have been eradicated. Chao Yu's face turned pale with shock. You've been so active. How are you still alive? It wasn't me. Yang Xiao shook his head, aware of the misunderstanding, and gestured towards Chen Lin behind him. It was all him. Chao Yu looked over, surprised. Are you certain? He looks barely of age. Yang Xiao nodded. Chen Lin, a freshman. Both of his summons are capable of slaying colossal beasts. As the words fell, Chao Yu instantly pushed past Yang Xiao, his expression animated as he rushed to Chen Lin, grasping his hand. Little Lin, we finally awaited your arrival. Chen Lin was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to react. By the way, my grandson, Chao Yang, mentioned you. Your roommates, right? Chen Lin nodded. Yes. Excellent. Little Lin, come. The items General Yang prepared for you are over there. Let me take you, he said, pulling Chen Lin away. This left Yang Xiao feeling somewhat helpless as he addressed the students. Do not leave the base. Disperse. The situation at Mist Mountain was entirely different. The mutated beasts were already gathering. Thus, the combat strategy would also need to be adapted, requiring the arrival of the Luoxiang base before detailed arrangements could be made. Xiao Yu led Chen Lin to the logistics department, where several soldiers proceeded to retrieve massive black boxes measuring several meters. Before them lay an array of over a dozen anti-gravity hovering devices, a testament to the formidable weight they were meant to counter. Xiaolin, these are the ones. Xiao Yu remarked with a smile. The warehouse over there is conveniently empty. You may take your time to examine them. Chen Lin nodded appreciatively, thanking Commander Qiao as he grasped a black box, effortlessly lifting it. A few soldiers observed with envy, recognizing the power inherent to a combat profession. Alas, they had not chosen that path. Suddenly, a realization struck. He was a summoner, was he not? Upon entering the warehouse, Chen Lin opened the black box, revealing a vast interior filled with an assortment of rare metallic materials. He extracted 5 7th-level life crystals, each larger than his head, and stowed them within his ring. The space was too confined. Releasing Hyming would cause a catastrophic squeeze. Summoning the silver butterfly, he donned the battle armor that enveloped his form, and immediately commenced the fusion process. Among the 10 distinct metallic materials, over 100 pieces were predominantly comprised of the black gold stone and broken steel stone, which were essential to him. These rare metals, imbued with unique properties, were far from the ordinary ores that could be mined in hundreds of tons. Thus, possessing over 100 pieces was quite substantial, sufficient to forge dozens of exceptionally high-quality pieces of equipment. Valued at the equivalent of several dozen celestial sovereign staves, at least 70 to 80,000 contribution points. After a considerable time, Chen Lin fused all 30 pieces of black gold stone and broken steel stone. The weight of his battle armor surged to an astounding 163 tons. Even a mere step caused the steel floor beneath him to warp, instilling a sense of dread. Its hardness reached an extraordinary level, likely impervious to any adversary below level 50. Moreover, having fused all the broken steel stones, he acquired a remarkable 8 levels of the sharpness attribute. Coupled with the previous 2 layers, he now possessed a total of 10 layers of sharpness enhancement. Just how terrifying its power was, Chen Lin could only surmise. In any case, dispatching foes below level 50 with a single strike seemed assured. As he continued to fuse other rare metallic materials, luck seemed to wane, yielding no additional attributes, only enhancing the armor's hardness. It was only after more than 20 pieces that he finally obtained a new attribute named lava. With the emergence of this attribute, dark red veins appeared on the silver armor, resembling fine fissures. The intense heat from the power caused the surrounding air temperature to rise consistently. As the silver butterfly was fully activated, the dark red veins glowed, as if boiling, amplifying its might to astonishing levels. Excellent, excellent. Chen Lin, filled with delight, continued the fusion, akin to drawing cards, finding it somewhat irresistible. Ultimately, he acquired another layer of the lava attribute, and a feature called size manipulation. This effect bore resemblance to Ji-Fei's weapon that could alter its dimensions. Drawing forth his battle blade, he mentally communicated with the silver butterfly, preparing to experiment. The originally 1-meter-long blade instantaneously elongated to over 20 meters, piercing through the warehouse wall. Outside, Qiao Yu gazed, astonished, at the suddenly manifested elongated battle blade before him. Its silver blade entwined with lethal silver currents, adorned with dark red patterns radiating scorching power that melted everything in its vicinity. He silently retreated several steps. Chen Lin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly commanded the silver butterfly to retract and remove the silver armor before stepping outside. Apologies, Commander Qiao, I couldn't contain it. Cough, cough. It's quite all right, Qiao Yu replied. I was simply too close. The instructors and students from the Luoxiang base had already arrived. Should we proceed? Chen Lin nodded, feeling an eagerness to venture into the mountains and engage with some mutated beasts. After fusing over 100 pieces of rare metallic materials, the combat prowess of the silver butterfly had surged several-fold. Particularly with the sharpness attribute reaching 10 layers, a palpable transformation had occurred. As they walked to an open area at the Fog Mountain base alongside Qiao Yu, they encountered over 100 individuals. Yang Xiao and several officers stood at the forefront. Chen Lin, glancing at the Luoxiang base contingent, felt a sense of unease. Their demeanor appeared quite peculiar. Each pair of eyes bore bloodshot hues, their faces devoid of expression, exuding a palpable aura of grim determination, like true warriors forged through countless trials. Was this the caliber of the First Academy? Chen Lin marveled. Among them, he spotted a familiar figure, the strikingly beautiful Su Linxue, her ice-blue hair framing a delicately pale visage, her figure upright and graceful. As she noticed Chen Lin approaching, she greeted him with a smile. It seems you've grown even stronger since we last met. I've seen your name on the leaderboard several times. Not much, really, Chen Lin replied with a neutral expression, knowing his contribution points had stagnated recently, causing his rank to plummet to the hundreds, yet he remained unfazed. Your Luoxiang base has been swift in clearing out the mutated beasts? You've dispatched more personnel than we have. Su Linshua nodded. Everyone is pushing hard. There are only a few mutated beasts above level 50 remaining. But it should be manageable. Although my strength was initially insufficient to partake in this support mission, I possess a terrifying area of effect attack. Should the mutated beasts mount an offensive, it will prove invaluable. Thus, I was selected. She considered herself among the weakest present. Chen Lin surveyed the surrounding Luoxiang students with a curious expression. Was there not more to it? Indeed, Su Linshua sighed. Everyone has been tirelessly battling day and night, not wasting even a second in the mountains. Just looking at them is daunting. Yet, I can only join in. Otherwise, the thought of everyone striving while I remain idle feels like ants crawling all over me. Suddenly, Chen Lin sensed a piercing gaze fixated upon him. Turning, he encountered a young man clad in black armor, his handsome features only slightly less striking than his own. Xiao Yunshu's eyes blazed with determination. You must be Chen Lin, without a doubt. I've seen your three-headed serpent video on the forum. I remember it vividly. In this support operation, my contribution points shall undoubtedly surpass yours. With his resolve solidified, Xiao Yunshu diverted his gaze, choosing not to approach just yet, awaiting his assigned task. Chen Lin positioned himself at the forefront of the Hongshan area, aligning with Ji Fei and the other instructors. I shall briefly outline the situation. Xiao Yu stepped forward. His demeanor grave. Days ago, signs of the mutated beasts began to coalesce, and by yesterday, they had gathered, under the command of a level 69 Shadowhorn giant beast. They are now advancing towards 4 distinct zones. Based on the projected routes, the Shadowhorn giant intends to disperse their attacks, preventing us from consolidating our forces. Each zone is set to be led by at least 2 giant beasts, preparing to assault the Fog Mountain base, Fog City, and the neighboring Yuna City. Fortunately, the distance they cover is quite extensive. Your objective is to sever their tails. Capture the lagging mutated beasts to diminish their overall numbers, thereby lessening their impact on our defenses. This operation requires you to split into 8 groups, each comprising 20 individuals. Any questions? No. The crowd responded in unison. Good. Without delay, Xiao Yu began calling names and organizing teams, having already prearranged optimal pairings based on the support roster. At that moment, Yang Xiao stepped forward, adding, Chen Lin. You will operate solo. He understood Chen Lin's combat capabilities. Having others accompany him would be of little assistance. Chen Lin had no objections. However, the surrounding individuals cast puzzled glances, uncertain as to why he was granted such special treatment. After all, even instructors required teamwork. 2 minutes later, all 8 groups were formed. Observing the scene, Xiao Yu immediately declared, time is of the essence. Let us head to the airport. Supersonic aircraft are on standby, ready for takeoff. Watching over 100 individuals turn and depart without a hint of trepidation, Xiao Yu sighed. This mission was undoubtedly more perilous than their previous encounters. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, the potential for the complete annihilation of a group of 20 loomed ominously. Yet, in times of crisis, there invariably arises a need for someone to step forward. I hope they can return. Chen Lin, do you not need to pilot a fighter jet? Xiao Yu inquired. His summoned creature is swifter. Yang Xiao responded. Then approached Chen Lin and handed him a vial containing the essence of life. As long as one is not dead, consuming it will facilitate recovery. Chen Lin, prioritize your safety. Should you encounter peril, I shall come to your aid. Chen Lin shook his head. After days of companionship, he understood that Yang Xiao bore a curse. To forcibly wield his powers would result in backlash and jeopardize his life. It shall never come to that, Uncle Yang. I am departing now. Chen Lin summoned the towering creature, Haiming, and as its head bowed, he leapt onto it. With a thunderous roar, the ground shattered beneath them, and Haiming surged forth, vaulting over the base's walls, disappearing into the distance amidst the astonished gazes of the soldiers. That vial of life essence costs 100,000 contribution points. You truly care for him, don't you? Could it be that he is your illegitimate son? Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Yang Xiao shook his head. He yearned to witness Chen Lin soar, but feared he might fall from the skies. From their days of sincere interaction, he discerned that Chen Lin's inherent disposition was one of solitude. Despite having family, could it be due to some childhood trauma? Yang Xiao sighed. Because of this, Chen Lin treated those who fought alongside him with great kindness. Beside the fighter jets, soldiers handed recovery potions to the students and mentors boarding the aircraft. Once everyone had boarded, all soldiers retreated to the periphery, solemnly saluting in unison. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers felt a surge of fervor. Even the previously expressionless faces at Luoxiang base revealed subtle changes. Besides growing stronger, it seemed as though an additional goal had suddenly emerged in their hearts. Boom, boom, boom. A series of sonic booms erupted as 16 fighter jets surged forth, slicing through the air and vanishing into the horizon, heading in 4 different directions. On the ground, Wang Feng observed with excitement. He wished to join but lacked the strength to partake in this operation. He could only remain at the base for defense. Within the mountains, A colossal black wolf raced with fervor, shattering the earth and obliterating any obstacles in its path, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Chen Lin fed 5 7th-level life crystals to Haiming, directly augmenting its evolution value by 1,500. Combined with the previous total, it reached over 3,700 points. The next evolution drew ever closer, occurring at a pace that exceeded initial expectations by more than double. Behind him, Diana clung to Chen Lin's neck, her petite form lifted by the howling wind, seemingly reveling in the thrill. As a recently born, naive angel, she was curious about everything and was reluctant to remain in the dark, silent summoning space. Naturally, Chen Lin would not compel her. Chapter 88, Battling the Three Colossal Beasts. Amidst the billowing smoke of the mountains, countless massive mutated beasts trampled the earth, collapsing giant trees and forming a devastating torrent that stretched hundreds of kilometers forward. At the forefront of this annihilation was a trio of terrifying beasts, each measuring 1,000 meters in length, exuding an aura of ferocity, with various powers manifesting around them. Beneath the countless mutated beasts, the ground trembled for over 10,000 meters, evoking a sense of dread. In the command center, numerous officers monitoring via drones wore grave expressions. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated, as a 1,000-meter-tall black wolf wreathed in ominous flames charged forth from the side. Its speed was unfathomable, causing the air to erupt in a cacophony, annihilating everything within a radius of several dozen kilometers. A chilling roar echoed through the heavens, sending shockwaves that rippled outward, instilling fear among all mutated beasts, which froze in their tracks. The three colossal beasts turned their massive bodies, their lantern-sized eyes glaring at the black wolf that had emerged, brimming with wrath. In the command center, Qiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. Was this how they were to engage? Their mission was to exploit the lengthy route, continually ambushing the trailing mutated beasts, was it not? Chen Lin had directly sent it forth to draw the attention of all the mutated beasts. Qiaoyu's gaze turned vacant. There were indeed 3 colossal beasts present. The other officers were equally astonished, having never anticipated Chen Lin's actions would be so audacious. Trust him, Yang Zhao's voice remained calm, though his heart was also shaken. However, Chen Lin's summoned creatures were inherently those capable of overwhelming force. Whether it be Haiming or Diana, their combat prowess was terrifying, unable to stealthily execute ambushes. Thus, Chen Lin's decision was indeed sound. While there were 3 colossal beasts, with Diana's assistance from the sidelines, they were not without the means to fight. Roar! From where do you hail, beast, that you dare impede our progress? Between the 2 beasts stood a mammoth creature towering over 800 meters, its tusks curving menacingly, its body adorned with crimson scales, resembling a colossal mammoth. It spoke slowly, its level reaching 66, while the other 2 beasts were equally formidable, both at level 65. Roar! Fools, become my sustenance. Haiming wasted no time with words, erupting in dark flames that rapidly spread for 10,000 meters. The aura of death swirled within the domain, simultaneously consuming and obliterating hundreds of level 40 mutated beasts ensnared within. A ferocious phantom, nearly 3,000 meters in size, slowly coalesced around Haiming. Its terrifying gray eyes opened, gazing at the 3 colossal beasts, instilling a sudden sense of dread in their minds, as if they could be crushed by that dual gaze. Heavenly prison of death. Within this domain, nothing was beyond the reach of death. Even immortal beings devoid of life would be defined by mortality. After several days, the death aura entwining Haiming had dissipated significantly, allowing for its renewed usage. At that moment, Diana, soaring in the sky, invoked her sacred blessing skill. The divine mark on her forehead glimmered with golden light, amplifying her power. However, the now colossal Haiming was so fearsome that even with all her divine might, the enhancement to its 3 attributes was minimal. Yet, its magical power, still at 542, surged by a staggering 1125 points. With such an augmentation, the heavenly prison of death expanded by an additional 20,000 meters, and the potency of the dark flames more than doubled, becoming utterly terrifying. Far away, Chen Lin also bestowed a strengthening spell upon Haiming, though his attributes were lower than Diana's, and lacking in higher-tier divine power, thus the effect was diminished. Yet even with the significant reduction, it still garnered a slight boost. In mere seconds, hundreds of level 40 mutated beasts were reduced to ashes, their life crystals consumed by the dark flames. Roar! Seeking death, kill it! The 3 colossal beasts bellowed as they charged. Just then, the heavens darkened, a faint moonlight descending with a chilling aura that instilled fear in all mutated beasts. Diana stood tall in the sky, her proud and cold visage indifferent to the earth below, with a full moon hovering behind her. 9 rings of dark red, true power surrounded her, striking towards the ghost rock giant. Roar! The ghost rock giant roared, summoning its inner strength, and bizarre patterns emerged on its rocky skin. It intended to ignore Diana and focus on overwhelming Haiming. However, the 9 rings of obliteration effortlessly cleaved through the formidable defenses of its ghostly patterned stone skin. slicing through several dozen meters and inflicting significant damage. Roar. Feeling the pain, the ghost rock giant halted, no longer daring to disregard the threat, and raised its hand to strike the rings of obliteration. Yet, they deftly evaded. Under Diana's mental control, they sliced upward along its arm, tearing a deep gash over 100 meters long. Roar. Upon witnessing Diana successfully ensnaring the ghost rock behemoth, displaying an extraordinary prowess, He Ming, unwilling to be outdone, swiftly charged towards the remaining two colossal creatures. All mutant beasts attempting to obstruct him were instantly shattered under the onslaught of his terrifying strength. Those mutant beasts that had reached level 50 were swiftly incapacitated by a mere strike of his paw. What had once required an all-out effort to narrowly defeat mere days prior now appeared as insignificant as ants in his eyes. With a fearsome roar, the demon elephant unleashed a horrifying, ferocious bellow, swinging its massive, crimson-scaled trunk violently towards the black wolf before it. The brutal demon shadow needed no direction. Its blazing, pitch-black claws struck with an intensity that tore through scales, leaving 4 deep gashes in their wake. Simultaneously, a menacing centipede behemoth opened its terrifying, serrated maw, launching a sudden attack. He Ming's reflexes were lightning quick, as he deftly swatted it aside, then lunged at its head, sinking his teeth into it. The surface of its dark red exoskeleton shattered, and his fangs pierced through flesh, causing a torrent of toxic, purple blood to pour forth. The centipede let out a wretched cry of agony, coiling around He Ming, its countless sharp legs stabbing at him. Yet, an impenetrable golden light manifested, shielding him from harm. With a fierce roar, He Ming hurled the creature, crashing it into a mountain, boulders cascading down upon the centipede. In an instant, He Ming's massive form followed suit. And while the centipede was still reeling, he raised his paw to smash the boulders, brutally driving its head into the ground. He relentlessly tore at the centipede, asserting his dominance. Chapter 89, The Convergence of 9 Wheels. Relying on the golden light's defense and his resistance to toxins, the centipede was mercilessly crushed beneath He Ming. Its attacks relied heavily on toxins, making it nearly impossible to withstand He Ming's overwhelming melee prowess under such circumstances. At this juncture, the demon elephant also bore numerous wounds, its scales shattered, crimson blood oozing forth. Enveloped in a red-hot energy, it struggled to recover while fending off the terrifying heat of the dark flames, yet its life force continued to wane under the relentless assault of the demon shadow. Upon reaching a magical energy of 1667, the temperature of Tianyin surged nearly twofold. After merging powers, the dark flames seemed to revert to their former terrifying intensity. As He Ming's combat span expanded, the dark flames shifted from primary offense to a state that struggled to keep pace with the escalating power. Most adversaries perished, yet it took considerable time for him to fully consume their essence. However, now all 3 colossal beasts sensed their life force being ravenously devoured by what felt like countless ants. Moreover, as their wounds multiplied, the consumption accelerated. With a sudden screech, a majestic golden eagle, its wings spanning over 300 meters and enveloped in a fierce golden aura capable of tearing through mountains, lunged towards Diana. Its 20-meter-long, razor-sharp beak aimed directly at her, akin to a golden sword slicing through the air. Presently, Diana found herself devoid of defensive means, her physical form equally vulnerable. If struck, the consequences would be dire. Yet, the 2 rings of annihilation had already detached from the ghost rock behemoth, merging into one as they swiftly sliced towards the golden eagle. As it closed the distance to a mere 100 meters, it was instantly torn asunder by the dark red force of annihilation. Despite such a grievous injury, its formidable vitality sustained it, preventing immediate demise. The rings of annihilation returned, swiftly severing the descending golden eagle into several pieces. Just then, more flying mutant beasts, their eyes ablaze with frenzy, charged towards Diana under the command of the colossal beasts. A dark wave of creatures surged toward the moon that illuminated the heavens. Diana summoned the 2 rings of annihilation back to her vicinity, wielding them with intent as they sliced through the air. The 4 rings of annihilation surged towards the oncoming swarm of flying mutant beasts, intertwining and transforming into 4 crimson shadows, cleaving through each flying creature. Their severed limbs rained down from the sky like a gruesome downpour. However, this rain was both terrifying and grotesque. Suddenly, an exceptionally swift black crow darted through the deadly rings, its maw filled with jagged teeth aimed at her. Diana's wings flared, evading the attack as her palm manifested the force of annihilation, severing its head cleanly. The foul, black blood splattered upon her silver-white wings, causing her cold, piercing eyes to reflect disdain. In both her lunar and solar forms, her demeanor shifted drastically. The 5 rings of annihilation surrounding the ghost rock behemoth swiftly returned, efficiently dispatching the remaining flying mutant beasts. With no obstructions left, the ghost rock behemoth charged directly at He Ming, attempting to flank him alongside the 1,000-meter centipede. Seeking to eliminate him first, He Ming emitted a fierce roar, his gray eyes betraying no hint of fear as he stood atop the centipede's head, engaging the ghost rock behemoth in combat. Though their levels were high, their combat prowess paled in comparison to the indomitable frenzy bear. Moreover, over the past few days, He Ming had further enhanced his strength, bolstered by Diana's divine blessings, allowing him to contend against the three colossal beasts without appearing at a disadvantage. The earth trembled beneath their fierce clash, fissures forming for thousands of meters, the reverberations echoing across vast distances, resonating with their roars for dozens of kilometers. Countless mutant beasts scattered in panic, unwilling to approach, fearful of being caught in the aftermath. Such a tumultuous spectacle rendered the command center silent, with Chao Yu staring in disbelief. What the hell, this wolf? How can it be so formidable, at level 20, engaging three colossal beasts in such a fierce exchange? Yang Zhanjiang, that's a gap of at least 46 levels, right? Numerous officers swallowed hard, gazing incredulously at the screen, observing their astonished expressions. Yang Xiao couldn't help but smile, reminiscent of a few days prior when he had been repeatedly astounded by Chen Lin's abilities, progressing from an acceptable level of genius to something beyond human comprehension, to leap across 46 levels and engage three colossal beasts. This black wolf only grew bolder with each battle. All creatures possessed higher levels, and the disparity in combat power typically diminished accordingly. Yet, in this case, the reversal had become increasingly terrifying, for aircraft pierced through the clouds, descending in altitude as numerous trainees and several instructors braced themselves for parachuting. Despite their aircraft being equipped with three types of weaponry, they dared not approach carelessly due to the multitude of flying mutant beasts. However, upon witnessing the scene below, they were momentarily stunned. A stunning angel, exuding an air of aloofness, with silver-white wings and surrounded by 9 rings of dark red blades, was ruthlessly slaughtering the encroaching flying mutant beasts. A massive moon, thousands of meters in diameter, floated behind her, casting a gentle white light upon her form. The beauty was exquisite but evoked an overwhelming sense of dread upon a mere glance. Below, a hellish scene unfolded, engulfed in black flames, as 4 gigantic beasts clashed with earth-shaking ferocity. The towering, fearsome demon shadow radiated an aura of consuming millions of lives, rendering onlookers breathless. Suddenly, a notification indicating a task modification echoed from the smart wrist devices of the gathered individuals. After reading it, they were left bewildered. They hadn't even descended from their aircraft, yet someone had completed their task. This angel and the black wolf were, in fact, manifestations of the same individual. All were momentarily at a loss, clutching their prepared parachutes as they stood at the open hatch, the howling winds swirling around them. The soldier responsible for piloting immediately complied with orders, shutting the hatch once more and executing a graceful turn. With a thunderous explosion, the aircraft surged towards the remaining 3 zones. Chen Lin took notice of the commotion, glancing up without concern. Within a kilometer radius, dozens of colossal mutant beasts lay sprawled, having been driven away by the aftershocks, colliding right into Chen Lin's vicinity, where he dispatched them with his 40-meter-long war spear. It must be said that the characteristic of the great and small Rui is remarkably advantageous. Engaging in combat with these mutated beasts has become significantly more comfortable. At this moment, the celestial Diana ceased her assault, having eradicated hundreds of flying mutated beasts, their mangled bodies now strewn across the earth below. The torrential rain of blood finally subsided. The rings of annihilation began to converge and merge slowly, their dark red radiance growing ever more brilliant. An overwhelming force swirling that even seemed to obliterate the very air. Boom. With the convergence of the 9 rings, a dark red blade of annihilation, stretching a full 100 meters, hovered before Diana, unleashing an aura of impending doom that sent tremors of fear coursing through the beasts. Chapter 90. The Form of Annihilation. The dark red energy of annihilation swirled with the rings, transforming the once silver-white full moon into a deep crimson hue, casting the vast expanse of the world in a hellish light. Wisps of dark red annihilation energy flowed from the deep red moon that emerged from Diana's right eye. In this moment, the moon's most potent form of annihilation manifested. Prepare to meet your demise. Accompanied by a voice devoid of compassion, Diana slowly raised her hand and struck downward. Instantly, the dark red brilliance of the wheel of annihilation blazed forth, transforming into a terrifying crimson shadow that cleaved through the sky, aimed at the heavily wounded centipede beast. Hiss! The centipede beast emitted a terrified roar, attempting to bite down with its densely packed fangs. Yet, at the moment of contact, the wheel of annihilation showed no sign of hesitation. Piercing directly through the centipede beast's head, its hardened carapace offering no resistance, followed swiftly by its elongated body. Under the pressure of the terrifyingly compressed annihilation energy, its flesh was instantly rent asunder by the dark red light. In mere seconds, the 1,000-meter-long body of the centipede beast was reduced to a blurred mass. Countless severed limbs littering the ground, struggling momentarily before succumbing to immobility. With a single blow, a level 65 beast was vanquished. Such formidable power left even Chen Lin astounded. Diana's form of annihilation was truly formidable, perhaps even capable of surpassing the combined might of the Abyssal Convergence and the Celestial Prison. The penetrating power of the annihilation energy was so terrifying that it approached the threshold of invincibility. Moreover, she possessed an even more fearsome solar-lunar form. However, at this moment, the deep red moon dimmed slightly, and the annihilation energy entwined with the wheel also began to wane. It was evident that this technique demanded an immense toll on Diana's strength. Yet, she still retained some vigor, directing the wheel of annihilation to slice towards the side. The ghost rock beast, witnessing the impending doom, immediately thickened and hardened its rocky hide. Yet, this was utterly insufficient to withstand the wheel of annihilation, which swiftly penetrated its flesh. Just as its body was on the verge of splitting in two, the deep red moon in the sky finally faltered, rapidly disintegrating. The deep red light that illuminated the world vanished. Diana's elongated and flawless form instantly transformed into a more diminutive shape, her haughty and indifferent countenance revealing a flicker of innocence as she blinked in surprise, seemingly taken aback by the turn of events. She hurriedly flapped her wings, searching for her master's silhouette. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently as a menacing mutated beast burst forth from the earth, its massive 100-meter frame leaping into the air, its gaping maw intent on devouring Diana whole. In this unexpected turn of events, Chen Lin's reflexes reached their zenith, his war spear sweeping through the air with blinding speed. As it spun, it expanded to over 40 meters, the searing dark red fissures igniting, erupting into molten flames that obliterated the beast's skull. Whoosh! Diana landed beside Chen Lin, relieved that the molten patterns had entirely dimmed, revealing no lingering heat that could threaten her. Roar! At this moment, the abyssal shadow had already pounced upon the ghost rock beast, its claws shimmering with dark light, tearing into it relentlessly. Although it was far less effective than the annihilation energy in breaching defenses, it still left considerable wounds. In its severely injured state, the ghost rock beast, besieged by the dual onslaught of the pitch-black flames and the essence of death, stood no chance against the abyssal shadow, which relentlessly battered it. Meanwhile, the demonic elephant faced its own formidable adversary, suffering grievous injuries. The two beasts understood that they must swiftly eliminate this black wolf, otherwise, they would be the ones to perish, and thus began their frenzied assault. Roar! The demonic elephant, disregarding the attacks of the ferocious shadow, charged at the abyssal shadow with a roar, its colossal form crashing into it, and collapsing towering mountains that soared thousands of meters high. Howl! The abyssal shadow's eyes, imbued with the essence of death, ignited with fury, transforming the surroundings into a gray expanse of life's obliteration. The terrifying force of death ground away at the very essence of its life. The demonic elephant emitted a heart-wrenching roar of agony, but this was not the end. The ferocious shadow that followed unleashed its own deadly intent. As a manifestation of three converging forces, both it and the abyssal shadow wielded the death gaze. In an instant, the potency of their lethal energies compounded, accelerating the annihilation of the demonic elephant's life force. Within mere seconds, its vitality waned to its nadir. Echoing a terrified cry of despair, the ghost rock beast charged in to assist, only to be swatted aside by the enormous paw of the ferocious shadow, which spanned hundreds of meters. Howl! Die! The abyssal shadow's cold gray eyes watched as the demonic elephant gradually ceased its struggle, its life extinguished. It immediately turned to join forces with the ferocious shadow to pummel the ghost rock beast, unleashing a barrage of frenzied attacks that shook the very earth. Finally, after mere minutes, they sent it to join the other two beasts. Howl! Accompanied by this fearsome roar that echoed for dozens of kilometers. The brutal battle between the four colossal beasts concluded. Beside the abyssal shadow, the ferocious shadow that resembled it slowly dissipated. Witnessing the black wolf standing amidst a sea of dark flames, its 1,000-meter form radiating overwhelming power, the officers of the command center were profoundly shaken. All three beasts have been slain. It was truly beyond belief. Xiao Yu felt a wave of dizziness, utterly astonished. What had initially been a mission to eliminate a portion of the mutated beasts had culminated in Chen Lin's success in annihilating the entire horde. One person had swept through thousands upon thousands of mutated beasts. His contribution far exceeded that of all others combined. With this, the dangers of advancing towards Mist City had been alleviated. Xiao Yu's expression transformed with excitement, dispelling much of his previous anxiety. The chances of defense had initially been less than 1 in 10, but now hope had emerged. Yang Xiao chuckled, surprised to discover that this black wolf possessed yet another formidable domain. The dark flames in the mountains swiftly consumed all the corpses and life crystals. Returning to the body of the abyssal shadow, under the energy of transformation, it grew another meter in size, and its attributes were elevated by 2 points. Though this increase was minimal, as evolution progressed, it became increasingly difficult, necessitating such gradual accumulation to maintain its terrifying combat prowess. Simultaneously, Chen Lin benefited as well, receiving an increase of 1 point across all attributes. The energy transformed from the colossal beasts was not particularly significant for the abyssal shadow, but for Chen Lin, it was different. Even if he only received 1/3, the enhancement was substantial. His current attributes stood at Strength 251, Constitution 200, Agility 202, Spirit 310. Such values were not far off from those of a level 30 hidden class. Thus, with the terrifying enhancement from the silver butterfly, Chen Lin was able to obliterate a level 40 mutated beast with a single strike. As for level 50 mutated beasts, it would require a few more blows to bring them down. Facing some of the weaker giants directly might not pose much of a challenge for Chen Lin now. As these thoughts occupied his mind, the abyssal shadow, having reverted to its normal state, approached.